Chapter 1 Understanding Human Nature. Ha ha. A thunderous roar flautera reverberate through the heavens, as if it were determined to shatter the very clouds above. Within the vast and boundless expanse of Dragon Empire, Nunikal rival his might. Standing atop the pinnacle, here assembled a radiance emanating boundless brilliance. He was the singular, supreme existence. At Hatvariment, a trembling monk knelt below, his face etched with terror as upon his imperious figure. Humph. Heska federisively looking down upon the pitiful wretch beneath him, his eyes brimming with an abashed disdain and contempt. Ike as if you were conveying the message. You are butame respect of dust, daring to call in jet the authority of this prince, truly you are a court in your own demise. Then, in a tone of utmost coldness, he declared. Before him, you are unworthy of possessing the bloodline of the abyssal dragon. Remember, never attempt to provoke him limits, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to endure. As for the events of today, consider it a minor lesson. Having uttered these words, he gestured for his attendants to clear the scene, specifically instructing. Ensure this place is immaculate, do not allow anyone to seize upon any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, you should know what fate awaits you. Upon receiving the command, several subordinates sprang into action. They swiftly and expert led Dragithiuth, how was on the verge of death and bleeding profusely towards the precipice of Fabita and Lesibus. Then, with no mercy, they'd live a red force a full shove. Accompanied by an piercing scream that sliced through the air, the boy's figure evanished into the unfathomable darkness. Boom! With their sounding crash, Longfeng slowly opened his, gazing around in bewilderment. I am still alive. He murmured, fragments of his previous memories flashing through his mind. He had clearly been stripped of his cultivation and mercilessly cast into the abyss, yet why was she awakening here now? Longfeng, once an ordinary child born in Armota village, had parents who were recently done remarkable farmers. However, fate had done veiled a remarkable twist in his life. During last year's awakening ceremony, Longfeng astonishingly awakened a rareen unparalleled abyssal dragon physique, leaving the entire village astounded. With such extraordinary talent, Huey's fortless line de said Bethazure Dragon Academy and granted early admission to further studies. From that moment on, he embarked on a path filled with challenges and opportunities in the martial arts realm. On the Lonsan continent, a vast and boundless world, the principle of martial supremacy reigned supreme. Countless sects and academies that have the landscape alike stars, yet the most formidable among them were the 3 sects and 4 academies. These 7 great powers were Heavenly Dragon Sect, Heavenly Phoenix Sect, Earthly Fiend Sect, along with Azure Dragon Academy, White Tiger Academy, Vermilion Bird Academy, and Black Tortoise Academy. In the striving martial world, warriors were categorized by their strength into various realms, ranging from the lowest to the highest martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial monarch, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial deity, and the legendary martial god. Each realm represented a deeper understanding on mastery of power, with becoming a top-tier powerhouse being the lifelong pursuit of every martial artist. Longfeng Shenebridely during the awakening ceremony, and Hadans harbored dreams of gradually ascending thestage, destined to become a revered martial powerhouse, their abigranting esperance a life of happiness and contentment. Yet, contrary to hopes, it was precisely due to his awakening of a formidable special physique at the inside of the jealousy of Dragon Kingdom's greatest prodigy, the Crown Prince, leading to a trenching scene. He had been lured into trepanned pushed into the abyss, his stanchi and destroyed. Reflecting on 3 days prior, when Leda High from the same village had come at a visit, inviting Longfeng to explore Thebes in search of a precious medicinal herb. It was at the miraculous licks capable of enhancing its physique had been discovered there, prompting the invitation. At the time, Longfeng had not thought much of it, considering their childhood bond. Habeli Evadthai's adventure would pose a minimal risk, yet little did he realize Leda Hyde Bane Gof Mediocritalent had betrayed him without hesitation to ally with the Crown Prince, who harbored resentment towards Longfeng. As Longfeng slowly opened his eyes and beheld his unscathed, intact body, disbelly fladeted heart. Heckled not fathom how, after enduring the destruction of his Danshan and filling into Thebes, Heckled still be alive, why the Venthwan she had suffered no willed without a trace, as if vitriol she had face a dadnavir occurred. Moreover, to his astonishment, he discovered the tis cultivation had actual it entered the realm of martial apprentice. The so-called martial apprentice's estate achieved after refining Guinness bones, muscles, and meridians to their peak, resulting in a qualitative transformation. This change significantly enhances all aspects of physical prowess. Faced with this extraordinary scenario, Long Feng felt totally bewildered. By command standards, it was nearly unheard of a réunion to send a martial apprentice before a theosophate. After all, most individuals must wait until Theogav's event to participate in the awakening ceremony before embarking on the path of martial arts. Following that, they must endure lengthy periods of study and accumulation of fundamental martial knowledge, completing stages of body-refinement, bone tempering, and meridian expansion. Only upon successful expansion of their meridians can they pint the realm of martial apprentice. Yet now Long Feng had effortlessly surpassed the shirt of such a tender age, which was truly astonishing. Ordinary individuals with exceptional talent would typically require at least 2 to 3 years to achieve this milestone. But unexpectedly had a Jane d'immense fortune due to sudden calamity. Not only breezing through T meridian expansion but also stepping directly into the realm of martial apprentice. Reflecting on his past experiences, Thizen seemed impoverished, kind-hearted of, hailing from a humble farming family. Begin to comprehend their Jewiscal and softy martial padhan the treachery of the human heart. Long Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, silently vowing. Such grievances all not gone avenged, regardless of the cost I will ensure that the pay in blood for their transgressions. Just as was lost in contemplation of the events that had transpired, a wave of powerlessness suddenly surged within him. He understood to a wealth of this beauty commoner, devoid of power and influence, isolate in his struggle what could possibly wield against this foes? Especially if that prince, Chi Xiaotian, how was gifted beyond measure, possessing fire dragon physique and an innate talent for cultivating fire-based techniques. Admiral 12 years of age, had already entered the realm of martial apprentice, his strength unparalleled. No tonla that. But Shizaoshan was also accompanied before formidable warriors, loyal protectors, each having gotten at the realm of martial artist, ever vigilant at the side. Faced with such formidable adversaries, the prospect of achieving revenge seemed utterly implausible and a illusion. However, Long Feng did not allow himself to but his heart and rather have buried the shatra deep within, transforming it into the driving force for his advancement and strengthening his resolve to enhance his own power. Chapter 2 Devouring Heavens. One city tumult within Yishiart began to settle. Long Feng took a deep breath and turned his full attention to assessing his physical condition. Yet, upon inspection, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Typically, a warrior in the meridian refinement stage possesses a physical strength equivalent to merely 10 bulls, yet now the power radiating from him reached an astonishing 20 bulls. Such an exaggerated figure was already nearing the limits of strength achievable by warriors and bone refinement stage. It is important to note that warriors and bone refinement stage can wield an incredible force of 30 bulls. In theorem of martial cultivation, Festigif martial apprentices distinctly divide into 3 phases. The initial phase of meridian refinement, the mid phase of bone refinement, and the final phase of sea refinement. In the early stages of meridian refinement, a warrior can exert a maximum of 10 bulls of strength. When the advance to the bone refinement stage, they can levitate their strength to stigering 30 bulls. And at the pinnacle of sea refinement, they possess a jaw-dropping 60 bulls of power. Moreover, Long Feng was astonished to discover that, in addition to his strength for exceeding that of meridian refinement stage, a mysterious ink black orb was quietly floating in the depths of his consciousness. This adenternal event in triple struck his previous like state of mind. After what felt like eternity, Long Feng cautiously maneuvered his consciousness closer to the enigmatic orb. Initially filled with trepidation, fearing an unforeseen calamity, he gradually as a dash drawn our insensed abnormalities. Thus emboldened, he accelerated approach. However, just as Long Feng lowered his guard, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. His consciousness was abruptly yanked into the orb by a powerful force. Uncertain of how long had passed, Long Feng, trapped within the orb, gradually awoke. He scrambled to his feet in a state of panic, anxiously surveying his surroundings, only to be astonished to find himself enveloped in darkness, with a mirror of approximately 50 paces appearing finely illuminated. At the very center of the circular patch of light stood a stone table, upon which lay what seemed to be an object of significance. Summoning discourage, Long Feng approached the stone table stealthily. Asha drew nearer, Huey taken aback to discover a delicately crafted white Ajadetria surbox resting upon the surface. It was aptly named Atria surbox, for in theorem of cultivation, such exquisite white Ajad containers were reserved exclusively for the most precious of items. Moreover, this particular jade was a superior material for crafting transmission talismans, making Jitech seeding library invaluable. After confirming how the mediate danger lurked, Long Feng finally mustered the resolvedly opened the jade box. However, at that very moment, a beam of dark light shot forth like lightning, striking directly at Long Feng's brow. Instantly, he became rigid, as if frozen in place. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he gradually irrigated descenses, only to be astounded to realize a thought his dark light was, in fact, a mysterious cultivation technique. This technique, known as Heaven-Devouring Art, hinted deity's formidable nature be its very name might possess the power to consume visible and invisible entity a synth world. As Long Feng acquired this extraordinary art, as usual transformation began to occur within Justinchen. What a dance been a crystalline and immaculate vortex gradually morphed into a pitch-black whirlpool, spinning at a slow yet steady pace. Furthermore, Long Feng became aware that the orb sitting in his mind was called Heaven-Devouring Pearl. As Long Feng's cultivation level continued to ascend, the luminous space within Heaven-Devouring Pearl would expand incrementally. Even more astonishingly, the internal environment of Heaven-Devouring Pearl functioned as an independent realm, where the flow of meat averaged significantly from the of hero world a single day in reality equated 10 days within the pearl. Fafen could not physically enter Heaven-Devouring Pearl, it did no hinder Long Feng from entering it with his consciousness to train. Moreover, all the cultivation achievements she attained within the pearl were tangible and would manifest in his relief. Simultaneously, the interior of Heaven-Devouring Pearl existed as a vast storage space. Both living beings and lifeless objects could be contained within, albeit within a crucial caveat if they captured into abided signs of life and attempted a struggle, the success rate of containment would significantly diminish. The Heaven-Devouring Art compressed levels, each imbued with boundless profundities. First level known as Devouring, it allowed the consumption of various niggies, converting them into essential nutrients for the enhancement of honest cultivation and physical prowess. Just as Long Feng suffered elevated the second aloft Heaven-Devouring Art, he encountered an obstacle, unable to fulfill his desire. Perhaps it was a matter of stillness and cultivation and an untimely moment. Nevertheless, Long Feng did not succumb to discouragement rather. In his exploration of the first level, he stumbled upon a hidden mysterious technique. This technique, a veritable bunto Long Feng at that moment, was called chi-seeking technique. As its nemesigists, this technique enabled it to detect the conditions of nearby individuals or items based on ambient energy. For Long Feng, who hailed from an ordinary background devoid of familial influence, this powerful and enigmatic technique felt like a divine gift tailored specifically for him. Ha ha! Ha! Long Feng could not help but laugh heartily, his voice brimming with delight and excitement. Truly, the even shave favored Long Feng, allowing me to escape death. His slaughter echoed through the air, lingering long after. Subsequently, Long Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of Heaven-Devouring Art and chi-seeking technique. Time passed swiftly, and after a full 10 days in the outside world, Long Feng finally mastered the fierce level of Heaven-Devouring Art, wielding it with ease. Simultaneously, his understanding and application of chi-seeking technique grew increasingly adept. Yet, new challenges and despite Long Feng's newfound strength, it remained insufficient to entirely evade the impending threat posed by Prince Qi Xiaotian. After all, given the prince's capabilities and extensive network, Long Feng would undoubtedly be detect the moment there revealed himself. What shall Dido, Long Feng furrowed his brow, mulling over in his mind, though in opposition parallel techniques is still cannot escape the prince's clutches, anxiety surged within him like a tidal wave instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. With such thoughts whirling in his mind, long thin Grezolb Tovan Sharians Marita the Heaven-Devouring Pearl, hoping town cover further revelations. His decision proved tober markable fortuita shidden within the Pearl Wasiat another secret technique, known as the illusionary shape technique. This wondrous illusionary shape technique cannot unlie allowed it alter their appearance but also deploy adjusteth the fluctuations of user sora, rendering them nearly indistinguishable in disguise. However, a caveat remained when confronted with an adversary possessing a cultivation level of realm above Ionison event the most meticulous scrutiny could reveal a flaw. He. This is simply splendid, what a delightful surprise, long thing murmured himself, filled with joy, and immediately immersed himself in the practice of the secret technique. Though only a single day had passed outside, long thing had thoroughly mastered the illusionary shape technique. After a brief period of adjustment, he nodded in satisfaction, remarking, quite impressive, with this they shall surely remain oblivious to my continued existence. Furthermore, armed with the skill I can stealthily approach the prince, fully preparing for the plans that lie ahead. Chapter 3, The Regression Academy. Have you heard the news? The once renowned and highly acclaimed genius youth Longfeng has mysteriously vanished, a student whispered conspiratorially. Another replied in a hushed tone, yes, I have also heard rumors. It is said that he has been missing for several days now, and even the higher-ups of the academy are alarmed. Today, they summoned several individuals connected to Longfeng to inquire about his whereabouts. Yet it seems no valuable clues have surfaced. At that moment, another voice interjected, hey, did you know, about 10 days ago, I saw Longfeng walking alongside Li Dahai towards the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. However, only Li Dahai returned while Longfeng has completely disappeared. Just think about it. Li Dahai has always been the prince's little lackey, and the prince has harbored jealousy towards Longfeng. As he spoke, the student glanced around to ensure they were not overheard before continuing. Could Longfeng's disappearance be related to them? Hush, do not speak too loudly. Too many words may lead to peril. Today, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky, marking the annual entrance examination period. The entrance of Tianfeng Academy, a youth of around 11 or 12 stood quietly, his gaze resolute, reflecting boundless aspirations and hopes for the future as he prepared to partake in this fateful examination. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this boy was no ordinary individual. Indeed, this was Longfeng, cleverly disguised in the form of a 12 or 13-year-old to better blend into the crowd and gain entry into Tianfeng Academy. Tianfeng Academy is nestled within the Tianlong Kingdom, where the Tianlong sect is located. As the largest academy in the nation, it enjoys an esteemed reputation. Each year, it enrolls a select group of exceptionally talented youths for meticulous training. Most of these students, upon graduation, choose to join the Tianlong Kingdom and secure official positions, thus leading lives of wealth and splendor. However, a rare few, harboring grand ambitions, are not satisfied with such a fate. They yearn for broader horizons, aspiring to venture beyond the Tianlong Kingdom in pursuit of higher realms of cultivation. Joining the Tianlong sect has become one of their pathways to realizing their dreams. After all, the Tianlong sect stands as one of the most formidable forces on the continent, endowed with countless coveted resources and opportunities. It is noteworthy that in the past, Tianlong Kingdom produced a formidable martial lord whose name resonated throughout the realm. Consequently, the Tianlong sect bestowed upon the kingdom the illustrious title of Tianlong, signifying its esteemed status and uniqueness. Although contemporary Tianlong Kingdom may not possess the splendor it once did, it remains a powerhouse. The most formidable figure among them is none other than the ruler, Qi Silan, whose cultivation has reached the initial stage of a martial master, earning him the title of a regional sovereign. At this very moment, the martial arena was bustling with activity, gathering hundreds of children of similar ages. It appeared that they were all participants in this year's entrance examination. These spirited youths brimmed with vitality, their eyes shining with a fervent thirst for knowledge and power. Upon the esteemed platform in the eastern part of the arena sat 5 elderly men, each around 50 years of age. Their auras exuded calmness, clearly indicating their status as high-ranking members of the academy. Among them, the elder, clad in a dark blue robe, surveyed the crowd before slowly speaking. It seems that all the candidates for today's entrance examination have arrived. Since that is the case, let us officially commence, he continued. The rules for this examination remain unchanged, comprising 3 distinct stages. The first is a potential assessment. Only those who have reached the essence bone realm before the age of 10 may pass this stage. The second stage tests adaptability, requiring candidates to traverse a corridor filled with mechanical traps to qualify. As for the final stage, it emphasizes your comprehension, if you can grasp the techniques recorded in the Academy's enrollment texts within the time of a stick of incense. You will be deemed successful. I trust everyone has understood. The elder in the blue robe, seated at the right side of the dark blue-robed elder, took over the conversation after his words, adding, "The rules are clear. Now, please enter the testing area in groups of 10 in order." Soon, several hundred candidates queued orderly to partake in the tests. Before long, it was Long Feng's turn, thanks to his abilities in chi sensing and illusion transformation. He adeptly passed the assessment and stood quietly among the successful candidates, awaiting the conclusion of the first stage. Next came the test of adaptability through the mechanical puppet corridor, a stage that left many feeling anxious. As the puppets possessed strength surpassing that of most ordinary Essence Bone Realm practitioners, Long Feng felt a tinge of nervousness, for he had been admitted through exceptional means and had never undergone such tests before. Now compelled to participate in this entrance examination to avenge the prince, Shi Xiaotian, he had no choice. The mechanical puppet corridor was dark and enigmatic, suffused with an ancient aura. The walls on either side were adorned with intricate mechanical devices and delicate gears that meshed tightly, emitting faint clicking sounds. The ground was paved with ancient stone slabs, inscribed with peculiar symbols and lines, resembling a mysterious cipher. With each step, one could feel the stone slabs quivering slightly beneath their feet, as if conveying some hidden message. A thin mist enveloped the corridor, obscuring vision. Amidst the haze, one could vaguely discern lifelike puppet figures, some standing still, others moving stiffly, seemingly manipulated by an unseen force. The puppets varied in appearance. Some resembled humans, while others took on bizarre forms. Their surfaces glimmered with a metallic sheen, with intricate carvings showcasing exquisite detail. The puppets' eyes flickered with a faint light, as if they possessed their own consciousness. The moment Long Feng stepped into the corridor, a cacophony of mechanical noises filled his ears. Suddenly, a blinding red light hurtled towards him like lightning. Long Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, though a strand of black hair was left floating in the air. Anxiety gripped him, and a sheen of sweat formed on his forehead as his mind raced to devise a strategy to counter the impending crisis, faced with an onslaught of relentless mechanical traps and puppet attacks. Long Feng dodged left and right, struggling to maintain his composure, yet, in a moment of inspiration, he suddenly realized, of course, why didn't I think of this sooner? I still have the chi sensing technique. This ability can aid me in exploring and perceiving the changes in my surroundings. With determination, Long Feng promptly activated his chi sensing technique. In an instant, the scenery around him transformed dramatically in his eyes. The once indistinct and elusive attacks became strikingly clear. Utilizing his keen perception, Long Feng swiftly maneuvered through the myriad dangers. However, he refrained from appearing too relaxed, lest he arouse suspicion among the spectators. Continuing to feign difficulty in dodging attacks while occasionally launching counterattacks. As time ticked away, with the test nearing its end, Long Feng ultimately succeeded in overcoming the numerous obstacles, triumphantly passing the test. Chapter 4, Shaoxin accepts disciples. As time progressed, the second stage of the test concluded, yet only a little over 100 candidates remained from the initial hundreds, highlighting the formidable difficulty of the assessment. I am delighted that you have all passed the second stage. However, this final stage will determine your eligibility to remain as members of Tianfeng Academy, so it now hinges on your comprehension. The third stage, though seemingly simple, requires mastering the techniques provided by the Academy within the allotted time to qualify as students. Failure to do so would result in exclusion from Tianfeng Academy. The remaining candidates entered the testing area in succession, preparing for the comprehension assessment of the third stage. While this stage posed considerable challenges for others, it was not the case for Long Feng. After all, he possessed the awakened dragon physique and, moreover, had the time acceleration effect bestowed by the Devouring Pearl. Mastering this elementary technique within the time of a stick of incense was a mere trifle. Long Feng strolled into the testing area, his gaze falling upon the stone platform where the technique manual was displayed. Surely, this must be the technique required for today's examination. He calmly opened the pages. Scrutinizing the contents, the technique was called the Dark Force Technique, distinguished by its ability to allow the practitioner to condense their power within their palms and channel it into the target's body. Consequently, the damage would manifest from within, rendering it formidable. After thoroughly digesting the key points, Long Feng took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes as he immersed his consciousness within the Devouring Pearl. He delicately guided the mysterious and potent energy, attuning himself to its flow and rhythm within his body. Simultaneously, other participants in the examination devoted their full attention to mastering the Dark Force Technique. They occasionally waved their hands, practicing various moves in an attempt to grasp its intricacies. Some bore expressions of delight, clearly having gained insights, while others furrowed their brows, seemingly encountering difficulties. As time passed, individuals gradually exited the testing area. Having achieved a preliminary understanding of the dark force technique, proceeding to the assessment point for the final evaluation of the third stage. However, many chose to remain diligently studying, unwilling to miss any opportunity for self-improvement. Among this group, the most striking was a young man named Li Dahai. He stood tall and composed, each movement emanating an intangible pressure. At this moment, he was fully committed to practicing the dark force technique, successfully channeling it to the third level. Such remarkable achievements are truly astonishing. It appears that this cohort of students is indeed filled with hidden talents. I never expected that Li Dahai could effortlessly unleash 3 layers of concealed strength. He is indeed a rare prodigy. The examiners present were engaged in hushed conversations, bestowing high praise upon Li Dahai's performance. Indeed, I vividly recall, among the participants of the previous assessment, those who could wield 3 layers of concealed strength were exceedingly rare. Perhaps only 3 or 4 at most. Who would have thought that this time 6 individuals would emerge at once? Someone exclaimed, "Hey, do you remember? The standout from the last cohort was undoubtedly Qi Xiaotian. He was capable of demonstrating 5 layers of concealed strength, a true super genius. It's remarkable to achieve such feats at such a young age and in such a short span of time. I wonder if anyone in this cohort can rival Qi Xiaotian." Another voice interjected. As time ticked by, the event drew to a close. At that moment, Long Feng slowly emerged from the testing area, making his way towards the prominent stone tablet that marked the assessment point. The towering stone tablet, standing over a Zhanghai, resembled a silent witness, steadfastly observing. Long Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes fixated on the skyward-reaching monument, pondering, how many layers of concealed strength must I demonstrate to neither attract undue attention nor fail the assessment? He was acutely aware of his exceptional abilities, yet understood that being overly ostentatious could invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, at this critical juncture, determining the right measure of strength became a dilemma he had to confront. How much power should he reveal? 1 layer, 2 layers, or perhaps more? Each choice could significantly influence the path that lay ahead. He could neither surpass Qi Xiaotian nor fall too short, for Long Feng had come to the academy with the intent of drawing closer to Long Xiaotian and seeking an opportunity for revenge. Therefore, he needed to seize the moment accurately, capturing Qi Xiaotian's attention without inciting jealousy, lest he suffer the same fate as before. In truth, while cultivating within the Heaven-Devouring Pearl, Long Feng had already mastered the 10 layers of the concealed strength technique. However, due to only acquiring the basic principles, he was unable to learn more advanced techniques. Yet, even so, few could fully utilize this forbidden art, the reason being that this concealed strength technique was incomplete. Had it been otherwise, the academy would certainly not have employed it as a test subject. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Feng resolutely decided to exert 4.5 layers of strength. As a faint wave of concealed energy flowed into the stone tablet, everyone present turned their gazes toward Long Feng's chosen monument. The radiance emanating from the tablet continued to rise, swiftly surpassing Li Dahai's 3 layers of concealed strength, ultimately settling at 3.5 layers. Excellent. One of the examiners on the platform, brimming with excitement, clapped his thigh and stood up, a broad smile illuminating his face. Truly, such a gifted individual exists. I wonder if he can reach Qi Xiaotian's astonishing 5 layers of concealed strength. Amidst the chorus of gasps, figures darted across the stage, energy swirling. "Look, he has already broken into the 4th layer." A sudden cry erupted from the crowd, drawing the attention of all. Good heavens, how is this possible? Someone murmured in disbelief. Yet, even more astonishing developments were yet to unfold. The young man's aura continued to surge, showing no signs of abating. Could this youth truly be a once-in-a-century prodigy? Mused an elderly man with white hair on the platform, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Just then, a brilliant light flashed, dazzling like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Long Feng took a deep breath, striving to steady his mind, and through remarkable willpower and precise control over his strength, successfully stabilized his concealed energy at 4.5 layers, nearly reaching the threshold of 5 layers, before gradually retracting his hand. "Very well. What is your name?" inquired another elder on the platform. Donned in a white robe, with an ethereal demeanor, slightly narrowing his eyes and smiling at Long Feng. "I am Muhan, paying my respects to you, esteemed sir." Long Feng bowed respectfully, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. His voice rang clear and resonant, echoing across the square. "Oh, Muhan," the elder murmured, repeating the name with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then, he suddenly shifted his tone. "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" You must understand very few in this academy have truly succeeded in defeating me. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in uproar. Good heavens, it is Vice President Xiaoshan personally seeking a disciple. This is a tremendous opportunity. If one could become a disciple of Vice President Xiaoshan, the future would undoubtedly be boundless. Look, that is Vice President Xiaoshan, he is a legendary figure in our academy. With unfathomable strength, the other students murmured amongst themselves, their faces reflecting envy and astonishment. Meanwhile, another elder, who had been preparing to speak, stood frozen, his eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene, internally lamenting his missed opportunity. How could he not have voiced his desire to take on a disciple sooner? Witnessing such a gifted youth about to be claimed by another left him feeling profoundly regretful, yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his thoughts, for Vice President Xiaoshan had already made his intentions clear, and with his esteemed position and reputation within the academy, it was unlikely that anyone would dare vie for this talented disciple. Chapter 5, Xiao Yao. Amid the rising clamor, the crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement and noise. However, at this moment, Long Feng felt somewhat lost and disoriented. Initially, he had planned to infiltrate this academy, seek an opportunity for revenge for his deep-seated grievances, and then quietly depart. Yet now, if he were to take Vice President Xiaoshan as his master, the situation would become considerably more complicated. But upon reconsideration, if he truly could become a disciple of Vice President Xiaoshan, perhaps this would not be such a bad turn of events. Not only would it mean that no one would dare provoke him, but it might also offer him the chance to receive personal guidance and even access to some invaluable cultivation resources. After a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, Long Feng ultimately resolved to accept the offer. After all, born into an ordinary family and entirely unfamiliar with the path of cultivation, he was like a blank slate, utterly lost. Receiving instruction from such an extraordinary master was far superior to navigating this journey blindly on his own. Disciple Muhan pays his respects to master. Long Feng bowed deeply before Xiaoshan, then called out loudly. Xiaoshan smiled at the young and vibrant youth before him, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of appreciation. Good here, this is a token of my appreciation for our first meeting. As he spoke, Xiaoshan gently waved his arm, producing a delicate jade box, an ancient jade slip, and a crystal-clear jade pendant. Long Feng, filled with joy, stepped forward cautiously to accept these gifts, not immediately opening them to inspect but rather tucking them securely into his robe. Subsequently, he bowed deeply once more to express his gratitude and respect for his master. Seeing this, Xiaoshan felt increasingly satisfied. After all, it was indeed rare to find a child of Long Feng's age who could maintain composure and decorum in the presence of such precious treasures. Next came the allocation of the students who had successfully passed the assessment and gained entry into the academy. Having just welcomed a promising disciple like Long Feng, Xiaoshan was in high spirits but did not wish to linger to deal with trivial matters. Delegating the subsequent tasks to other instructors, and then taking Long Feng to his private residence within the academy. Once Xiaoshan had arranged everything, Long Feng finally had the opportunity to examine the mysterious gifts from his master. The first item to catch his eye was the jade box containing elixirs, clearly inscribed with the 3 small characters. Bone refining pill. It was likely intended for refining one's skeletal foundation. Long Feng couldn't help but feel a swell of anticipation for the future. However, at that moment, this item held little practical significance for him, as he had already successfully entered the realm of martial apprentices. Although a faint sense of disappointment lingered within him, upon reflection it also subtly indicated that Xiaoshan had not thoroughly assessed his true cultivation level. If he had, how could he have presented such an item to him? After a period of deep contemplation, Long Feng quickly deduced the reason. After all, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to witness an 8-year-old child become a formidable martial apprentice. Individuals like him, possessing extraordinary talent and uniqueness, were indeed scarce and thus difficult to be recognized and understood by the general populace. After a moment's thought, Long Feng then retrieved the second item, the jade slip. As he carefully opened it, a look of sheer delight spread across his face, for within lay the legendary intermediate technique of the concealed strength technique. It was evident that Xiaoshan believed Long Feng's current level of strength was sufficient to wield the concealed strength technique close to 5 layers. And that practicing this intermediate technique might yield unexpected transformations, potentially allowing him to unleash even greater concealed strength. It has been proven that Long Feng's conjecture was entirely correct. The reason Xiaoshan handed him this fragment of the Dark Energy Manual was indeed rooted in such a notion. Long Feng's heart brimmed with joy, and he immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. He first mastered the intermediate techniques thoroughly before entering the tenfold space of the Devouring Pearl, where he began to diligently practice. Time slipped by quietly as Long Feng became engrossed in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to everything happening outside. It was not until a gentle knock echoed at the door that he was pulled back from his state of oblivion. Slowly he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and tidied his attire before rising to answer the door. Standing outside was a girl of similar age to Long Feng. She was exceptionally lovely, her features delicately sculpted, and her slightly chubby little face was now flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Endearing to behold, those large watery eyes brimmed with curiosity, fixed intently on Long Feng as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Long Feng felt somewhat uneasy under the girl's unabashed gaze, a blush creeping onto his face. Momentarily at a loss, this girl was none other than Xiaoshen's granddaughter. When she heard that her grandfather had taken on a prodigious disciple, she was taken aback and, unable to contain her curiosity, sneaked over to see what this treasured student of her grandfather looked like. However, at this moment, Long Feng had used a transformation technique to alter his appearance. While he could not be deemed exceptionally handsome, he was certainly presentable, thus failing to leave a particularly deep impression on Xiao Yao, causing her initial excitement to wane somewhat. Yet, just as she began to feel a bit disheartened, her lively eyes suddenly sparkled, and a smile crept across her face, bursting forth into a peal of melodious laughter as if recalling something that brought her immense joy. "May I ask, dear girl, what has brought about your merriment?" Long Feng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. It's nothing. Oh no, wait, there is something, of course there is," Xiao Yao replied playfully, and before she could finish her words, she grabbed Long Feng's hand and, like a gleeful little deer, dashed towards the back mountain, all the while chattering, "No matter what happens later, you absolutely must not tell my grandfather." "Alright, your grandfather?" Long Feng asked, his face clouded with suspicion. "Alas, how could I forget such an important detail? My name is Xiao Yao, and my grandfather is your master, Xiaoshen," she declared proudly. After all, her grandfather was the vice president of the academy, whose strength was unfathomable, even overshadowing that of the president. Unfortunately, she was unaware of the reasons behind her grandfather's refusal to take on the role of president, choosing instead to serve as the vice. According to Xiaoshen, he had come for certain matters, not to assume the position of president, which led the current president, Feng Changming, to relinquish the idea of appointing Xiaoshen as the head. Before long, Xiao Yao led Long Feng to a rather inconspicuous cliff at the back of the mountain. Long Feng gazed up at the towering cliff, which seemed to pierce the clouds, stretching endlessly into the sky. At a seemingly unremarkable spot high up on the cliff face, there lay a surface as smooth as a mirror. Just as Long Feng was about to voice his confusion, Xiao Yao suddenly teased him. "So, have you noticed anything unusual here?" "Well, it does seem somewhat different, particularly over there," Long Feng responded, raising his hand to point at the exceptionally smooth cliff surface. Not too foolish after all. Listen closely, there might be priceless treasures hidden there," Xiao Yao whispered, her expression slightly tense as she scanned the surroundings before continuing. "How do you know there are treasures there? To the naked eye, it appears no different from any other cliff," Long Feng replied, bewildered. Xiao Yao had been waiting for this very question, so she smiled slightly, pulling on Long Feng's sleeve with an air of mystery. "A few days ago, while I was out exploring alone, I accidentally discovered that the cliff emits a peculiar purple glow every time the sun sets. Moreover, a mysterious halo surrounds the cliff, as if it leads to an unknown world." Long Feng, intrigued yet skeptical, responded, "If it is so wondrous, why did you not investigate it yourself? Why seek out a stranger like me to accompany you? Could it truly harbor a rare treasure?" His words were laced with doubt and caution. Xiao Yao's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly explained, "Actually, I have only just entered the pure bone realm. With my current strength, scaling such a towering cliff is indeed fraught with difficulty. More importantly, I worry that venturing in hastily might lead to unforeseen dangers. Upon hearing that my grandfather had taken on an exceptionally gifted disciple, I thought to invite you to join me in exploring this mysterious place. Perhaps we might encounter something extraordinary." Long Feng gazed at the slightly anxious Xiao Yao, contemplating her words. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp her intentions. With a slight smirk, he asked, "So you mean to say that you were unable to reach the summit on your own and fear to venture forth alone? Thus you seek my assistance?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Feng instinctively took a few steps back, clearly wary of Xiao Yao's plans. "Just say whether you'll go or not. If not, I'll find someone else." "I thought this genius would be something remarkable, but even this you hesitate to face," she pouted, glaring at Long Feng with a mixture of dissatisfaction and provocation. One hand was placed on her hip while the other pointed accusingly at Long Feng. Evidently irked by his indecision, Long Feng felt a pang of helplessness. He knew Xiao Yao to be impatient, but he did not expect her to be so aggressive. Nonetheless, the challenge in her words ignited a spark of defiance within him. After all, he was still young, full of vigor, and could not easily tolerate such taunts. Moreover, Xiao Yaoer was the granddaughter of his master, Xiaoshen, and their connection was significant. She surely would not harm him without reason. As a martial artist, one should bravely advance and dare to explore the unknown. If one merely retreated in fear, how could they achieve greatness on the path of martial arts? Currently, he found himself besieged by enemies. With a deep-seated hatred for Qi Shaotian. If he wished to exact revenge, he could only continue to strengthen himself. Furthermore, even if this place held dangers, with his current martial disciple status, he might still have the qualifications to test his abilities. Perhaps it truly concealed opportunities and treasures. Missing such a chance would be a grave loss. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Long Feng's eyes. All right, since that is the case, I shall risk my life to accompany you on this venture. However, should we truly uncover any treasures, we must agree on how to divide them first. I believe a fair split would be 50-50. What do you think? Long Feng declared after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yaoer felt a surge of joy within, yet she feigned annoyance, muttering, fine, 50-50 it is. You've scored a great bargain. If it weren't for the fact that you are my grandfather's cherished disciple, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Despite her words, Xiao Yaoer was genuinely pleased to have Long Feng accompany her on this adventure. Thus, the two helped each other, cautiously making their way towards the cliff. When they finally reached their destination after much toil, the sun had begun to set, and night was approaching for Long Feng, who had already entered the martial disciple realm. Climbing such a cliff was not particularly challenging. He deliberately acted as if it required great effort, not wanting to reveal his true strength too soon, lest it attract unnecessary trouble and interfere with his plans for revenge. As the last rays of sunlight cascaded over the cliff, just as Xiao Yaoer had mentioned, the cliff indeed emanated a mysterious purple glow. Immediately, the entire cliff seemed to come alive, rippling with strange halos, suddenly accompanied by a deep, enigmatic hum. As Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer drew near the cliff, they felt an irresistible force pulling them in, drawing them tightly into the cliff itself. With a sudden thud, they were engulfed in a dizzying sensation, as if the entire world was flipping upside down. When they finally regained their footing, Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer slowly opened their eyes, beginning to survey their surroundings, after a brief adjustment period to shake off the disorienting effects of the transport. They instinctively split up, each embarking on a cautious exploration of the area. This place was evidently a small cave system that had been artificially excavated. Judging by its scale, it seemed to have served as a retreat for some powerful being during their cultivation. Within the cave, there were designated areas for alchemy, weapon forging, and other functional spaces. Additionally, one corner bore signs of having once housed a magical beast or demon, with remnants of fur still lingering. Lastly, there was a stone platform adorned with writing implements. Yet its specific purpose remained a mystery. With hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity, the two individuals first stepped into the alchemy chamber, where the alchemical furnace was situated. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged ancient shelves standing against the walls, laden with a myriad of bottles and jars. These containers varied in size and shape, yet all exuded an air of mystery faced with such a treasure trove. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurried forward, eager to explore. Xiao Yaoyao, in particular, was swift in her actions, reaching out to open one of the jade vials. In an instant, a pungent, nauseating odor assaulted their senses, causing them to gag uncontrollably. Unprepared for the onslaught, their faces turned as pale as paper, and they quickly covered their mouths and noses with their hands, channeling their inner spiritual energy in an attempt to expel the noxious fumes they had inhaled. After what felt like an eternity, the pallor on their faces began to recede slightly, yet trepidation lingered in their hearts. This certainly does not contain elixirs that enhance cultivation, Xiao Yaoyao remarked with a furrowed brow. It resembles a highly toxic poison, though I cannot ascertain its exact nature. Perhaps the prolonged storage has led to a degradation of the medicinal properties, her companion speculated, silently relieved that he had not inhaled too much of the vile stench directly into his lungs. From that moment on, they became increasingly cautious, refraining from carelessly touching the myriad of bottles and jars. They stood there gazing at the rows of containers before them, their minds awash with confusion and uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Long Feng who mustered the courage to inspect the vials one by one. As he cautiously opened one of the jade bottles, he was shocked to discover it contained a deadly poison. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, sealing the bottle shut just in time to avert catastrophe. After a thorough examination, they found that the contents of the various bottles and jars were diverse. Some contained elixirs for enhancing cultivation, Others were spirit medicines capable of refining bodily bones, and some even appeared to be specialized food for nurturing magical beasts. The sheer variety of items sparked their curiosity about the circumstances that allowed these elixirs and potions to remain intact. Undamaged by the passage of time, subsequently, they evenly distributed the elixirs among themselves before turning to the alchemical furnace. The furnace still emitted a faint warmth, as if it had just completed a recent alchemical endeavor. Long Feng pondered that perhaps Sha Yaoyao lacked the natural talent for alchemy or simply had little interest in it, which is why she ultimately chose to claim the precious alchemical cauldron adorned with a black dragon motif. After storing the cauldron in the devouring pearl, Long Feng did not pay it much heed. However, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the temperature within the cauldron was subtly rising, as if it were persistently concocting some mysterious substance. Next, they beheld the artifact forging room. Though its condition was far from pristine, many forging materials appeared to have been inadequately preserved due to some unknown cause. Nevertheless, those that had withstood the ravages of time could only be described as exceptional materials. The two then explored the remaining stone chambers in succession, yielding a bountiful harvest that left Sha Yaoyao beaming with delight. She even playfully chastised Long Feng for his earlier reluctance to join her on this adventure. In his joy, Long Feng smiled back, apologizing and promising to invite her on any future excursions of this nature. Sha Yaoyao, upon hearing this, readily agreed. After a meticulous search, they began to allocate their unexpected wealth. Their exclamations of astonishment punctuated the air, occasionally stumbling upon exceedingly precious items, while at other times, they found themselves baffled by certain objects. Amidst this intertwining of excitement and confusion, they finally completed the organization and distribution of all the treasures. They then surveyed their surroundings, seeking any hidden chambers or secret spaces. After all, it was customary for ancient cultivators to conceal particularly important items within hidden vaults for future contingencies. Just as they were exploring, Long Feng inadvertently pressed down on a slightly recessed stone slab. In an instant, the sharp point of the slab pierced his palm, and blood trickled slowly into its crevices. When Long Feng felt a sharp pain and quickly raised his hand, he was astonished to find it unscathed. Just then, a crisp sound echoed from behind him. He turned in haste to see Sha Yaoyao inexplicably collapsed on the ground. Alarmed, Long Feng rushed to her side, supporting her as he anxiously called out, "What happened? Please wake up." At that moment, a mysterious, deep voice resonated, "Do not worry, she is unharmed. I merely put her into a temporary slumber to spare her from knowing what is about to transpire. There is no need for you to panic." This voice seemed to emanate from an ancient era, imbued with the weight of time and unfathomable sorrow. Long Feng shivered involuntarily, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He scanned his surroundings in a frantic search for the source of the voice, but all was silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Who are you? We merely stumbled upon this place by chance, and meant no offense. I implore you, esteemed elder, to show mercy and do not hold us accountable. We shall depart immediately." Long Feng's voice trembled with fear, his legs feeling weak. Come forth." The sigh seemed to transcend time itself. Laden with the gravitas of ages, suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the recessed area he had pressed, as if a slumbering behemoth had awakened, bellowing in rage. Accompanied by this tumultuous sound, a mysterious and ancient door slowly materialized before Long Feng. At this moment, Long Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his forehead. Although the earlier sight did not betray any overt hostility, who could assure him this was not a deliberate deception? However, faced with the unknown before him, he had no choice but to muster his courage and step closer to the door, each step feeling as though he traversed hundreds of miles. Every movement was fraught with difficulty, as if an invisible force were impeding his progress. Finally, when he expended all his strength to step through the door, the sight that greeted him left him utterly astounded. A blurred figure emerged silently, as if stepping forth from the void. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an extraordinary skeleton, seated upon a meditation mat, exuding a chilling aura. At first glance, the skeletal form appeared human, yet upon closer scrutiny, one could discern two sharp horns protruding from the top of its skull, reminiscent of legendary dragon horns. Furthermore, a slender tailbone extended from its back, swaying gently, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Long Feng's eyes widened as he gazed at this being that was neither human nor beast. A torrent of questions flooding his mind. What was the origin of this enigmatic entity? Why had it appeared here? What connection did it share with him? A series of enigmas enveloped his thoughts, plunging him into deep contemplation. "Little one, do not be alarmed. Your presence here indicates you possess the bloodline of the abyssal dragon, albeit faint. Still, it suffices." As these words resonated, a chill coursed up Long Feng's spine. spreading throughout his entire being, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Could it be that the owner of this mysterious voice harbored ill intentions towards him? Yet, the unfolding reality proved Long Feng's fears to be unfounded. For shortly thereafter, he heard the voice continue, "I was once the supreme being within this vast universe, on the verge of achieving divinity, when I tragically fell victim to an unforeseen calamity, betrayed by envious foes. I narrowly escaped to this place through my own formidable strength and a stroke of luck. I had hoped to recuperate here, waiting for the day my wounds would heal so I could seek vengeance for the blood that has been spilled. Alas, I was first struck by heavenly retribution and then further betrayed by my enemies, ultimately leading to my demise in this very location. In my final moments, I expended the last vestiges of my strength to leave this fragment of consciousness behind, in search of a kindred spirit, hoping one day they might fulfill my quest for vengeance." Chapter 8, The Legacy of Memory. Now I understand, but I cannot afford to be complacent. After digesting this revelation, Long Feng contemplated inwardly. The current situation remains ambiguous, and enemies may be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. While he felt momentarily relieved, he could not let his guard down. At this moment, Long Feng was acutely aware of the heavy burden he bore. A single misstep could lead to his irrevocable downfall. Yet, in the face of this inscrutable skeleton, a sense of bewilderment and helplessness began to creep in. Just as Long Feng was engulfed in thought, the skeleton spoke once more. "If you promise to avenge me in the future, I shall bestow upon you immense fortune. What say you?" As it spoke, the skeleton's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light, fixated on Long Feng, as though attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. This gaze was imbued with both hope and an undercurrent of menace, causing Long Feng's heart to race even faster. Long Feng comprehended that this decision would profoundly impact his future fate. He was acutely aware of the significant stakes involved and understood the necessity for cautious deliberation. After a period of deep contemplation, Long Feng finally spoke in a measured tone. "Esteemed senior, I find myself presently lacking in strength, surrounded by formidable adversaries, and in a dire predicament. Under these circumstances, I cannot boldly proclaim that I will undoubtedly fulfill your request. However, should fortune favor me in my cultivation and the opportune moment arise in the future, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to assist you in avenging this grievous blood feud. Beyond this, I cannot in good conscience make any further promises. I hope for your understanding." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Feng anxiously fixed his gaze upon the skeleton before him. He silently prayed that his response would garner the senior's recognition and forgiveness. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns that failing to meet the other's expectations might provoke its wrath, leading to unpredictable consequences. After all, in this world filled with uncertainties and dangers, even the slightest misstep could result in catastrophic outcomes. "Ha, good, very good. Were you to promise me wholeheartedly, even with your lineage of the abyssal dragon bloodline, I might have considered keeping you. However, at this moment, although you have not provided a direct affirmation, this alone suffices to demonstrate that you are not the type to pursue selfish gains at any cost. Perhaps one day you truly may avenge this blood feud for me. Who can say? Next, you need only sit cross-legged. Do not harbor any resistance. I shall wholeheartedly impart all that I have learned in this life to you. Remember not to forget your promise." "I would never dare forget," Long Feng replied, elated. As he spoke, a shadowy light shot forth from the skeleton's eye sockets, piercing directly into Long Feng's own eyes. In an instant, Long Feng's body became rigid, akin to a statue, utterly immobile. Meanwhile, a momentous transformation was quietly unfolding within his mind and Dantian. The thoughts within his mind were gradually shifting towards the form of spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is the culmination of a martial artist's arduous journey, where their awareness transcends to a higher plane. In other words, only when consciousness evolves into spiritual consciousness can a martial apprentice possess the capital and confidence to step into the realm of a martial artist. Yet, perplexingly, while Long Feng's consciousness was transitioning into spiritual consciousness, his cultivation level showed no signs of advancement. Fortunately, at this moment, his vast sea of consciousness was expanding at an astonishing speed, when all of Long Feng's consciousness successfully transformed into spiritual consciousness. The breadth of his sea of consciousness had already reached the extent attainable by a late-stage martial artist, truly remarkable, beyond comprehension. Not only that, but the anomalies within his Dantian continued to unfold. Under normal circumstances, a typical martial apprentice's Dantian could only accommodate a pool of spiritual energy, and as their realm ascended, the capacity of the Dantian would gradually increase, once the spirals of energy within the Dantian transformed entirely into liquid form. The martial apprentice could leap through the dragon gate and advance to the realm of a martial artist. At this moment, the Dantian region within Long Feng's body had expanded to an astonishing 3 pools. And the spirals that had been swirling within had miraculously transformed into a liquid state. As the spirals underwent this astounding transformation, Long Feng's cultivation level began to rise steadily. Time passed quietly, and no one could ascertain how long had elapsed, but eventually Long Feng's cultivation stabilized at a delicate threshold between martial apprentice and martial artist, as if a gentle leap would suffice for a breakthrough. Ha, so this is it, so it is. A sudden boisterous laughter erupted, and then Long Feng opened his eyes as if awakening from a dream. He was astonished to discover that the remnants of the soul within the skeleton had mysteriously entered the devouring pearl. Moreover, it was laughing maniacally within. Simultaneously, fragments of memories not originating from himself inexplicably appeared in the depths of Long Feng's mind. Young one, I have always felt an indescribable familiarity with you. I initially thought it was merely because of your abyssal dragon bloodline. Yet the true reason lies within this devouring pearl. A vague figure slowly spoke. Upon closer inspection, this person was none other than the residual soul within the skeleton's senior. How did you come to know of the devouring pearl? What is even more astonishing is that you were able to enter it with such ease, Long Feng inquired, his face a mask of trepidation, his voice trembling. After all, prior to this moment, he alone was aware of the existence of the devouring pearl. Furthermore, according to the information he possessed, entering the devouring pearl required not only his explicit permission but also his personal guidance. However, this enigmatic senior was not only well versed in the devouring pearl but could also enter and exit freely, far exceeding Long Feng's imagination. The devouring pearl is mine. How could I be unaware of how to enter and exit? The elder initially responded with a prideful demeanor, but then his tone shifted, revealing a blend of nostalgia and resentment. Moreover, he hesitated, as if caught in a reverie. Observing this, Long Feng speculated inwardly, could it be that this senior inadvertently discovered the wondrous devouring pearl and sought to claim it for himself? With this thought, Long Feng felt a surge of anxiety, intently watching every move of the other. Young one, I once believed I would vanish into oblivion, dissipating into the ether, never to be found again. Yet, unexpectedly, destiny has smiled upon me, allowing me to reunite with the devouring pearl in this life. With the power of this pearl, my lingering soul may gradually restore itself, and should fortune favor me, I might even achieve complete revival. From this point on, I shall reside within the devouring pearl, and I hope you will diligently cultivate and not squander your youth. Perhaps one day in the future I may still need your assistance. Rest assured, senior, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Long Feng earnestly replied. You must have integrated the memories of the past. The remaining matters will rely on your own exploration. At this moment, I urgently require rest to recuperate and restore my vitality. With that, the elder's figure flickered and vanished into the devouring pearl, leaving Long Feng searching in vain for any trace of him. Chapter 9, A Momentous Gain. What a peculiar occurrence. Why can I never perceive his whereabouts? I do not even know the honorable name of the elder. How could he suddenly disappear without a trace? Long Feng murmured, a look of confusion etched upon his face. It is not yet time for me to reveal my name to you. Were I to do so now, it might bring you undue misfortune. You need only know that we share a surname. Just as Long Feng was lost in his thoughts, the voice of the mysterious elder suddenly reverberated within the space of the devouring pearl. This unexpected sound sent a jolt through Long Feng, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. Startled by the sudden voice, Long Feng trembled uncontrollably, taking a long time to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, then began to meticulously sort through the enigmatic memories imparted by the elder. Minutes turned into hours, and it felt as though he traversed time, experiencing a lengthy life alongside the elder. Throughout this process, Long Feng absorbed many astonishing skills such as alchemy, talisman crafting, puppet manipulation, and beast taming techniques, among others. Possessing such a plethora of exquisite skills undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for his future cultivation journey. Now that his experience had become sufficiently rich, it was merely a matter of time before he applied it in real life. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally attempt to see if these abilities can truly prove useful. As Long Feng reveled in his delightful fantasies, a smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of innocence. However, at that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that the previously unconscious Xiao Yaoer stood quietly behind him, fists clenched and poised for action, evidently intending to launch a surprise attack on Long Feng while he was unprepared. Bang! With a dull thud, Long Feng let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, that hurts. It turned out that Xiao Yaoer could no longer restrain herself and had struck Long Feng's head with great force. When Long Feng turned around, he found Xiao Yaoer with her hands clasped behind her back. Her head lowered, her face a mask of uncontainable embarrassment. She had initially thought that Long Feng would be knocked out like herself and would awaken in a foolish state. The mere thought of potentially facing her grandfather's reprimand upon returning filled her with dread. Thus she resolved to employ a method of poisoning with poison to stimulate Long Feng once more, hoping to restore him to normalcy. "Why did you hit me? The pain is unbearable," Long Feng groaned in agony. One hand clutching his injured head while the other instinctively raised in a defensive posture, fearing yet another surprise assault from Xiao Yaoer. With her head bowed, Xiao Yaoer tightly grasped the hem of her garment. Her voice trembling as she spoke, "I thought you might have become foolish after fainting, so I attempted to employ the poison to counteract poison method, hoping to give you a little jolt to see if it could restore your senses. I never imagined it would actually work." A hint of shyness flickered across her face as she smiled. Long Feng scanned his surroundings, astonished to find that he had unknowingly returned to the very spot where Xiao Yaoer had collapsed moments ago. It seemed she believed I had fainted alongside her, indicating her lack of awareness regarding the events that had transpired. Long Feng mused to himself, "Are you alright? I didn't strike you too hard." "Did I?" Xiao Yaoer, noticing Long Feng's silence, could not help but inquire once more. Long Feng thought to himself, after all, her intentions were good, and although I still feel immense pain, I cannot hold it against her. Thus, he bore the discomfort and replied, "I am fine, but are you unscathed? What caused you to suddenly faint?" "I am not quite sure. I lost consciousness in an instant." Upon hearing Long Feng's lack of reproach, Xiao Yaoer felt a wave of relief wash over her. "It seems there is nothing of value left here. We should leave quickly to avoid any further danger." Reflecting on her sudden fainting spell sent a shiver down her spine. Had someone posed a threat while she was incapacitated, the outcome would have been dire. Gratefully, she urged Long Feng to depart hastily. Long Feng, contentedly savoring the fruitful rewards of their excursion, quietly contemplated that it was indeed time to return home. Since Xiao Yaoer had suggested it, he naturally had no objections. They then proceeded toward the nexus of the formation they had recently entered, working in unison to activate the runes. Finally, they emerged into the light. "See, I wasn't mistaken. This place truly conceals priceless treasures," Xiao Yaoer proclaimed triumphantly as they exited the array, her confidence radiating. I admit I was indecisive and allowed doubt to cloud my judgment." Long Feng chuckled at his own folly. Bearing no ill will. As they stepped out of the formation, the sky was already tinged with the first light of dawn. The pair exchanged jovial banter as they made their way back to the peak where Xiaoshen resided. Just as they were about to part ways to return to their respective abodes, an irate voice called out, "Stand right there and do not move. Where on earth have you two been gallivanting about? Why have you only returned at this hour?" It turned out that Xiaoshen was seated at a stone table, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon them. Clearly he had been waiting for quite some time. Likely having spent the entire night awake. "Oh dear, grandfather, we merely ventured into the back mountain for an adventure, and in the process, we assessed the abilities of your precious disciple," Xiao Yaoer pouted playfully. Her voice as melodious as a nightingale. As she spoke, she rushed over to Xiaoshen, grasping his hand and shaking it affectionately, her eyes sparkling with mischief and charm. Long Feng, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reserved. He respectfully bowed to Xiaoshen and said earnestly, "I apologize, master. We should have informed you before leaving." His tone was sincere, tinged with remorse. Xiaoshen's expression remained stern, yet concern flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Long Feng, slowly admonishing, "In the future, do not act so recklessly, you understand." At that moment, Xiao Yaoer, noticing the gravity of the situation, intentionally pouted in feigned anger, saying, "Oh dear, I dragged Long Feng along, so if blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon me." Her gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoshen, as if attempting to dissuade him from scolding them further. Indeed, upon witnessing Xiao Yaoer's sulky demeanor, Xiaoshen immediately softened. He waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Grandfather does not blame you, not at all. I was merely worried for your safety. Remember to inform me next time you go out, so I can send someone to protect you." A tender smile graced his face, revealing his indulgent affection for his whimsical granddaughter. This exchange illustrated Xiaoshen's deep fondness for Xiao Yaoer. Despite his outward sternness, his heart brimmed with care and love for her. Chapter 10, The Summons from Qi Shaotian. The morning following the conclusion of the recruitment, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. This morning held profound significance for Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer. As they had just returned from an arduous yet fulfilling journey, the previous night, Xiaoshen had issued them a stern warning. Henceforth, they must always notify him before departing, to avoid causing unnecessary worry. In light of such counsel, both Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer humbly accepted and solemnly vowed to adhere to the rules moving forward. However, not long after Long Feng returned to his dwelling, A series of crisp knocks shattered the tranquility. He sighed inwardly, having hoped for a moment of respite, only to realize that such a desire was now but a distant luxury, with a hint of resignation. Long Feng rose and made his way to the door, speculating that it might be Xiao Yaoer come to visit. Upon opening the door, he anticipated the sight of her playful and adorable visage, only to be taken aback by the presence of a disciple from Shaoshan's mountain. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he wondered at the purpose of this unexpected visitor. "Is this the residence of Muhan's senior brother Mu?" came a voice. Long Feng turned to see a young man clad in a blue robe standing before him, his demeanor respectful. He nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed." A wave of curiosity surged within him as he asked, "May I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" The disciple stepped forward, bowing and stating, "It is as follows. Senior brother Qi has sent word requesting your presence, as there is a matter of great importance to discuss." He hesitated for a moment, a flicker of concern in his eyes, apprehensive about disturbing Long Feng's cultivation and incurring his ire. Upon hearing this, Long Feng's understanding dawned. The mention of Qi Shaotian had already led him to surmise the nature of the summons. It seemed that Qi Shaotian had learned of his participation in the test the previous day and intended to recruit him under his wing. However, Long Feng was surprised by the swiftness of this development. Moreover, it appeared that Qi Shaotian was unfazed by any potential repercussions from Vice Dean Shaoshan. Such audacity revealed Qi Shaotian's bold and unrestrained nature. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced Long Feng's lips. Though his knowledge of Qi Shaotian was limited, it was evident that this individual was far from ordinary, given the respect Qi Shaotian seemed to hold for him. It would be prudent to accept the invitation. Perhaps this encounter would yield unexpected opportunities. Thus Long Feng nodded to the mountain disciple, signaling his agreement to attend the summons. He then turned and made his way toward Qi Shaotian's location, leaving the disciple behind, who exhaled in relief. Initially he had feared that Long Feng would be angered by the interruption, yet it seemed that this senior brother Mu was quite amicable. He hoped that this errand would proceed smoothly, lest it provoke Qi Shaotian's displeasure. As the disciple relaxed, he mused to himself, "It appears that this new senior brother Mu is indeed easy to get along with, yet, on the other hand, it is lamentable that such a talent will likely be treated as a mere pawn by the crown prince." At that thought, he quickly responded, "Indeed, it is the current crown prince, Qi Shaotian, your senior brother Qi." As he spoke, the young man's face bore a myriad of unspoken sentiments, yet he hesitated to express them. Caught in a struggle between words, Long Feng observed this with a furrowed brow and gently inquired, "Is there something else you wish to convey? If there are difficulties, feel free to speak freely." His voice was calm and resolute, imbued with a reassuring quality. The mountain disciple, named Xiaoyi, gazed at the refined and dignified Long Feng before him, a surge of admiration swelling within him, yet he also felt a pang of concern. After a deep breath and summoning his resolve, Xiaoyi leaned closer and whispered, "Senior brother Mu, there is something I must share with you. But please do not disclose it to anyone else." That senior brother Qi is notoriously petty and possesses an intense jealousy. Any talent that surpasses him will find themselves ostracized and suppressed, with some even falling victim to his malicious schemes. It is said that a previous exceptional genius, Long Feng, may have been ensnared in such a trap, leading to his untimely demise, due to the potential embarrassment it posed to the imperial family and the lack of concrete evidence. The matter faded into obscurity. This summons to meet him likely aims to recruit you under his banner, so please exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Long Feng's expression grew solemn. He slightly furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "Oh, I never imagined such matters could exist. Truly unexpected. I appreciate your reminder. I shall remain vigilant. If necessary, I shall feign submission to him, and seek an opportunity to extricate myself, ultimately aiming to eliminate him in one fell swoop." As he spoke, a glint of determination and resolve flickered in Long Feng's eyes. Xiaoyi felt a sudden jolt in his heart but quickly dismissed Long Feng's words as mere bravado, unaware that they would indeed materialize in the future. Once Xiaoyi had departed, Long Feng returned indoors and took a seat at the table, mulling over how to stand on equal footing with Qi Shaotian while concealing his true identity to avoid detection. After considerable reflection, Long Feng abruptly rose, stepped outside, and headed straight for Qi Shaotian's residence. Prior to arriving at this academy, Long Feng had already inquired about Qi Shaotian's dwelling, so he did not need to ask anyone else at this moment. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of an imposing and dignified mansion. Flanking the gates stood two majestic stone sculptures of celestial beasts, awe-inspiring and lifelike, evoking a sense of reverence. Long Feng had never anticipated the existence of such a grand estate within this campus. further illuminating Qi Xiaotian's significant status within the academy. In truth, rather than attributing Qi Xiaotian's esteemed position to his own merit, it would be more accurate to say that it stemmed from the immense pressure exerted by the imperial royal family on the academy he represented. Otherwise, an ordinary student would never possess such lavish accommodations. Although Tianfeng Academy is located within the Tianlong Kingdom, it is effectively an affiliated institution of the Tianlong sect, consistently supplying a steady stream of exceptional talent to the sect each year. The Tianlong Kingdom harbors ambitious aspirations, yearning for opportunities to rekindle its former glory. However, regrettably, its higher echelons suffer from a scarcity of formidable experts, unable to support such grand ambitions, leading to a tacit allowance, even encouragement, for its youth to conspire against those gifted individuals who cannot be recruited. Longfeng's prior persecution serves as a testament to this reality. As he pondered these thoughts, Longfeng approached the grand entrance. Chapter 11. Feigned submission. Upon reaching the gate, the guarding disciples immediately stepped forward to block his path, haughtily declaring, "This is the private residence of Senior Brother Qi. No idle individuals may approach. Begone, if you disturb Senior Brother Qi, you shall regret it." Longfeng, witnessing this, was not incensed. Rather, he calmly replied, "I am a new student named Muhan, here on the summons of Senior Brother Qi." The two guarding disciples, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that the individual before them was the one who had garnered much attention the previous day, and they were unsure if the rumors were true. "Follow me," said one of the disciples. Longfeng feigned great excitement and promptly followed him. After a few steps, the disciple turned back to remind him, once inside, "Do not speak out of turn if you offend Senior Brother Qi and face punishment. That's on you, just don't drag me into it. Do you understand?" "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother," Longfeng replied with a sycophantic smile, discreetly slipping a few silver notes into the disciple's hand. "I will rely on you for future guidance." Perhaps seeing Longfeng's obsequious demeanor softened the disciple's tone. "Don't blame me for my earlier words. You must understand the adage, to accompany the prince is to walk with the tiger. Being close to Senior Brother Qi indeed has its advantages." But he fell silent, leaving the implication that following Qi Xiaotian could yield substantial benefits, but the drawbacks were equally evident. After all, Qi Xiaotian was known for his erratic temperament and reckless conduct, although he might not dare to cause a fatal incident within the academy. Once outside its gates, the situation could be entirely different. Anyone who had offended him or incurred his displeasure had invariably faced various forms of retaliation. During their journey, Longfeng learned that the guarding disciple was named Zhang Lei. He had enrolled the previous year and had performed commendably in the testing, subsequently being coerced by Qi Xiaotian into joining his ranks. Zhang Lei also hailed from a small village and was acutely aware of the disadvantages of lacking any support. Thus, feeling compelled to align himself with Qi Xiaotian, Zhang Lei led Longfeng through a series of twists and turns until they finally arrived at a spacious hall where Longfeng was instructed to wait while Zhang Lei proceeded to report to Qi Xiaotian. Longfeng had been waiting since noon, and by the time evening arrived, his stomach was growling. He finally heard footsteps approaching from outside and immediately stood, eyes fixed on the doorway. A young man clad in a white robe, embroidered with a green dragon, entered slowly, followed closely by Zhang Eli. It was evident that this white-robed youth was none other than Qi Xiaotian. However, Longfeng pretended not to recognize him, though his tightly clenched fist betrayed his true sentiments. At that moment, Longfeng was exerting every effort to restrain his emotions. After all, Qi Xiaotian was accompanied only by Zhang Lei, who was at the initial stage of the pulse expansion realm, while Qi Xiaotian himself was merely at the early stage of the martial disciple realm. Longfeng had already reached the late stage of the martial disciple realm. If he chose to act now, he could easily subdue both of them. However, he refrained from taking any rash actions, uncertain whether Qi Xiaotian had hidden martial masters lurking in the shadows for protection. Perhaps this was all part of Qi Xiaotian's design to test Longfeng's reaction. As Qi Xiaotian approached Longfeng, Zhang Lei quickly urged, "You boy, do you not see Senior Brother Qi? Hurry and pay your respects." Longfeng inwardly sighed at Zhang Lei's sycophantic nature but maintained a faade of trepidation as he bowed to Qi Xiaotian, saying, "Muhan pays his respects to Senior Brother Qi. I did not know you were the extraordinary talent everyone speaks of. I hope you will not take offense." Upon hearing Longfeng's words, Qi Xiaotian displayed a hint of satisfaction and waved his hand. "No offense taken, ignorance is no fault." He then scrutinized Longfeng from head to toe, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features as he remarked, "I heard your testing results were impressive, nearing the 5th level of hidden energy, only slightly behind my own initial performance. Nonetheless, that is commendable. After all, reaching the 5th level is a significant milestone that not everyone can achieve." His words, seemingly casual, were laced with immense confidence and pride. Clearly, he considered his attainment of the 5th level of hidden energy to be a matter of course, while others would need to exert far greater effort. Long Feng detected the underlying meaning in Qi Xiaotian's words and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He mused, "What of the 5th level? Soon you shall understand that I have long surpassed you." Yet, he outwardly maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Replying, "Thank you for your praise, senior brother Cheetah. I still have much to learn and hope to gain insights from experts like you." Qi Xiaotian laughed heartily and patted Long Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Keep up the hard work. Perhaps one day you too may become a master like me." With that, he turned to leave. Watching Qi Xiaotian's departing figure, Long Feng tightened his fist, contemplating the insignificance of the 5th level. For he had already reached the 10th. Simultaneously, he recognized that in this world, strength was of paramount importance. Only by possessing formidable power could one earn the respect and recognition of others. Indeed, senior brother Qi is a true genius. How could I possibly compare to you? Your achievements are simply beyond my reach." Long Feng feigned admiration, and Qi Xiaotian, upon hearing his words, felt quite pleased, a smug expression crossing his face, yet he maintained an air of false modesty, saying, "You flatter me. However, your recognition of your own shortcomings indicates you possess some insight. Only by clearly understanding one's deficiencies can one continue to improve." Long Feng nodded vigorously in agreement, his expressions of admiration for Qi Xiaotian flowing continuously. Subsequently, Qi Xiaotian patted Long Feng's shoulder earnestly, saying, "Well said, a young person should have such awareness. I see potential in you. If you are willing to join my ranks and venture into the world with me, you will surely achieve great things in the future. What do you say?" Long Feng had been awaiting this very offer and immediately answered without hesitation, "I am deeply honored by senior brother Qi's kindness. It would be my utmost fortune to follow a genius like you. I hope for your continued guidance and support." With that, Long Feng began to lavish praise upon Qi Xiaotian, extolling him as unparalleled. Leaving Zhang Lei nearby utterly dumbfounded, Zhang Lei muttered to himself, "This guy is truly remarkable. He is nothing short of a sycophant. In the realm of flattery, I am but a mere novice compared to him." Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Long Feng's fervent attempts to ingratiate himself with Qi Xiaotian are driven by ulterior motives. He seeks to leverage Qi Xiaotian's influence to draw closer to him and seize the opportunity for vengeance. Were they to uncover Long Feng's true intentions, their current ease would surely dissipate. Chapter 12, Qi Xiaotian's provocation. "Everyone, please come forth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei cast a perplexed glance at Qi Xiaotian, beginning to survey his surroundings, his mind awash with confusion. Long Feng, however, was taken aback, silently pondering, "As I suspected, Qi Xiaotian intentionally appears without guards to test me. Fortuitously, I refrained from acting impulsively earlier, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Subsequently, Long Feng mimicked Zhang Lei's behavior, scanning the area and feigning ignorance as he looked towards Qi Xiaotian. At that moment, 4 individuals suddenly emerged in the hall. Among them was an elderly man clad in a grey robe, exuding a steady aura, clearly of considerable prowess. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men in black cloaks, one wielding a massive battle axe, the other brandishing a large cleaver. The last figure was a middle-aged woman, her form gracefully voluptuous, particularly accentuated by her curvaceous silhouette, which seemed poised to captivate. At present, she fixated her gaze upon Long Feng, scrutinizing him as though he were an enticing prey, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Qi Xiaotian regarded Long Feng for a moment before gesturing towards the grey-robed elder, stating, "Allow me to introduce you properly. This esteemed individual is Senior Hao Feng. His cultivation has reached the late stage of a martial artist, making him quite formidable." Next, Qi Xiaotian pointed towards the 2 men in cloaks, continuing his introduction, "These 2 are Senior Kuda and Senior Kuyu. They are both exceptional individuals, masters at the intermediate stage of martial artists." Finally, Qi Xiaotian's finger directed towards the middle-aged beauty, who had not once diverted her gaze from Long Feng, smiling as he said, "This lady is of great significance. She is Senior Lu Yiqiu, also at the intermediate stage of martial arts. Yuhan, if you can gain her favor and support, your future prospects are boundless, certainly no less than following me." With these words, Qi Xiaotian cast a meaningful glance at Long Feng. Yet, Long Feng found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Qi Xiaotian's insinuations. At that moment, the enchanting Lu Yiqiu turned her alluring eyes towards Qi Xiaotian, teasingly chiding, "Young master, please do not jest with me any longer. However, on a different note, this young fellow does indeed pique my interest." Long Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him upon hearing this exchange. He was merely 8 years old, albeit appearing closer to 12 due to his transformation. The notion of Lu Yiqiu's blatant interest was, to say the least, disconcerting. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but shudder slightly. This subtle movement, however, inadvertently caught Lu Yiqiu's attention. She misinterpreted it as a reaction of excitement, unaware that it stemmed from Long Feng's inner revulsion. In a way, this unintentional gesture mitigated some potential risks for the forthcoming plan, thereby ensuring its smoother execution. Seeing Long Feng readily align himself under his banner, Qi Xiaotian was in high spirits and ordered a lavish feast to be prepared for all present. During the banquet, Long Feng engaged in sycophantic discourse, showering compliments upon Qi Xiaotian and the martial artists in attendance. This flattery left Qi Xiaotian and the four experts greatly pleased, prompting them to generously present Long Feng with various spiritual herbs and weapons they no longer required. Long Feng feigned reluctance, but after a few rounds of polite refusals, he joyfully accepted these treasures. Qi Xiaotian mused inwardly, though Long Feng may not possess my level of innate talent, if utilized properly, he could become a valuable asset. Despite his status as the crown prince, he is acutely aware of the precariousness of his position within the royal family. The current ruler, Qi Silu, has numerous offspring, many of whom exhibit extraordinary gifts. Qi Xiaotian's siblings are equally ambitious, each harboring aspirations for power. Thus, despite occupying the position of crown prince, his seat is far from secure. Therefore, encountering a talent like Long Feng, he strives to win him over. Failure to do so may result in the loss of such potential to his rivals, hindering his own advancement. This was why he had previously devised a scheme to lure Long Feng to the perilous abyss of 10,000 fathoms after discovering his awakening of the dragon physique. As he sought to eliminate any threats posed by Long Feng aligning with his siblings, the thoughts of the four martial artists varied. Elder Hao Feng valued Long Feng's potential, believing that a modest investment now could yield significant returns in the future. Conversely, Kuda and Kuyu were less strategic, simply impressed by Long Feng's deference and impulsively bestowing gifts upon him. As for the middle-aged beauty Lu Yiqiu, her gaze rarely strayed from Long Feng, occasionally serving him food and pouring him wine, with her thoughts remaining a mystery. Although the items presented were not particularly rare in the eyes of Qi Xiaotian and the martial artists, they were invaluable treasures for Long Feng, who possessed the devouring sky technique. This technique allowed him to absorb any spiritually infused object to enhance his prowess, a unique ability he alone possessed, and a closely guarded secret. The banquet continued into the night, and it was Long Feng's first experience with alcohol. Had he not been at the late stage of a martial artist and exerted great restraint, he would have surely succumbed to inebriation. After the festivities concluded, Long Feng staggered back to his quarters, finally managing to dispel the effects of the alcohol. He began to sift through the items he had acquired, organizing them meticulously before solidifying his rapidly escalating cultivation. By dawn, he had successfully stabilized his newfound strength and proceeded to delve into the intricate memories granted by the mysterious Dragon Elder. Although the memories were overwhelmingly vast, the insights gained were profoundly beneficial, revealing the true nature and utility of the items he had received. Once everything was organized, Long Feng experienced a remarkable enhancement across all aspects of his abilities. Having reached a comprehension of cultivation akin to that of a martial sage, albeit without practical experimentation, nevertheless, he grasped concepts instantaneously upon encountering them. This underscores the formidable prowess of the enigmatic Dragon Elder. Having realized this, Long Feng began to understand why the Elder refrained from disclosing his true name and the identities of his enemies. He feared that such knowledge might burden Long Feng, potentially hindering his future cultivation or even giving rise to inner demons. Chapter 13, Frenzied Cultivation. While Long Feng was solidifying his cultivation and refining his training approach, the entire Tianfeng Academy was enveloped in a tense and fervent atmosphere. Particularly among those students under the age of 15 who had already attained the martial artist level, there was a palpable eagerness to engage in rigorous training. In 6 months' time, the Academy's grand competition would take place, a contest not only of internal rivalry but also of the Academy's reputation and honor. The ultimate victor would represent the Academy against 3 other institutions within the Tianlong sect, providing an unparalleled opportunity to showcase one's strength. Those who excelled in this competition could secure a bright future, as well as expedite their access to resources. As a result, every student was eager to demonstrate their abilities. However, since returning from Qi Xiaotian's residence, Long Feng had seemingly transformed into a different person. Aside from occasional appearances during meals, he had locked himself away in his quarters, engrossed in intense training. Xiao Yaoer attempted to visit several times, only to find herself gazing at the closed door in frustration. She understood that Long Feng was undoubtedly preparing for the impending academy competition. Despite her repeated attempts to see him, Xia Yaoer found herself increasingly despondent, nearly succumbing to her emotions and storming in to drag Long Feng out. Yet, despite her fervent desire for Long Feng's company, she ultimately refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. Vice Principal Xiao Shen had informed her that he had arranged for Long Feng to participate in the competition 6 months hence. Moreover, following the contest, Xiao Shen would need to return to his family to attend to certain matters. If Long Feng could successfully break through to the martial artist level, he might have the opportunity to accompany him. Thus, while Xia Yaoer felt a sense of reluctance, she also harbored a flicker of hope. After all, she had followed her grandfather Xiao Shen to Tianfeng Academy since childhood, possessing little to no recollection of her family. Let alone having seen her parents' faces. Each time she contemplated this, sadness would inevitably wash over her. This time each year, she would venture alone to the back mountains to seek solace, and it was precisely during one of these excursions that she unexpectedly stumbled upon that hidden opportunity. During this period, Qi Shaotian had dispatched envoys on numerous occasions in search of Long Feng. These encounters typically revolved around trivial and inconsequential exchanges, often merely introducing some of his subordinates or acquaintances to Long Feng. Nevertheless, these experiences proved to be quite beneficial for Long Feng. Primarily, they afforded him a deeper insight into the extent of Qi Shaotian's influence. Additionally, through his interactions with these individuals, Long Feng was able to glean information regarding the adversarial forces that Qi Shaotian might face. On one such occasion, Long Feng received startling news. Qi Shaotian's third brother, Qi Yang, and fifth sister, Qi Luofei, were both eyeing the throne with intent to compete against him. Furthermore, a formidable rival, Qi Shaotian's sixth brother, Qi Xian, emerged into the fray. It turned out that Qi Xian's mother was the sister of Zhou Siming, the Minister of War, which granted her significant authority over the military and the court. Only the Chancellor Lu Yaowen could contend with her power. Notably, Qi Shaotian's mother was the daughter of the Chancellor, which allowed Lu Yaowen to frequently exploit this connection to undermine Zhou Siming by elevating his own status. Such open and covert conflicts within the court were no secret. Yet the underlying complexities were far more intricate than they appeared. Additionally, there was the ninth sister, Qi Yuewei, a prodigy with an awakened ice sparrow constitution, who also enjoyed the favor of Emperor Qi Silu. As her mother was the daughter of an outer elder from the Tianlong sect, marking her as a person of notable lineage. Although Qi Yuewei harbored no ambitions for the throne, her powerful background and exceptional talent instilled a sense of trepidation in Qi Shaotian, prompting him to maintain a watchful eye on her every move. Qi Shaotian was acutely aware of the connections and valuable resources possessed by these princes and princesses. This illustrates that while Qi Shaotian exhibited a haughty and somewhat arrogant demeanor, he simultaneously possessed a degree of cunning and political acumen. As time swiftly passed, with only a month remaining until the grand competition, Long Feng finally exhausted all the treasures and spiritual herbs he had previously acquired. Successfully entering the ranks of martial practitioners, such astonishing progress in his cultivation was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Long Feng intentionally suppressed his aura to the initial stage of a martial apprentice. This not only satisfied the eligibility requirements for the competition but also prevented others from harboring suspicions or envy. Moreover, this strategy would help evade Qi Shaotian's scrutiny. After all, given Long Feng's talents, it was entirely reasonable for him to ascend to the martial apprentice realm after nearly half a year of effort. It is worth noting that when Long Feng shared the exhilarating news of his advancement with Qi Shaotian, the latter was overjoyed, generously bestowing upon him numerous precious treasures. Simultaneously, he expressed profound admiration for Long Feng and promised that if he continued to strive, he would undoubtedly assist him in ascending to the throne, at which point he could be conferred titles and enjoy boundless wealth and glory. However, deep within, Long Feng harbored an unquenchable hatred for Qi Shaotian, making it utterly impossible for him to aid this detestable adversary in the struggle for the throne. Not only that, he was secretly on the lookout for the perfect opportunity for revenge. It seemed imperative that he sought a suitable moment to engage with Qi Shaotian's siblings. After all, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. To execute a flawless revenge plan while avoiding the Emperor Qi Silu's wrath or even death, he needed to leverage the power struggle to increase his chances of success. Otherwise, he could only wonder how long it would take to break through to the martial spirit realm. As relying solely on his own power would likely prove futile. Upon returning to his residence, Long Feng found himself speaking aloud. At this moment, despite having attained a certain level of cultivation, he recognized a marked deficiency in his offensive capabilities. Thus, he resolutely immersed himself in rigorous training. First, he chose a palm technique suited to his current realm, the dragon seizing and crane control technique. Once mastered, it would enable him to seize objects from a distance and effortlessly part metals and stones with his bare hands. Next, Long Feng delved into the study of footwork. The marvel of the carefree walk lay in its ability, in its initial stages, to allow one to traverse 100 meters in an instant. Yet, at its pinnacle, it could render one's figure nearly imperceptible, elusive, and seemingly vanishing into thin air. Such a wondrous technique was nothing short of an invincible skill for escape, in terms of weaponry. Long Feng opted for an extraordinary technique known as the 10,000 sword technique. As its name suggests, the essence of this technique lies in unleashing hundreds, even thousands, of sword shadows from the blade in hand, launching a fierce assault against foes. And when this skill is cultivated to its zenith, it is said to manifest a spectacular scene of 10,000 swords unleashed simultaneously. Faced with such a torrential downpour of sword attacks, enemies would likely find themselves with no choice but to surrender and await their fate. Chapter 14. Shi Yang. As the time for the grand competition drew near, nearly everyone was immersed in frenzied cultivation. As if striving to unlock their potential to the fullest extent, however, there remained a few affluent youths and privileged scions who continued to meander leisurely through the streets, even lingering in taverns and other entertainment venues. On this particular morning, Xiao Yaoer finally seized an excellent opportunity to catch Long Feng and implored him to accompany her on an outing. Since arriving in the imperial capital, Long Feng had spent most of his time within the academy, leaving him little chance to explore the city. Upon seeing Xiao Yaoer approach him with her request, Long Feng mused that an excessive focus on cultivation might yield counterproductive results. Perhaps indulging in a bit of relaxation could bring about unexpected rewards. Thus, he graciously accepted her invitation. As they journeyed, Xiao Yaoer looked around, her gaze flitting from stall to stall, brimming with curiosity, yet she restrained her impulses, fearing ridicule from Long Feng. Sensing her thoughts, Long Feng merely smiled slightly and remained silent. Proceeding to peruse the various stalls on his own, gradually, Xiao Yaoer relaxed and began to enjoy herself. By evening, she excitedly led him to the grandest tavern in the imperial capital, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Having sold off unnecessary items before their outing, Long Feng found himself with a bit of pocket money. Considering his humble origins and having never encountered such opulence, he decided to let Xiao Yaoer guide him through this new experience. The two arrived at the illustrious Mingyue Tower, renowned for its exquisite wines and ingredients, each possessing unique effects to aid cultivators of various realms in enhancing their skills or refining their physiques. Consequently, even those with modest means often frequented this establishment to savor its culinary delights. Just as they stepped through the entrance and ascended to the second floor, a boy of around 11 or 12 approached them. Adorned with a jade crown and dressed in resplendent attire, he exuded an air of arrogance. Following closely behind him were two middle-aged men, likely his bodyguards. As Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer prepared to step aside, one of the attendants behind the boy strode forward, glaring fiercely and sternly admonishing, "What beggar dares to block our young master's path? Don't you have the sense to see who stands before you? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, or you will regret it." Though the two had intended to yield, they were instantly incensed by the remark. Long Feng managed to restrain his emotions to some extent, but the pampered and willful Xiao Yaoer could not tolerate such baseless insults. With her hands on her hips, she pointed a finger at the attendant and retorted defiantly, "I am blocking the way today. So what? What can you do about it? Look at your arrogant demeanor. Do you truly believe you are that formidable?" Recently, Xiao Yaoer had been harboring a sense of frustration. The reason was simple: Long Feng had been preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving no time for her enjoyment. Finally seizing the opportunity to venture out and have some fun, only to be met with such a disheartening encounter, was indeed vexing. It is worth noting that within the academy, Xiao Yaoer was a well-known figure, and everyone greeted her with affection, referring to her as Miss Yaoer. This preferential treatment was not due to any particular reason but simply because her grandfather was Deputy Dean Xiao Xinxiao, whose standing was equivalent to that of the national sovereign, Qisilu. Although the seemingly ordinary Tianfeng Academy resided within the territory of the Tianlong Kingdom, it was, in fact, a formidable branch under the Tianlong sect. As for the Tianlong Kingdom, it was merely one of the numerous vassal states of the Tianlong sect. With such a powerful background, it is easy to imagine who would dare to provoke Xiao Yaoer lightly. However, today's situation was different. The young boy opposing Xiao Yaoer was not someone to be underestimated. He was none other than Qi Yang, the third prince of the Tianlong Kingdom, at the tender age of 12. Qi Yang had already mastered a fire-based technique known as the explosive hand to an extraordinary level, What is even more remarkable is that, at such a tender age, he has already attained the mid-tier cultivation of a martial apprentice and is steadily approaching the threshold of the advanced stage. Such astonishing talent can easily rival that of the crown prince, Shi Xiaotian. Qi Yang is not merely a formidable competitor on Shi Xiaotian's path to power, he frequently presents myriad obstacles to Qi Xiaotian during the power struggle. Inciting profound fury within him, "You little brat, do you not even know who I am? In the Dragon Empire few dare to speak to me in such a manner, you possess quite the audacity to provoke me so brazenly. Truly, you seem to be courting death." Today, Qi Yang had originally come with the intention of meeting with significant figures to discuss strategies against Qi Xiaotian. However, contrary to his expectations, this meeting did not yield the desired outcome. At this very moment, upon witnessing Xiao Yaoer openly challenge him, Qi Yang's wrath ignited instantaneously, prompting him to prepare to attack without hesitation. With remarkable agility, Qi Yang swiftly extended his palm, aiming directly for Xiao Yaoer. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance between them. Faced with this sudden assault, Xiao Yaoer was completely taken aback. She had always believed that anyone aware of her true identity would never dare to offend her so easily. Yet, this individual did not even bother to inquire. He launched his attack directly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Observing Xiao Yaoer frozen in fear, Qi Yang felt a surge of pride swell within him. As Qi Yang's strike was about to connect with Xiao Yaoer, she remained paralyzed, prompting Long Feng to shake his head in helplessness. Initially, he had no desire to become embroiled in this dispute, but given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to intervene. Just as Qi Yang was about to strike Xiao Yaoer, Long Feng made his move. He suddenly raised his right hand, transforming it into a claw-like shape, and gently drew in toward Xiao Yaoer. In an instant, she was as if pulled by an invisible force, evading Qi Yang's attack in a manner that was both perilous and extraordinary. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Not only was Qi Yang dumbfounded, but even his attendants were utterly bewildered. No one had anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous youth beside Xiao Yaoer could so effortlessly rescue her from afar. However, the surprises did not end there. As they looked around in astonishment, they discovered that Long Feng had quietly positioned himself behind Qi Yang. At that moment, Qi Yang's two attendants were seized by terror, simultaneously shouting, "Young master, be careful!" Unfortunately, it was already too late. Long Feng moved like lightning, first employing the technique of carefree steps to close the distance at an astonishing speed, and then executing the dragon control and crane capture technique. His hands swiftly morphed into a sharp claw, striking toward the nape of Qi Yang's neck with the speed of a gale. With a crisp snap, Long Feng had firmly subdued Qi Yang. His gaze was as icy as frost, and he coldly uttered, "Do you wish to die or to live?" The two attendants of Qi Yang were horrified, immediately exclaiming, "Stop!" Their voices were filled with urgency and dread. "Now you wish to plead for mercy. Why didn't you speak so civilly just a moment ago?" Long Feng scoffed out, "We meant no offense, esteemed young hero. Please show mercy and release our young master." One of the older attendants hastily bowed, pleading, "Our young master is the third prince, Qi Yang, and we hope you will consider the grace of the sovereign and spare him. After all, even if you were to kill him, you would not escape the Dragon Kingdom. Why not resolve this matter amicably?" The attendant continued, his voice tinged with desperation. Hearing the identity revealed, Long Feng was privately astonished. Though he did not show it, he let out a cold laugh. "So it is the third prince. How rude of me, but do you think invoking the sovereign will cause me to relent?" The expressions of the attendants shifted dramatically. They had not expected Long Feng to be so unyielding, yet they dared not offend him further. Thus they steeled themselves and said, "Esteemed hero, you are magnanimous. Please spare our young master this once. If you have any demands, we will do our utmost to fulfill them." Long Feng regarded them, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Since you are so sincere, I shall offer you a chance. Answer me one question, and I may consider releasing your young master." The attendants exchanged glances before chorusing, "What is the question?" Long Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "What do you think of your young master's character?" This inquiry plunged the attendants into contemplation. They understood that a poor response could provoke Long Feng's ire, leading to even graver consequences. After deliberation, one of them cautiously replied, "Our young master, while somewhat headstrong, possesses a kind heart and is friendly toward others." Long Feng erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, how absurd! You sycophants can only speak well of your master. I do not believe that a boastful tyrant who oppresses the common folk could be considered virtuous. Today, I merely offer him a small lesson. Should he fail to repent, others will surely come to settle the score." With that, Long Feng sheathed his sword. The attendants sighed in relief and hurried to assist the injured third prince. Qi Yang expressing their gratitude to Long Feng. Although Qi Yang was reluctant and resentful, he recognized that he was no match for Long Feng and could only swallow his indignation and depart the scene. Meanwhile, Long Feng contemplated, this third prince does not seem to be of noble character, I must remain vigilant in the future. He then turned and vanished into the crowd. After the intense altercation, those nearby hastily retreated. Fearing the fallout, however, Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer fearlessly ascended to the second floor once more. Once seated, Xiao Yaoer gazed at Long Feng with eyes sparkling like countless stars, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Muhan, you are truly incredible. You even dared to confront the third prince, Qi Yang, and not only that, you subdued him with such swift skill. That is simply amazing. Xiao Yaoer grew increasingly animated. Showing no signs of pressure from Qi Yang's status as a prince, for her, as long as her grandfather, Xiaoshen, was around, no one dared to provoke her, not even a royal, yet she overlooked a crucial fact: if others did not recognize her, the consequences could be dire. As Long Feng began to indulge in a lavish feast, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from the staircase. Without turning around, he continued to savor the delicacies until the sound drew closer. And only when it reached him did he glance back. It was none other than Qi Yang and his two attendants, returning with an armful of items that resembled gift boxes. Before Long Feng could inquire, Qi Yang stepped forward, bowed, and stated, "We were in the wrong earlier. Please accept these gifts as a token of our apology." He bowed once more, and his attendants placed the gift boxes on the table. "Since you understand your mistake, you may keep these items. We simply wish for a peaceful respite. You may leave now," Long Feng replied, taken aback by Qi Yang's sudden transformation. Just moments ago, Qi Yang had stormed away in a fit of rage. Yet now, in such a short span of time, he had seemingly undergone a complete change of heart, not only altering his demeanor but even personally visiting to offer an apology with gifts. This left Long Feng puzzled about Qi Yang's true intentions. Noticing that Qi Yang and his attendants remained seemingly unwilling to depart, Long Feng frowned slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion and caution. "Might I inquire if there is anything further you wish to discuss? If not, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Qi Yang stepped forward, a broad smile adorning his face, and spoke earnestly. "Esteemed hero, please do not take offense. I have come not to cause trouble but to befriend someone as heroic as yourself. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding, and I hope you will forgive me." With another deep bow, Qi Yang continued, "You are quite young yet possess such extraordinary skill, truly a rare talent. You are destined to achieve remarkable feats in the future, and we would be honored to assist you on your path to greatness." Long Feng pondered Qi Yang's words, surprised by their sudden shift in demeanor. However, seeing their sincerity and respect, he felt it inappropriate to outright reject them. After a moment of silence, Long Feng finally replied, "I see, but as we are strangers, why would you wish to assist me?" Qi Yang quickly clarified, "After witnessing your unparalleled martial prowess, my admiration has only grown. To befriend someone of your caliber would be an honor beyond measure." Indeed, after Qi Yang and his companions had stormed out in anger, he had recalled something significant. The more he contemplated, the more he felt he had acted too impulsively, missing an opportunity to befriend such a formidable individual. Thus, he made a swift decision, immediately turning back, prepared with lavish gifts to apologize and make amends to Long Feng. Fortunately, Long Feng and another individual had not yet departed, allowing him to arrive just in time. At that moment, Qi Yang was filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the possibility of obtaining Long Feng's recognition and assistance. With a genius like Long Feng aiding him, the future struggle for supremacy would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Seeing how effortlessly Long Feng had subdued him earlier, despite being so young yet possessing such strength, Qi Yang believed that if he could win him over, Long Feng would surely play a pivotal role in his quest for power. Hence, he returned as he did earlier. "My name is Muhan. You intend to win me over so that I may assist you against the other princes and princesses in the future. Am I correct? To be frank, Qi Shaotian has already approached me, and I have consented to join his faction. It would be best for you to withdraw now to avoid any misunderstandings with the crown prince." Upon hearing Qi Yang's words, Long Feng felt a jolt of surprise, yet he did not allow any signs of unease to show on his face. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "So it is the esteemed young hero Muhan. I have long admired your reputation. Since you have pledged your allegiance to my elder brother's faction, we shall not press you further. However, I wish to inquire, do you truly believe that aligning with one faction precludes collaboration with others? The path of a martial artist is fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Sometimes, choosing a suitable ally or partner may allow one to advance further and more steadily. After all, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Thus, I believe there remains ample room for discussion and collaboration between us. What say you?" After delivering this statement, Qi Yang gazed quietly at Long Feng, awaiting his response. He understood that he must exhibit sufficient sincerity and wisdom to impress this formidable young man before him. Meanwhile, Long Feng fell into contemplation, beginning to reassess the situation at hand. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement, the competition begins. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Qi Yang did not display any signs of discouragement. Rather, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile as he responded, "My elder brother is notoriously cunning and ruthless. A slight displeasure can result in severe punishment for those under his command. With some even facing execution. I have heard that the young man who recently awakened the abyssal dragon physique met a tragic end due to his schemes. This truth was witnessed by my subordinates. And it is by no means a fabrication. I had initially intended to recruit that young man and nurture him, but alas, I was preoccupied with pressing matters and could not lend timely assistance." Which is truly regrettable. Long Feng was taken aback by this revelation. He had never anticipated that Qi Yang, who had just been so arrogant and domineering, possessed such a broad-minded disposition. A sense of admiration for Qi Yang began to blossom within him. Simultaneously, Long Feng realized that the Qi Yang he had encountered earlier may have merely been a fade. In truth, this third prince exhibited a level-headed demeanor and considerable strategy, truly a dragon among men. "Oh, is that so? Do you not fear that your words might reach the crown prince's ears?" Long Feng inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "After all, there are many ears in the palace." What do I have to fear?" replied Qi Yang confidently. My reasoning is not born of fear, but rather a desire to prevent the tragedy of fratricide. Otherwise, with my strength, he would have long ceased to exist. Oh, that sounds rather profound," Long Feng remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. "Then, please, third prince, elaborate further." "Firstly, in terms of talent, I do not fall short of him," Qi Yang said with a subtle smile, continuing, "though he possesses the fire dragon physique and is lauded as a prodigy. You know that I too share the fire dragon physique. Moreover, I am nearing the late stage of a martial apprentice, while he remains stagnant in the mid-stage. Thus, I possess absolute confidence in my capabilities, yet, in the eyes of others, I am merely a dissolute scion." With a slight lift of his lips, Qi Yang revealed a hint of disdain. "How could they know that I have already secretly garnered the support of most officials in the court? Once the opportunity arises, I shall defeat them all in one fell swoop and show them the true me." Upon hearing these words, Long Feng felt a surge of astonishment. It turned out this third prince was indeed remarkable. Managing to orchestrate matters so meticulously without anyone noticing, he could not help but ponder, perhaps he could truly leverage this third prince's strength. This in-depth conversation continued until the late hours of the night, culminating in Long Feng's decision to collaborate with the third prince. However, the most critical task at hand was to participate in the Academy's grand competition and strive for outstanding results. Only then could they acquire more precious resources and enhance their cultivation level through the devouring power of the first layer of the devouring heaven technique. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the day of the competition arrived. On that morning, as Long Feng was engrossed in his training, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door interrupted him. "Brother Muhan, wake up quickly, the competition is about to commence, and if you don't hurry, we might miss the preliminary rounds," Xiao Yaoer called anxiously from outside the door. Startled by her words, Long Feng scolded himself. "Oh no, I almost forgot about such an important matter." Hastily, he rose and strode toward the door. Before long, Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer rushed to the martial arts arena in a flurry. "It's your fault for oversleeping. We almost missed it," Xiao Yaoer chided Long Feng with a frown. "I wasn't oversleeping. I was diligently practicing," Long Feng retorted with a playful flick to her forehead. Just keep making excuses," Xiao Yaoer pouted in dissatisfaction. Just then, a mentor on the high platform of the arena called out loudly, "All right, everyone, please quiet down. The time has come for the participating students to step forward and draw lots one by one." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yaoer was about to say something more but was cut off by Long Feng, who swiftly moved forward to join the other contestants in line to draw lots. When it was Long Feng's turn, he drew a red lot marked with a large number 8. After completing the draw, Long Feng began to survey his surroundings. Observing the other competitors, he noted that some had drawn black lots, while others, like himself, had drawn red lots. Just as he was pondering the implications, the mentor spoke again. "Now, we will commence the competition. The student who drew the red number 1 lot will compete against the black number 1 lot." And so forth. Hearing this, Long Feng promptly made his way to the 8th platform. At that moment, a burly youth clad in a blue short coat stood on the stage, looking down at him with a haughty expression. As Long Feng approached the stage, the youth's gaze remained fixed on him, appraising this seemingly diminutive opponent. It was undeniable that, compared to the imposing figure before him, Long Feng's slender frame exuded no sense of intimidation. Nevertheless, Long Feng did not falter or show fear. He approached with a composed and resolute demeanor. Junior, you might as well concede now, or else I won't hold back in the match. If anything unfortunate were to happen, it would be regrettable, the burly youth taunted. Strike whenever you're ready, Long Feng replied succinctly. Unfazed by the youth's provocation, taken aback by Long Feng's indifference, the burly youth felt a surge of anger and launched an attack. His right fist clenched as he charged towards Long Feng. As he neared, he assumed that Long Feng was too intimidated to react, but upon noticing the slight smirk on Long Feng's lips, he sensed something was amiss. Just as he was about to adjust his approach, Long Feng moved, executing a swift sidestep and appearing behind the burly youth. With a masterful technique, he unleashed the dragon control palm upon the youth's back. A resounding thud echoed as the once arrogant youth was sent flying off the stage, unconscious on the ground. Well done, Brother Muhan is the greatest, Xiao Yaoer cheered from below, raising her fist in celebration. Long Feng's decisive victory drew significant attention, including from Crown Prince Qi Xiaotian, who was thoroughly impressed. Recognizing such talent, he believed that great accomplishments lay ahead. Chapter 17. Battling Li Dahai with Long Feng's effortless victory. The other matches concluded one after another. In the subsequent bouts, predictably Long Feng triumphed with a single strike each time. His movements flowed like water, each attack infused with a fierce momentum, akin to an unstoppable river, eliciting cheers from countless spectators. Meanwhile, Li Dahai also easily dispatched his opponents one by one. His movements were as ethereal and graceful as idle clouds and wild cranes, each gesture infused with boundless mystery and profundity, leaving spectators in awe. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Qi Xiaotian wore a dark expression, his eyes flickering with rage. He could hardly fathom that Li Dahai had become so formidable, having consecutively defeated numerous disciples he had dispatched. This revelation filled him with shock and fury, as he secretly cursed, that insufferable brat. He pretended to be so respectful before, yet who would have thought he was hiding such depths? Go make arrangements for Muhan to test him. Qi Xiaotian ground his teeth, addressing a nearby disciple. His voice resonated with authority and indignation, sending chills down the spine. The disciple nodded hastily and departed to organize the next match. Yes, senior brother Qi. The disciple, not daring to hesitate, swiftly turned and made his way towards the arena's backstage. At that moment, the competition was intensely underway, akin to a raging inferno. Throughout this process, many surprising dark horse contestants had emerged, the most eye-catching of whom was undoubtedly Li Dahai, who had grown alongside Long Feng. Li Dahai had now successfully advanced to the mid-stage of martial apprentices, his strength undeniably formidable. Spectators couldn't help but speculate on how Li Dahai had achieved such astonishing progress in such a brief span. Some believed he must have encountered an unparalleled master who had provided him with meticulous guidance. Others were convinced that he had consumed some exceedingly rare and precious elixir, leading to his meteoric rise. Various theories abounded, inciting curiosity and anticipation regarding Li Dahai. Qi Xiaotian knew all too well that Li Dahai's rapid ascent was largely due to the substantial rewards he had received after eliminating Long Feng for him. These rewards included both rare cultivation resources and numerous high-level techniques. With such resources at his disposal, Li Dahai's training had indeed accelerated dramatically. As he contemplated this, Qi Xiaotian's fury intensified. He vowed through gritted teeth to make Li Dahai pay for daring to deceive him with duplicity. At that moment, Long Feng's gaze casually swept over, and to his surprise, Li Dahai also glanced in his direction. There was a provocative glint in his eyes, and he even made a throat-cutting gesture in front of Long Feng. However, Long Feng remained unfazed, composed as ever. Not long ago, Li Dahai had received a secret letter from the sixth prince, Qi Xian, revealing that Long Feng had connections with the third prince, who seemed to be making efforts to win Long Feng over. Initially, Long Feng had overshadowed him during the entrance examination, and upon hearing this news, Li Dahai's fury burned even fiercer. He could not tolerate anyone surpassing him, just as he had previously betrayed his childhood friend Long Feng out of jealousy for Long Feng's superior talent that garnered Qi Xiaotian's favor. While Long Feng had been unwilling to join Qi Xiaotian's ranks, thus creating an opportunity for him, the atmosphere at the competition venue was electric, with contestants engaged in tense and orderly duels. Before long, they arrived at the exhilarating 20-10 stage. Unsurprisingly, Long Feng's opponent turned out to be none other than his childhood friend Li Dahai. As Long Feng stepped onto the stage, Li Dahai was already waiting. At that moment, Li Dahai seemed brimming with confidence, believing that given his recent rapid advancement in cultivation, he would easily handle Long Feng. However, Li Dahai was oblivious to the fact that Long Feng had already entered the academy at the martial apprentice stage and had now ascended to the martial artist realm. Muhan, I never imagined you would dare to take the stage. Ever since you snatched my glory during the entrance exam, your fate was sealed, Li Dahai declared with a smug grin. Tauntingly, I have indeed heard of this individual. During this year's entrance examination, he demonstrated sufficient talent to be taken as a disciple by the Vice Dean. It is worth noting that the Vice Dean is one of the most esteemed figures in our academy. And to become his disciple is truly enviable, someone chimed in. Moreover, we have scarcely seen him since then. I wonder what his current cultivation level is. Another added, indeed, this Li Dahai's senior brother has also received considerable favor from senior brother Chi and has reached the mid-stage of martial apprentices, making him quite formidable. This Muhan has only joined the academy for a little over half a year. No matter how talented, he cannot possibly have reached the mid-stage of martial apprentices. Another person interjected, yes, I think Muhan will be stopped at this match. Someone else said, listening to the praises from the crowd, Li Dahai couldn't help but swell with pride, lifting his chin and wearing a triumphant expression. Yet, he remained oblivious to the glimmer of murderous intent that flickered in Long Feng's eyes. Make your move, let me witness the extent of your abilities, you treacherous wretch who betrays friends. Long Feng disdainfully gazed at Li Dahai, unwilling to waste another word. Gripping the longsword tightly, its sharp blade glimmered coldly, as if echoing the inner fury and resolve of its master. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Li Dahai's expression turned grave momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. With a cold sneer, he retorted, so Qi Xiaotian was already aware of the truth. What of it? I have already broken through to the mid-stage of martial apprentices. My strength has greatly increased. As long as I can slay you here today, the sixth prince has promised to provide me with even more abundant cultivation resources, allowing me to elevate my abilities even faster. Once the competition concludes, I shall depart from Tianlong Academy and escape the capital. At that point, even if Qi Xiaotian learns the truth, what can he do to me? Ha ha ha! Li Dahai laughed boastfully, seemingly envisioning a bright future ahead. However, Long Feng remained unmoved by his laughter, fully aware that no matter how Li Dahai schemed, it could not alter the fact that he had betrayed his friend. To such a faithless individual, Long Feng felt no need to say anything further. At this moment, he harbored but one thought: to wield his sword in defense of justice and ensure that this traitor paid the price he deserved. With a frigid gaze, Long Feng tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, its tip aimed directly at Li Dahai, as he coldly declared, make your move. Today, let me see what makes the power you obtain through betraying a friend so exceptional. In the face of Long Feng's contempt, Li Dahai was furious, gripping his greatsword tightly as a blazing azure light emanated from the blade. With a roar, he shot forth like an arrow toward Long Feng. In an instant, the potent aura of the mid-stage martial apprentice surged forth like a tidal wave, causing those around him who were below the initial stage of martial apprentices to change color and retreat several meters in fright. What a powerful presence! Is this truly the strength of senior brotherly? To exhibit such terrifying prowess at merely the mid-stage of martial apprentices is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if Muhan can withstand this earth-shattering strike from senior brotherly. The crowd murmured, their gazes fixated on the two soon-to-clash figures on the stage. Chapter 18. Sword strikes. Li Dahai. Long Feng observed the unfolding situation without a hint of disturbance, his gaze icy as he fixed his attention on the rapidly approaching Li Dahai. Li Dahai believed that Long Feng was petrified by his fearsome aura and stood frozen in place, a flicker of delight swelling in his heart as he quickened his pace. Look, isn't that Muhan rendered speechless by senior brother Li's attack? Standing there motionless? Not just Muhan, even I, having reached the mid-stage of martial apprentices, feel immense pressure facing senior brother Li's strike. Wait, something's not right, look closely. Just then, Long Feng slightly sidestepped to evade the fierce assault, his left hand unhesitatingly striking towards Li Dahai's back. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air as the once arrogant Li Dahai now knelt on the ground, his right hand clutching the sword hilt, while his left hand pressed against his chest, blood spewing forth. Long Feng refrained from launching further attacks, merely stating coldly, is this truly the power you obtained by sacrificing the life of a friend? You have profoundly disappointed me. After rising, Li Dahai bent his knees slightly, leaning forward in a fighting stance, while angrily declaring, do not be so smug, that was merely my momentary lapse, allowing you to take advantage of me. Watch as I sever you beneath my blade. Before he could finish, Li Dahai began to channel the true energy within him with all his might, his eyes sharpening to an extraordinary degree. As if he could see through all illusions, gripping the sword hilt tightly, he shouted, Dragon's Domination Slash. As his voice resonated, a powerful aura erupted from him, warping the surrounding air under the pressure. A blinding golden light surged forth from behind Li Dahai, Resembling a colossal dragon soaring into the sky, claws bared as it lunged towards Long Feng. Within the golden light, a shadowy figure wielding a massive sword could be faintly discerned, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. As if an ancient deity had descended upon the world heavens. How terrifying! A mid-stage martial apprentice can unleash such a fearsome attack. Senior Brotherly is truly remarkable. Surely Muhan could not withstand such an onslaught. Indeed, if it were I would have long since conceded. After all, preserving one's life is paramount for any future to exist. As the golden figure surged forth, Long Feng's brow furrowed slightly, yet he exhibited not a trace of trepidation. With a gentle motion of his left hand, he formed a seal and pointed towards the head of the golden figure. A shadowy beam of light erupted forth, striking like a bolt of lightning towards the golden figure. This seemingly casual strike caused all present to shudder involuntarily, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be possible? How could it possess such formidable strength? Someone cried out in astonishment. However, Long Feng had resolved to show no mercy this time. Intent on swiftly concluding this farce, his right hand grasped the longsword firmly, standing upright with the sword tip pointed towards the heavens as he softly uttered, "Sword rain slash." As Long Feng's words faded, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. In an instant, dozens of shimmering swords fell like raindrops from above, hurtling at astonishing speed towards the motionless Li Dahai. In the blink of an eye, these fine swords hovered ominously above Li Dahai's head. Faced with such a fierce assault, Li Dahai's mind raced, contemplating a countermeasure. Suddenly, he swung his massive sword with great force, positioning it horizontally above his head, while simultaneously bellowing, "Guardian of the giant sword." With this motion, a dazzling golden bowl, measuring a yard in circumference, descended from the heavens, enveloping Li Dahai below and forming a solid protective barrier. Long Feng observed this scene with an unwavering calmness. As time passed, Li Dahai's complexion grew increasingly pale, and his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly nearing his limit, Long Feng approached Li Dahai step by step, each stride seemingly treading upon Li Dahai's very heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken and his breath to hasten. "This is the price you pay for betraying and harming your friends." Long Feng's voice was cold and ruthless, akin to a judge from the depths of hell. Li Dahai endured in agony, unable to comprehend why, despite his diligent cultivation, he remained so vulnerable. Was he truly inferior to others? His heart brimmed with confusion and resentment. In truth, Li Dahai possessed commendable physique and comprehension. Otherwise, he could not have reached this stage, achieving the mid-level of a martial apprentice in such a short time. However, he overlooked a crucial factor: mindset. In this moment, confronted with Long Feng's accusation, Li Dahai felt no remorse or guilt. Instead, he roared defiantly, "I have no regrets. Joining any faction is merely serving others without dignity, or rather than that, I might as well seek greater benefits within it. Only then can I advance further." Upon hearing this, Long Feng sighed inwardly, yet he understood that Li Dahai had yet to grasp the true meaning of betraying a friend's life. Perhaps, in Li Dahai's eyes, friendship was merely a tool to be exploited, yet he remained oblivious to the profound wounds his actions inflicted upon those who once treated him sincerely. Gazing at Li Dahai before him, Long Feng felt a pang of sorrow. He had initially believed Li Dahai to be momentarily misguided, having strayed down the wrong path, but now it seemed he had become ensnared in a vortex of power and desire, unable to extricate himself. Long Feng slowly raised his hand, a formidable aura emanating from him. He resolved to make Li Dahai understand what constitutes a mistake, to enlighten him on the essence of true power and genuine friendship. "No, I refuse to yield." Yet, how could Long Feng allow him to concede? If he surrendered, the opportunity to eliminate Li Dahai would be lost. Long Feng lunged forward, seizing Li Dahai's throat just as the golden bowl shattered and he was on the verge of admitting defeat. Whispering into his ear, "From the very beginning, you have failed to comprehend what I mean by betraying a friend's life. For the sake of our shared upbringing, I shall grant you a clear understanding of your demise." With that, Long Feng twisted with force. The sharp crack echoed as Li Dahai's neck snapped. Li Dahai's eyes widened, his face a mask of regret and terror, yet life had already slipped away from him. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Although there were no explicit rules against killing in this duel, such brazen brutality was exceedingly rare. Typically, one could readily concede when outmatched, sparing themselves from death, yet Long Feng's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Li Dahai with no opportunity to declare his surrender before his throat was firmly grasped. Li Shixiang is dead. Mu Shixiang is truly formidable. Such a relentless sword technique is utterly terrifying. Indeed, it is truly horrifying. Looking back, my legs still tremble with fear. Thankfully, he is not my adversary. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Long Feng's revenge plan had commenced. And the individual before him was merely the beginning. His next target would be the prince, Shi Xiaotian. Chapter 19. The plan begins. Go now, and may you not betray your friends in the next life. Friendship must be defended with one's life, not exploited for personal gain. Having spoken, Long Feng gently brushed his hand across Li Dahai's lifeless face, closing his unblinking eyes before turning to cast a cold gaze toward Shi Xiaotian in the audience. A glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes as Long Feng silently pondered, if it were not for your unwelcome presence, how could Li Dahai have been driven to this dead end? Committing such heinous and heart-wrenching acts, ultimately leading to his tragic demise, he clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, as if only this pain could slightly quell the rage and anguish within him. At this moment, Long Feng's gaze met Qi Xiaotian's. Qi Xiaotian too regarded Long Feng, a slight smile gracing his lips, seemingly appreciative of Long Feng's recent actions. However, he remained oblivious to the fleeting sharpness of Long Feng's killing intent. Despite Long Feng's deliberate assassination of Li Dahai, no one deemed this act inappropriate, the reason being, in the world of martial artists, only victory and defeat matter. The strong reign supreme in the eyes of the crowd. If one lacked sufficient strength yet chose to engage in reckless combat, blind to the dangers, they were considered foolish beyond measure. Such bloodshed was deemed utterly senseless. The competition continued to unfold with fervor. Long Feng, armed with his amalgamated memories, possessed knowledge of martial arts and intricacies beyond the comprehension of anyone on the continent. For Long Feng, such battles were as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, which brought him a sense of secret delight, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. After all, given his current state, whether through the fusion of memories from the esteemed ancestor Long or his own attainment as a martial artist, he was merely oppressing those still in the realm of martial apprentices. Had it not been for Long Feng's desire to fulfill his plan, he would never have engaged in such a meaningless competition. As anticipated, Long Feng successfully secured a place among the top 10. The next stage would be the more intense contest of the top 5, where all participants had reached the late stage of martial apprentices. As for those like Long Feng, only at the mid-stage, they had typically been eliminated in earlier rounds. To avoid drawing excessive attention to himself as a mid-stage martial apprentice, Long Feng resolved to break through during the battles. When the top 5 competition commenced, Long Feng was astonished to discover that his opponent was none other than Mo Yan, a trusted subordinate of Qi Xiaotian. Coincidentally, Qi Xiaotian had just received secret news revealing that Mo Yan had betrayed him and aligned himself with the 6th prince, Qi Xian. Of course, all of this was meticulously orchestrated by Long Feng following his agreement with the 3rd prince, Qi Yang. The objective was clear: to sever Qi Xiaotian's left and right arms, leaving him in a predicament where no one was available or willing to assist him. Upon taking the stage, Long Feng received Qi Xiaotian's directive to eliminate Mo Yan. Long Feng, understanding the underlying motives, asked no further questions, careful not to reveal any hint of suspicion. Long Feng had anticipated such arrangements from Qi Xiaotian. After all, among the remaining contestants in the arena stood only Long Feng and Mo Yan, the very individual who had once pushed Long Feng into the abyss. Initially, Long Feng had hoped to eradicate that group of individuals in the arena, yet, unexpectedly, events had unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations. Those foes had been eliminated one after another, not even affording Long Feng the opportunity to engage with them. As for Mo Yan, it was difficult to ascertain whether his fate was dictated by luck or misfortune. This encounter undoubtedly signified the impending conclusion of his martial journey. Muhan Shidi, congratulations on successfully entering the top 10. Though we are both disciples of Qi Shixiang, I assure you, I shall not show any mercy. Mo Yan, seemingly unaware of his precarious situation, beamed with a smile as he engaged Long Feng in conversation. Upon realizing his opponent was none other than him, rest assured, you shall not be my rival. Suddenly, Long Feng's words trailed off as he lifted his gaze towards Mo Yan, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery and disdain. A slight smirk graced his lips as he continued, moreover, senior brother Qi is already aware of your betrayal and has dispatched me to eliminate you. This is the fate you must confront today. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Feng ceased his discourse and turned his attention towards the spectator stand. At that very moment, Qi Xiaotian sat there, his expression grave as he observed the happenings on the arena. Upon catching Long Feng's glance, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With Qi Xiaotian's response, Long Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, inwardly reflecting, thankfully, the plan is flawless, without a single flaw. Once I have eradicated all your allies, I shall take my time to deal with you. What does this mean? What do you mean by betraying senior brother Qi? Is there some misunderstanding, Muhan? Moyen exclaimed in astonishment, immediately turning to Long Feng for clarification. There is no need for further words, act swiftly, or you shall find yourself with no opportunities left. Long Feng was unwilling to elaborate any further. To him, whether Moyen had genuinely betrayed Qi Xiaotian was of little consequence, for all that transpired was merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Long Feng and the Third Prince. Someone must surely be scheming behind the scenes. Once this match concludes, I shall seek out Senior Brother Qi to clarify everything. Moyen's face was flushed with fury. I fear you may not have that chance. Seeing Moyen's intent to continue speaking, Long Feng felt a surge of impatience. In his view, today, Moyen was destined for demise, thus, he resolutely decided to adopt a proactive offensive strategy, launching an assault on Moyen first. I fear you not. With that fierce roar, Long Feng unleashed a devastating move from the Tianyu sword technique. Moyen, witnessing Long Feng's disregard for his explanations and immediate attack, felt a surge of anger swell within him. Ding, 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 clang, clang. On the arena, Long Feng and Moyen dashed and weaved, appearing to be in extreme peril, yet in truth, this was Long Feng's meticulous arrangement to achieve a breakthrough to the late martial disciple stage in the heat of battle. Break for me! Suddenly Long Feng let out a loud cry, spewing forth a mist of blood. The spectators gasped in astonishment. He has truly broken through to the late martial disciple stage. This is utterly astonishing. Indeed, to break through a bottleneck amidst combat is unprecedented. Chapter 20. Slaying Moyen. Moyen gazed at Long Feng, astonishment coursing through him. He had believed his relentless assaults would sufficiently suppress his opponent. Yet he had not anticipated Long Feng's successful breakthrough in such dire circumstances. This unexpected turn of events instilled an unprecedented pressure in the once confident Moyen. Even if you have reached the late martial disciple stage. What of it? I have lingered in this realm for quite some time. My prowess far surpasses yours, were it not for the need to solidify my foundation and temper my hastily gained powers. I would have long since entered the ranks of martial artists. You, a mere novice in the late stage, cannot hope to contend with me. Moyen sneered coldly, attempting to undermine Long Feng's morale with his words. However, despite his bravado, Moyen's movements grew increasingly fierce. He understood that he could not allow any variables to affect the outcome of this battle. It must be concluded swiftly, after all, should he prolong the fight. Not only might others perceive him, a late martial disciple, as incompetent for failing to swiftly defeat a mid-stage opponent, but he could also provide his adversary with the opportunity to break through to the late stage. Such a scenario, if spread, would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule among the academy. For the proud Moyen, this was an intolerable humiliation. Thus, he resolved to end this quickly, proving to all that his strength remained unmatched. With his breakthrough, Long Feng's gaze sharpened, as if he could pierce through all. He looked at Moyen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, it is time to send you to reunite with Li Dahai. I have slain Li Dahai, using him as a stepping stone on my path to the pinnacle, and you, Moyen, shall follow in his footsteps, becoming yet another casualty on my journey. Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming fury surged within Moyen. He gaped, fixing his eyes on Long Feng, gritting his teeth. Do not think that your breakthrough grants you the right to challenge me. I, Moyen, am no mere pushover. I will show you what true strength is. Your so-called breakthrough was merely a stroke of luck. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Would Moyen be able to triumph over Muhan? Earlier, even when Muhan had not broken through, he had fought evenly with Moyen. Now that Muhan had advanced, the outcome was truly uncertain. Indeed, look at how, in the midst of battle, Muhan appeared to be in peril. Yet in reality, he was handling it with ease. He must have been purposely concealing his strength, using Moyen as a sharpening stone to hone himself for his breakthrough. What a deep scheme! Yes, indeed. It seems this battle will be exceptionally thrilling. Let us await the outcome. The voices of the crowd rose and fell, creating an atmosphere both tense and fervent. Everyone was eager to witness the result of this pinnacle confrontation. Who shall emerge victorious? Will it be Moyen, relying on his profound foundation and exquisite skills to overcome Muhan, or will Muhan, buoyed by his newfound strength, soar to victory against Moyen? All answers shall be revealed in this heart-stopping battle. Now that you mention it, upon careful reflection of the earlier battle, it does seem so. With Muhan's successful breakthrough, we can surely expect even more extraordinary performances ahead. Moreover, I heard that the top 10 ranked participants in this competition will qualify to represent the Academy in the upcoming 4 Academies Martial Arts Conference. Previous seniors have mentioned that those fortunate enough to attend the conference swiftly advanced their cultivation levels upon returning, reaping immense benefits. I truly wonder who will seize the top spot in this competition and lead our Tianfeng Academy to this impending martial event. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of voices intertwining. creating a lively atmosphere. Moen, in a fit of rage, could no longer contain his inner fury and struck first. He unleashed his signature technique, the Mo Shang sword art. With a thunderous shout, Moen cried, "Flying rain!" Mo Shang, as the roar echoed, a fierce whirlwind suddenly swept across the arena. The tempest was so strong that it was nearly impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open, and simultaneously rain began to fall. These droplets appeared gentle, yet concealed boundless lethality. Should anyone dare to reach out and catch these raindrops, their hands would surely be pierced by the seemingly tender water. Faced with Moyan's relentless assault, Long Feng showed no signs of retreat. He pointed his right hand skyward and softly declared, "1,000 swords resounding." In that instant, the pressure around the arena surged dramatically. Countless sharp swords manifested above Long Feng's head, resembling a swarm of locusts descending upon Moyan's flying rain. Mo Shang, the deafening clamor echoed relentlessly, as if the very world were being torn asunder by these two immense forces. Dust swirled around the arena, obscuring the view and leaving the onlookers unable to discern the reality of the situation, relying solely on the incessant sounds of collision and tremors to speculate and imagine what transpired. Heavens, such terrifying destructive force could only be unleashed by someone of the martial artist realm. "I never imagined that Moyan and Muhan could be so ferocious," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, I can hardly see the situation on the arena anymore. Their clash is overwhelmingly fierce, leaving us spectators utterly shaken. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this match?" Another interjected, "I believe it should be Moyan. After all, he has long since entered the late stage, and his strength must surely surpass others." Someone analyzed, "Yet I contend that Muhan stands a chance. He managed to hold his own against Moyan even in the mid-stage, and now that he has broken through to the late stage, defeating Moyan should not be too difficult." Soon, differing opinions arose. The crowd was abuzz with spirited debate, each person expressing their views and perspectives. The atmosphere was electrifying, as everyone was filled with anticipation and curiosity for the fierce showdown. All eyes were glued to the swirling dust on the arena, not daring to blink, lest they miss any detail. However, as the dust began to settle, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. Moyan lay motionless on the ground, as if devoid of life. Blood had already spread around him like a tide, a harrowing sight, leaving no doubt that Moyan had met his demise. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were left speechless, their minds reeling with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this battle had concluded so swiftly, and with such a tragic outcome. Every face was etched with bewilderment and shock, as none could fathom what had transpired amidst the recent cloud of dust. Long Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Moyan, who lay on the ground, before turning to descend from the arena. His steps were steady and resolute, seemingly devoid of any exuberance or pride regarding this hard-won victory. Chapter 21. The first round of the grand competition with Long Feng's contest concluded. Results began to emerge from other arenas. Yet the mood among the participants grew increasingly somber. They had already heard tales of the breathtaking duel between Long Feng and Moyan, and they felt the weight of Long Feng's formidable prowess. They understood that Moyan's strength far surpassed their own, yet, even so, Moyan had fallen swiftly, unable to withstand Long Feng's assault, ultimately losing his life. For those of them who lacked Moyan's capabilities, facing Long Feng felt akin to stepping into a nightmare. In this moment, the remaining contestants exchanged uneasy glances, fear and anxiety evident in their eyes. They recognized that the upcoming matches would be a matter of life and death, necessitating their utmost efforts if they hoped to survive in this brutal competition. However, against an opponent as terrifying as Long Feng, how could they possibly hope to prevail? The matches continued to unfold with fervor. Yet a notable phenomenon arose. Any contestant who encountered Long Feng unhesitatingly chose to concede. The reason was simple: they were acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between them and Long Feng. This reality left the spectators and the judging mentors astonished, yet they could only shake their heads in resignation. After all, Long Feng's strength was overwhelmingly dominant, far beyond the capabilities of any other contestant. Long Feng was not at all surprised by the final outcomes, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Not even the most exceptional martial artists at the pinnacle of their craft could contend with him. He had undergone a profound transformation, no longer a mere martial apprentice but a true practitioner, having successfully entered the realm of warriors. Ultimately, Long Feng undeniably secured the title of champion of the grand competition, garnering the adoration of numerous infatuated admirers. Many students expressed their desire to follow in his footsteps, yearning for his recognition. The most elated among them were Xiao Yaoer and Xiao Shen. Xiao Yaoer was beside herself with joy, for Long Feng's triumph granted her ample material for boasting within the academy. Xiao Shen, on the other hand, recognized that Long Feng's victory would afford him greater support and assistance upon his imminent return to his family. which held significant importance for him. Unquestionably, Qi Xiaotian was exceedingly pleased, for Long Feng belonged to his faction. The ability to recruit such an exceptionally gifted prodigy as Long Feng was of immense consequence. As the grand competition drew to a close, Long Feng reaped abundant rewards, the multitude of rich prizes sending him into a state of ecstatic delight. With these treasures, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights, potentially allowing him to break through to the mid-level of a warrior in a short span of time. This advancement would undoubtedly bolster his forthcoming plans, enhancing the likelihood of their success. On the morning following the conclusion of the grand competition, Qi Xiaotian dispatched someone to summon Long Feng, claiming there were important matters to discuss. Upon his hasty arrival, Long Feng learned that the sixth prince, Qi Xian, harbored resentment over Long Feng's slaying of Li Dahai during the competition and intended to take preemptive action against Qi Xiaotian Dahai in an instant. The atmosphere among Qi Xiaotian's faction grew tense, as if they were facing a formidable adversary, fearing that Qi Xian, in his reckless quest for revenge, might also ensnare them in his schemes. Amidst these thoughts, Long Feng felt a surge of inner satisfaction while simultaneously calculating how best to respond. Although the third prince, Qi Yang, had reached an agreement with Long Feng, he was concerned that Qi Yang might buckle under the pressure of the two other princes and abandon their collaboration. Therefore, Long Feng could only proceed with caution regarding Qi Yang's actions. I believe the third prince would not be so short-sighted as to openly confront us, he mused. At most, he might engage in some covert maneuvering, which would not be overly detrimental. At this moment, Hao Feng interjected, while that may be true, we cannot afford to be complacent. After all, the sixth prince's intentions are difficult to discern, and no one knows his next move. Furthermore, our current situation is perilous. If we do not respond promptly, we may find ourselves facing greater troubles. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Hao Feng's perspective. Long Feng pondered for a moment before stating, Elder Hao is correct. We must be thoroughly prepared. We need to guard against the sixth prince's underhanded tactics while also seeking ways to enhance our own strength. Only then can we stand firm in this power struggle. Everyone concurred, engaging in discussions about specific strategies for their response. Some proposed bolstering their numbers as a precaution, others suggested leveraging various resources to expand their influence. Still, others recommended forging alliances with other factions to collectively counter the third prince. Qi Yang. Long Feng listened to everyone's opinions, gradually formulating his own plans. Upon hearing Hao Feng's words, the brothers Kuyu and Kuti exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Elder Hao's assessment is spot on. Regardless of whether they possess the strength to confront us directly, even if they do, I doubt they would dare to act rashly. After all, the other princes and princesses are watching closely. It seems unlikely that the third prince would be foolish enough to instigate a mutually destructive confrontation, allowing others to reap the benefits. Kuyu analyzed, his brow furrowed. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant, said Lu Yiqiu, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes gleaming with wisdom as she cautioned. After all, a cornered dog will jump over the wall, and even a rabbit will bite when pressed. By midday, their discussions came to a close, and each departed with their own contemplations. At that moment, Long Feng stealthily caught up to the graceful Lu Yiqiu. He softly inquired, Senior Lu, I wonder if you might have a moment to spare. Could we sit together for a chat? I have some matters on which I wish to seek your guidance, and I hope you might be so generous as to impart your wisdom. Upon realizing that Long Feng had approached her of his own volition, Lu Yiqiu was taken aback, yet secretly delighted. She began to quietly contemplate the potential developments that might ensue. As she pondered, her excitement grew, causing her to forget to respond to Long Feng's invitation. Seeing that Lu Yiqiu remained silent, Long Feng mistakenly assumed she was reluctant to accept, and disappointment surged within him. If he could not find a way to be alone with Lu Yiqiu, his subsequent plans would be thwarted. If Senior Lu is inconvenient, then I must apologize for my impetuousness, Long Feng remarked, turning to leave. Wait, don't be in such a hurry, Muhan, Lu Yiqiu called out, quickly stopping him. She grasped Long Feng's arm and spoke softly in his ear. You didn't say you wouldn't agree. There's no need to be so anxious. Feeling the softness of her arm, Long Feng's heart raced, nearly losing his composure. He took a deep breath to steady himself and quickly extricated his arm from Lu Yiqiu's grasp. Oh, you're so shy, you can't possibly still be a novice, can you? Given your age, perhaps you haven't had the opportunity to encounter such matters yet, Lu Yiqiu teased, her tone laced with playful seduction. Long Feng's face flushed crimson at her words. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Lu Yiqiu's eyes, inwardly chiding himself for his indiscretion. Lu Yiqiu, seemingly oblivious to Long Feng's embarrassment, leaned closer. playfully blowing a breath towards him as she smiled, but that's alright, I can teach you. Chapter 22, captivating Lu Yiqiu. Long Feng's body trembled slightly, feeling a rush of warmth mixed with Lu Yiqiu's unique fragrance. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened. He struggled to maintain composure, yet found it increasingly difficult to resist Lu Yiqiu's advances. Thank you, Senior Lu, for your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to. So I must take my leave, he stammered, hastily departing. As he watched Long Feng's retreating figure, Lu Yiqiu's lips curled into a subtle smile, her thoughts racing. This little fellow was truly entertaining. She hurriedly caught up with him, grasping his arm once more. Did you not just say you had something to discuss with me? Why the sudden urgency to leave? Regret washed over Long Feng as he spoke. Realizing he had unwittingly revealed his anxiety. Yes, I do have something I wish to consult you about. This isn't an appropriate place for discussion. How about I invite you to Mingyue Tower? We can talk while we dine, he suggested, relieved to shift the topic. Lu Yiqiu found Long Feng's nervousness amusing. Being naturally cheerful, she felt inclined to tease him further. Alright, but you must treat me to a splendid meal today, she said playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Long Feng's heart tightened at her words. He understood she was jesting, yet he couldn't shake the concern that his wallet might not withstand the toll. Amidst the playful laughter of Lu Yiqiu, the two individuals arrived at a private room on the second floor of the Mingyue Tower. Lu Yiqiu had no intention of deliberately overcharging him for the meal. Before long, exquisite delicacies and fine wines adorned the table, exuding an enticing aroma. The two wasted no time and eagerly began to feast, having rushed there early in the morning without even a moment to eat breakfast. Now ravenous to the point of feeling as though their stomachs were touching their backs. Yuhan, didn't you mention that you had something to consult me about? Why are you now solely focused on your meal? Lu Yiqiu teased, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief as she glanced at Long Feng. Long Feng sighed inwardly, thinking how troublesome this woman could be. However, having just navigated through a delicate situation, he had learned to master his emotions. In response to Lu Yiqiu's jest, he merely smiled faintly, refraining from any excessive reaction. Setting down his chopsticks, he spoke softly. Senior Lu, you jest? How could I possibly have such audacity? The matter is as follows. Recently, I chanced upon an item whose nature I have been unable to ascertain. Considering your vast knowledge and experience, I thought perhaps you could assist me in identifying it. Hence the banquet I prepared to invite you here for your esteemed guidance. Please refrain from calling me senior all the time. It makes me feel aged. I am but slightly older than you. From now on, call me sister. Otherwise, I might just become upset, Lu Yiqiu chided playfully, feigning a stern expression as she looked at Long Feng. Upon hearing this, Long Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitated before softly replying. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Do you think I am unworthy of being your sister? Lu Yiqiu retorted, her eyes widening in mock indignation. Long Feng quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining, No, that's not what I meant. Then it's settled. From now on, you shall call me sister. Is that understood? Lu Yiqiu declared triumphantly, clearly pleased with her threat. Long Feng resignedly nodded and, with careful deliberation, called out, Lu, Sister Lu. Now that's more like it, my dear brother. Lu Yiqiu laughed gaily once he uttered her new title. He promptly retrieved the pre-prepared Zui Jin Xiang from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yiqiu, saying, Sister Lu, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. Please do sample it. In truth, this bottle of Zui Jin Xiang was no ordinary fragrance. It was a treasure that Long Feng had obtained from the cave of a mysterious elder. According to the memories he had assimilated, this Zui Jin Xiang was an exceedingly rare spiritual medicine capable of enhancing a cultivator's prowess. However, it could only be consumed directly by those at or above the martial spirit realm. Any lower-tier martial artist who inadvertently ingested even a drop would fall into a coma for 3 days. Long Feng had ulterior motives for presenting this bottle. He had meticulously planned to have Lu Yiqiu consume it, and while she was incapacitated, he would seize the opportunity to ensnare her within the Shirtian Pearl. Inside the Shirtian Pearl, he would be invincible, free to act without constraints. Within that unique space, he could freely inscribe a slave seal upon Lu Yiqiu. Once successfully imprinted, her life and death would rest entirely in Long Feng's hands, no longer under her own control. What is this wondrous item? Merely inhaling its scent has made me feel a surge in my cultivation. Lu Yiqiu exclaimed in delight, her face alight with surprise as she opened the bottle and took a gentle whiff, nearly exclaiming in excitement. Long Feng, feigning astonishment, inquired, Is that true? This item can indeed enhance one's cultivation? Internally, he reveled in his success, knowing that his plan was halfway realized. All that remained was to wait for Lu Yiqiu to consume the Zui Jin Xiang, and he would easily subjugate her. As he held the jade bottle in his hands, scrutinizing it closely, Lu Yiqiu chided, "Oh dear, do you truly think I would snatch away your precious treasure?" Long Feng examined the bottle for an extended period before cautiously returning it to Lu Yiqiu. Explaining, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. My excitement is merely due to the rarity of such a treasure. While there are many items that can assist martial artists in enhancing their cultivation, those that provide immediate improvement from just a whiff are exceedingly rare. However, I wonder if I, currently at the late stage of the martial disciple realm, can safely consume such a thing." Long Feng sighed, feigning difficulty. "I would be willing to assist you in testing it. But I am merely at the martial artist realm and may not provide an accurate conclusion," Lu Yiqiu said, her beautiful eyes flickering with determination. In truth, her motivation stemmed from the extraordinary value of the item. A mere whiff had already brought her enhancement. Consuming it directly might propel her into the late stage of the martial artist realm. Well, that might not be wise, Long Feng mused, secretly pleased, thinking to himself, "Finally, the bait has been taken." Yet outwardly he maintained his facade of reluctance. What could possibly be wrong? "Are you worried I might drink it all?" Lu Yiqiu observed Long Feng's demeanor, sensing something amiss, and quickly clarified, "Fear not, I only wish to sample its flavor. I won't consume it all. Besides, I will only take a single drop, so the loss to you is minimal. Furthermore, this way we can verify its efficacy. If it truly works, you would reap great rewards." Long Feng, listening to Lu Yiqiu's words, feigned indecision while inwardly relishing her proposal. "Very well, if you are so insistent, then let us proceed with the trial. However, you must remember to only take a single drop. We cannot ascertain whether it might harm you, dear sister," he cautioned. Upon hearing Long Feng finally acquiesce to her request, Lu Yiqiu was elated. She took the vial, carefully opened it, and delicately placed a drop upon her tongue. Instantly, a wondrous sensation surged through her, as if every cell in her body had been awakened. She gazed at Long Feng in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this feeling is truly magical. It feels as though a force is flowing within me." However, just as Lu Yiqiu finished speaking, she suddenly found herself enveloped in darkness before collapsing onto the table. Long Feng, witnessing this, did not immediately draw Lu Yiqiu into the Shirtian Pearl but first called her name softly a few times, gently nudging her before realizing she was unresponsive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate that his judgment had been correct. Concentrating his energy, he summoned the mysterious force within him and directed it towards Lu Yiqiu, commanding "Receive." In an instant, Lu Yiqiu vanished without a trace from the table. When Lu Yiqiu reappeared, she found herself within the inner space of the Shirtian Pearl. For Long Feng, this was his first experience of capturing a living being within the Shirtian Pearl, and naturally, he felt a surge of excitement. After calming his emotions, he faced Lu Yiqiu, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. A moment later, an extremely complex, enigmatic, and profound rune materialized before him. This was Long Feng's first attempt at inscribing a slave seal, and despite having rehearsed it multiple times beforehand, he dared not let his focus waver. As the speed of his hand seals increased, a luminescent rune appeared before him. Once the rune fully solidified, Long Feng commanded, "Go." The glowing rune swiftly embedded itself into Lu Yiqiu's brow, and upon its entrance she let out a pained groan. Soon after, Lu Yiqiu slowly opened her eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. She sensed her cultivation had risen to the late stage of the martial artist realm, yet her body felt utterly drained. Awake, Long Feng inquired softly, observing Lu Yiqiu's expression. After nearly 3 days within the Shirtian Pearl, he finally released the unconscious Lu Yiqiu. "What just happened to me?" Lu Yiqiu rubbed her temples, feeling her head heavy as if it had been struck repeatedly. "Check your sea of consciousness," Long Feng suggested cryptically, his eyes hinting at a mystery. Lu Yiqiu closed her eyes, focusing on her sea of consciousness. Upon seeing the slave seal emanating an eerie glow, her face turned pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. This is a slave seal," Lu Yiqiu shrieked, her voice laced with fear and despair. "What have you done to me? Why is there a slave seal in my mind?" She glared at Long Feng, her eyes ablaze with fury. With that, Lu Yiqiu attempted to rise, preparing to launch an attack against Long Feng. However, just as he was about to take action, Long Feng merely had a fleeting thought. In the next moment, Lu Yiqiu let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The agonizing cry reverberated throughout the room, echoing in the air and sending chills down one's spine. "I strongly advise you to refrain from harboring any extraneous thoughts or actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what extreme measures I might resort to." Long Feng's voice was as calm as a placid lake, yet the underlying threat bore down upon Lu Yiqiu like a colossal mountain. Leaving her gasping for breath, with a deep breath, Lu Yiqiu steadied herself against the table, one hand clutching her head tightly as she struggled to catch her breath. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans dotted her forehead. Her complexion pale as parchment, clearly having just endured an excruciating ordeal. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Long Feng, her eyes steady as she inquired, "Why, it seems we have no grievances between us. In fact, I have aided you on several occasions, why must you act in this manner?" Long Feng was taken aback by Lu Yiqiu's swift return to composure. As he spoke, he began to channel some mysterious technique. And his form underwent a transformation. Before long, a boy who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old materialized before Lu Yiqiu. "For I am truly named Long Feng, I wonder if you still remember me." The boy's voice carried a hint of nostalgia and sorrow. "Long Feng, you are the one whom Qi Shaotian conspired to kill? It cannot be, he claimed he had rendered you powerless and cast you into the abyss. No one could emerge alive from the abyss, let alone someone whose power was completely obliterated." Lu Yiqiu's expression was one of sheer disbelief, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Long Feng. The abyss was said to be the fabled site where the supreme abyssal dragon fell, and since its inception, there had been no reports of anyone successfully escaping its depths. Is it truly the site of the abyssal dragon's fall? At the mention of this, Long Feng felt a strange sensation surge within him, as though something were calling out to him. He pondered, could it be that all of this is predestined? I awakened the lineage of the abyssal dragon, yet fell victim to persecution, plunging into the abyss, and here I find myself in the legendary site of the abyssal dragon's demise. Could there truly be a connection? Recalling the words of the elder Long Feng became increasingly convinced of the intricate ties between himself and the Devouring Pearl. The Devouring Pearl was once the possession of Elder Long, and its appearance in his hands now seemed like a divine arrangement. Had it not been for this, he would have likely perished at the bottom of the abyss, and would not be enjoying this stroke of fortune today. The more he contemplated, the more wondrous it seemed. As if an invisible hand were silently guiding his fate. He felt a deep sense of gratitude, understanding that surviving this calamity would surely lead to future blessings, so from here on out, he must tread with utmost caution. After all, in this world brimming with uncertainties and dangers, a moment's carelessness could lead one to an irretrievable abyss. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Keita and Caillou. Nothing is impossible. Long Feng's tone was resolutely firm. As if he had everything firmly in hand, the facts lay plainly before him. As for why I did not perish but can continue to cultivate, the reasons are not something you can comprehend at this moment. You need only understand this. I am your master. From this day forth, should I command you to go east, you must not venture west. If you dare entertain even a hint of rebellion, I could extinguish you at any moment. Long Feng observed the disbelief etched on Lu Yiqiu's face, the subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lu Yiqiu, once ashen and lifeless, now felt a flicker of hope ignited within her heart as she heard Long Feng mention the possibility of future freedom. "I, as your servant, shall wholeheartedly serve you, never daring to harbor a shred of treachery." Lu Yiqiu averted her gaze from Long Feng, lowering her head as she spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, Lu Yiqiu was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow regarding her fate. On the other, she yearned to escape her current predicament and regain her freedom. Caught in this complex web of feelings, she opted to temporarily submit to Long Feng, hoping that through her efforts, she might eventually earn his recognition and trust. Long Feng, indifferent to Lu Yiqiu's inner turmoil, remarked, "Very well, now that you know who I am, you can surely deduce what I am about to do." Qi Shaotian, driven by jealousy, conspired against me, yet he never anticipated that I would survive and thrive despite his schemes. Enslaving you was merely one step in my return. Next, you must feign ignorance of all that has transpired. You need not call me master, simply refer to me as brother, for this will prevent arousing suspicion from Qi Shaotian and his ilk. Yes, brother. Lu Yiqiu seemed to have fully grasped the reality of the situation, nearly slipping in calling him master. Meanwhile, she pondered whether she was merely a pawn in his plan. Did Long Feng deliberately allow Li Dahai's betrayal of Qi Shaotian to be known? And what of Mo Yen? Under normal circumstances, he should not have betrayed Qi Shaotian. Could this also be part of Long Feng's design, aimed at gradually severing Qi Shaotian's support? The more Lu Yiqiu contemplated, the more incredulous she felt, her unease growing as cold sweat soaked through her garments. Long Feng, noticing her slight tremor and the dampness of her attire, surmised what thoughts plagued her mind. He spoke softly. "Some matters are best left unexamined. You need only understand that as long as you serve me faithfully, I shall not treat you unjustly. The freedom you desire is not beyond reach." "Yes," Lu Yiqiu replied helplessly. Fully aware that there was no path of retreat left for her, she could only acquiesce to Long Feng's arrangements, seeing that Lu Yiqiu had come to terms with her reality. Long Feng began to devise the next course of action. "You may depart for now. After some time, when the opportunity arises, invite the Keita and Caillou brothers here discreetly. The location remains unchanged." And I shall personally subdue those two brothers, only then can we find a chance to draw out Qi Xiaotian. Lu Yiqiu possessed some knowledge of Long Feng's plans. After all, Qi Xiaotian was ruthless and exceptionally cautious in his dealings. Under normal circumstances, he would never venture out of the Tianfeng Academy's estate without ample protection. He would only emerge when accompanied by his 4 formidable bodyguards. Thus, the primary objective now was to eliminate all 4 of Qi Xiaotian's bodyguards. After Lu Yiqiu departed, Long Feng remained seated in quiet contemplation for a long while. His gaze would occasionally flicker with brilliance, only to reveal a hint of concern. He understood that the forthcoming plan was of utmost importance. A single misstep could lead to complete failure. Time passed swiftly, and before long 3 days had elapsed. On this particular morning, as Long Feng was immersed in deep thought in his study, he suddenly received word that Lu Yiqiu had sent someone to summon him. A spark ignited within Long Feng. He knew this must mean Lu Yiqiu had found a suitable opportunity. Yet he promptly rose and hurried to the appointed location. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Lu Yiqiu had been waiting there for quite some time. She stood there with a demeanor of utmost respect, and upon spotting Long Feng, she hurried forward to greet him. Long Feng was thoroughly pleased with Lu Yiqiu's demeanor, taking solace in the fact that she had gradually adapted to her role as his subordinate and was executing his commands effectively. After exchanging pleasantries, Long Feng cut to the chase, inquiring about her plans. Lu Yiqiu, have you found the opportunity? When will it be? Where is the location? Long Feng's voice conveyed an urgency and anticipation. Lu Yiqiu slightly bowed, respectfully replying, reporting to you, my master. After extensive probing and observation, I have finally discovered an excellent opportunity to secretly invite the Keita and Caillou brothers out. The time is set for the evening 2 days hence. And the location remains as before. Moreover, I have informed them of the miraculous effects of the potion you acquired, known as Drunken Golden Fragrance. As Lu Yiqiu spoke, she cautiously observed Long Feng's facial expression for any subtle shifts. When she saw that Long Feng showed no anger over her disclosure regarding the potion, the weight that had been pressing on her heart lifted, and her speech became more fluid and natural. I intentionally allowed them to notice that my cultivation had reached the later stages of martial artist, successfully piquing their interest. Consequently, they reached out to me, inquiring how I had managed to elevate my cultivation so rapidly. I then revealed this secret to them, cautioning them to keep it confidential. Additionally, I hinted that you might have more of the potion available for them to consider purchasing. As she spoke, Lu Yiqiu paused, realizing that Long Feng's keen intellect had surely grasped the subsequent plan. Excellent work. You performed exceptionally well this time. Let us execute the plan as discussed, and I shall personally handle the matter. Adapt as necessary. Long Feng wore a smile, nodding in satisfaction as he expressed high praise for Lu Yiqiu's performance. He listened attentively to the details Lu Yiqiu articulated, inwardly contemplating the remarkable ingenuity of the plan, which he believed had a considerable probability of success. He could not help but feel deep admiration for Lu Yiqiu's wisdom, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. Subsequently, Long Feng and Lu Yiqiu delved deeper into the critical details of the plan. With an exceptionally meticulous attitude, they analyzed various potential scenarios one by one and collaboratively devised corresponding strategies. Throughout this process, Long Feng fully utilized his intellect and experience, continuously offering constructive suggestions, which rendered the entire plan more refined and feasible. After an exhaustive discussion, the two finally reached a consensus. At that moment, Lu Yiqiu glanced at the time and then apologized to Long Feng, stating that he had other urgent matters to attend to and must take his leave. Long Feng understood Lu Yiqiu's busyness and smiled, nodding to indicate that he would not delay him. Subsequently, Lu Yiqiu hastily bid farewell and turned to depart. As he watched Lu Yiqiu's retreating figure, Long Feng felt a surge of emotion. He knew that the forthcoming actions would be fraught with challenges, and he was thoroughly prepared, resolved to give his all in facing whatever lay ahead. Chapter 25, Long Feng's request. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the day agreed upon by Long Feng and Lu Yiqiu had arrived. Long Feng arrived early at the designated location. Standing quietly in contemplation, before long, a stunning woman clad in resplendent red attire entered, leading 2 men in gray robes, their faces alight with excitement. The newcomers were none other than Lu Yiqiu and the 2 brothers, Kuda and Kuwayu. At that moment, the brothers were brimming with exhilaration, unable to contain their inner excitement. After all, they had heard from Lu Yiqiu about a miraculous elixir that could enhance one's cultivation. A concept they had never encountered before. Just a single drop could propel Lu Yiqiu directly into the late stage of martial artists. If they were fortunate enough to obtain even a drop of such an elixir, they too could make a significant leap into the late stage. This would enable them to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hao Feng and acquire richer resources for cultivation, allowing them to advance further on their martial path. At that moment, before the three reached Long Feng, Kuda called out from afar, "Friend Mu, it has been far too long since we last met. I have missed you immensely." Kuya then chimed in. "Indeed, friend Mu, it seems your cultivation has significantly progressed during our time apart. Surely, you must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Might you be willing to share it with us brothers?" Kuya, evidently unable to contain his eagerness, directly inquired with palpable anticipation. Long Feng was not surprised by this turn of events. It meant he need not navigate around the subject of the Zui Jinxiang elixir. Indeed, he had fortuitously obtained certain gains, which had enabled him to elevate his cultivation so swiftly. Surely Lu Yeqiu had mentioned this matter to the two brothers, he thought. Long Feng candidly replied, "Yes, I have indeed come across some fortunate findings that allowed for such rapid advancement." Kuda and Kuyu exchanged glances, silently agreeing. Initially, they had harbored some doubts about Lu Yeqiu's claims, but upon hearing Long Feng neither deny nor confirm the matter of opportunity, they were inclined to believe in the veracity of the miraculous elixir that could swiftly enhance one's cultivation. Thus, Kuda cleared his throat and spoke, "Might I inquire if you still possess the miraculous elixir that Lu Daoyu mentioned? If so, my brother and I would be willing to purchase it at a high price. Of course, if you have any other conditions, feel free to voice them. As long as they are within our means, we shall do our utmost to accommodate." With that, Kuda fixed his gaze intently on Long Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Yet he understood that such a potion, capable of accelerating one's cultivation, was indeed a rare treasure. Obtaining it would greatly benefit his training. Keu echoed, "Yes, friend. We brothers are sincere in our intentions. We hope you will grant us this favor." He too gazed intently at Long Feng, anxiously awaiting his response. Long Feng feigned contemplation and, after a brief pause, replied, "Indeed, I possess 2 drops of Zui Jinxiang elixir. I had originally intended to consume them after breaking through to the martial artist realm to enhance my cultivation. However, this elixir is exceedingly precious, a serendipitous acquisition, and its quantity is scarce." Yet, seeing Long Feng hesitate, Kuda and Kuyu quickly interjected, "Yet what, friend Mu, please express any concerns you may have. As long as you are willing to sell us the miraculous elixir, we will certainly do everything in our power to assist you. It is simply that this elixir is truly remarkable, and I hope that once you acquire it, you will refrain from disclosing its existence to others, to avoid any unnecessary troubles for me," Long Feng stated. Hearing this, Kuda and Kuyu were overjoyed, promptly responding, "Of course, the fewer people who know about such a treasure, the better. If you are willing to sell it to us brothers, we will forever be indebted to you. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. We will never refuse." Long Feng smiled, "I appreciate your willingness, esteemed seniors. Rest assured, once we break through to the late stage, we shall not forget today's agreement." Kuda and Kuyu solemnly affirmed. Long Feng nodded, saying, "I have faith in your integrity." Furthermore, at this juncture, Long Feng deliberately left a suspenseful pause before continuing, "However, this elixir is of immense value, and I am truly reluctant to part with it so easily. Yet, since you both hold it in such high regard, I suppose I must make a painful concession." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Kuda and Kuyu transformed into sheer elation. They could hardly believe their ears. Long Feng had so readily acquiesced to their request. However, just as they were overwhelmed with excitement, Long Feng spoke again, "I can provide you with this elixir, but on one condition: you must consume it in my presence." At this, Kuda and Kuyu's hearts sank, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. They exchanged glances, reading the same question in each other's eyes. Keda finally found his voice, asking, "Friend, does this imply a lack of trust in us? It is well known that during a critical breakthrough, one should avoid distractions. Consuming it in front of others could lead to many inconveniences. I hope you will reconsider." Noticing the hesitation of the two brothers, Long Feng quickly clarified, "Please rest assured, my intention in making this request is not to put you in a difficult position. The primary reason is that after you ingest this elixir, it will not be long before you can successfully break through your current realm, and the entire process is exceedingly safe, with no unexpected incidents likely to occur. My reasoning is based on 2 considerations. Firstly, I cannot ascertain whether you would choose to use the elixir for yourselves after receiving it. If you do not consume it personally but instead sell it to others, then all prior commitments would become meaningless. The assistance provided by 2 mid-stage martial artists pales in comparison to that offered by 2 late-stage experts. Secondly, I merely wish to observe closely how you both transition from the mid to late stages of martial artists. This way, should I encounter a similar situation in the future, I can avoid unnecessary detours, mitigating risks and complications." Seeing that Kuda and Kuyu still appeared uncertain, Long Feng continued, "You need not worry. With Lu Yeqiu present, I would never dare to harm you in any way. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Kuda and Kuyu turned to Lu Yecho, who smiled and nodded. Reassuring them, you need not worry, I successfully broke through my bottleneck after consuming this elixir in front of Muhan. Moreover, your bond with Muhan is profound, he would never wish you harm. I trust he would not jeopardize his own future by endangering yours. Although Kuda and Kuyu felt somewhat reassured by Lu Yecho's words, they remained internally conflicted and doubtful. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their concerns about this decision. However, after careful consideration, they ultimately resolved to agree to Longfeng's request. Chapter 26, Subduing Kuda and Kuyu. Upon witnessing that Kuda and Kuyu had finally consented to consume the elixir in his presence, Longfeng felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling a long breath of relief. Had the brothers refused, not only would his meticulously crafted plan have been in jeopardy, but it would have also posed a significant risk of leaking information, potentially entangling him in considerable trouble. Should the news spread, it would likely attract the attention and scrutiny of various factions, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from the situation. Therefore, Longfeng silently rejoiced in the brothers' wise decision, which bolstered his confidence in the forthcoming actions. With Kuda and Kuyu agreeing to consume the elixir before him, the subsequent steps became much more manageable. Longfeng, no longer hesitant, promptly retrieved the jade vial filled with the meticulously prepared potion from his bosom and handed it to the two brothers. The Kuda brothers, overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly reached out to accept the vial, continuously uttering promises of future gratitude for Longfeng's great kindness. However, Longfeng paid little heed to their empty words. He was acutely aware that as long as the Kuda brothers obediently consumed the contents of the vial, they would become his subservients, bound to follow his every command without question. Whatever orders Longfeng issued, they would be powerless to resist. After scrutinizing the jade vial for a considerable time, the Kuda brothers promptly sat cross-legged, tilted their heads back, and consumed the miraculous potion in one gulp. Witnessing the Kuda brothers finally imbibing the potion, a heavy weight lifted from Longfeng's heart. He felt a quiet sense of relief. The plan appeared to be progressing smoothly. Shortly thereafter, as if in agreement, the Kuda brothers collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lying motionless, Lu Yiqiu, taken aback, hurried over to check on their condition, after confirming multiple times that the brothers had indeed fallen into a state of unconsciousness. She gestured for Longfeng to approach. At that moment Longfeng took a deep breath, summoning the enigmatic power within him, which he began to channel outward in a continuous flow. This force seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly enveloping the Kuda brothers. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Much to Lu Yiqiu's astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the unbelievable scene before her. Despite the tumult of fear and confusion within her, she refrained from speaking. She knew all too well that some matters were beyond her comprehension. Guard me. Longfeng's deep voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. As his words echoed, he slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his breath, fully immersing his consciousness within the internal space of the devouring sky pearl. Upon entering the space, Longfeng immediately spotted the Kuda brothers sprawled on the ground, devoid of life, as if they had lost their very essence. Approaching them, he examined them closely before settling down cross-legged, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. His fingers danced like butterflies, moving with a speed that dazzled the eye. A mysterious rune, exuding a faint glow, gradually coalesced at his fingertips and shot toward Kuda's forehead. Upon contact, the rune embedded itself within, radiating a luminous aura, followed by Longfeng's low command, "Go." Accompanied by this utterance, Kuda let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently before he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Longfeng did not pause his actions. He inhaled deeply and continued to channel more spiritual energy into the rune. Moments later, the second rune successfully integrated into Kuyu's mind. Having completed this task, Longfeng finally exhaled in relief and stood up. He gently wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the room, Lu Yiqiu waited silently. She was aware that Longfeng was performing a crucial ritual, yet the specifics eluded her. All she could do was silently pray for his safety, understanding that if harm befell him, she too would not escape unscathed. As time ticked by, Longfeng eventually emerged from the internal space of the devouring sky pearl. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. How did it go? Was it successful? Lu Yiqiu inquired with concern as she stepped closer. Longfeng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features. Yes, it went relatively smoothly. Now, we shall see what surprises they bring us. Just as Lu Yiqiu fixated on Longfeng, two abrupt sounds echoed, and Kuda and Kuyu reappeared before her. In no time, the brothers began to rouse from their stupor. Their expressions filled with bewilderment, as if they had lost a significant portion of their memories and were completely unaware of the preceding events. As they fully regained consciousness, they eagerly began to inspect their own physical states. Ha 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 ha, this is simply astounding. I truly managed to elevate my cultivation by a minor tier. I finally entered the late warrior stage, Kuda exclaimed, unable to contain his elation after assessing his condition. At that moment, Kyu shared in the exuberance. I too have ascended to the late warrior stage. The two exchanged their joyous sentiments, their emotions running high, their faces alight with astonishment after a brief exchange. They shared a knowing glance, then stood upright, bowing deeply before Long Feng and clasping their hands in gratitude. We are profoundly grateful for Brother Muhan's generous gift, should any needs arise in the future. We shall undoubtedly do our utmost to assist, leaving no request unfulfilled. As Lu Yiqiu observed the Kuda brothers, a wave of melancholy surged within her. They conversed animatedly with Long Feng, their faces radiant with excitement as they solemnly pledged their loyalty, completely oblivious to the fate awaiting them. Yet, she felt a twinge of relief for them. Tragically, the Kuda brothers would, like herself, lose their freedom and become Long Feng's slaves, their lives henceforth revolving around him. Fortunately, they had not encountered the abyss of despair nor partaken in Long Feng's cruel actions. Otherwise, having consumed that vial, their chance of awakening would have been irrevocably extinguished. Now not only had they preserved their lives, but their cultivation had also seen significant enhancement, a true case of fortune arising from misfortune. At that moment, Long Feng noticed that the brothers intended to continue speaking, seemingly oblivious to the soul seal within them. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he said with a hint of mockery, "There is no need for hasty gratitude. Perhaps you should first examine your own soul seas before deciding whether to express your thanks." Upon hearing Long Feng's words, an ominous premonition surged within the Kuda brothers. They exchanged glances, then closed their eyes, delving into their soul seas. When they beheld the ominously glowing slave seal within, their faces turned ashen. "What in the world is this? Why is there such a thing in my soul sea?" Kyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, his voice filled with despair and helplessness, as if he had witnessed the end of the world. Beside him, Kuda was equally shaken, trembling as he pointed at the seal, stammering, "What is going on? Why has this appeared in our soul seas?" Chapter 27, Long Feng's scheme. Long Feng watched the two in their state of panic, a secret smile blossoming within him. He understood that these two had completely fallen under his control. From this moment forth, they would become his most loyal servants, forever unable to defy his commands. To his astonishment, Kuda, upon thoroughly examining his soul sea, discovered the presence of the slave seal. Yet, unlike Kyu, who was consumed by terror and screamed in horror, Kuda first displayed a look of shock, which quickly transformed into anger, followed by a profound despair. "This is indeed a slave seal. When did you implant this within my soul sea? Was it when we consumed the potion in preparation for our breakthrough? But why was I completely unaware of it?" Kuda then began to mutter to himself, "Moreover, it seems we have no significant grievances or connections with you. Your actions seem to have only yielded 2 late warrior stage slaves. Beyond that, it appears you gain no other benefits. After all, using just 2 drops of that miraculous potion to elevate mid-stage warriors to the late stage without risk seems like a tremendous loss." This clearly illustrated that Kuda was not only well-informed but also perceptive, maintaining a calm demeanor in the face of adversity. "What? A slave seal? The damned beast! I will slaughter you!" Kyu roared, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He could not fathom that Long Feng had implanted a slave seal within his soul sea. This despicable and underhanded tactic ignited his fury, and he yearned to tear Long Feng apart. At this moment, Kyu was blinded by rage, utterly losing his rationality. Without hesitation, he brandished the massive axe in his hands and charged at Long Feng with ferocity. Yet, Long Feng remained unfazed. He stood silently, his gaze cold as he watched Kyu approach. As Kyu drew nearer, Long Feng suddenly focused his thoughts. With a blood-curdling shriek and a deafening crash, Kyu was sent flying as if a string had been cut. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood poured from his mouth and nose, and his breath grew faint, as if life itself was slipping away. Throughout the ordeal, Long Feng had not even turned his head. As if he had anticipated this outcome all along. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Humph, even at this point, you dare harbor thoughts of killing me. I truly cannot fathom whether you are foolish or merely seeking death." Long Feng spoke in a low voice, "You may find my actions somewhat perplexing." However, as he reached this point, a sudden radiance enveloped him. As the glow gradually dissipated, a boy of around 8 or 9 years appeared before Lu Yiqiu and the other two. Witnessing this scene, Kuda and Kyu were initially taken aback, but soon seemed to grasp the situation. They exchanged glances and turned their attention to Lu Yiqiu, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Clearly, they could not comprehend why Lu Yiqiu was entangled with Long Feng, yet, after a while, they appeared to have come to an understanding. After all, throughout the ordeal, Lu Yiqiu had remained largely silent, and his cultivation had risen to a later stage through the use of medicinal liquids, as if he was already aware of everything. It seemed that Lu Yiqiu had indeed become Long Feng's subordinate. With this realization, the perplexity on Kuda and Kuyu's faces gradually faded, replaced by expressions of relief as they remarked, "So you are not Muhan, but Long Feng. No wonder you acted this way. However, it seems your actions may have little effect on Qi Shaotian. After all, a Qi Shaotian can simply recruit another group to take our place. This Long Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a teasing smile. I certainly will not grant him that opportunity, he replied softly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. After all, you are all still by his side, so why would he need to go to the trouble of recruiting others? Upon hearing this, Kuda and the others' expressions shifted slightly. They exchanged glances, silently pondering Long Feng's intentions. Are you suggesting we remain by Qi Shaotian's side, or perhaps, that the three of us should assassinate Qi Shaotian? Kuda furrowed his brow, his tone laced with uncertainty and concern. He was acutely aware of Qi Shaotian's formidable strength, as well as the presence of a skilled warrior named Hao Feng by his side. Hao Feng was also at the later stage of martial arts, having honed his skills over many years, making him far beyond the reach of those who had only recently entered that stage. Indeed, it is to assassinate Qi Shaotian. However, it is not you who will carry out the deed, but rather the third prince Qi Yang's people. Long Feng's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Once Qi Shaotian is eliminated, all issues shall be resolved. As for Hao Feng, do not worry, I have my methods to deal with him. Long Feng's words plunged Kuda and the others into silence. They understood that this mission was exceedingly perilous, yet they also realized that without taking action, they would forever remain under Long Feng's control. Only by fully complying with Long Feng's orders would they have a glimmer of hope for regaining their freedom in the future. Subsequently, Long Feng instructed Kuda to unleash his unique healing techniques to save Kuyu with all his might. After all, if Kuyu were to perish, it would not only severely impact their subsequent actions but also leave everyone with feelings of regret and guilt. After a period of careful treatment, Kuyu's condition gradually improved, recovering sufficiently. At this moment, Kuyu finally came to terms with reality, no longer resisting, but instead, like Kuda, diligently serving Long Feng, for only in this way would they have a chance at freedom in the future. The four of them then gathered once more to discuss how to confront the formidable Hao Feng. They were well aware that Hao Feng was a master at the later stage of martial arts. If they continued to employ the previous method of administering medicinal liquids to him, it was highly likely that instead of incapacitating him, it would merely prompt Hao Feng to break through to the martial master level. If that were to happen, the troubles they would face would be far from trivial. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Long Feng's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. In that case, why don't we attempt to increase the dosage of the medicinal liquid and on that basis, set up a sophisticated formation, Long Feng stated confidently, thanks to the extensive knowledge and experience passed down by Elder Long. Long Feng was now entirely capable of arranging a simple yet practical formation capable of countering a martial master. This undoubtedly brought new hope to everyone. The reason Long Feng had not directly set up a formation to deal with Lu Yiqiu, Kuda, and Kuyu previously was quite straightforward. Even if this formation could defeat the three of them, it would ultimately only lead to their demise rather than merely inflicting severe injuries. If they were truly to be annihilated, it would undoubtedly arouse Qi Shaotian's vigilance and concern. Consequently, enticing Qi Shaotian out of his heavily fortified and guarded residence would become nearly impossible. After the four of them concluded their discussions, they each departed to commence preparations for the upcoming plan. Upon returning to his residence, Long Feng immediately immersed himself in a new round of cultivation. However, this time, he did not focus on enhancing his own abilities but rather concentrated on the art of formations. After all, the formations he set up would play a crucial role in the forthcoming plan. Everyone was well aware of Hao Feng's prowess. As Qi Shaotian's chief bodyguard, his capabilities were certainly not to be underestimated. The success of this operation in delivering a significant blow to Hao Feng hinged on whether Long Feng's formation was sufficiently exquisite. Any oversight that allowed Hao Feng an escape route would lead to dire consequences. If Hao Feng were to return to Qi Shaotian's side, not only would all of Long Feng's meticulous schemes be reduced to naught, but he would also find himself once again pursued by Qi Shaotian, placing his life in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Lu Yiqiu and his companions were racking their brains to lure Hao Feng out. But the latter truly lived up to his status as a seasoned warrior, displaying a maturity and composure that contrasted starkly with Lu Yiqiu and his companions' impetuousness, despite several covert attempts to meet with Hao Feng. They could not find a suitable opportunity to draw him out, thus Long Feng's group's plan fell into a stalemate. On that day, the third prince Qi Yang unexpectedly sent a messenger bearing a confidential letter, stating that he had important matters to discuss with Long Feng and hoped to arrange a meeting. Upon reading the letter, Long Feng mused that the plan concerning Hao Feng might temporarily be on hold. Given this, it would be prudent to see what this third prince required of him. Perhaps this prince could lend a helping hand. After all, taking down Qi Shaotian was not solely Long Feng's ambition. The third prince was no ordinary individual. He had long coveted the position of crown prince. Therefore, if Long Feng were to propose a joint effort against Hao Feng at this juncture, the third prince would undoubtedly spare no effort in assisting him. Long Feng instructed the messenger to return with word that he would indeed meet with the third prince. The messenger, relieved to hear Long Feng's agreement, bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. In a private room on the second floor of Mingyue building sat a boy dressed in splendid attire, around 11 or 12 years old. His youthful face bore an innocent expression, yet his eyes were steady and profound, as if he had weathered many storms. Had it not been for his youthful appearance, one might mistake him for an ancient sage. Opposite the boy sat another lad of the same age, adorned in fine garments, who was currently smiling and conversing amiably with the first boy. These two youths were none other than Long Feng and the third prince, Qi Yang. At that moment, Qi Yang raised his cup in a toast to Long Feng, speaking, "Muhan, the urgency in summoning you stems from a matter for which I require your assistance." Long Feng, realizing that Qi Yang had finally broached the subject of their meeting, set his cup down and feigned a look of difficulty as he replied, "The third prince is surrounded by remarkable talents and capable individuals. I am but an ordinary citizen with limited abilities, and I fear I may be of little help. The situation is as follows. The chief bodyguard of Qi Xin Zhuo was ambushed while out on an errand and is now recuperating at home. Recently, anyone who has attempted to visit him has returned disheartened. I wonder if you, Muhan, have heard of this matter." Qi Yang leaned closer to Long Feng, lowering his voice. "Oh, such a significant event has transpired? Do you happen to know who is responsible?" Long Feng inquired, his interest piqued. "Interestingly enough, not long ago, while I was out on business with my subordinates, we passed by the banks of the Listening Wind River. Just as we were about to cross, suddenly, we heard the sounds of a fierce battle coming from the woods nearby. We cautiously approached to uncover the truth." Qi Yang paused dramatically, building suspense. "Guess what?" He looked at Long Feng, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Please do enlighten me, third prince," Long Feng replied, feigning curiosity. A chuckle escaped Qi Yang's lips as he fixed his gaze intently on Long Feng. "The combatants were none other than my sixth brother's chief bodyguard Zhuo Xijing, and my fifth sister's chief bodyguard, Qin Tang. At that moment, both seemed to have lost their senses in the heat of battle, unleashing their ultimate techniques, transforming the scene into one of extraordinary intensity. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, a massive, formidable tiger with striking features burst forth like a bolt of lightning. The appearance of this tiger only intensified the already volatile situation. Due to the prior fierce combat, both Zhuo Xijing and Qin Tang had sustained injuries, and faced with the sudden emergence of the ferocious tiger, they were compelled to momentarily cease their actions and flee for their lives. Indeed, it appears that the individual accompanying the sixth prince, Zhuo Xijing, possesses remarkable prowess, capable of achieving a stalemate against a master like Qin Tang. It is noteworthy that Qin Tang is reputed to be on par with the elder powerhouse Hao Feng. Upon hearing this, Long Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, a flicker of doubt arose within him. What does this have to do with the matter the third prince mentioned regarding assistance? The crux of the issue lies with that ferocious creature, the bloodthirsty tiger. It is essential to understand that the battleground between Hao Feng and another was precisely within the territory of that great beast. The bloodthirsty tiger, born with a fierce disposition, possesses the strength of an initial martial disciple from birth, and upon maturity, it can even attain the level of a martial master. Moreover, the bloodthirsty tiger has a particular fondness for a plant known as illusory moongrass. This illusory moongrass stands approximately 1 foot and 3 inches tall, adorned with 9 leaves, resembling the tail of a fox. Legends say that a potion made from mature illusory moongrass can render a martial master practitioner unconscious for a full half-hour. Furthermore, this potion is completely colorless and odorless, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. Qi Yang grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Upon hearing the name illusory moongrass, Long Feng's spirits lifted. He had long struggled to devise a strategy to deal with Hao Feng. If he could acquire this illusory moongrass, would it not resolve his current predicament? With this thought, he felt a surge of joy within him. However, if the bloodthirsty tiger were of mature age, matters might become rather complicated. What level had it actually reached? If it were indeed in its adulthood, it would be exceedingly challenging not only to procure the illusory moongrass but also to avoid grievous harm to ourselves. Observing Long Feng's worried expression, Qi Yang deliberately wore a mysterious smile and said, "The bloodthirsty tiger has indeed reached the martial master level, but, in a short while, it will enter a weakened state. Once the time is right, we can carefully devise a plan to lure the bloodthirsty tiger away, seizing the opportunity to obtain the illusory moongrass. This way, we need not confront the bloodthirsty tiger directly. Nor do we have to be overly concerned about unforeseen circumstances. This plan may indeed be feasible, but we must proceed with caution." Thus, Long Feng and Qi Yang once again delved into the specifics of their strategy. After all, this matter pertained to their very lives, and they had to be exceedingly prudent. Chapter 29, The Bloodthirsty Tiger. After Long Feng and the third prince Qi Yang finalized their discussion, they stealthily returned to their lodgings. The following morning, Long Feng secretly summoned Lu Yiqiu and two others for a meeting, although he had reached a consensus with the third prince regarding countering the bloodthirsty tiger. The unpredictability of the world prompted him to take precautions. He decided to send Lu Yiqiu and the others ahead to conceal themselves in the shadows for any unforeseen eventualities. As the seconds ticked by, Long Feng anxiously awaited the appointed hour, yet he refrained from acting hastily, for he understood that revealing his desire for the illusory moongrass too soon might give the third prince leverage against him, which would be counterproductive. It was not until the third prince dispatched a messenger to inform him that the time had come that Long Feng finally suppressed his turbulent emotions and made his way to the banks of the listening Wind River. Upon his arrival at the designated location, he found the third prince had been waiting for quite some time, appearing even more excited than himself. It was unclear what significance the illusory moongrass held for him. "Muhan, you have finally arrived. I thought you had been detained by some matter and would not make it," Qi Yang exclaimed, striding towards Long Feng with an expression of sheer delight. Before Long Feng could approach, Qi Yang eagerly advanced and declared loudly, "I deeply apologize for keeping everyone waiting." Muhan nodded slightly, offering his apologies. "I indeed encountered some minor troubles, but fortunately I managed to arrive just in time." "May I inquire, Your Highness, have all your men gathered? Furthermore, regarding this operation, we must clarify beforehand, I will solely be responsible for harvesting the illusory moongrass, while the task of restraining the bloodthirsty tiger rests entirely upon your shoulders. Otherwise, I fear for my own safety." Long Feng feigned a demeanor of deep concern, as if overwhelmed by the imminent peril. In reality, with Long Feng's extraordinary skills and astonishing speed, if anyone could successfully distract that vicious bloodthirsty tiger, obtaining the illusory moongrass would be a mere trifle for him. However, his primary worry at that moment was whether the third prince's entourage possessed the capability to contend with the bloodthirsty tiger, which, despite being in a weakened state, still retained the strength of a martial master. After all, even in its diminished capacity, this formidable beast was far from manageable by individuals merely at the mid to late stages of martial discipleship. "Rest assured, Brother Muhan, you need only focus on collecting the illusory moongrass. We shall handle the rest, ensuring your safety." Seeing a lingering hint of concern on Long Feng's face, Qi Yang promptly patted his chest, assuring him with fervor. Once all the details were meticulously discussed, time was of the essence. Subsequently, Qi Yang, alongside Long Feng and his three guards, cautiously advanced toward the lair of the bloodthirsty tiger. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays searing the earth like flames. The bloodthirsty tiger, being a creature of the shadows, would typically retreat to its cave during the first noon of each month, when the overwhelming yang energy would suppress it. During this time, it would remain hidden within its territory, rarely venturing out. Inside the cave, the bloodthirsty tiger lay languidly on the ground, slightly ajar its mouth, emitting low, rumbling snores, seemingly immersed in a peaceful slumber, utterly oblivious to the impending events. Its massive and powerful form, nearly 4 meters in length, emanated a chilling aura. As Long Feng and his companions inched closer to the cave, they finally caught sight of the slumbering bloodthirsty tiger, its body shimmering with a red glow, resembling a blazing flame, yet it remained unaware of the quiet approach. Seeing the bloodthirsty tiger unresponsive, Long Feng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as they prepared to advance further, a sudden sharp crack pierced the air. It turned out that one of the team members, overwhelmed by tension, had inadvertently stepped on a brittle twig. The bloodthirsty tiger stirred. The group instantly tensed, not daring to breathe, fearful of startling the ferocious beast. They pressed themselves against the wall, rigid as statues, their eyes fixed intently on the bloodthirsty tiger ahead. The creature abruptly lifted its massive head, warily scanning the surroundings outside the cave. Its gaze was sharp and menacing, as if capable of piercing through all disguises and concealments. With each passing moment, their heartbeats quickened, silently praying that the bloodthirsty tiger would not detect their presence. After what felt like an eternity, the bloodthirsty tiger seemingly found nothing amiss. It shook its head and slowly settled back down, resuming its slumber, convinced that the earlier disturbance was merely a figment of its imagination. Recently, the bloodthirsty tiger had been somewhat restless. Not long ago, two audacious intruders had dared to encroach upon its territory and approach its den, which had filled the creature with rage and unease. Since then, it had become particularly sensitive and vigilant. In its memory, few dared to trespass in its domain, let alone approach its lair. The last two bothersome intruders had fled in terror at the mere sight of it. Were it not for its duty to guard the precious illusory moongrass, it would have pursued them to exact vengeance. With the sound of the wind rustling, everyone was startled, remaining frozen in place for a considerable time. Fearful of triggering the awareness of the slumbering bloodthirsty tiger ahead, after a while, seeing that the bloodthirsty tiger continued to remain motionless, Qi Yang cautiously led his three guards, striving to suppress their own breaths. Inching closer, meanwhile, Long Feng, adhering to the prior plan, stealthily moved toward the direction of the illusory moongrass. To outsiders, Long Feng appeared to be merely a martial disciple at the latter stage of cultivation. Yet only a select few, like Qi Yang, were aware that he had already broken through to the initial stage of martial discipleship. The reason for including Long Feng in this operation was primarily due to his extraordinary and elusive agility. Once Long Feng unleashed his full capabilities, even practitioners at the ordinary martial master initial stage would struggle to match his speed. Such astonishing swiftness was something even the well-versed Qi Yang had never encountered before. It was this very speed that had led to Qi Yang's initial defeat at the Mingyue Tower, prompting him to return and attempt to recruit Long Feng. As the distance closed to a critical point, Qi Yang shouted now. In an instant, Qi Yang and his three guards launched an assault on the bloodthirsty tiger. The sudden onslaught caught the just awakened beast off guard. It immediately rose to its feet and, without hesitation, countered. The bloodthirsty tiger, engulfed in fury, was consumed by an overwhelming rage. It had never anticipated that within such a short span another group would audaciously invade its territory and dare to attack without hesitation. At this moment, its wrath reached a boiling point, accompanied by a deafening roar. The bloodthirsty tiger opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson light akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards Qi Yang and his companions. This beam of radiance bore a fierce aura, as if intent on tearing asunder all in its path. Be careful, young master, quickly evade. The surrounding individuals cried out in terror, fully aware of the formidable power behind this strike. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Qi Yang's reaction was remarkably swift. In a flash, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sanguine beam. At that moment, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, revealing that the perilous encounter had left him shaken. Chapter 30, Unexpected Joy. It seems this beast possesses considerable intelligence, knowing to target the weakest among us. Thankfully, my reflexes are sharp. Qi Yang silently congratulated himself on his agility. However, he did not allow himself to relax. Instead, his movements with the weapon became increasingly rapid. Gripping his weapon tightly, he focused intently on the bloodthirsty tiger, bracing himself for any eventuality that might arise. Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the air, exploding palm. Qi Yang watched in disbelief as his previous attack had no effect on the bloodthirsty tiger, which remained steadfast at the entrance of its lair, unmoving. He understood that if this stalemate continued, the situation would only deteriorate further. Time was of the essence. He needed to devise an effective strategy to escape the impending crisis. Thus Qi Yang resolved to muster all his strength and unleash his most powerful attack. The exploding palm. In that instant, he channeled all his energy into his palm, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the bloodthirsty tiger. Suddenly an enormous fiery red hand descended from the heavens, akin to a volcanic eruption, bearing an inexorable force aimed directly at the bloodthirsty tiger. Concurrently, the other three individuals did not falter, unleashing their full power in a coordinated assault. Solar slash, earth-shattering fire spike, profound fire arrow. They understood that only the most potent and radiant energies could inflict meaningful damage upon the bloodthirsty tiger. Thus, they all instinctively opted for fire-based attacks, and in an instant, a conflagration of fiery skills intertwined, enveloping the bloodthirsty tiger in a searing inferno. Long Feng stood at a distance, anxiously observing the fierce battle between Qi Yang and the foe. He silently prayed for the bloodthirsty tiger to vacate its lair, believing that only then would he have the opportunity to approach and successfully procure the precious illusory moon herb. As time ticked by, Long Feng awaited impatiently. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. Roar! This sound brimmed with unbridled fury, indicating that the bloodthirsty tiger had been pushed to its limits. It opened its gaping maw and charged ferociously towards Qi Yang and the others. However, rather than succumbing to panic, Qi Yang and his companions displayed expressions of exhilaration. They swiftly pivoted, retreating while launching even more ferocious attacks against the bloodthirsty tiger. The fierce clash gradually distanced itself from Longfeng's location. He fixed his gaze on their figures, only exhaling in relief once he confirmed that both the bloodthirsty tiger and Qi Yang had moved far away. At that moment, Longfeng finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He stealthily approached the bloodthirsty tiger's cave, each step taken with utmost caution. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he refrained from rushing in, instead pausing to meticulously survey his surroundings. After ascertaining that there were no potential dangers, he swiftly slipped inside the cave like a wraith. Upon entering, Longfeng immediately spotted a small herb at the center of the cave. This herb stood approximately 1 foot tall, with 9 leaves resembling the tail of a fox. Without a doubt, this was the illusory moon herb described by Qi Yang. Without hesitation, Longfeng approached, retrieving a jade box from his pocket, and carefully uprooted the illusory moon herb, gently placing it within the box. Once he successfully secured the illusory moon herb, his racing heart began to calm slightly. At this point, Longfeng began to scan the rest of the cave. To his surprise, he discovered a trove of gold, silver, and jewels hidden within, alongside the bones and fur of both humans and beasts. These must be the remnants of those consumed by the bloodthirsty tiger, he mused, and naturally he would not let this lucrative opportunity slip away. He unceremoniously collected all the gold and jewels, along with the beast pelts, contemplating the substantial fortune he could gain from selling them. After gathering everything, Longfeng suddenly heard a soft, youthful roar echoing from around the cave's corner. A sound as melodious and delightful as a nightingale's song. Initially startled, he cautiously approached, and when he beheld the sight before him, he was taken aback. Before him stood a bloodthirsty tiger cub. The small tiger was diminutive in size, with soft, sleek fur, its eyes twinkling with intelligence. It warily regarded Longfeng, emitting low growls as if warning him to stay away. Noticing that Longfeng showed no signs of retreating, the cub's growls intensified, resounding loudly as if to assert that this was its territory, demanding Longfeng's immediate departure. However, Longfeng observed that this bloodthirsty tiger cub was unlike ordinary cubs. It seemed to exude a unique aura. Imbued with a sense of mystery and strength, Longfeng felt a surge of delight. He sensed that this cub was not only clever but might also possess special abilities or talents. If he could tame and nurture it as his companion, it would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. Therefore, Longfeng's heart stirred. He initially intended to take the cub with him but reconsidered, fearing that such an action might provoke the adult bloodthirsty tiger. Whether he could escape safely remained uncertain. Consequently, Longfeng resolved to forge a master-servant contract with the bloodthirsty tiger cub, believing it would prove advantageous in the future. Upon successfully establishing the contract, he imparted a set of beast cultivation techniques and transformation methods he had learned from Long Lao into the cub's mind. Currently, the cub was still young and unaware of how to cultivate. Once it reached a certain stage of growth, these techniques would automatically be unsealed, allowing it to begin its training. After completing all these tasks, Longfeng meticulously surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming the absence of any unusual occurrences. And without hesitation, he darted out of the bloodthirsty tiger's cave. Before long, Longfeng safely arrived at his previous hiding spot, quietly awaiting the return of Qi Yang and the others. He patiently lingered until dusk approached. Finally, hearing the sound of footsteps drawing near, cautiously he peeked out and indeed saw Qi Yang and his companions, who had led the bloodthirsty tiger away, making their way towards him. However, at this moment, Qi Yang and the others bore signs of injury, though fortunately none were grave, merely superficial wounds. Upon seeing Longfeng waiting there, they understood that he had undoubtedly accomplished something significant. Despite their injuries, each of them wore an expression of uncontainable joy. Qi Yang contemplated inwardly. With the illusory moon herb in hand, all the plans I have meticulously devised can finally come to fruition. The title of prince is practically within my grasp. Longfeng, witnessing the group's exuberance, decided to forego any further pretense and directly produce the illusory moon herb. However, the herb he held lacked any roots, as they had been implanted within the devouring pearl. The others were not surprised by this, as it was customary for individuals to only harvest the useful parts of the illusory moon herb, leaving the rest intact for future needs. Chapter 31, Successfully Obtaining the Illusory Moon Herb in the End. Longfeng received 3 leaves radiating a mysterious aura, while the remaining 6 leaves were allocated to Qi Yang and the others. Confronted with this division, Longfeng displayed no signs of discontent or dissent, readily accepting the arrangement. After all, what he had obtained was not merely a few leaves. More importantly, he had successfully acquired the immensely valuable root. Perhaps before long, he could harvest the leaves of the illusory moon herb once more. Initially, Long Feng had approached the task with a spirit of experimentation, carefully planting the root of the illusory moon herb within the devouring pearl. However, to his astonishment, this endeavor yielded remarkable success. Even more astonishing was the fact that the root showed no signs of withering due to the change in environment. What Long Feng did not realize was that the seemingly unremarkable devouring pearl was, in fact, Long Lao's dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was regarded as one of the most cherished treasures of the dragon clan. Intimately intertwined with each dragon's existence, the strength of a dragon was often judged by the scale and time dilation within its dragon pearl. Specifically, the more expansive the internal world of the dragon pearl and the greater the time acceleration, the more potent and profound the dragon's power. Once Long Lao had found himself in an inescapable predicament, facing certain death, yet he had never anticipated that his dragon pearl would be entwined with Long Feng. This dragon pearl seemed to be a part of him, almost an extension of his very being. Through this wondrous and enigmatic connection, the lingering soul can attach itself, gradually restoring its incomplete spiritual power. However, this restoration process is exceedingly protracted and arduous. Relying solely on natural recovery would likely consume countless years. Fortunately, with Long Feng's assistance, this time frame has been significantly reduced, possessing the innate physique of a profound dragon. Long Feng shares the same origin as the venerable dragon elder. As Long Feng grows stronger, the Shirtian pearl will double its absorption of the aura he exudes, thereby accelerating the recovery process of the Shirtian pearl. Consequently, this indirectly brings tremendous benefits to the remnants of the dragon elder's soul. Qi Yang and others, though somewhat injured, do not linger after acquiring the precious Huanyue grass. They turn and depart. Long Feng silently observes the retreating figures of Qi Yang and his companions until they vanish from sight, then calls out to the nearby forest, "Come out!" As soon as his voice fades, a graceful and enchanting woman steps forth from the dense woods, accompanied by two tall and formidable middle-aged men. They approach Long Feng with measured strides. Indeed, this third prince proves to be an extraordinary individual. In a situation where both numbers and strength are overwhelmingly in his favor, he still generously allocates a portion of the 3 immensely precious leaves of Huanyue grass to me. This action alone is sufficient to attest to the remarkable character of this third prince. Were it anyone else, upon learning that I had successfully obtained the Huanyue grass, they would undoubtedly find it difficult to part with this rare treasure so tantalizingly within reach. After all, human nature is inherently greedy, and how many could resist the allure of such an extraordinary find? Yet, this third prince remains unclouded by avarice, instead exhibiting a demeanor and temperament that surpass the ordinary. Such a rare quality is truly admirable. Noticing Long Feng's high regard for Qi Yang, Kuda interjects, "My lord, you may not be aware that this third prince is perceived by outsiders as nothing more than a frivolous scion. Lacking in wisdom, however, the truth is quite the opposite. As far as I know, this third prince is remarkably composed and possesses a profound depth of character. While he may seem nonchalant on the surface, he is, in reality, meticulous and contemplative. Furthermore, the third prince upholds steadfast beliefs and principles. He never reneges on promises made and consistently honors his commitments. He treats his subordinates with great care, inspiring them with genuine affection. In his own words, only when those around me grow strong can I feel secure. Only when they experience a sense of home will they become even stronger. An individual's strength is ultimately too feeble. It is only through the unwavering support of a dedicated group that one can achieve greatness. Thus, those by his side wholeheartedly serve him, swearing eternal allegiance. I see. Long Feng muses. It appears that this third prince indeed possesses extraordinary talents and charismatic leadership qualities, making him a potential sovereign. Let us return, he declares. Having successfully acquired the Huanyue grass, we can now commence the concoction of Maihan Xiang. With this treasure in hand, our chances of confronting Hao Feng will be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing Long Feng mention the crafting of Maihan Xiang, Lu Yiqiu hastily remarks, "My lord, I know of an apothecary who should be capable of concocting this Maihan Xiang. However, his fees are considerably higher than those of other apothecaries. But his success rate is substantially greater. There's no need for that. Such a trivial matter as Maihan Xiang does not require the hands of another," Long Feng confidently responds, "with the memory inheritance from the Dragon Elder. This task is merely a trifling endeavor for him." Lu Yiqiu and the others are left astonished. The Lord can concoct medicine? Could it be that the Lord is also an apothecary? This is simply unbelievable, one exclaims. Another adds, "Indeed, the Lord is truly a hidden gem. I never imagined he would not only possess formidable strength but also excel in the intricate art of alchemy. It is genuinely commendable." The last one sighs in admiration. "The Lord lives up to his title, indeed omnipotent. with the Lord here, what do we have to fear? Observing their excited expressions, Long Feng smiles slightly and says, "You need not be so astonished. These are merely minor skills. As you accompany me longer, you will naturally learn more." Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Lu Yiqiu and the others are flooded with profound admiration and reverence. They silently vow to diligently follow in Long Feng's footsteps, striving to elevate their own capabilities in hopes of becoming as extraordinary as he. What fortuitous opportunities has the Lord encountered? It is unlikely that even through tireless effort from birth, one could attain such prodigious achievements. It is truly astonishing. Perhaps following the Lord is not merely fortunate but may indeed lead to a momentous opportunity. Indeed, the Lord not only possesses unparalleled talent for cultivation but is also proficient in alchemy and adept in the ways of formations. Such remarkable abilities are truly astonishing. The three engage in animated discussion about their observations. Long Feng, witnessing their naivety, cannot help but feel a twinge of exasperation, realizing that perhaps he has indeed surpassed the bounds of normalcy. Chapter 32, Crafting Maihan Xiang. Let us return first, and once back, we shall devise a plan to lure out Hao Feng. After we resolve him, it will be time to deal with that Qi Shaotian. Haha, I can only wonder what expression Qi Shaotian will wear upon discovering my true identity. I imagine he will be so frightened that he will lose his composure, perhaps even kneeling in supplication. As Long Feng speaks, an expression of smug delight crosses his face as he envisions Qi Shaotian begging for mercy. This outing has indeed yielded abundant rewards, Long Feng privately calculates, merely in gold. He has amassed no less than 500,000 taels, with silver exceeding 800,000 taels. As for jewelry and ornaments, when converted into silver, they likely amount to around 300,000 taels. Most exhilarating of all, he has also tamed a mutated bloodthirsty tiger cub. While he does not currently keep it by his side, it will instinctively seek him out at the mere thought of him. This is the wonder of the master-servant contract. Even from thousands of miles away, the servant can distinctly sense the master's call. However, should the distance be too great or if formidable formations obstruct the way, it may not be so simple. Nonetheless, such instances are rare and can generally be disregarded. Upon returning to his residence, Long Feng first closes his eyes, legs crossed, adjusting his breath to enter a meditative state. Calming his mind, once his mental state has stabilized, he begins to repeatedly rehearse the method of crafting Maihan Xiang in his mind. He meticulously repeats each step in detail until he is certain that he has committed all the key points to memory. Only then does Long Feng slowly open his eyes, ready to commence the crafting of Maihan Xiang. Prior to this, he had already visited the capital's largest apothecary guild to carefully select and purchase the various auxiliary herbs required for the concoction, as well as a high-quality alchemical cauldron. Taking a deep breath, Long Feng channels the spiritual energy within his body, cautiously directing it into the cauldron before him. As he is yet to break through to the martial master realm, he can only infuse a portion of his spiritual energy into the cauldron to transform it into flames. However, this approach has a notable flaw. During the concoction process, he must continuously supply spiritual energy to the cauldron, making it challenging to precisely control the flame's temperature. Only upon advancing to the martial master realm can he achieve the separation of spiritual energy from his body. At that time, he will be able to briefly levitate in the air. Though he cannot truly fly yet, only then will a cultivator be able to more freely master their own power, thus better managing each aspect of the concoction process. Long Feng meticulously adjusts the temperature of the cauldron, ensuring that everything is in optimal condition. He then cautiously places a precious herb into the cauldron and begins to slowly brew it. Before long, the huashu seed is refined into a drop of crystalline liquid. This huashu seed possesses miraculous properties, capable of neutralizing the scent of the huanyue grass, rendering it imperceptible without affecting its efficacy. As time passes, Long Feng remains wholly focused on the cauldron, constantly fine-tuning the temperature control. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead, and a hint of fatigue appears on his face. After all, this is his first time personally concocting medicine, and he has invested 200% of his energy and effort. Fortunately, this concoction proceeds without any mishaps. When Long Feng finally sees the Maihan Xiang completed, an indescribable excitement wells up within him. Despite his exhaustion, he cannot conceal his exhilaration, for although he possesses abundant theoretical knowledge and experience, he has never before engaged in practical application. This success not only affirms his capabilities but also lays a solid foundation for his future endeavors in alchemy. As Long Feng once again settled into a meditative posture to adjust his breathing, he sought to immerse himself in a tranquil state. Time slipped by second, as he gradually felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, resonating harmoniously with the ethereal energies of the universe. At last, he sensed that he had returned to his peak condition. Subsequently, Long Feng commenced the refinement of the remaining 2 portions of the mesmerizing incense. However, this time, the process proved to be less than smooth. Bolstered by the success of his initial attempt, a sense of restlessness began to creep into his mind, leading to a critical error at a pivotal moment, which resulted in the failure of his second attempt. Undeterred, he immediately reflected on his missteps, readjusting his mindset and methodology. With a renewed sense of caution and focus, Long Feng embarked on his third endeavor. This time, he meticulously controlled every detail, handling the medicinal materials and the flames with utmost care. After much effort, he finally succeeded in concocting the last portion of the captivating incense. With his materials exhausted, Long Feng did not falter. He was acutely aware that to thoroughly vanquish Hao Feng, he needed to ensure absolute perfection. Thus, he began to delve into the study of formations. He diligently perused ancient texts, deeply investigating the principles and variations of various formations, continuously experimenting and practicing. As time passed unnoticed, it was only when Xiao Yaoer came searching for him that he emerged from the monotony of his training. Upon seeing her arrival, Long Feng smiled warmly and accompanied her to indulge in culinary delights and engage in leisurely shopping. Throughout that day, they reveled in laughter, sharing moments of joy and happiness. Xiao Yaoer was deeply touched by Long Feng's companionship. Her spirits lifted. During this period, Long Feng had endured hardships and persevered, not only enhancing his own strength but also deepening the emotional bond between him and Xiao Yaoer. He understood that only through relentless effort and continuous growth could he more effectively protect those he cherished and steadily progress towards his predetermined goals. As the intense confrontation with Hao Feng loomed nearer, Long Feng was already well prepared, brimming with confidence. Once he returned to his dwelling, Long Feng once again closed the door tightly, immersing himself in rigorous training, perhaps due to the recent tension from his relentless focus, or perhaps for another reason altogether. At the moment he immersed himself in the study of formations, his cultivation unexpectedly surged, propelling him to the mid-tier realm of martial artists. This sudden delight filled Long Feng with exhilaration and joy. However, amidst his elation, he also recognized that the path of cultivation should not be rushed, hence he decided to rest peacefully for the night. This slumber was remarkably sound, marking the first time since leaving home that Long Feng enjoyed such restful sleep. It was not until noon the following day that he stirred from his dreams, awakening only when Xiao Yaoer came to seek him. After a brief wash, he opened the door to find both Xiao Yaoer and Xiaoshen waiting outside. Immediately Long Feng approached Xiaoshen to offer his respects. He felt a surge of curiosity upon realizing that Xiaoshen had come personally to seek him out, although Xiaoshen often summoned him for guidance in his training. The fact that he had come in person was indeed unusual. Noticing Long Feng's puzzled expression, Xiaoshen explained, "I have come to you with a matter that requires your assistance. If Master has something to discuss, you could have simply sent someone to notify me. There is no need for you to come personally. Moreover, as a disciple, it is only right that I assist you with your troubles," Long Feng replied respectfully. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Xiaoshen felt a sense of satisfaction, reflecting inwardly, "Indeed, I did not misjudge him. To be honest, I have held great expectations for you since the entrance examination. The evidence speaks for itself. And my decision to take you on as a disciple was driven by specific intentions, rather than merely your displayed talents at that time. Admittedly, this may be somewhat disheartening for you, but it is the truth. In my family, many children your age can unleash 4 layers of the hidden strength technique on their first attempt. There are even those who can manage 5 or 6 layers. What is even more astonishing is that a few have reached 7 layers. Long Feng was taken aback by Xiaoshen's revelations. Heavens, if what Master says is true, then his family must indeed be formidable. In our Tianlong nation, those who can achieve 5 layers of hidden strength are exceptionally rare. Yet Master's family boasts so many prodigies and exceptional individuals. Although he had already attained 10 layers of hidden strength, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and those from esteemed families, filling him with anticipation for the future as he aspired to tirelessly pursue and match the pace of these geniuses. Noticing Long Feng's silence, Xiaoshen assumed he had been disheartened and added, "There is no need for you to feel despondent. The cultivation resources available to you are far inferior to those of others, and your understanding of cultivation does not compare. Recently, due to pressing matters, I have been unable to provide you with adequate guidance. Henceforth, I will implement a series of intensive training sessions for you, encompassing the customs, power dynamics, and structures within the dragon soaring continent." Seeing that Long Feng remained unmoved, Xiaoshen communicated telepathically, "In truth, I have also come to understand your identity during this period. Achieving the mid-tier realm of martial artists by the age of 9 is no small feat. And it is likely that few from those prestigious families can claim such an achievement. Moreover, you possess the dragon physique, which is something to take pride in. Long Feng was initially startled by Xiaoshen's telepathic communication. But the more he listened, the more he felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to retreat several steps, his face filled with terror. How do you know all this? At that moment, he was astonished to discover that Xiaoshen seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his true identity and cultivation level, filling him with both surprise and fear. He had never anticipated that Xiaoshen could uncover such details about him. Xiaoshen, noticing Long Feng's acknowledgement of his words, felt smug, thinking, this kid possesses such advanced skills in concealing his presence and altering his form. Were it not for my realm in the martial spirit stage, I would have never detected it. Even others at the later stages would struggle to uncover it without keen scrutiny. Just as Xiaoshen relished this moment of self-satisfaction, Long Feng interjected, could it be that you are at the later stage of the martial master realm? No, even those at that stage may not easily detect it. Only someone at the martial spirit realm could effortlessly uncover my transformation. Hey, you clever lad, it seems you were quite astute, deducing my strength from such a small clue. So what do you think of the matter I mentioned earlier regarding needing your assistance? Xiaoshen inquired, astonished. Long Feng, having surrendered all resistance, acknowledged the disparity in their realms, while he could handle those at the later stages of martial artists. He knew he was no match for martial masters, let alone martial spirits. Moreover, since Xiaoshen had not exposed his identity and had taken him as a disciple, it indicated that Xiaoshen harbored no ill intentions. With this thought in mind, Long Feng spoke up. I am eager to know what Master wishes me to assist with. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will give it my all. Xiaoshen, noticing Long Feng's newfound calmness and the emphasis he placed on the word disciple, replied, you need not worry. I am aware of your enmity with Qi Xiaotian, and I will not allow him to target you again. However, I will not offer direct assistance for certain reasons. I cannot interfere in your matters. That said, now that I have taken you as my disciple, I will ensure your life is safeguarded, should the need arise. I will intervene to protect you. Long Feng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him at Xiaoshen's words. At the very least, his identity would remain concealed from others, thus not jeopardizing his plans for confronting Hao Feng and avenging Qi Xiaotian. In truth, what I need your help with is not overly difficult, and if all goes well, you may gain considerable benefits within the secret realm, Xiaoshen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Long Feng nodded slightly and clasped his hands, saying, please enlighten me, Master. There is no need for you to feel immense pressure, as this task will be relatively easy for you. The individuals permitted to enter this realm are all under the age of 15. Meaning that those who can reach your level of cultivation by that age are exceedingly rare. As long as you do not have abysmally poor luck, there should not be any unforeseen incidents. Xiaoshen explained the mission he required Long Feng to undertake. It turned out that Xiaoshen's family was situated within the sphere of influence of the Tianlong sect and had become one of the leading powers in that region. Showcasing their formidable strength, while they may not surpass the Tianlong sect, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Every decade, the Tianku secret realm would open its gates for a duration of 2 months. This mysterious domain has a long history, yet the reasons for its formation remain elusive, with no one able to provide a definitive answer. Some ancient records suggest it may have been the resting place of a great power. Others believe it was once the training ground of an unparalleled master, and there are even speculations that it could be the remnants of a vast sect or religious order from ancient times. The myriad legends surrounding this place are both numerous and intricate. However, what captures the most attention are the countless rare spiritual herbs and various precious mineral resources found within the Tianku secret realm. These precious treasures undoubtedly entice countless adventurers to embark on a quest for discovery. However, it is crucial to note that this place is not solely filled with riches, it is also rife with various dangers. Among these, the ubiquitous magical beasts, ferocious monsters, and savage creatures possess formidable strength, and a moment of carelessness may lead to unforeseen peril. Consequently, one might ponder, given that the entrance opens only once every decade. After such a lengthy passage of time, would the various spiritual herbs and treasures not have been completely depleted? Yet, this is not the case. It is precisely this enigma that characterizes the secret realm of Tianku. The rare spiritual herbs and precious treasures within have seemingly never diminished, appearing to flow endlessly, as if from a limitless source. Initially, when this secret realm first opened, only mortals under the age of 15 were permitted to enter. However, as the realm opened repeatedly for reasons unknown, the stipulation was altered to allow only those under 15 who had attained the bone refinement stage to gain entry. It was not until 100 years ago When the Tianku secret realm opened its doors once more, that even practitioners at the late martial artist stage were granted permission to step inside, due to the multitude of magical beasts. Ferocious monsters and savage creatures within, which are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Their strength has continuously risen in accordance with the cultivation level of those permitted to enter the realm, thus enhancing the power of these beasts day by day. However, as they remain bound by the age restriction, their strength is firmly confined to those under 15, resulting in a limited quantity and caliber of treasures acquired during each opening. Therefore, whenever the secret realm is on the verge of opening, all factions within the Tianlong sect scour the land like ravenous wolves, seeking out exceptionally gifted and powerful young prodigies, hoping to leverage their prowess to secure a sufficient bounty of precious treasures within the realm. Indeed, individuals like Long Feng, who are outstandingly talented, are not uncommon, but those who precisely meet the conditions for each opening are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix among chickens. Rest assured, my initial intention was to wait until you completed the academy tournament before bringing you back to the Shao family for a period of secluded cultivation. Who would have imagined that you, this little rascal, would possess such remarkable ability and actually secure first place? Given this, we shall have to devise a new plan after you finish participating in the 4 Academy Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 34, Fire Pomegranate. Shao Qingfeng. The matter I mentioned that requires assistance is, in fact, located within the Tianku secret realm. Through the repeated explorations of past participants, it has been discovered that there exists a volcanic region within the realm. In this area dwells a group of red fire lizards, which hold a deep affinity for fire-type spiritual objects and fire-type magical beasts. Additionally, there is a type of spiritual fruit known as the fire pomegranate. Regarded as a sacred treasure by the red fire lizards, this fruit possesses the ability to invigorate the mind and sharpen the senses. At this moment, Shaoxin is intently explaining this to Long Feng. It turns out that the red fire lizards, having lived in this volcanic region since birth, have gradually suffered from diminished eyesight due to the mist and ash produced during volcanic eruptions over the years. Nevertheless, the red fire lizards are drawn to the heat and cannot leave the volcanic area, thus, they rely on consuming fire pomegranates to alleviate their declining vision. As time passes, the quantity of fire pomegranates has dwindled, gradually becoming a sacred fruit in the eyes of these red fire lizards. Surrounding the fire pomegranate grove, a dozen or more large and formidable adult red fire lizards vigilantly guard the area. They stand as loyal sentinels, awaiting the moment when the fire pomegranates ripen, to distribute them among their kin in dire need. In the outside world, the fire pomegranate has become nearly extinct, even when discovered. It is treated as a rare treasure to be carefully preserved. After all, for the red fire lizards, it merely serves to enhance their eyesight, but for practitioners, it is an invaluable asset. Not only can this fruit restore sight to those blinded by external injuries or improper cultivation, but it can also be combined with other precious herbs to concoct elixirs that aid in the practice of ocular techniques, should one be fortunate enough to obtain the legendary dragon scale fruit and refine the two together. Astonishing effects may ensue, enabling practitioners at the martial spirit stage to instantly elevate their cultivation by a small realm. For those at the martial master stage, it may even facilitate a leap of 2 levels. Reaching the late martial master stage, however, it is essential to note that such miraculous effects are only fully realized by practitioners at the early martial master stage. For those at the mid martial master stage, while there are still benefits, they will likely plateau at the peak of the martial master stage, unable to progress further. It is said that for those at the peak of the martial master stage, there is a certain chance of directly breaking through to become a formidable practitioner at the martial spirit stage. This task is, in fact, to seize the fire pomegranate. Long Feng finally comprehends through Shaoxin's earlier narration that the elder of the Shao family, Shao Qingfeng, inadvertently stepped into a perilous area during one of his ventures. There, he encountered an attack from an unknown creature, resulting in severe injury to his eyes. Shortly after returning to the Shao family, he became completely blind. Later, through inquiries, the Shao family learned that this location was actually an undiscovered mysterious domain, and the unknown creature was none other than the legendary night elf, once harmed by a night elf. The victim begins to emit a faint glow, which ultimately converges into their eyes, leading to blindness. Night elves naturally prefer to inhabit dark and damp environments. However, the fire pomegranate thrives in the searing heat, its attributes countering those of the night elf, effectively mitigating the damage from their attacks. The objective is to obtain this fire pomegranate, yet it is crucial to acknowledge that the adult red fire lizards protecting it have already reached the late martial master stage. Rendering this task exceptionally arduous, however, what Long Feng and Xiao Shen did not anticipate was that previous entrants had only encountered the outer red fire lizards. The bloodline of these outer red fire lizards is diluted. Thus the adults can only reach the late martial master stage, while those within may attain the martial master stage, and the core area could potentially house those at the initial martial spirit stage. To seek suitable individuals for entry into the secret realm, the Xiao family dispatched anyone available to scour the Tianlong sect for exceptionally talented and powerful young prodigies, hoping they could successfully acquire the fire pomegranate during this opening of the Tianku secret realm. Fortunately, Xiao Shen encountered Long Feng, a prodigy with extraordinary talent and strength at the mid-martial master stage. It is believed that with Long Feng's participation, the chances of success will significantly increase. Once Long Feng fully understands the task at hand, he cannot help but fall into contemplation. He wonders when the Tianku secret realm will open, and whether it will conflict with his participation in the 4 Academy martial arts tournament. Long Feng anxiously inquires. Seeing this, Xiao Shen smiles and reassures him, "You need not worry. There is still over a year until the Tianku secret realm opens." Originally, Xiao Shen planned to wait until Long Feng completed the Academy tournament before taking him back to the Xiao family for focused cultivation. However, who would have thought that this boy would quietly secure first place in the Academy tournament and must now continue to participate in the upcoming 4 Academy martial arts tournament? Thus, they can only devise a new plan after Long Feng finishes the tournament. "If I were to take you away now, wouldn't Feng Bu you come crying to me, lamenting his plight?" Xiao Shen jokes. Long Feng is taken aback to hear Xiao Shen refer to the Academy's dean as that. It is well known that Feng Bu Yu is the esteemed dean of the Academy. A figure of great status and power. Typically, students treat him with utmost respect. Who would dare to address him so casually as Xiao Shen does? It seems that the relationship between Xiao Shen and the dean is indeed extraordinary. Long Feng silently ponders this while growing increasingly respectful of Xiao Shen. Upon hearing this, Long Feng secretly breathes a sigh of relief. His concern is not about participating in the 4 Academy martial arts tournament, but rather that if he departs now, he won't be able to execute his previous plans, thus failing to exact his revenge. He does not wish to let Qi Xiaotian continue his carefree existence. Xiao Shen's knowledge of Long Feng's true identity and strength stems from an unexpected incident. During that grand tournament, Long Feng shone like a brilliant star, claiming first place with an unparalleled performance. This outcome piqued Xiao Shen's curiosity, as it had only been a little over 6 months since the entrance exams to the tournament. However, in such a brief period, it was astonishing that one could achieve such a substantial leap in cultivation. Even more suspicious were Long Feng's frequent solo excursions, which raised Xiao Shen's awareness, prompting him to delve deeper into Long Feng's background. After considerable effort, Xiao Shen finally uncovered the secrets concealed within Long Feng's past. It turns out that Long Feng should have been dead long ago, yet miraculously he now lives and possesses even greater strength than before. Faced with this astonishing revelation, Xiao Shen chose not to pursue accountability for Long Feng. He understands that everyone possesses their own opportunities and destinies, and perhaps Long Feng's rebirth and acquisition of such formidable power is a result of a unique chance. Xiao Shen opted to remain silent, refraining from interfering in Long Feng's life. After all, in this world filled with wonder and mystery, anything extraordinary could happen. He is not one to be blinded by personal gain, and his ancestor requires such a talent to fulfill the mission within the Tianku secret realm. Most importantly, Xiao Shen places great emphasis on destiny. He believes that what is meant for you cannot be escaped, and what is not yours, no matter how hard you strive, cannot be obtained. Chapter 35. Deceiving how Feng. Once Long Feng and Xiao Shen had reached an agreement, they each returned to their respective abodes. Xiao Shen promptly dispatched a letter back to his family detailing the specific circumstances surrounding the search for a suitable candidate. The letter elaborated on the challenges they faced and the issues that required resolution, emphasizing the critical importance of identifying the right individual for the future development of the family. He further mentioned Long Feng, the pivotal figure in this endeavor, expressing his admiration for his abilities and potential, and urged the family to provide greater attention and support. Shortly after Long Feng returned home, he stealthily slipped out once more. His footsteps were light, akin to a phantom gliding through the night. In a private room of Mingyue building, Long Feng sat with Lu Yiqiu and the Ku brothers, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes revealing unwavering determination. Long Feng was the first to break the silence. Speaking in a low tone, the 4 Courtyards martial arts competition draws ever closer, and following it, Deputy Dean Xiao Shen will take me to attend to matters concerning his family. It is likely that I will not return for some time. Therefore, we must expedite our plans to deal with Qi Xiaotian to avoid unforeseen complications arising from delays. The others nodded in understanding, acutely aware of the urgency and the formidable task ahead. Long Feng continued, we have devised a meticulous plan, but we still require the coordination of several key elements. This is crucial to successfully subdue Qi Xiaotian. Hearing this, Kuda spoke up first. Might I inquire about the progress of the soul-distracting incense? Has it achieved the anticipated effects? What is its true potency? Long Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding with a steady tone. The soul-distracting incense has indeed been successfully concocted, however, the specifics of its application and the timing of its use still necessitate our collective deliberation. After all, once ignited, it does not distinguish between friend and foe, and should we be careless, we too may fall under its influence, with dire consequences. At this juncture, Lu Yiqiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Previously, you mentioned the need to set up a formation. Might there be a formation capable of isolating the scent of the soul-distracting incense and other hallucinogenic substances? This would ensure absolute safety. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Long Feng's eyes. He exclaimed, your reminder has indeed sparked my memory of a formation that can perfectly isolate the aroma of the soul-distracting incense while simultaneously ensnaring our adversaries. I shall return to gather the necessary materials, and we can commence our plan. At that moment, Kuyu interjected, my lord, I believe I have a means to lure Hao Feng out, but I require that mysterious potion from you. A mere bottle diluted with water will suffice. Once he tastes its sweetness, he will gradually come around, and then we can proceed. Long Feng, upon hearing Kuyu's proposal, felt a surge of elation and replied, that is no issue at all. He then produced a bottle of the potion he had previously diluted for his own cultivation and handed it to Kuyu. Please inform me in advance when you can summon Hao Feng, so that I may prepare the formation. For now, let us each return and make our preparations. His tone brimmed with confidence and decisiveness. Yes, the three responded in unison, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Watching their departing figures, Long Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He was exceedingly pleased with the progress made by the group, aware that this operation was fraught with peril. He understood that to achieve his goals, he must press forward without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze steadfastly upon the horizon, as if glimpsing the radiant dawn of victory ahead. He recognized that the path ahead might be strewn with thorns and challenges, but he was confident in his ability to lead them through every obstacle toward success. He believed that as long as they remained united in purpose and effort, nothing would be insurmountable. At that moment, Long Feng was filled with anticipation and aspiration. He was fully prepared to embrace the challenges that lay ahead, convinced that in the not-too-distant future, they would undoubtedly realize their ambitions and forge their own glorious legacy. A few days later, Kuyu sent word that Hao Feng had successfully taken the bait and preparations could commence. After perusing the message, Long Feng made his way to Mingyue building. Knock, knock, knock. Having awaited this moment, Long Feng quickly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was met by none other than the day's protagonist, Hao Feng, accompanied by the Ku brothers. At this moment, Lu Yiqiu was not present. Having concealed herself nearby to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, when Hao Feng saw that the one who opened the door was Long Feng, and that there were no other individuals within, he could not help but feel a twinge of confusion, inquiring, why is it you, Mu Xiaoyu? Could it be that the one possessing the mysterious potion, as mentioned by the Ku brothers, is you? Long Feng offered a slight smile, bowing respectfully as he replied, I apologize for any confusion, esteemed senior. The individual with the mysterious potion mentioned by Senior Ku is indeed myself. In truth, I do not possess many of these potions. Had I not discovered their astonishing effects by chance, I would never have dared to present them for your use. Despite Long Feng's words, Hao Feng remained somewhat skeptical. Just then, Kuda interjected with a grin, it is truly a fortuitous connection. Previously, while enjoying a casual gathering with Muhan, I fortuitously overheard him mention this wondrous potion without knowing its purpose. Thus, I sought it for further study only to discover its remarkable effects. Hence I thought to share it with you. How good. Once we all enhance our cultivation, we shall better assist the young master, and I hope you will speak kindly of me before the throne. Seeing the seriousness with which Kuda spoke, Hao Feng's doubts began to dissipate, and he engaged Long Feng in conversation, seizing the opportunity to cautiously inquire about the source of such an extraordinary potion. Long Feng unhesitatingly recounted the tale of how he acquired the potion. Naturally, these were mere fabrications spun from his imagination. As the time drew near, Hao Feng gingerly cradled a drop of the undiluted potion, Scrutinizing it closely, curiosity sparkled in his eyes, as if he were unraveling the mysteries contained within this enigmatic liquid. He would lean in to sniff it, gently swirl the vial, and occasionally emit sounds of wonder. When it came time to depart, Long Feng suggested applying the same method used on Kuda and Kuyuda Hao Feng in his elation over acquiring such a miraculous treasure. Hao Feng's wariness had fallen to its lowest point. Without hesitation, he agreed to consume the potion on the spot. With a hearty laugh, Hao Feng settled into a meditative position to regulate his breathing. Moments later, he resolutely uncapped the vial, tilting his head back to swallow the potion, then closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. Before long, Hao Feng entered a deep state of meditation. Meanwhile, Kuda Yi Kuyu and Long Feng quietly stepped back a few paces. Long Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, directing it toward a corner of the room. Instantly, the entire space was enveloped by a formidable array. From her hidden vantage point, Lu Yiqiu hastily ignited the soul-distracting incense she had meticulously prepared. The fragrance wafted through the air, silently drifting toward Hao Feng. The colorless and odorless incense seamlessly integrated into the formation. Wisps of smoke gently curling toward Hao Feng, which he inhaled entirely. Chapter 36. Designing Qi Shaotian. At that moment, Hao Feng was deeply immersed in his cultivation when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his consciousness began to blur. Initially, he attributed it to the normal effects of the potion, paying it little heed. However, as time elapsed, the discomfort intensified, and a sense of alarm arose within him. Realizing something was amiss, Hao Feng quickly summoned his internal energy, attempting to expel the strange force that was clouding his mind. Yet, after much exertion, the situation did not improve. Rather, he found himself ensnared in deeper panic, unable to shake off the mysterious power that clung to him like a leech. "What have you done to me? Why can I not muster my strength?" Hao Feng's heart raced with terror as he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Long Feng and the others standing at a distance. While he was ensnared within the formation. In that instant, all the pieces fell into place, and he realized that this was a meticulously orchestrated plot. Just as he prepared to voice his inquiries, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, shrouding his vision in darkness, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Seeing Hao Feng fall, Kuda first struck at him tentatively, and upon confirming that he appeared genuinely unconscious, he signaled for Long Feng to step forward and retrieve Hao Feng into the Devouring Pearl. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Shortly thereafter, Long Feng inscribed a slave mark upon Hao Feng within the confines of the Devouring Pearl. From that moment forth, Hao Feng became a formidable aide under Long Feng's command. Reduced to the status of a slave, when Hao Feng eventually regained consciousness, his immediate reaction was to lash out at the trio. However, as one might expect, under the influence of Long Feng's slave mark, he ultimately had no choice but to submit. With all matters concluded, the final step remained, to lure Qi Shaotian into a trap to hand him over to the third prince. For they could not act directly. Each prince and princess possessed a royal talisman granted for their protection. Should they suffer a life-threatening injury, they would be randomly teleported away from danger, as they were not of the royal bloodline. Originally, Long Feng intended to lure Qi Shaotian out of the academy and eliminate him directly. However, he was thwarted by Hao Feng, who revealed the reasoning behind it. After learning this secret, Long Feng and his companions broke into a cold sweat, thankful that they had not acted rashly before, especially Long Feng, who was relieved he had not taken action against Qi Shaotian. Otherwise, it would have been a journey to certain death. After consuming the medicinal liquid, Hao Feng indeed achieved the martial master realm, just as Long Feng had previously speculated. Although Hao Feng initially struggled to accept his newfound status as Long Feng's subordinate, the breakthrough he had made under Long Feng's influence alleviated much of his discontent. Subsequently, Kuda and the others extolled Long Feng's virtues, noting that he did not treat them as mere slaves and, most importantly, had promised to restore their freedom one day. Eventually, Hao Feng's lingering grievances dissipated entirely, and he embraced his new identity. Once everything was arranged, Long Feng and his companions returned to their respective quarters to prepare for their tasks. Before leaving, Long Feng instructed someone to notify the third prince, Shi Yang, that there was an important matter to discuss. The following morning, after Long Feng returned to his residence, the third prince sent someone to respond and led Long Feng to the meeting place. "I wonder why Brother Muhan is so eager to see me." The third prince Qi Yang invited Long Feng to take a seat in the grand hall. As soon as he sat down, the third prince impatiently inquired, "What about the crown prince Qi Shaotian?" "Oh, please, Brother Muhan, elaborate," he urged. During this time, Qi Yang had obtained the illusory moon grass and was preparing to deal with the other princes and princesses. However, he was hesitant to act against Qi Xiaotian for the moment, as several of Qi Xiaotian's guards had reportedly acquired extraordinary opportunities and reached the late martial artist stage, thwarting Qi Yang's initial plans to use the illusory moongrass against him. Leaving him to wait for a more opportune moment, hearing Long Feng mention Qi Xiaotian piqued his interest immediately. Long Feng, noticing the third prince's curiosity, said, "I have a plan that can draw Qi Xiaotian out of his fortress of safety and lead him far from the imperial city to the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. At that point, as long as you bring your skilled subordinates, you will be able to eliminate him on the spot." However, Qi Yang hesitated, worrying about confronting Qi Xiaotian's 4 late martial artist guards. "What is the matter? Does His Highness the Third Prince have reservations, or do you hesitate to take action against Qi Xiaotian?" Long Feng asked, sensing Qi Yang's indecision. "It's not that I am reluctant due to brotherly feelings. Rather, it's that those 4 guards by Qi Xiaotian's side have reportedly reached the late martial artist stage. Our strength is insufficient to subdue him. If he were to escape back, the consequences would be dire." The third prince explained. "I understand, but you need not worry, Your Highness. I have already taken care of these minor issues. All you need to do is let your subordinates act. However, the final step will require your involvement." Long Feng assured. Hearing this, although Qi Yang was still somewhat apprehensive, he was reassured by Long Feng's confidence. He understood that the final step he mentioned was indeed a matter only the royal family could undertake. As judgment meant executing the target, thus, the two discussed the details before Qi Yang rose to leave, sending people to prepare at the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Meanwhile, Long Feng returned to the academy, summoned Hao Feng and the others. And they proceeded to pay a visit to Qi Xiaotian. "What brings you all to seek me so urgently?" Qi Xiaotian sat arrogantly in the main seat of the hall, his demeanor reflecting annoyance. Recently, while wandering the academy, he had spotted a beautiful woman and had exerted considerable effort to have her captured. Just as he was about to take action against her, he was interrupted by the arrival of these individuals, causing him to be distracted, his thoughts lingering on the woman. Hao Feng, astutely sensing Qi Xiaotian's displeasure, quickly interjected, "Your Highness, the matter is as follows. You must have heard of the legends surrounding the abyss of 10,000 fathoms? Legends of the abyss of 10,000 fathoms? What do you mean? You hurried here for this, Qi Xiaotian asked, his irritation mounting, as the legend had circulated for many years without anyone confirming its authenticity. "Your Highness, please do not rush. Allow me to finish," one of them urged. "Recently, while we were on official business and passing by the abyss, we noticed some unusual phenomena. At first, we thought we were imagining things. But soon, the strange occurrences became increasingly evident. Ku eagerly chimed in. "Moreover, within the abyss, there seemed to be faint dragon roars accompanying these phenomena. Thus, we couldn't help but speculate whether the legends surrounding the abyss might indeed hold some truth. Consequently, we decided to venture down to explore further. To our astonishment, we discovered a wondrous place there where the spiritual energy was several times denser than that of the Academy's cultivation tower." Chapter 37, Qi Xiaotian captured. Lu Yiqiu immediately echoed, "Indeed, furthermore, that place seems to harbor some ineffable mystical objects that allow for moments of enlightenment during cultivation. We spent 2 days in seclusion there, and each of us successfully broke through our previous bottlenecks." At this point, they simultaneously radiated their auras. As expected, Qi Xiaotian's interest began to stir. Observing Qi Xiaotian's shifting demeanor, Hao Feng continued, "We thought it prudent to inform Your Highness first to avoid missing this opportunity, which is why we rushed back to discuss it with you." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaotian's interest was piqued. His eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm as he asked, "Is what you say true? Why haven't I heard any other rumors?" "Your Highness, we happened upon this anomaly while passing through, and upon discovering its potential to accelerate cultivation, we hurried back to report to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to disturb your affairs," Kuda explained hastily. Qi Xiaotian, now somewhat convinced of their claims regarding the abyss of 10,000 fathoms, hesitated briefly before finally saying, "In that case, you shall accompany me. Let us set off immediately. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to delay. With you by my side, I feel more secure," he declared, waving his hand for everyone to follow. Long Feng, observing Qi Xiaotian's barely contained eagerness, felt a surge of delight within. "As long as you dare to venture to that place, combined with the trap set by the third prince, you shall have no escape. At last, I can avenge my long-held grievances and proceed to the 4 Academy Martial Arts Assembly without any worries." Qi Xiaotian hastily followed Long Feng and the others, rushing out of the academy towards the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Just as he stepped outside the academy gates, he was spotted by Vice President Xiao Shun. who decided to follow them discreetly, having keenly sensed that this could be the prelude to Long Feng's assault on Qi Xiaotian. Meanwhile, Vice President Xiao Shen was filled with curiosity about Long Feng's intended methods against Qi Xiaotian. As a royal, Qi Xiaotian surely carried life-saving talismans. It was no simple task to eliminate him before those talismans could take effect. When Qi Xiaotian and the others arrived at the abyss of 10,000 fathoms, the third prince Qi Yang and his cadre of powerful allies were already lying in wait. Upon seeing Qi Xiaotian's arrival, Qi Yang could not suppress a triumphant smile, almost bursting into laughter. No matter how vigilant you were, you could never have suspected that this would be a meticulously laid trap. At last, I have caught an opportunity. Qi Xiaotian stared at the serene, undisturbed abyss of 10,000 fathoms. A flicker of doubt rising within him. Just as he was about to speak, Hao Feng suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it was here on this cliff above the abyss that we discovered that mysterious place. Please wait here for a moment while we clear the obstacles preventing access to that site and set up a raft for your descent." Although Qi Xiaotian still felt uneasy, he did not dwell on it. Nodding in agreement, as Hao Feng led the others down into the abyss, only Qi Xiaotian and a dozen ordinary guards remained at the top. Shortly after, Long Feng and the others descended. Qi Xiaotian's unease intensified. He cautiously glanced around, his expression growing grave. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and shouted without hesitation, "Not good, retreat!" Before he could finish his words, Qi Xiaotian dashed away like an arrow released from a bow. The others were left stunned, unable to react in time as they watched his retreating figure. With a swift motion, a sharp sound pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, a group of 40 to 50 individuals appeared around Qi Xiaotian and his companions like phantoms, encircling them completely. "My dear elder brother, where do you think you are going?" came a mocking laugh from the front. Qi Xiaotian, gritting his teeth in fury, glared at the third prince, Qi Yang, who blocked his escape, and shouted angrily, "It's you, so it was all a carefully orchestrated scheme by you. I should have guessed it when they so eagerly offered me opportunities. There was surely a hidden agenda. You conspired with them in secret." Yet Qi Yang waved his hand nonchalantly, feigning innocence as he replied, No. I have not conferred with them at all. I merely happened to pass by here and didn't expect to run into you." What a twist of fate! Qi Yang indeed had not conspired with Qi Xiaotian's subordinates. His only collaboration was with Long Feng to a certain extent. At this moment, Qi Yang was filled with astonishment at how Qi Feng had managed to persuade Qi Xiaotian's 4 bodyguards to leave with him. Despite his myriad doubts, he had no choice but to press forward with determination. Resolutely, Qi Yang cried out, "Attack!" In an instant, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited. The more than 10 attendants beside Qi Xiaotian plunged into a fierce melee with the 40 to 50 individuals surrounding Qi Yang. A dazzling array of spells erupted like fireworks, and various weapons clashed, producing a series of crisp sounds accompanied by furious curses and harrowing screams of agony and pleas for mercy. One by one, Qi Xiaotian's companions fell into pools of blood. In a mere moment, they had successfully cornered Qi Xiaotian in the center of the arena. "Speak, will you surrender willingly, or shall we be forced to subdue you?" At this juncture, Qi Yang was overwhelmed with an indescribable thrill and sense of accomplishment, his eyes glimmering with confidence and pride, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Qi Xiaotian surveyed the dire situation, his heart brimming with despair and rage. He could hardly believe that the forces he had brought were so easily vanquished, having been utterly decimated in a heartbeat. Despite his seething resentment, he found himself powerless against the reality of the situation. At this moment, his only hope lay in the possibility that the one to strike would not be Qi Yang. As long as it wasn't Qi Yang, perhaps he might still find a sliver of escape. Yet, contrary to his wishes, Qi Yang seemed to see through his thoughts, relentlessly pressing him. "Do not hesitate any longer. I will not allow you to leave here unscathed. Make your decision now. If you are willing to forfeit your cultivation, I may spare your life out of brotherly affection. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless." Qi Yang's words struck Qi Xiaotian like a sharp blade, penetrating directly to his heart. His eyes widened as he fixed an intense gaze on Qi Yang, his face reflecting a mixture of unwillingness and resolve. Yet, faced with the brutal reality, what choice did he truly have? Would he humiliate himself by abandoning his cultivation, clinging to a meager existence, or would he rise in defiance, risking everything for a fight to the death? Qi Xiaotian found himself engulfed in a tormenting struggle. Chapter 38. The final demise of Qi Xiaotian. Do you not fear that Father Emperor will hold you accountable? I am a person of noble status. Your actions will not only bring severe punishment upon yourself but will also implicate the powerful family forces behind you. Father Emperor will certainly not let you off lightly. Qi Xiaotian gritted his teeth, fully aware that he was in a position of weakness. If he did not adopt some strategy, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. He struggled to suppress the fear and despair within him. Maintaining a facade of defiance. He glared at his adversaries, refusing to show weakness or concede defeat. Ha, you need not waste your breath. Having made my decision, I am fully prepared. Once you are dead, a Father Emperor will have no means to discern the truth. Nor will he ever uncover who orchestrated this, just like how you treated that boy named Long Feng so ruthlessly back in the day. Did it not all end in silence? Qi Yang and his compatriots seemed to see through Qi Xiaotian's thoughts. Taunting him leisurely in the face of their provocation and threats, a fire ignited within Qi Xiaotian. He straightened his posture, clenched his fists, and seethed. I will never concede. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Though we are both at the initial stage of martial arts, I firmly believe my strength is not to be underestimated. Even if I must perish today, I will confront you all with valor. Before his words had fully dissipated, Qi Xiaotian lunged forward, his form darting towards the third prince Qi Yang like an arrow. He understood that this venture was fraught with peril, but if he could successfully provoke the skilled fighters beside Qi Yang into attacking him, the protective talismans he carried would activate, triggering their teleportation feature to aid his escape. However, fate took an unexpected turn. He had not anticipated that the third prince Qi Yang had already ascended to the mid-stage of martial disciples. What did this signify? It meant that in this life-and-death battle, he had virtually no chance of victory. Indeed, it could be said that his doom was already sealed, as Qi Xiaotian activated his fire dragon physique. He unhesitatingly unleashed his signature technique, the explosive flame palm. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in an overwhelming roar, and a colossal fiery hand descended from the heavens like a volcanic eruption, striking down towards the third prince. Yet Qi Yang showed no sign of retreat in the face of such a terrifying assault. He swiftly moved, executing his own signature skill, the exploding palm, in a heartbeat. Two massive hands of lava erupted from the earth, soaring skyward like two roaring dragons, firmly grasping the descending fiery hand. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, Qi Yang tore apart the fiery hand with a resounding crash. The explosive sound echoed, shattering the fiery hand into countless searing waves that splattered in every direction. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaotian let out a blood-curdling scream. The backlash from his technique, easily countered by the third prince, overwhelmed him, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. Qi Xiaotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He then flickered forward, launching another attack against Qi Yang. With a sweep of his right hand, a dazzling golden light shimmered, and a dragon-engraved spear materialized in his grasp. This spear, entirely golden, bore exquisite dragon carvings that gleamed with radiant brilliance, resembling a true golden dragon. Dragon Transformation Spear Technique, Qi Xiaotian called out, channeling his true essence into the spear. Instantly, the spear blazed with golden light, and a massive golden dragon phantom emerged, claws bared as it lunged towards Qi Yang. Seeing this, Qi Yang's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not falter. With a flick of his wrist, a fiery red longsword appeared in his hand. With a twist of his wrist, the blade sliced through the air, igniting a cascade of sparks, crimson flame slash. With a fierce shout, Qi Yang's longsword erupted in intense flames, forming a colossal scarlet sword light, dazzling and brilliant like a blazing sun. The sword light, imbued with unparalleled might, cleaved towards the incoming golden dragon phantom. In an instant, the two forces collided violently, producing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Terrifying energy waves surged forth, creating a powerful gust that radiated outward. The surrounding martial artists felt the overwhelming aura, their faces paling as they hurriedly retreated. Some of the weaker attendants were caught off guard, swept off their feet by the forceful gale, and cried out in pain. Their bodies flew like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. This demonstrated the astonishing power of the clash between the two. At that moment, a clear dragon's roar resonated through the sky as the immense golden dragon phantom was forcibly cleaved in two by the fiery sword light, dissipating into flecks of golden light. At this juncture, Qi Xiaotian coughed up another mouthful of crimson blood, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter disarray. He exerted every effort to rise once more and rejoin the battle, but having expended all his spiritual energy through two consecutive full-force attacks, he found himself utterly drained. Moreover, the overwhelming backlash he suffered from his spell being dispelled rendered him incapable of standing, leaving him to watch helplessly as Qi Yang drew near. Confronted with this inescapable reality, Qi Xiaotian's sense of despair reached its zenith. He clearly recognized that the hope of survival had been extinguished. When his gaze met the smug smile of Qi Yang, who stared at him with satisfaction, he could only manage a resigned smile, his tone laced with unwillingness. I concede, but I wish to understand how you managed to command my 5 bodyguards. Was it because of that Muhan? You guessed half of it correctly. I merely collaborated with little brother Muhan.as for your other bodyguards. I am not entirely certain, Qi Yang replied with a smile. Humph, spare me your theatrics, Qi Xiaotian gritted his teeth, fury glimmering in his eyes. Since you are so eager to know, allow me to elucidate it for you, so you may die with clarity. At that moment, Long Feng, who had just departed, suddenly reappeared before the crowd. He advanced step by step towards Qi Xiaotian, each stride imbued with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Your 4 guardians will never return, they have already become souls claimed by the blade. As for the specific reasons, a dying man like you need not concern himself with them. Long Feng gazed coldly at Qi Xiaotian, as though he were merely observing a corpse. You traitor, Qi Xiaotian glared at Long Feng, his heart brimming with resentment. Ha ha, a traitor, Long Feng laughed heartily. I merely chose to align myself with the stronger side. I have long collaborated with His Highness the Third Prince, we share common goals and interests. As for why I chose to cooperate with him, I believe you understand the principle of a wise bird choosing its roost. Long Feng's words plunged Qi Xiaotian into contemplation. He recognized his precarious position. With his guardians now deceased, further resistance would be futile. Although Long Feng claimed that Lu Yiqiu and the others would not return, deep down he harbored a hope that Qi Silan would not direct his wrath towards them after Qi Xiaotian's demise. Thus, he intentionally spoke in such a manner to afford them the opportunity to depart the capital unscathed. Regarding his own failure to reveal his true identity, it stemmed from a fear that if the truth were to surface in the future, it would incite Qi Silan's displeasure and potentially lead to his own demise. Your Highness the Third Prince, time is of the essence. We must act now to prevent any unforeseen complications from arising due to excessive delays, he urged. Upon hearing this, the third prince stepped forward. In the midst of Qi Xiaotian's unwillingness and fury, his head was severed by the sword in Qi Yang's hand. Long Feng witnessed Qi Xiaotian finally submit. Thus, he would embark on the path to greatness, relishing the joys and experiences of cultivation. Chapter 39. Approaching the 4 Academy tournament, the disappearance of Qi Xiaotian ignited a monumental upheaval in the imperial capital, plunging the entire city into chaos. The sovereign, Qi Silan, was utterly astonished and immediately ordered a thorough investigation. However, due to the mysterious vanishing of Qi Xiaotian's 4 guardians and the interference of the third prince Qi Yang, the investigation proved extraordinarily challenging. Despite being filled with resentment, Qi Silan's keen insight allowed him to deduce some truths behind the events. Nevertheless, confronted with a powerful and enigmatic force, he ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit to avoid inciting greater trouble. In truth, Qi Xiaotian had merely been named crown prince due to his early birth. His failure to reach the final stages of the power struggle could only be attributed to his inadequacy. Moreover, Qi Silan had numerous other princes and princesses, all of whom were equally capable as Qi Xiaotian. Thus, the matter could only be left unresolved. Of course, for Long Feng, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the intricate palace intrigues and power struggles were far beyond his comprehension. After Qi Xiaotian's demise, Long Feng returned to the academy's residence and resolved to enter seclusion to enhance his strength. He believed this would shield him from suspicion. However, he was overly simplistic in his thinking. Fortunately, Xiaoshan, who had discreetly followed them to the battlefield, cleverly erased all traces of the conflict. Had it not been for Xiaoshan's actions, Qi Silan would undoubtedly have uncovered the truth through the slightest clues. In that case, even with Long Feng's extraordinary abilities, he would likely have been unable to escape calamity, ultimately departing this world with profound regrets. Qi Silan was acutely aware that the battlefield had been obscured by an inscrutable force, and he sensed the lurking danger within. Thus, he resolutely decided to abandon any further investigation to avoid provoking the mysterious power, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. After all, the strength of the Tianlong kingdom was relatively weak, making it difficult to contend with those formidable nations. As time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, one day, Xiao Yaoer hurriedly sought out Long Feng, informing him that the 4 Academy tournament was imminent and that they must depart immediately, otherwise, they would miss a golden opportunity. At that moment, Long Feng awakened from his reverie. Realizing that his seclusion had lasted over 10 days, since the last great competition at Tianfeng Academy, more than a month had passed. The top 10 participants from that competition had long since transformed their rewards into precious cultivation resources and fully absorbed them, significantly enhancing their capabilities. Upon arriving at the arena, Long Feng discovered it teeming with spectators, a scene of great vivacity. Numerous figures nearly filled the entire competition ground. However, only the top 10 elite contestants were eligible to participate in the 4 Academy tournament. The rest were merely there to cheer or revel in the excitement. In the central area of the arena, a massive, pure white ice snow silver eagle was leisurely grooming its silky white feathers. This ice-snow-silver eagle was a powerful beast of great prowess, capable of reaching the late stages of a martial master, its combat strength formidable, yet, due to its gentle nature, many powerful factions had tamed it as a mode of transportation. The eagle before them was at the initial stage of a martial master, making it the strongest creature within the academy. In the entirety of the Tianlong kingdom, only this eagle had attained such a level of cultivation. All other flying beasts were limited to the martial artist realm. This clearly indicated that Tianfeng Academy's strength far surpassed that of the Tianlong kingdom. Consequently, the Tianlong kingdom had long harbored ambitions to eliminate Tianfeng Academy. Upon seeing Xiao Yaoer and Long Feng rush in, Xiaoshen's brow furrowed slightly, and he shook his head gently. You finally arrived, he remarked with a hint of resignation, since all participants are present. Let us prepare to depart. Arriving early at the tournament venue will allow us to familiarize ourselves with our opponents. Moreover, this tournament is hosted at Qihua Academy, presenting a splendid opportunity. Qihua Academy is renowned for alchemy. If we can forge connections with some of their talented students, it will greatly benefit our future endeavors. Therefore, seize this opportunity to engage and learn. Of course, I hope you not only make friends but also showcase your strength during the tournament. Remember, we represent Tianfeng Academy. We must not bring shame upon our institution. After speaking, Xiaoshen cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd, determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that this tournament presented a rare opportunity for each participant to hone their skills. Yet it also came with immense pressure and challenges. Nevertheless, he believed his disciples would not disappoint him. Upon hearing Xiaoshen's words, Xiao Yaoer and Long Feng felt a surge of ambition. They recognized the significance of this tournament and the responsibilities they bore. Exchanging glances, they saw the resolve and conviction reflected in each other's eyes. Rest assured, Master, Grandfather, Vice President, we will give our all and not let you down, they proclaimed in unison alongside the other participants. Xiaoshen nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, I believe in you. And now, everyone, gather your belongings and prepare for departure. With Xiaoshen's command, the group sprang into action. They meticulously checked their equipment and belongings, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The scene was orderly, with anticipation and tension filling the air. A group of individuals ascended in an orderly fashion onto the broad back of the ice-snow-silver eagle, each finding a comfortable position to sit cross-legged. They clustered together in small groups, their faces radiant with excitement and eagerness as they engaged in animated conversations. Long Feng and Xiao Yaoer approached Xiaoshen, curiously listening to his explanations regarding the 4 Academy tournament. Xiaoshen elaborated, this tournament is actually held to foster communication and sparring between Tianfeng Academy, Qihua Academy, Xuanyuan Academy, and Xinbing Academy. Each academy possesses its unique specialties and strengths. Long Feng listened intently, gradually grasping the essence. It became clear that Tianfeng Academy focused on cultivating techniques and spells, striving for excellence through continuous enhancement of individual prowess. Qihua Academy excelled in potion and elixir crafting, adept at utilizing the power of herbs to aid cultivation. Xuanyuan Academy distinguished itself with its mastery of formations, employing various magical arrays to augment strength, while Xinbing Academy took pride in forging powerful weapons, which became invaluable tools in their battles. Xiaoshen continued. Every year, the 4 Academy tournament attracts numerous outstanding students, providing them with a platform to showcase their talents and skills. This is not merely a competition but an opportunity for learning and growth. A surge of passion welled up within Long Feng as he anticipated the upcoming tournament. He yearned to demonstrate his abilities on this stage and compete against the elite from other academies. At the same time, he recognized that each academy had its unique attributes, prompting him to reflect more deeply on his future cultivation path. Chapter 40, Soul-Cutting Ridge and the Vast Expanse of the Continent. Numerous forces intricately intertwined. Among them, Qihua Academy is located within the territory of the Tianlong sect, specifically in the country of Mou. This nation is renowned for its exceptional natural environment and abundant spiritual herb resources, thus nurturing countless outstanding alchemists. These alchemists, through their exquisite skills and unique talents, have elevated Mou's overall strength above that of the Tianlong kingdom. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan Academy is situated in the country of Chensha. Also within the Tianlong sect's domain, the people here specialize in the art of formations, having reached the pinnacle of understanding and employing them, although Chensha's overall strength is comparable to that of the Tianlong kingdom. Its production of formation-related items is unparalleled. It was precisely this that attracted a multitude of enthusiasts eager to delve into the study of formations for learning and exchange. Ultimately, within the jurisdiction of the Tianlong sect, In the realm of Bayang, a nation renowned for its abundant rare minerals, which undoubtedly serve as exceptional materials for crafting divine weapons, it is no exaggeration to say that the number of artisans within Bayang is unparalleled. With their exquisite craftsmanship and profound understanding of the properties of these ores, they create astonishing divine arms. On the vast and boundless continent, the nations of Tianlong, Qihua, Chensha, and Bayang shine like four resplendent pearls. Nestled in the remote northwestern border of the Tianlong sect, this secluded locale resembles a hidden paradise seldom known to the outside world. Legend has it that the ancestors of the four nations once embarked on a journey to the Tianlong sect. And through their exceptional talents and unwavering perseverance, they successfully became inner disciples of the sect. Upon returning home, they honored their roots, expanding their territories and founding nations, thus bestowing prosperity upon their people. After enduring countless trials over several centuries, despite the cyclical rise and fall, the four nations have resiliently persisted, untouched by the ravages of time. The journey from Tianlong to Qihua is lengthy, requiring more than a month. Although the icy snow sculpture has reached the initial stage of a martial artist, the arduous journey necessitates periodic rest. However, this expedition does not bore the travelers, rather, it transforms into a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons and experience foreign cultures. Along the way, they witness many remarkable sights and experiences never encountered in the capital, enriching their perspectives. These unique experiences undoubtedly become invaluable treasures in their lives. The four nations are separated by a river and a mountain, the river known as the Yuming River and the mountain known as Duanhuan Ridge. The Yuming River stretches from east to west, dividing Tianlong and Maoyu, as well as Chensha and Bayang, while Duanhuan Ridge separates Tianlong and Chensha from Maoyu and Bayanji. It is precisely due to these natural barriers that the four nations have never engaged in warfare since their establishment. And their remote location within the Tianlong sect's territory leaves little room for conflict. Their coexistence has remained relatively harmonious. The Yuming River was once an ordinary river, but one fateful day, a great calamity emerged within the Tianlong sect. Wreaking havoc and claiming the lives of countless cultivators and beasts, the sect mobilized its forces to combat this threat but suffered a devastating defeat, resulting in the loss of numerous powerful members. This incident eventually caught the attention of Qing Yuan, the progenitor of the Qinglong Academy in the central region of Tianxiang continent. Qing Yuan is one of the most formidable figures on the continent. His strength immeasurable. Upon learning of the calamity, he personally intervened, pursuing the malevolent entity relentlessly. After a cataclysmic battle, the malevolent being was ultimately vanquished. However, the Yuming River became shrouded in an eerie terror, its waters as dark as ink. Seemingly capable of devouring all life, countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions now dwell within, their resentments and hatreds intertwining, filling the river with an aura of evil. Henceforth, the Yuming River became a forbidden place. And no one dared approach it lightly. Whenever someone attempted to draw near, they would feel a chilling presence, as if countless eyes were watching them. Moreover, at regular intervals, the Yuming River would unleash massive waves, accompanied by terrifying roars, as if the vengeful spirits were venting their fury. During these turbulent periods, all would keep their distance, for any who ventured too close would be ensnared by a mysterious force, losing themselves and ultimately plunging into the river, never to escape. Over time, this once unremarkable river came to be known as the Yuming River. As for the Duanhuan Ridge adjacent to it, its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Throughout history, there have been no legends recounting the tales of Duanhuan Ridge. People only know that strange apparitions frequently emerge from within, but the origins of these spirits have long been a riddle. Nonetheless, from the 1st to the 6th of each month, the specters within Duanhuan Ridge briefly vanish. As for their whereabouts during this time, no one can provide a definitive answer. Some speculate they may retreat to a mysterious realm, while others believe they merely conceal themselves, awaiting the next opportunity to re-emerge. Regardless of the truth, the enigmatic ridge continues to evoke fear and reverence. It is worth noting that although eerie spirits often manifest within Duanhuan Ridge, it is also home to the coveted Yuming herb and Lingyu flower, both of which possess remarkable efficacy in healing the spiritual wounds of cultivators. Consequently, despite the dangers, numerous adventurer teams venture into this perilous area. Should Longfeng and his companions wish to reach the Qihua Academy located in Maoyu, they must inevitably traverse the daunting Duanhuan Ridge. Considering the safety of their journey, Shaoshan meticulously selected a specific timeframe deemed secure for crossing this treacherous terrain. On this day, under Shaoshan's guidance, Longfeng and his group finally arrived at the entrance of Duanhuan Ridge. Wow, this Duanhuan Ridge truly lives up to its reputation, one exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is not only shrouded in mystery, But the mountains stretch endlessly, soaring into the clouds. I can only wonder how high this mountain truly is, another concurred. Some bolder students curiously approached the entrance, scrutinizing it intently, while timid female students hid behind Vice Dean Xiaoshen, unable to suppress their curiosity as they occasionally peered out to gaze at the Duanhuan Ridge. With the day remaining until the safe passage through Duanhuan Ridge, Xiaoshen orchestrated the group to establish a camp 10 miles from the entrance, awaiting the opportune moment to proceed. Meanwhile, Longfeng found himself inexplicably preoccupied with a singular thought: he must venture deep into the heart of Duanhuan Ridge. It felt as though something incredibly significant, either a treasure or a secret, was concealed within that mysterious domain. This peculiar and intense sensation unsettled him, making it hard for him to find peace. Sensing Longfeng's unusual demeanor, Xiaoshen inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Although Duanhuan Ridge is fraught with peril, as long as we exercise caution, we should encounter no significant danger." Longfeng snapped back to reality, quickly explaining, It's nothing serious. I just feel that the atmosphere here is a bit eerie, giving me an indescribable feeling." He wished to spare his master and companions from undue worry, opting to bury his inner doubts for the time being. However, that inexplicable allure only grew stronger, as if beckoning him to uncover its mysteries. Chapter 41: Longfeng goes missing. After completing their camp setup, the group returned to their respective tents to adjust their breathing and rest appropriately. However, unlike the others, Longfeng quietly sat by the campfire, his gaze frequently drifting towards the entrance of Duanhuan Ridge. The mysterious force of summons intensified, igniting within him an uncontrollable impulse to rush in and explore. Yet, he was acutely aware that the safe passage deadline was the following day, compelling him to suppress this urge with all his might. Nevertheless, as time passed, this suppressed feeling did not diminish. Instead, it grew ever more potent. Finally, as night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Longfeng slowly rose, treading resolutely toward Duanhuan Ridge. If anyone had witnessed him at that moment, they would have been astonished to find his eyes devoid of luster, akin to a somnambulist stepping deeper into the ridge. After a long and arduous journey, Xiaoshen and the others were visibly fatigued, retreating early into their tents to rest. At this moment, no one noticed that Longfeng had quietly vanished from the camp's protective array. Deep within Duanhuan Ridge, countless spirits congregated, each possessing formidable strength, yet these seemingly ferocious and bloodthirsty apparitions were now huddled on the ground, trembling. At the center of this assembly of spirits stood an ancient altar, surrounded by 8 towering stone pillars adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, now glowing with a faint light. Unbeknownst to Longfeng, who had mysteriously disappeared from the camp's protective array, he found himself sitting quietly at the altar's center, completely motionless. As time ticked away, the spirits surrounding the altar began to chant incomprehensible incantations, as if summoning some enigmatic entity. When the incantations reached their crescendo, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted from the altar. As the red light gradually faded, Longfeng, who had been seated upon the altar, vanished without a trace. At the camp, silence reigned. The dawnlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the extinguished campfire, seemingly bestowing it with new life, causing the faint embers to flicker once more. The group emerged from their tents, beginning to pack their belongings. Today marked the safe window for entering Duanhuan Ridge, and everyone understood the value of time. Sparing no moment for delay, they moved swiftly, eager to complete their preparations and traverse the perilous and unknown Duanhuan Ridge. However, Xiao Yao noticed something amiss. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on Longfeng's tent. The tent stood silently, a steadfast silhouette against the dawn, devoid of any movement. Where is Brother Muhan? Is he still indulging in slumber? Really, he should at least be aware of the time. He ought to get up now. Xiao Yao furrowed her brow, muttering her dissatisfaction under her breath. With a huff, she strode towards Longfeng's tent, grumbling incessantly as she walked. "Brother Muhan, the lazybones, it's time to rise. The sun is already shining on our backs. If you don't get up soon, we will miss the safe passage at Duanhuan Ridge." Standing before the tent, she raised her voice to call out. However, after a brief moment, there was still no reply from within. Growing anxious, she resolved to shout even louder. After a while, Xiao Yao and the others noted that Longfeng's tent remained utterly still. With a resigned shake of her head, she summoned a male student and instructed him to enter and awaken Longfeng. The male student nodded and cautiously stepped into the tent, yet, to everyone's surprise, he emerged almost instantaneously, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Sensing this, Xiao Yao felt an ominous premonition swell within her. She rushed forward to inquire, "What's the matter? What happened to Brother Muhan?" The male student, still perplexed, replied, There is no one inside, and the bedding is neatly arranged, as if it has not been disturbed." "What? No one?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's heart sank, a wave of dread washing over her. Without hesitation, she dashed into the tent, her gaze frantically scanning every corner. Indeed, as she feared, there was no sign of anyone having been there. She fell into deep contemplation. If he did not rest in the tent, and there are no signs of him outside, where could he possibly have gone? Furrowing her brow tightly, she strained to recall the events of the previous night. Suddenly, a chilling thought flashed through her mind. Oh no, when we first arrived here last night, I sensed something was amiss with him. Could it be that he ventured alone to Duanhuan Ridge while everyone was asleep? The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of foreboding, her anxiety intensifying. She promptly sought out Xiaoshan, recounting the situation in detail. Upon hearing her, Xiaoshan's expression turned grave. After inquiring with other students, he received the same answer. No one knew of Longfeng's whereabouts. This left Xiaoshan in a state of disarray, for Longfeng was deeply intertwined with the mission entrusted by their clan in this realm of Tianku. The thought of his potential disappearance filled him with alarm. Immediately, he rallied everyone to disperse and search for Longfeng. Before long, a student approached Xiaoshan, reporting, Vice Dean, there are footprints leading to the entrance of Duanhuan Ridge. They seem to belong to Brother Muhan. What? The entrance? That rascal Wun Ti have entered Duanhuan Ridge alone last night, would he? This is troublesome. Gather everyone and follow me. With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the entrance of Duanhuan Ridge. The group searched within the ridge for a considerable time, but aside from the footprints at the entrance, they found nothing else. Ultimately, to avoid disrupting the martial arts competition among the 4 academies, Xiaoshan decided to lead everyone through Duanhuan Ridge and have the other instructors escort the remaining students to Qihua Academy, while he would return to continue searching for Longfeng's whereabouts. At this moment, Longfeng found himself in a dimly lit space, reminiscent of a small landmass, complete with mountains and trees. The location he occupied bore resemblance to an altar deep within Duanhuan Ridge. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, when a voice suddenly echoed, "You have arrived." As the voice resonated, Longfeng abruptly opened his eyes, leaping to his feet and adopting a defensive stance. Who is speaking? Little one, there is no need to be alarmed. It is I who summoned you here, the ethereal voice replied. You summoned me here. Why, what do you wish to accomplish? Longfeng inquired, anxiety coursing through him. Do not fret. I harbor no ill intent. Had I wished you harm, you would not have awakened. The voice reassured him. Longfeng pondered this and found a semblance of logic in it, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. Follow the guidance I provide to seek me out, the voice instructed. As it spoke, a small serpent, formed of ethereal essence, materialized before Longfeng, floating in the air and hissing as if beckoning him to follow. He took a few steps forward, and upon noticing Longfeng's compliance, the small serpent accelerated ahead. Chapter 42, The Remains of the Underworld Dragon. The ethereal serpent moved with increasing speed, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of the air. Longfeng dared not slacken his pace, channeling all his inner strength, fearing that any lapse in concentration would cause him to lose track. In this endless darkness, time appeared to lose all meaning. He had no way of knowing how long he had been walking. Suddenly, the serpent darted forward, vanishing from his sight. At that moment, a peculiar radiance caught Longfeng's eye from a distance. It resembled a mountain, yet it exuded an inexplicable air of mystery. Surely he must be nearing his destination, Longfeng mused internally. As he drew closer, the outline of the so-called mountain became increasingly distinct. However, when Longfeng finally discerned the true nature of the spectacle before him, his eyes widened in terror. This was no mountain, it was an enormous skeleton. It lay there, tranquil, resembling a towering peak. The bones shimmered with a luster akin to purple jade, smooth as glass, emanating a chilling aura. Longfeng gazed along the length of the skeleton and soon beheld a colossal skull. The cranium bore a striking resemblance to that of a dragon, with 2 regal horns glimmering faintly. And within the sunken eye sockets burned 2 flames of green tinged with purple, as if recounting tales of past grandeur and might, despite the fact that this dragon had long since perished, leaving behind only its bones. The oppressive force it radiated was still suffocating. Longfeng, though separated by 100 miles, felt as if his legs were nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. He marveled inwardly, what manner of existence is this? What could have led to its demise here? Faced with such a magnificent sight, Longfeng's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. He resolved to approach it, to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic skeleton. Closing his eyes, he silently summoned his bloodline, igniting his abyssal dragon lineage to its peak state, allowing it to rapidly permeate every corner of his being. Although he still felt immense pressure, it was a far cry from the initial state of complete immobility. Taking a deep breath, Longfeng summoned his courage and took determined steps toward the skeleton. Yet, after walking approximately 20 miles, he found himself halted once more. In that moment, even with his abyssal dragon constitution, He felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the skeleton becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. It must be noted that his current abyssal dragon constitution was merely a result of partially awakening his bloodline. Just as Long Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to continue advancing, an unfathomable force surged forth from the depths of his mind, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. As this mysterious power spread, Long Feng was elated to discover that the near-suffocating pressure was gradually alleviating. Dissipating. A jolt of realization coursed through him as he focused inwardly, soon recognizing that the source of this extraordinary power was none other than the Heaven-Devouring Pearl. With the assistance of the Heaven-Devouring Pearl, Long Feng was filled with exuberance, his face betraying his joy. Cautiously, he once again inched closer to the colossal skeleton. As he drew near, the sense of summons intensified. However, concurrently, the unease within him began to amplify. Yet he was unable to resist this compelling force, prompting him to forge ahead, step by step, toward the dragon's remains. The short journey of mere dozens of miles now felt as arduous as traversing 1,000. Seconds turned into minutes, and although he could not ascertain how long it took, Long Feng finally arrived beneath the massive dragon skeleton. He raised his head, scrutinizing the immense bones before him, his heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. Utterly oblivious as to how he should proceed. "Well done, young one. I never expected you to pass my trial so effortlessly, and now, you shall have the opportunity to receive my legacy." Just as Long Feng stood there, bewildered before the skeleton, the mysterious voice resounded once more. "Although you have successfully passed my first trial by reaching my side, this does not mean you can immediately obtain my legacy. There remains a second trial awaiting you." Long Feng's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that merely reaching your side constitutes passing the first trial?" The enigmatic voice confirmed in response, "Indeed, as long as you can arrive beside me, you have passed the first trial." Hearing this, Long Feng felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity swell within him, silently musing, "This so-called first trial is far too formidable. Were it not for the aid of the Heaven-Devouring Pearl, I likely would not have been able to reach your side at all. No wonder, after such an extensive passage of time, you have yet to find a suitable heir. He couldn't help but harbor doubts about the standard set by this mysterious entity. Though he grumbled internally, his words remained respectful as he inquired, "Might I ask what the next trial entails?" "Esteemed elder, your initial trial has proven to be both arduous and formidable. It is likely that the subsequent challenges will not be any less daunting. Is it not?" "Ha, dear child, there is no need for excessive worry. Throughout the millennia, many have managed to reach my side, yet regrettably their performance in the subsequent trials has often been far from satisfactory, resulting in their failure to inherit my true teachings. The next trial requires you to perceive the ethereal power residing within my skeletal remains through your spiritual strength. Should you successfully sense this ethereal force, it will mark your passage through the second trial." The ethereal force. What is this? Upon initially hearing this term, Long Feng felt a wave of confusion, yet he was not intimidated by the unfamiliarity of the word. Instead, he immediately began to rummage through the memories of Long Lao in his mind, hoping to uncover clues regarding the ethereal force. Suddenly, a torrent of vast information surged forth, flooding his entire consciousness. The complexity and profundity of this information rendered Long Feng momentarily overwhelmed. As he delved deeper into the meanings behind the information, he gradually began to unravel the mysteries of the ethereal force. It turned out to be a unique power belonging to the ethereal dragon clan, imbued with boundless enigma and might. Legends speak of powerful ethereal dragons that can traverse the 9 nether realms at will. A domain shrouded in darkness and the unknown. Even more astonishing to Long Feng was the revelation that the ethereal dragons possessed peculiar dietary habits, favoring the consumption of phantoms and souls, ephemeral entities. This unique trait elevated the ethereal dragons alongside the abyssal dragons as the supreme aristocracy among dragonkind, a status of unparalleled reverence. Upon reaching this realization, the mysteries that had clouded Long Feng's mind began to dissipate. He understood why so many phantoms congregated at the soul-severing ridge. It was all due to the aura emanating from this ethereal dragon's remains. At this moment, Long Feng's understanding of the ethereal force deepened, and he felt a burgeoning anticipation for the upcoming trial. He was keenly aware that passing the trial would not be a simple endeavor, yet he felt no trepidation, resolute in his determination to explore the true essence of this mysterious power. However, another question arose. If this ethereal dragon was so formidable, why had it met its demise here? The more Long Feng pondered, the more questions surfaced in his mind, just as he was engulfed in a sea of inquiries. The voice claiming to be the ethereal dragon resounded once more. Chapter 43, The True Ethereal Dragon. Child, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be focusing on comprehending the ethereal force? once you obtain my legacy. My lingering soul shall find peace and depart for reincarnation." Upon hearing this, Long Feng dared not hesitate further, for he could not ascertain whether he would live to leave if he failed the trial. After all, for millennia, no one had ever been known to be aware of the existence of the ethereal dragon's remains in this land. Perhaps those who failed the trials had all perished here. It could be that the incomplete phantoms outside were merely the remnants of those who had met their end in this place. With this thought in mind, Long Feng resolved not to linger any longer and immediately directed his spiritual awareness to the remains. Meticulously sensing the enigmatic energy radiating from them, initially, he did not immerse himself fully in the experience. However, after a period of observation, he discerned that the voice bore no intention of causing him harm. Thus, in pursuit of a more rapid understanding of the ethereal force, he decided to commit himself entirely to the endeavor. As time passed, Long Feng's spirit, transformed into a miniature version of himself, ventured into the interior of the colossal dragon's bones. Aimlessly wandering through the passages within, during this exploration he keenly sensed an unprecedented and mysterious power permeating the surroundings. After a series of explorations and attempts, Long Feng came to realize that this might indeed be the legendary ethereal force. Yet, he found himself at an impasse, uncertain of how to approach this formidable power. Previously he had tried to have his spiritual awareness touch the force, but any proximity resulted in his essence being mercilessly consumed. Following several failed attempts, Long Feng grew cautious, reluctant to allow his spirit near the perilous power. He understood that to successfully master the ethereal force, he needed to discover an appropriate method of engagement. The only course of action available to him was to continue forward through the passages, for he had observed that the more he advanced, the fainter the unsettling sensation became, while the beckoning force gradually diminished. This paradox left Long Feng bewildered. Why did the calling force and the sense of unease stand in stark contrast to the external world? He found himself lost in contemplation, despite being filled with questions. Long Feng determined to proceed in the opposite direction of the calling force. Thus, he walked silently through the skeletal passages, unaware of how much time had elapsed, when suddenly, the scenery before him transformed. The once narrow and dim corridor widened, and the persistent calling force that had guided him vanished without a trace. Moreover, the unsettling sensation within him also dissipated entirely. At this moment, Long Feng felt enveloped in a warmth and comfort akin to returning home, a sensation so familiar that it bestowed upon him an immeasurable sense of security. What place could this possibly be? Long Feng's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. I have finally succeeded in reaching this moment. Blood D, you have ultimately failed to defeat me. Just as Long Feng was engulfed in curiosity and expectation, a voice abruptly erupted, filled with boundless rage and elation. Startled by the sudden sound, Long Feng scanned his surroundings in search of its source. It found nothing. Child, no need to search. I am right here. The voice resonated once more, seemingly emanating from all directions. Long Feng's heart raced. He was unaware of the identity of this voice or why its owner had appeared so suddenly. Who are you? Why are you here? Long Feng mustered his courage to inquire. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you now have an opportunity to inherit all that I possess and become a powerful being. The voice replied. Upon hearing this, Long Feng's heart stirred. To become a powerful existence had always been his aspiration. What must I do to inherit everything you possess? He asked eagerly. Quite simple. You need only agree to a single task, and you shall receive my legacy, the voice stated. What task? Long Feng inquired impatiently. Help me eliminate that accursed Blood D. The voice brimmed with animosity. Upon hearing this name, Long Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had never heard of this Blood D and was unaware of the enmity between this voice and its owner. Predecessor, I am willing to inherit your teachings, but this seems rather sudden. Does it not? Wasn't it mentioned that there would be several trials? Long Feng hesitated, his excitement waning. He sensed something amiss. This request appeared utterly outrageous. He doubted his ability to fulfill such a task and was uncertain of the consequences that might ensue. Humph, boy, do you think I would casually entrust my legacy to just anyone? This is a test for you. If you lack the courage to undertake this, how can you bear the weight of my legacy? The voice replied. As for Blood D, he is my enemy, a formidable foe, yet, once you inherit my power, you shall surely triumph over him. Upon hearing this, Long Feng felt a flicker of hesitation. He grappled with the decision of whether to trust this voice and questioned his capacity to defeat Blood D. Predecessor, I understand you may have your own considerations, but my current strength is insufficient, and I fear I may disappoint your expectations. Long Feng expressed. Do not fret, child. I believe you are capable of achieving this. As long as you possess confidence and courage, there is nothing you cannot accomplish, the voice reassured him. He recognized that this could very well be a turning point in his life, should he succeed. He would gain immense power and glory. However, failure could exact a terrible toll. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. But predecessor, if Blood D is truly as formidable as you say, wouldn't inheriting your legacy still leave me unable to defeat him? Long Feng voiced his concerns. Who says I cannot defeat that wretch? The voice's owner retorted, their tone darkening with displeasure. If it weren't for that scoundrel ambushing me while I was in seclusion, I would never have been wounded. The voice was imbued with rage and indignation, as if the battle still lingered in their memories. Long Feng, realizing he had misspoken, sighed inwardly and quickly corrected himself. Yes, predecessor, you are unparalleled and invincible. He smiled sheepishly, hoping to placate the voice's anger. However, the voice's owner remained unimpressed, continuing with a huff. You little rascal, do not think flattery will suffice. I was once a renowned powerhouse. Though I may be injured now, I am not someone whom just anyone can challenge. Long Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded respectfully, acknowledging his understanding. He recognized the arrogance of this predecessor and the undeniable strength they possessed. Realizing his previous words had indeed been ill-chosen, thus, he decided to change the subject. Predecessor, if you are indeed so formidable, why then do you wish to pass your legacy to me? Do you not have other disciples or successors? The master of the voice fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I have lived a life of solitude and have never taken on disciples. Moreover, I have no choice now. For countless millennia, only you have emerged to confront the machinations of Shuedi and come to me. The reason I have chosen you is that I see something extraordinary within you, though you are still quite weak at present. With diligent cultivation, you will certainly become a true powerhouse in the future. Chapter 44. Ming Xingqian. Upon hearing these words, Long Feng felt a stir in his heart. He realized that he had been granted a rare opportunity. If he could seize it well, he might indeed achieve something remarkable. Thus, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your regard. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and will not disappoint your expectations. The master of the voice acknowledged with a hum, then continued, however, you must remember that the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and dangers, filled with countless challenges and crises. Only by continuously enhancing your strength and realm can you journey further along this path. Long Feng nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had committed this to memory. He understood that this elder was urging him not to forget himself due to temporary achievements. At this moment, Long Feng recalled what the voice's master had said about him avoiding Shuedi's conspiracy. And a wave of confusion surged within him. He could not help but ask, Senior, what do you mean by saying that I have avoided Shuedi's conspiracy? Is there some hidden secret within this? Sighing deeply, Ming Long appeared to recall a painful past. He spoke slowly. The origins of this matter trace back to the time I was ambushed, when I was still unaware of the danger I faced. In truth, Ming Long's name is Ming Xingqian, and he was one of the most powerful existences on this continent. However, just as I was entering a critical breakthrough, an unforeseen disaster struck. The demon clan's Shuedi, through unknown means, discovered the location of my secluded meditation and launched a surprise attack while I was completely unprepared. At that moment, Ming Xingqian was at a crucial phase of breakthrough, unable to unleash his full power. The battle lasted for over a month. Faced with Shuedi's ferocious assaults, I could only exert all my strength to resist, but ultimately I suffered a backlash and was grievously injured, before falling into a coma. I employed a secret technique to destroy Shuedi's physical body. However, due to the forced use of this technique, I was left with no strength to obliterate the soul of the disembodied Shuedi. After losing his physical form, Shuedi attempted to seize the body of the unconscious Ming Xingqian. As the strongest of the Ming Long clan, my body instinctively resisted Shuedi's sudden invasion, and I passively unleashed the unique power of the Ming Long clan. The power of the netherworld, sealing Shuedi's soul within the bones of my skeletal remains, hoping to prevent it from ever awakening. It was also because of this forced passive use of the secret technique that I expended all the power within me and could no longer muster the strength to heal my injuries, ultimately falling into a state of immobility. As time trickled by, the physical form of Ming Xingqian began to decay gradually, as if eroded by the passage of time. With the passing of years, what once belonged to Ming Xingqian slowly transformed into a vast mountain range, while the precious dragon bone lay buried deep within its depths. Due to Ming Xingqian's prolonged unconsciousness, Shuedi's soul was granted a rare opportunity to breathe. It realized that if it wished to escape its predicament, it must seek a glimmer of hope. Thus, Shuedi began to expend all its efforts to emit its aura, attempting to attract the wandering souls drifting in the void. Gradually, more and more wandering souls were drawn to the mountain range by Shuedi's aura. Under Shuedi's covert guidance, these souls devoured one another, merging together, and ultimately evolving into what the world refers to as the specters. These specters roamed the mountain range incessantly, controlled by Shuedi, searching for martial artists who ventured into the soul-severing ridge. Shuedi's intentions were clear. It aimed to lead these martial artists to comprehend the power of the netherworld and, through the allure of its inheritance, persuade them to extract the very power of the netherworld that sealed it. In doing so, Shuedi not only stood a chance to break free from the shackles of its seal but also gained the opportunity to seize the powerful dragon bone body of Mingxingchen. Thus achieving rebirth. However, throughout the long millennia, few have successfully reached the vicinity of the skeletal remains, and those who did were unable to comprehend the power of the netherworld within the bones of Mingxingchen. Shuedi had grown accustomed to Long Feng's appearance and held little hope that he could grasp the power of the netherworld. After all, the individuals who previously succeeded in reaching the skeletal remains were far swifter than Long Feng, and their cultivation far superior. Yet, what Shuedi did not anticipate was that Long Feng, driven by an increasingly intense feeling of unease, struggled painfully, resulting in his slow progress. Additionally, Long Feng bore the bloodline of the Abyss Dragon and possessed the Dragon Pearl from Long Lao. Because of this, Mingxingchen sensed the aura of a kin and quietly drew Long Feng into his consciousness. Upon understanding the circumstances, Long Feng could not help but feel a chill. He thought to himself, I am fortunate that I did not follow that beckoning force but instead followed my instincts to arrive here, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this in mind, Long Feng addressed the ethereal figure before him, Senior Ming. While I have arrived here, how can I obtain your inheritance and successfully defeat the spirit of Shuedi that you sealed? After all, he was a formidable existence, much like yourself in life. Mingxingchen appeared to have anticipated this. We shall discuss how to deal with Shuedi later. Once you have received my inheritance, you will naturally be able to resolve him with ease. At that time, I will also regain control of the power of the netherworld that seals Shuedi, and restoring my physical form will merely be a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Long Feng nodded slightly. In that case, please grant me your inheritance, Senior. He settled into a meditative posture, awaiting Mingxingchen to bestow his teachings. Seeing that Long Feng was prepared, the ethereal figure of Mingxingchen ceased to speak further. The figure's hands began to shift through various seals, and waves of mysterious and potent energy flowed from Mingxingchen's ethereal form toward the center of Long Feng's brow. Time passed slowly. When the final seal of Mingxingchen was infused into Long Feng's brow, Long Feng's entire being trembled, and his hands began to shift through the seals as well. Mingxingchen's already ethereal figure became even more translucent, suggesting that this transmission of inheritance was quite taxing for his already weakened form. Once Long Feng had enacted the seals that Mingxingchen had imparted, he gradually lowered his hands and opened his eyes. Two beams of ghostly light shot forth from his gaze. Upon seeing Mingxingchen's even more translucent figure, he hurriedly asked, Senior, are you alright? It is of no consequence. As long as you help me destroy that spirit of Shuedi, everything will return to normal. Mingxingchen felt a swell of joy at Long Feng's genuine concern for him. What should we do next, Senior? Long Feng inquired. I have already imparted to you the methods of utilizing the power of the netherworld. Given your Abyss Dragon bloodline, you should be capable of controlling that power. However, you must continue to cultivate the power of the netherworld. Only by generating it within yourself can you avoid being eroded by external forces of the netherworld. Mingxingchen explained. Thus, Long Feng began to immerse his consciousness within the Heaven-Devouring Pearl, cultivating the power of the netherworld. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the Chihua Academy, there remained only 15 days until the martial arts competition among the 4 academies. Yet Xiaoshan still had not found a trace of Long Feng within the soul-severing ridge, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Chapter 45. Comprehending the power of the netherworld. At this moment, the numerous students of Tianfeng Academy were filled with anxiety and unease. They had originally pinned their hopes on that exceptionally talented student who had excelled in the Academy's grand competition. But who could have anticipated that this outstanding individual would suddenly vanish without a trace, leaving them in silence? Such a turn of events placed unprecedented pressure on the other students. Initially, there was the presence of a powerhouse like Mo Yen. However, unfortunately, he had been slain by Long Feng during the competition for reasons unknown. They had hoped to bask in glory alongside the even stronger Long Feng, yet the outcome had turned out to be so unexpected. Long Feng had inexplicably gone missing. In light of this situation, all that the others could do was sigh in resignation, their hearts burning with anxiety simultaneously. In that enigmatic place, Long Feng was wholly engrossed in his comprehension of the power of the netherworld. Everything occurring in the outside world seemed to have no bearing on him. He remained blissfully unaware of it all. Even if he were to learn of these developments, he would likely be powerless to act. After all, the challenges looming before Long Feng far exceeded those posed by the martial arts competition among the four academies. At this very moment, Long Feng found himself ensnared in a complex and murky predicament. Pondering deeply, what exactly is the Netherworld? What sort of power is the power of the Netherworld? According to Long Feng's understanding, Nether represented the Nine Nether, the realm where souls are said to reincarnate after death. While Ming connoted the concept of hell, the ultimate resting place for the deceased, the Netherworld is thus the sanctuary for the souls of the departed. Upon death, the souls are drawn to the Netherworld by its power, where they undergo the baptism of their sins. Only when all sins have been redeemed can these souls tread once more upon the path of reincarnation, whether reborn as humans, transformed into demons, or consigned to the realms of malevolence. As Long Feng delved deeper into his understanding of the Netherworld, waves of ethereal green ripples gradually emanated around his form. At times, these ripples surged with a frenetic energy, as if dancing in joyous abandon, while at other moments, they drifted languidly, akin to a gentle waltz. This little fellow's insight is surprisingly profound. In merely a few days, he has brushed against the very boundaries of Netherworld power. At this rate, it will not be long before he truly masters the essence of the Netherworld. Ming Xingchen, witnessing the surging energy waves enveloping Long Feng, could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. At this moment, Long Feng was entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond. He was wholly engrossed in his own revelations. The Netherworld signifies death, yet concurrently, it serves as the realm where the souls of the departed are reborn. As the saying goes, extremes beget opposites. The pinnacle of life is death, and the culmination of death is life. The cycle of life and death persists, and the force guiding souls through reincarnation is none other than the power of the Netherworld. In this moment, Long Feng's comprehension of the Netherworld and its power deepened immensely. If the Netherworld power can guide souls into the cycle of reincarnation, could it also extract the souls of the living from their corporeal forms? Moreover, with the presence of the Minglong race, who seem to wield this Netherworld power, perhaps my conjectures are not unfounded. As his ability to manipulate the Netherworld power increased, it might indeed be possible to draw the souls of the living from their shells. Simultaneously, it should also be feasible to summon the recently departed souls back from the void and reintegrate them into their original bodies. Long Feng had never anticipated that his speculations would prove so accurate. And all of this is the very source of the formidable strength of the ancient Minglong clan. What puzzled Long Feng was the apparent scarcity of news regarding the dragon race in the present world. Curiosity welled within him. What had transpired? Why had the dragon race fallen into such obscurity? With a heart full of questions, Long Feng once sought the counsel of the venerable Elder Long regarding this matter. Yet Elder Long seemed reluctant to delve into the past. He merely solemnly informed Long Feng that the dragon race had once suffered an insurmountable and mysterious attack alongside other equally powerful four sacred beast clans. Following the devastating battle, these four clans gradually faded from public view. On this particular day, after countless insights and trials, Long Feng finally succeeded in condensing a strand of Netherworld power within himself. At that very moment, the formidable energy contained within the skull of the Minglong surged forth like a relentless torrent, flooding into Long Feng's body. With the continued infusion of this potent force, the nascent strand of Netherworld power within him began to expand at an astonishing rate, growing ever more potent simultaneously. Long Feng's remarkably resilient physique underwent an unprecedented enhancement under the refinement of the Netherworld power. Although his actual combat prowess did not exhibit a conspicuous increase at present, the strength of his physical body had reached a stunning level, sufficient to effortlessly withstand attacks from mid-tier spirit weapons. This clearly demonstrates the astonishing enhancement effect that the Netherworld power bestows upon Long Feng's corporeal form. On the dragon soaring continent, weapons are categorized into multiple tiers based on their quality and power. Dharma artifacts are suitable for novice martial artists. Spirit weapons are the standard for skilled practitioners and spirit masters. Treasured artifacts are typically wielded by martial sect leaders and martial monarchs. As for higher tier magical treasures, they belong to the most elite warriors such as martial kings and emperors. Spirit treasures can only be mastered by those of terrifying strength, like martial emperors and venerable ones, while the legendary immortal artifacts are the privilege of transcendent martial saints. Finally, the divine weapons are the ultimate armaments reserved for the invincible martial gods. However, as of now, no martial god has ever emerged, and thus divine weapons have yet to be realized. Furthermore, high-tier minerals and rare treasures are exceedingly scarce, leading to a situation where the vast majority of cultivators wield weapons inferior to their cultivation level. Presently Long Feng's physical strength poses no threat to common novice martial masters, yet he would still find it somewhat challenging to contend with those wielding superior spirit weapons, seeing the continuous influx of energy into Long Feng's body. Ming Xingchen understood that he had comprehended the netherworld power and could initially wield it, thus several days passed, and the surrounding energies ceased to converge upon Long Feng. He sensed that the netherworld power within him swelled like an expansive lake. An overwhelming joy flooding his heart. A predecessor, I have successfully cultivated the netherworld power. I wonder how I should proceed with that blood D. Splendid, allow me to elucidate the steps for you in detail. Ming Xingchen responded. Once Ming Xingchen concluded his explanation, Long Feng finally grasped the situation. In truth, this task was neither overly difficult nor exceptionally simple. Specifically, the first step is to closely pursue the mysterious summoning force released by blood D and locate the dragon bone where it is concealed. Subsequently, one must continuously infuse powerful netherworld power into that dragon bone. This process requires patience and focus. Upon completion, employ the unique secret technique I personally imparted to you to further strengthen the sealing power. Only in this manner can one gradually weaken and ultimately eradicate the tenacious spirit of blood D. The entire process is interlinked, and any misstep at any stage could lead to utter failure. Therefore, it is imperative to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 46. A battle of wits and courage. Once Long Feng had thoroughly internalized the method, he slowly extricated himself from the skull. Just as he stepped out, the overwhelming summoning force surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping him. Without hesitation, Long Feng stepped forward, following this mysterious power as he advanced cautiously. After a challenging trek, he finally arrived at the central location of the skeletal spine, the very place where blood D's spirit was sealed. At this moment, upon witnessing Long Feng's arrival at his confinement, blood D could not suppress a surge of elation. He had initially worried that Long Feng might become lost along the way, but now it seemed that such concerns were unwarranted. After all, in blood D's eyes, this human before him was exceedingly frail and insignificant. Thus, he resorted to his old tactics and once again spoke in a hoarse, deep voice. Young man, you have performed admirably. The fact that you successfully found your way here indicates your burgeoning understanding of the netherworld power. Now, we move on to the third trial. His words conveyed an air of authority and confidence, as if to suggest that this trial would be far more formidable than the previous ones. Long Feng's expression radiated joy and surprise, and he deliberately exclaimed, I am deeply grateful for your esteemed guidance, Senior, yet I wonder what further trials await me. His tone brimmed with anticipation and reverence, as if he possessed unwavering confidence in the challenges to come. At that moment, blood D's low and enigmatic voice echoed once more. The next trial requires you to enter the seal and acquire the netherworld power. Blood D's words struck Long Feng like thunderclaps in his ears. Upon hearing this, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart, although Ming Xingchen had already revealed blood D's schemes and instructed him on how to respond. Facing the reality of the situation brought forth an undeniable anxiety, fearing unforeseen circumstances might arise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Feng took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and cautiously maneuvered his consciousness toward the seal. Simultaneously, he summoned all of his netherworld power, letting it surge through his meridians like a roaring torrent. As Long Feng successfully entered the interior of the seal, blood D's spirit surged toward him with astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Long Feng's heart raced, and tension escalated to its peak. As blood D's spirit approached, mere moments away from contact, Long Feng dared not hesitate for even an instant. He swiftly mobilized all his netherworld power, forming a solid shield to protect his body. Subsequently, he rapidly altered his hand seals, executing a mysterious and unfathomable technique. In a flash, Long Feng conjured an array of enigmatic runes, their faint glow reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. He understood that the seals he was casting were intended to enhance the sealing power, and blood D, trapped within the seal, observed everything with keen interest. Blood D's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed at Long Feng. You little brat, what in the world are you scheming? Stop this at once. If you do not heed my warning, do not blame me for being ruthless, having spent an eternity within this sealing space. Blood D was intimately familiar with the ancient seal, thus, upon witnessing Long Feng's peculiar hand seals upon entry, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, leading him to threaten Long Feng. However, in the face of blood D's wrath and threats of death, Long Feng displayed no signs of fear or retreat. He remained fully focused on his actions. Observing this, blood D grew increasingly agitated, his tone softening as he attempted to persuade Long Feng to abandon his efforts through enticing offers. Listen closely, young man, since you possess the ability to breach the sealing space, it indicates that you have successfully passed the rigorous trials. Now, you only need to remain quietly patient for a moment while I bestow upon you the supreme inheritance. Shuadi watched in astonishment as Long Feng continued his incantations, undeterred by his words. The urgency in his heart grew ever stronger, and in his helplessness, he resorted to soft persuasion, hoping to convince his opponent. Long Feng's hand seals required a little more time to be fully executed. Upon hearing Shuadi's words, he devised a clever plan, deciding to engage him in conversation to buy more time. Oh, does this mean I have passed all the assessments? I never anticipated such luck. To so easily triumph over the trials, but I wonder, how do you plan to bestow the inheritance upon me, senior? Seeing no indication of Long Feng halting his movements, Shuadi grew increasingly anxious and exclaimed, "Young man, cease at once, do not continue, listen to me, relax your mind and open your consciousness, allowing my spiritual power to smoothly enter your awareness. Only then can I gradually transfer the power of the inheritance deep into your consciousness. Once this is accomplished, your awareness will safely return to your physical body." However, Long Feng merely smiled faintly, his gaze penetrating as he stared at Shuadi's soul form, and slowly replied, "Have senior, considering the situation, do you truly believe you can invade my consciousness?" Shuadi, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, his face turning crimson as he bellowed, "You insolent brat, cease your nonsensical words. With your feeble awareness, you do not pique my interest. How could I harbor such improper intentions? If you harbor doubts, so be it. I shall refrain from sending my spiritual power into your consciousness. Haha, senior, still unwilling to admit it, if I follow your instructions, you could escape the seal, even if you do not seize my flesh. Given your nature, you surely would not allow me to leave unscathed. After all, how could someone as ruthless as you allow any threat to remain?" Long Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. Shuadi, noticing this, felt a surge of anger within. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual would be so troublesome, impervious to his threats and capable of discerning his innermost thoughts. As Long Feng was about to complete the sealing technique, Shuadi found himself powerless against him, and anxiety consumed him, for if Long Feng succeeded in reinforcing the seal, he would be forever trapped here, unable to escape. When the Star of Death regained its strength, it would undoubtedly not spare him. At that point, he would be left with no escape but death, since this young man was unwilling to cooperate and he could not forcibly stop him. The only option left was to urge him to leave quickly. With this thought, Shuadi let out a resigned sigh and said to Long Feng, "Since you are so obstinate and unwilling to accept this inheritance, very well, I shall not force you. Leave this place at once. I do not welcome someone so ungrateful. Be gone." Long Feng had initially anticipated that Shuadi would continue to threaten and tempt him, or even directly attempt to seize the sealing technique, yet he was taken aback when Shuadi suddenly changed his approach and urged him to depart. However, upon noticing the flicker of fear and concern in Shuadi's eyes, he understood that the latter was utterly powerless against him. He was attempting to coax him away to seize the opportunity for his own freedom. Thus, Long Feng resolved to continue strengthening the seal, feigning regret as he shook his head and said, "I apologize, senior. I am quite interested in your inheritance as well. Why not impart it to me?" Chapter 47, Devouring Shuadi's Soul. Seeing Long Feng still obstinately clinging to his decision, Shuadi's anger flared, and an unnameable fury rose within him. "Very well, since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant your wish today." He gritted through his teeth, channeling all of his spiritual power into a sharp, spiraling projectile aimed directly at Long Feng's forehead. Long Feng's heart raced, and his complexion paled at this sudden turn of events. He had never expected Shuadi to be so ruthless. Without a moment's delay, he summoned all his ghostly energy, which surged into his forehead in an attempt to withstand this lethal strike. The two powerful forces collided, erupting in a blinding flash of light, as if the surrounding space itself were being torn apart. In a moment, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. However, as time passed, both began to feel the strain of exhaustion, their physical and spiritual energies waning. Just then, while Long Feng struggled to maintain his ground, he pondered ways to escape, yet, to his surprise, Shuadi unleashed a most peculiar technique, the art of duplication. Shuadi's spiritual power suddenly split into two halves. One half continued to grapple with Long Feng's ghostly energy, firmly holding him in place, while the other half stealthily circled behind Long Feng, taking advantage of his distraction to invade his body through the nape of his neck. Realizing the imminent danger, Long Feng attempted to take immediate precautions, but it was too late. The portion of Shuadi's spiritual power surged into Long Feng's mind with blinding speed, penetrating deep within, though he currently possessed only his awareness. Should that awareness be controlled by another, Long Feng's soul would fall under the dominion of another. Without hesitation, Long Feng withdrew a significant portion of the ghostly energy gathered in his forehead and continuously infused it into his mind. Just as his ghostly energy reached his mind, Shuedi had already begun to devour and erode a portion of that territory. Seeing this, Longfeng hurriedly summoned his ghostly energy to cover the remaining space. Attempting to stabilize the situation, unfortunately things did not go as planned. The withdrawal of a large amount of ghostly energy to protect his mind allowed Shuedi's other half to exploit the opportunity. Quickly breaching Longfeng's forehead defenses. Previously, during their struggle outside the awareness, the battle had been exceptionally fierce and indecisive, and now, as the conflict shifted into Longfeng's mind, his disadvantage became even more pronounced. Longfeng had intended to delay for a bit longer to complete the sealing technique, however, he never anticipated that Shuedi would be so decisive and ruthless, willing to suffer significant damage to his own spiritual power just to seize Longfeng's awareness. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Longfeng was caught utterly off guard. In an instant, the realm of thought he had maintained began to shrink at an alarming rate, while his anxiety intensified, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. As time dragged on, each passing second felt interminably long, and finally Shuedi's spiritual essence completely occupied Longfeng's awareness. Ha ha, truly, the heavens favor me, Shuedi. The detestable brat has drained so much of my spiritual power. And now I have lost the chance to seize the body of that old fool, the Star of Death, but never mind, I shall make use of this young man's vessel for now. Having successfully taken control of Longfeng's awareness, Shuedi was overwhelmed with joy. Though he had lost the chance to possess the body of the Star of Death, he could at least escape this place of confinement. Once he fully mastered Longfeng's body, he would still have the opportunity to obtain the dragon bone of the Star of Death. At that time, by devouring the soul within the dragon bone, he could regain his original form. With his grip on Longfeng's awareness, the surrounding ghostly energy posed no threat to Shuedi. After a brief period of adjustment and adaptation, Shuedi easily controlled Longfeng's awareness and stepped out of the dragon bone prison that had confined him for tens of thousands of years. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by a roaring laughter, Shuedi reveled in the joy of regained freedom. I, Shuedi, have once again descended into the world, this vast and bountiful land. I have returned, once my strength is restored to its peak. The entire world shall bow before me, Shuedi. Shuedi roared with arrogance, seemingly envisioning the glorious moment when he would become the ruler of this continent. However, after venting his emotional exuberance, he gradually calmed down. Suppressing the impulse to rush out and sweep across the world, instead, he guided Longfeng's awareness toward Longfeng's physical body, drifting slowly in that direction. As he approached Longfeng's physical form, Shuedi suddenly expressed surprise. Could this young man possess the bloodline of the abyssal dragon? Indeed, it must be so. Only such a powerful bloodline could enable him to comprehend and cultivate ghostly energy. It must be due to his abyssal dragon bloodline. Ha ha ha, I never expected this. The heavens have truly favored me, though I missed the chance to seize the body of the Star of Death. I have been granted a vessel endowed with the bloodline of the abyssal dragon. Surely this must be the will of the heavens. Shuedi laughed uncontrollably and then floated toward Longfeng's physical body. In the blink of an eye, his ethereal essence reached the depths of Longfeng's mind. Just as Shuedi was preparing to employ the technique of possession, an unexpected event occurred. The devouring pearl within Longfeng's mind suddenly stirred. First trembling lightly before releasing a continuous stream of ghostly green ripples, these ripples surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, rushing toward Shuedi's soul with blinding speed. Confronted with this sudden upheaval, Shuedi found himself ensnared by the eerie, mysterious emerald green ripples before he could muster any reaction, his futile struggles proving utterly ineffectual. No. What on earth is this? Release me at once. How could such a thing reside within this fellow's mind? Shuedi's face was a mask of terror as he screamed hoarsely. Heavens, could this be the fabled abyssal dragon pearl? No. This cannot be. This is far beyond a mere ordinary dragon pearl. It has undeniably transformed into a rare and exquisite treasure. Upon sighting the Shirtian pearl, Shuedi felt as though he had encountered the most terrifying event imaginable, thrashing desperately, yet all was in vain. What is happening? I was engaged in a fierce battle with Shuedi. Wait, something feels amiss. As Shuedi was firmly under the sway of the formidable power emanating from the Shirtian pearl, Longfeng's consciousness regained its freedom. Slowly opening his eyes, Longfeng endeavored to recall the events that had transpired. Suddenly realizing he was still amidst the fray, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. This is actually within my corporeal mind. Then what a Shuedi! At this juncture, Longfeng began to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously. After a thorough search, he finally located Shuedi's soul deep within the recesses of his brain. However, at this moment, Shuedi was completely immobilized by the energy radiating from the Shirtian pearl, incapable of movement. Longfeng seemed to suddenly grasp something, and without hesitation he darted towards Shuedi. Ahehe, did you not anticipate this, old senior? You have ultimately failed in your endeavors. It can only be said that fate has played a cruel trick. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Once I break free from these bindings, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes, your soul scattered to the void, Shuedi bellowed furiously upon seeing Longfeng daring to mock him. Longfeng regarded Shuedi with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain, yet he refrained from further comment. Chapter 48, Departing from the soul-severing ridge. Longfeng's soul settled into a stable meditative posture. Facing Shuedi's soul, seemingly contemplating something of great significance, you wretched scoundrel, what are your intentions? Release me at once, otherwise, when my kin arrive, even if you plead for mercy on your knees, I shall grant you no reprieve. Seeing Longfeng so calmly seated before him stirred a sense of panic within Shuedi. At this moment, Longfeng was immersed in memories, visions of the first layer of the devouring technique acquired from the Heaven-Devouring Pearl flashing through his mind. He was filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding this enigmatic technique, yet he dared not ascertain whether it could indeed directly devour another's soul. After a period of careful contemplation, Longfeng resolved to conduct an experiment using Shuedi's soul. Eager to uncover the mysteries of the devouring technique, thus, amidst Shuedi's terrified and hoarse screams, Longfeng's hands formed seals, shifting like phantoms at an astonishing speed. Then, with a sudden vigorous sweep of his right arm, his palm, imbued with unparalleled might, struck fiercely against the feeble essence of Shuedi's soul. In that instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated, as if the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder, the moment Longfeng's palm, charged with boundless power, made contact with Shuedi's soul. An overwhelming torrent of soul energy surged forth like a dam bursting, flooding through his hand. Moreover, within this grand and potent wave of soul energy, fragments of Shuedi's incomplete memories intermingled. Faced with such a terrifying turn of events, Shuedi's fear escalated to an unbearable peak. He was aghast to realize that the remnants of his soul energy were rapidly dissipating in an uncontrollable manner. No matter how desperately he exerted himself to manipulate and retain it, he could not halt this dreadful occurrence. Cursed brat, stop this at once. Shuedi, in a state of terror, perceived his soul energy flowing away uncontrollably, the overwhelming aura of death instilling fear within him, leading him to issue a series of threats and curses to Longfeng. Yet, Longfeng remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Given the circumstances, you still dare to intimidate me with words. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall grant your wish. Before his words could fully resonate, the power of devouring surged dramatically. Initially, Shuedi struggled fiercely, but soon he succumbed, ultimately collapsing in utter defeat. Great, esteemed lord, you are indeed my revered elder. I beseech you, show mercy and cease this at once. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I truly recognize my transgressions. Spare my life, and I shall willingly offer all my possessions. Seeing that threats bore no fruit and only spurred Longfeng to intensify the devouring, Shuedi sank into profound despair, casting aside his dignity to plead with Longfeng in a pitiful tone. However, Longfeng remained impervious, wholly engrossed in the act of devouring Shuedi's soul energy. As the power of absorption intensified, Longfeng found his own soul growing stronger. As his soul's power increased, the memories within Shuedi's essence were continually assimilated by him. Once I have completely devoured your soul's power, you shall lose your self-awareness, and all that you possess will belong to me. Longfeng gazed at Shuedi, who still sought to beguile him, a cold smile playing on his lips as he mercilessly mocked him. You vile scoundrel, you will not meet a good end. In my heyday, I could defeat foes as formidable as the likes of Ming Xingqian, casting them into eternal slumber, yet, I never anticipated that I would fall to a mere insignificant character like you today. It is truly unbearable. Shuedi seethed with rage, murmuring to himself, his heart brimming with resentment and disbelief. If not for seizing the opportunity during the elder Ming Xingqian's secluded breakthrough, you could not have inflicted harm upon him. What a delusion, Longfeng retorted with dissatisfaction, and what of it? Regardless, I still defeated Ming Xingqian. Shuedi remained unwilling to concede his strength was inferior to that of Ming Xingqian. Time flowed swiftly, and days passed. With Shuedi's final anguished roar, his tenaciously resisting soul was entirely consumed and fused by Longfeng. At this juncture, Longfeng's soul grew unprecedentedly formidable, its strength rivaling that of the renowned martial kings. This was largely due to the fact that Shuedi's soul had endured years of sealing, suffering significant degradation, compounded by his reckless assaults on Longfeng's consciousness, depleting much of his soul energy. Otherwise, given Longfeng's current prowess, defeating Shuedi so effortlessly would have been nothing short of a fantasy. Now, with merely 5 days remaining until the martial gathering of the 4 academies, Longfeng successfully emerged from the soul-severing ridge. Although he had missed the safe passage deadline, he was fortunate enough to have consumed Shuadi's soul, resulting in a qualitative leap in his own soul energy. Furthermore, Longfeng had begun to grasp the essence of nether power, instilling deep fear in the spirits within the soul-severing ridge. Consequently, Longfeng was able to traverse the ridge unimpeded, during which he acquired numerous precious herbs and treasures. The once dim and lifeless expanse of the Heaven-Devouring Pearl was revitalized by the infusion of these herbs, exuding a sense of comfort and rejuvenation. With Longfeng's mastery of nether power, this mysterious and potent force caused the space within the Heaven-Devouring Pearl to expand dramatically, eventually encompassing an astonishing radius of 1,000 miles. This unexpected gain filled Longfeng with elation. As he prepared to leave the soul-severing ridge, he finally had the opportunity to collect the colossal remains of Ming Xingqian into the Heaven-Devouring Pearl. However, unexpectedly, due to previously exerting himself to assist Longfeng in comprehending and wielding nether power, the recently awakened Ming Xingqian fell once again into a deep slumber, leaving no one to predict when or where he might awaken next. Faced with this situation, Longfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and exasperation. At this moment, his mind was already occupied by 2 old fellows residing within the Heaven-Devouring Pearl. Nonetheless, deep within, Longfeng was quite pleased to have these 2 elders remain within the Heaven-Devouring Pearl. After all, it was their presence that had bestowed upon him unprecedented gifts and benefits. As Longfeng stepped out of the soul-severing ridge, only 5 days remained until the martial gathering of the 4 academies. It would take an ordinary warrior at least 6 days to travel from the soul-severing ridge to Qihua Academy, yet for Longfeng, this 5-day span was more than sufficient. Chapter 49, Feng Qingqing. Upon exiting the soul-severing ridge, Longfeng cast his keen gaze around, swiftly discerning his direction. Then, with a flash of movement, he sped away like a bolt of lightning, his velocity leaving onlookers astounded. The following morning, as Longfeng raced forward with all his might, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense combat emanating from not far ahead. Alerted, he immediately slowed his pace, stealthily approaching the source of the commotion to ascertain the situation. In the heart of the battlefield, an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair led a quintet of middle-aged men and women, all clad in identical attire, unmistakably the guardians of a prominent family. Among this group stood a charming young girl, approximately 9 years of age, whose exquisite and lavish garments suggested that she was an important figure under the vigilant protection of the guards. Opposing them was a considerably larger faction, numbering over 10 adversaries. Through the exchanges between both parties, Longfeng astutely discerned that the girl belonged to the Feng family of the capital of the Mou Kingdom, while the opposing group comprised hired assassins from the Qian family. Their long-standing rivals. Initially, Longfeng had no desire to become embroiled in this conflict and intended to take a detour. However, as he prepared to depart, his presence was inadvertently detected by the Qian family's faction due to his prior proximity and speed. "Ha, so this is why you dare to resist. It appears you have hidden reinforcements." The speaker was Xin Xiu, the leader of the ambush against the Feng family, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Longfeng. Xin Xiu, originally named Xin Feihe, had become notorious for his erratic actions and for having slain the influential in the Heiyu kingdom, which led to his being hunted down in a moment of peril. He was rescued by Qian family patriarch Qian Weiming, thereafter adopting the name Xin Xiu and joining their ranks as a thug. At this juncture, Xin Xiu smirked disdainfully at the Feng family members. "Old Feng, do you still cling to your stubbornness at this point? Do you truly believe that your meager numbers can thwart us? Dream on. Today marks the end of your Feng family." Hearing this, the elder of the Feng family glared furiously, responding loudly, "Xin Xiu, I am aware that you have come prepared, but I shall not permit you to harm the second miss, even at the cost of my life. There is no need for theatrics. We are all present here, bring forth whatever you have." Tension escalated palpably between the two sides, a deadly confrontation looming on the horizon. In fact, as soon as Xin Xiu spoke, Zhao Pingtai had already taken note of the distant Longfeng. Observing that Longfeng appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, Zhao surmised that his cultivation level was likely not high. Additionally, Zhao was somewhat familiar with the talented youths in the vicinity of the capital of Mou Kingdom, but none bore resemblance to Longfeng's current appearance. Moreover, Zhao, known for his amiable disposition, could not bear the thought of Longfeng suffering at the hands of Xin Xiu due to the Feng family's troubles, prompting him to speak out. However, Xin Xiu saw matters differently given that this unexpected youth had witnessed their assault on the Feng family. He could not allow him to leave alive, only the dead could keep their secrets. Longfeng, having overheard the exchange between Zhao Pingtai and Xin Xiu, mused silently, "Alas, it seems I cannot distance myself from this affair. However, Zhao Pingtai is indeed a man of good character. Should Xinqiu persist in targeting me, I might as well lend my assistance to Zhao and the others, the young lady Feng Qingqing. Noticing that Long Feng remained rooted in place, gazed at him with growing concern and quickly urged, "Big brother, why do you stay here in a daze? What transpires here has nothing to do with you. It would be wise for you to leave at once, otherwise, once that old fool is free, he will not let you off easily." The other guards echoed her sentiments, urging, "Indeed, young brother, you must depart, if you hesitate any longer. The Chen family will surely not spare you. We will do our utmost to hold off these villains." Seize this opportunity to escape. Before their words could fade, they unleashed their full might, recklessly charging at the Chen family members. They understood that today's confrontation was likely a dire affair, for the enemy not only boasted a martial artist of late-stage prowess on par with Zhao Pingtai but also had 3 or 4 early-stage martial artists and several late-stage martial disciples bolstering their ranks. In contrast, their own side possessed merely 1 late-stage martial artist, 3 early-stage martial artists, and 2 late-stage martial disciples, all while bearing the responsibility of protecting the mid-stage martial disciple, the second Mississippi. Thus, they resolved to strive for a glimmer of hope for the unfamiliar Long Feng. Yet Xinqiu and his cohorts would not readily acquiesce to the wishes of the Feng family to spare Long Feng. At that moment, Xinqiu subtly nodded to a nearby individual, a martial artist of early-stage mastery who comprehended the signal. He swiftly turned and dashed toward Long Feng with the swiftness of lightning. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Long Feng remained utterly unmoved, standing quietly as he reflected, "I had no intention of becoming embroiled in this conflict. But since the Qian family seeks me out, I shall oblige and fulfill your desires. This shall serve as an opportunity to test the limits of my physical strength." The Feng family members, witnessing Long Feng's continued inaction, shook their heads in despair. One exclaimed, "What a disaster! How can this boy not comprehend the need to resist? Even if he lacks the strength to confront them, he should at least attempt to flee." Another lamented, "What a pity! Had we managed to delay the Qian family, perhaps he would not have been ensnared in this predicament." Meanwhile, the Qian family members erupted in laughter, as if they had witnessed something comically absurd. "Ha, that foolish boy, does he truly lack understanding, or has Wu San frightened him into immobility?" One jested, "I believe he knows he cannot contend with Wu San and has surrendered." Another chimed in, "Indeed, Wu San is an early-stage martial artist. And that boy appears no older than 11 or 12, no matter how exceptional he may be, he cannot possibly rival Wu San." A third echoed. As the derision echoed around them, Wu San stealthily approached Long Feng's side. Suddenly he unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed squarely at Long Feng's abdomen with lethal intent. The blow was swift and forceful, seemingly intended to finish him in one fell swoop. The onlookers collectively held their breath, fearing that Long Feng would either be gravely injured or even killed. A resounding thud echoed as Wu San's fist connected with Long Feng, but to the astonishment of all, Wu San's triumphant smile abruptly froze in place. A series of sharp cracks resonated throughout the area as Wu San felt as though his entire arm had been shattered, an agonizing pain rendering him nearly incapacitated. His arm fell limply, robbed of all strength, while Long Feng remained steadfast, unscathed, and composed, regarding Wu San with an icy gaze as if he were nothing more than an inconsequential insect. An early-stage martial artist. "And this is the extent of your power? How disappointing," Long Feng mused, shaking his head with a hint of contempt. Wu San, now filled with dread, cried out in panic, "How is this possible? Your physique, how can it be so formidable? This is inconceivable." In response to Wu San's incredulity, Long Feng merely smiled faintly, his expression laced with disdain. "There is nothing inconceivable, only those as weak as you would believe that the strength of others is unfathomable. You weaklings shall never comprehend true power." With that, Long Feng unleashed a punch directed at Wu San's head, the force behind it akin to a tidal wave, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. A deafening crash resounded as Wu San's skull shattered under the impact, his brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. The air became thick with the acrid scent of blood, eliciting feelings of nausea amongst the onlookers. Yet, Long Feng harbored no sympathy for the gruesome sight before him. He understood that in this world, where the strong devour the weak, only the powerful could endure. As for those who dared to challenge his authority, he would show no mercy. It appears you have exhausted all your strength, yet you still cannot grasp the limits of my physical fortitude. In that case, your continued existence serves no purpose, Long Feng coldly declared. Leaving behind a scene of devastation. At that moment, the members of the Feng and Qian families, as if awakening from a dream, returned to their senses, disbelief etched upon their faces as their gazes converged upon Long Feng. Almost as if they were witnessing a miraculous phenomenon, even those who had been engaged in fierce combat found themselves momentarily captivated by the unfolding spectacle. At this juncture, Long Feng, noticing the collective attention directed at him, felt a twinge of surprise and queried, everyone, are you all well? There is no need to keep staring at me, you may continue your battle, I am merely observing, truly just observing, witnessing Long Feng's audacity in claiming victory over Husan. Xinqiu's fury ignited, and he bellowed, someone, eliminate that wretched boy. Upon receiving the command from Xinqiu, the remaining individuals beside him responded promptly, indicating their compliance before swiftly turning to launch an assault on Long Feng. In their eyes, Husan's failure to vanquish Long Feng with a single punch must have stemmed from some underlying reason. Either Long Feng possessed a mysterious artifact that shielded him from harm, or Husan had underestimated his opponent, failing to exert his full prowess, thus affording Long Feng the opportunity to counterattack and swiftly eliminate Husan.As seasoned warriors. They would never belittle any adversary, for they understood well that even when confronted by a foe as feeble as a rabbit, a lion would unleash its full strength to fight. However, unbeknownst to them, Husan had indeed exerted all his efforts. Yet he had been unable to inflict even the slightest injury on Long Feng's skin. Witnessing this scenario, the four men unhesitatingly drew their weapons and charged directly at Long Feng. Amidst the clash of blades, sparks flew in all directions. What was astonishing, however, was that these fierce attacks, upon striking Long Feng, failed to cause him any harm whatsoever. The scene before them left the four men in utter shock, and they instinctively felt a sense of foreboding, hastily attempting to retreat. Yet, Long Feng was not inclined to let them escape easily. With a sudden burst of movement, he executed the ethereal footwork from the Xiaoyu. Darting towards the four like a wraith, he transformed his right arm into a claw, seizing the nearest warrior's arm with ferocious force. In an instant, crimson blood erupted, and the warrior let out a chilling scream. Oh, my hand, damn it, my hand is gone. Simultaneously, a dull crashing sound echoed nearby. My dantian has been destroyed, you little brat, how dare you cripple my cultivation, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It was as if the entire world trembled in response. In that moment, a wave of despair and fury surged forth, rapidly spreading like a tide. The other two companions, witnessing their comrade's grievous injury in mere breaths, were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. They stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos around. This guy is nothing short of a demon. Fear engulfed their hearts, and disregarding all else, the two turned and fled, pouring every ounce of energy into escaping this nightmare. Yet, their steps appeared frantic and feeble, as if they might collapse at any moment. I'm thinking of leaving? Did you seek my permission? Long Feng, seeing the remaining two so frightened they could barely contain themselves, roared in fury. His voice resonated like thunder, instilling terror. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a supreme technique, controlling the crane to capture the dragon. His movements were both proficient and exquisite, seemingly imbued with boundless power. In an instant, a colossal dragon claw and a sharp crane's talon materialized in midair, lunging ferociously toward the fleeing pair. Come back, as Long Feng's words lingered in the air. The two fearsome claws surged forth with lightning speed. They resembled the sides of death, slicing through the air with a menacing gale, hurtling towards their targets. Soon after, two piercing screams shattered the silence. In a state of utter panic, the fleeing duo were ensnared by the dragon's claw and crane's talon, forcibly dragged back to Long Feng's side. Their faces were as pale as death, trembling uncontrollably, eyes filled with desperation and pleading. Spare us, young hero, spare us, one cried out in terror, his voice quivering. Please spare us. We were merely following orders. We had no choice but to act against you. Please show mercy. The other quickly dropped to his knees, his face a mask of supplication. Upon being dragged back before Long Feng, they did not hesitate to kneel, repeatedly bowing their heads in entreaty. Long Feng scoffed coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes as he said, Whom spare you? How come you didn't think of sparing me when you were so desperately trying to strike me down? His voice was low and authoritative, brimming with unbridled rage and intimidation. With that, Long Feng raised his hands and struck down upon the two kneeling before him. There was a resounding bang-bang as they were sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 51. The emergence of the underworld scythe. At that moment, seeing that these four were unable to overcome Long Feng, Xinqiu deliberated a change in strategy. He signaled his subordinates to continue engaging Zhao Pengtai while he personally drew his sword to confront Long Feng. Gripping his sword tightly with his right hand, he bellowed, Whirlwind Slash, as his shout echoed. An overwhelming aura erupted from him. Following this, a massive sword chi, akin to a tornado, roared forth towards Long Feng, its might astonishing, lifting dust and uprooting vegetation in its wake. Faced with such a fierce assault, Longfeng dared not exhibit any complacency yet he inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals, and murmured, "Thousand swords slash." Instantly the sky darkened, and countless dazzling spiritual lights coalesced, forming a dense array of colossal swords. These swords fell like rain, each radiating a heart-stopping aura, bearing destructive force as they hurtled toward the approaching Shinqiu. In an instant, the spiritual energy swords collided violently with Shinqiu's swirling sword chi. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Reverberating through the air, the shockwave generated by the clash of these two formidable forces spread outward, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere with a piercing sound. When these two overwhelmingly powerful forces collided, the resulting noise was earth-shattering. Simultaneously, the two figures were sent tumbling backward, propelled several dozen meters before barely regaining their footing. It is noteworthy that Longfeng was merely at the mid-stage of the warrior realm, and this was his first encounter with a late-stage warrior, an experienced and formidable opponent. To think that their initial clash would result in a stalemate. Rather than feeling astonished, Longfeng was secretly delighted. It turned out that he had not even exerted his full strength yet was able to hold his own against his adversary. If he unleashed his full might now, summoning his unparalleled soul power and underworld energy to aid him in battle, what extraordinary outcome might arise? Contemplating this, Longfeng's confidence surged, and he resolved to test his limits immediately. Affixing his unwavering gaze on the grim-faced Shinqiu, he unhesitatingly launched another strike. Longfeng gripped his sword tightly with his right hand, while his left swiftly formed a seal. A continuous flow of mysterious and potent underworld energy began to coalesce within his left hand, ultimately manifesting into a massive scythe, entirely black and exuding a chilling aura. Just as Longfeng completed his preparations, he found himself facing Shinqiu directly. In an instant, Longfeng raised the black scythe high, bringing it down upon Shinqiu with the force of thunder. The underworld energy, imbued with limitless mystery and extraordinary strength, granted absolute authority over spirits to anyone who harnessed it. Regrettably, Shinqiu lacked both the dragon bloodline and the formidable soul perception abilities. Consequently, he was entirely unaware of the pitch-black scythe, glimmering with cold light, that was descending upon him. All he could see was Longfeng's left hand clenched into a fist, swinging forcefully in his direction. Nevertheless, in response to such a sudden attack, Shinqiu instinctively relied on his extensive combat experience to attempt to evade by sidestepping. Unfortunately, he was a beat too slow, and the colossal scythe swept across him like the Reaper's blade. Strangely, after the scythe passed, Shinqiu bore no visible wounds upon his body, yet, inexplicably, he seemed to be suddenly ensnared by an immobilizing spell, standing rigidly in place, utterly motionless. In the distance, those engaged in fierce combat occasionally glanced towards Longfeng's direction. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, they were all engulfed by an icy chill that crept up their spines, leaving them thoroughly unnerved. Longfeng, however, was astonished to discover that the scythe had pierced through Shinqiu's body, ensnaring a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, this phantom was none other than Shinqiu's soul. At that moment, Shinqiu's soul struggled desperately, writhing as if attempting to break free from its confinement. In the face of the anguished roars and growls emanating from Shinqiu's soul, Longfeng remained eerily calm and unresponsive. He understood that Shinqiu's soul had merely temporarily separated from his corporeal form. Should his underworld energy cease to contain Shinqiu's soul, he would inevitably have to confront the intact, powerful Shinqiu once more. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, Longfeng resolutely struck out toward Shinqiu's immobilized physical form. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as Shinqiu's corporeal form was obliterated. Flesh and blood scattering violently, crimson droplets raining down like a macabre storm, creating a harrowing spectacle of blood. Yet, at the very moment when Longfeng annihilated Shinqiu's body, it coincided with the complete depletion of the scythe's power, which had been conjured from the depths of the netherworld. Shinqiu's soul, which had harbored hopes of returning to its corporeal vessel, was utterly unprepared for the brutal reality that awaited it, the merciless destruction of its own body at Longfeng's hands. In this ethereal state, Shinqiu was engulfed in a profound despair and helplessness. He stared wide-eyed, helplessly witnessing Longfeng's unrelenting assault on his flesh, his heart brimming with grief and indignation, yet utterly powerless to intervene. In that fleeting moment of his body's annihilation, he acutely realized that the light of life had receded far from him, extinguishing any glimmer of survival. After all, throughout his lengthy cultivation journey, he had never heard of anyone surviving the destruction of their corporeal form. For someone of his caliber, having reached the late stages of martial prowess, this notion was as distant as a fairy tale. However, it was said that only those transcendent beings who had attained the realm of martial sovereign could preserve their souls in the face of such cataclysm. seeking a suitable vessel to possess. Should they succeed in seizing control of another's body and achieving a harmonious fusion, they could be reborn and continue their existence. Contemplating this, Shinshio felt an overwhelming yearning. How splendid it would be if he too could become such a formidable entity. Alas, it was far too late now. In the distance, the fierce battle abruptly ceased as both sides, in unison, halted their actions. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they gazed upon the combat zone where Long Feng and Shinshio engaged. At this moment, Long Feng was ecstatic, for his devised method of wielding the power of the soul to manipulate the forces of the netherworld had indeed borne fruit. He abruptly turned his gaze, coldly fixing it upon the members of the Qin family. Since you all wish for my demise and intend to silence me, allow me to fulfill your desires. The Qin family members, upon meeting Long Feng's gaze, felt a chill run down their spines, fear gripping their hearts. In that instant, they abandoned their adversaries without hesitation, turning to flee in disarray. However, Long Feng would not let them escape so easily. With a swift motion, he concentrated the netherworld power into his left palm, transforming it in an instant into a razor-sharp scythe. With a decisive swing, the scythe's shadow flickered, sweeping towards the fleeing members of the Qin family like a tempest. Accompanied by their panicked screams and cries, all members of the Qin family, much like Shinshio before them, found themselves paralyzed, unable to move. Not one shall escape, Long Feng bellowed with fury. He then proceeded to eliminate those from the Qin family ensnared by the scythe of the netherworld with a single strike of his palm and fist. Chapter 52, The Invitation from the Feng family. Once Long Feng had dealt with the Qin family, the members of the Feng family were left in a state of shock, momentarily unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. With wide eyes, they stared blankly at the scene before them, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a considerable pause, Feng Qingqing was the first to emerge from her stupor. Her face radiated excitement and exhilaration as she darted towards Long Feng like a jubilant bird. Big brother, you are simply amazing. Look, just a few moves. Hey, hot po, those wicked fellows were effortlessly dispatched by you. As she spoke, Feng Qingqing animatedly mimicked Long Feng's earlier actions of defeating the Qin family members, her demeanor adorably playful. At this moment, the elder known as Zhao Pengtai also snapped back to reality. Hastening towards Long Feng, respectfully clasping his hands in salute, I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance, young brother. I never anticipated one so young could possess such extraordinary skills. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Thank you for saving our lives. This kindness shall be etched in our memories forever. Were it not for your timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire, and I am at a loss for how to repay this favor. Other guards soon gathered around, their faces alight with gratitude, all expressing their thanks to Long Feng in a chorus of voices. At this moment, Long Feng wore a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him. You all flatter me. I am merely fortunate. I happened to pass by and, hearing the sounds of conflict, my curiosity compelled me to take a look. Who would have thought those individuals would attack me without discerning right from wrong? Leaving me no choice but to retaliate, the elder Zhao Pengtai expressed his gratitude, saying, We hail from the Feng family in the capital of the Mou kingdom. Those just now were members of the Qin family from the capital. Our two families have always been at odds, and we were out on business, unaware that the Qin family had received word and had laid an ambush here, intending to assault us had it not been for this young brother's intervention. The outcome would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Long Feng was inwardly astounded. While he was not well acquainted with the Feng family in the capital of the Mou kingdom, the presence of a late-stage martial artist and several early-stage martial artists as guards indicated that the Feng family was indeed a formidable force within the capital. Thus Long Feng quickly clasped his hands in salute. So it is Zhao Lao. I have long admired your name. It is a privilege to make your acquaintance today. Though Long Feng was oblivious to the specific circumstances of the Feng family in the capital, he recognized that such a prominent family must possess profound heritage and considerable influence. Gaining their acknowledgement and gratitude would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. Simultaneously, he realized that his virtuous act today might have attracted the Feng family's attention, possibly leading to unforeseen opportunities or challenges. Moreover, having eradicated the Qin family while saving the Feng family, he might encounter unnecessary complications upon arriving in the capital. Nevertheless, Long Feng did not dwell on these thoughts. He firmly believed in upholding righteousness and intervening in the face of injustice. As for what might transpire afterward, he would let fate take its course. Hearing this young brother's accent, it seems he is not from our Mou kingdom, and I have some knowledge of the talented youth near the capital of Mou, yet I have never encountered someone of your remarkable caliber. Zhao Pengtai finally ventured, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. Long Feng, perceiving Zhao Pengtai's inquiry, understood that the elder had grown suspicious and chose to be forthright, replying candidly, indeed Zhao Lao has keen insight. I am not from the Mou Kingdom but hail from the Tianlong Kingdom. I have come to the Mou Kingdom's Qihua Academy with my school to participate in the 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference. A disciple from the Tianlong Kingdom, Zhao Pengtai's eyes sparkled with surprise. No wonder you possess such profound skills at such a young age. I heard you mention coming here to participate in the 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference, yet I have not seen any of your school's exceptionally gifted youths or mentors around. Feng Qingqing, standing nearby, wore a similarly puzzled expression, prompting her to inquire further. Seeing her confusion, Long Feng began to explain. The situation is as follows. Not long ago, while passing through the Duanhan Ridge, I inadvertently became separated from my group. Thankfully, I emerged unscathed. Now, I am eager to reach the Qihua Academy in the capital of the Mou Kingdom to participate in the 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference. I only hope I am not too late. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Zhao Pengtai and the others quickly understood. Despite their fortunate escape from the Qin family's attack, they remained cautious. Long Feng's explanation finally answered their lingering doubts. Big brother, why not accompany us? We are also preparing to head to the capital to witness the 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference. The journey to the capital is quite lengthy, while you are indeed exceptionally strong. Traveling alone can still be perilous. Feng Qingqing suddenly extended a sincere invitation to Long Feng. The others soon echoed her sentiments, urging Long Feng to join them on their journey to the capital. Indeed, young brother, you should travel with us. This way, we can look out for one another. Besides, it will make the journey far less dull. Faced with such enthusiastic and earnest invitations, Long Feng felt a stir of uncertainty within. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to adhere to his original plan. First, while traveling with the Feng family would certainly alleviate some troubles, the larger group could slow their progress, potentially causing delays that might result in missing the date of the martial arts conference. Second, the assassination attempt on the Feng family's second young lady by the Qin family evidently concealed a meticulously orchestrated plot. Long Feng's intervention had thwarted their grand scheme, leading to the complete annihilation of the Qin family's operatives. If he were to accompany the Feng family back, it would inevitably raise suspicion and doubt from the Qin family, even if they refrained from overtly targeting him due to various considerations. They would undoubtedly seek to settle the score in the shadows. Considering the myriad troubles he might face and the urgency of reaching the Academy of Crimson Fire, Long Feng resolutely made a decision to proceed alone. He bowed in gratitude to the members of the Feng family, saying, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, and I must pause briefly before journeying to the Academy of Crimson Fire. It appears that I shall be unable to accompany you, and I hope for your understanding. Chapter 53, Arrival at the Kingdom of Mou. Zhao Pengtai seemed to grasp Long Feng's intent. His heart stirring with a hint of understanding. He nodded slightly and remarked, Since you have important matters to attend to, we shall not insist on keeping you with us. Might I inquire about your esteemed name? When you arrive in the imperial capital, please do visit the Feng family. We will certainly reward you handsomely for your assistance. Long Feng, aware that revealing his true identity at this moment would be ill-advised, disclosed only the name he had used at the academy. I am Muhan. There is no need for heavy rewards. It was merely a trifling effort. Long Feng humbly replied, Rest assured, after the martial gathering concludes, I will certainly pay a visit to the Feng family. If there are any oversights on my part, I hope that Elder Zhao will be forgiving. Long Feng spoke earnestly, expressing his desire for Zhao Pengtai's understanding and support. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Zhao Pengtai's eyes, while Feng Qingqing beside him was positively elated. She exclaimed, So you are the legendary Muhan. I had heard from my family that a remarkable genius had emerged from Tianfeng Academy. Initially, I thought these tales might be exaggerated. However, witnessing your prowess today, I realized those accounts were far too modest. You are indeed far more formidable than the rumors suggest. Feng Qingqing could hardly conceal her excitement and admiration, gazing at Long Feng as if she were beholding her idol. After a brief period of casual conversation, everyone began to circulate their energy to heal their wounds. After some time, their conditions had largely recovered. At this juncture, Long Feng rose and bid farewell with a bow. Before departing, the members of the Feng family presented him with all the valuables they had retrieved from the Qin family. In truth, Long Feng had not intended to accept these items, yet the Feng family members sincerely insisted, Thanks to your assistance, Hero Long Feng, we are able to preserve our lives. These spoils rightfully belong to you. Faced with such earnestness, Long Feng felt he could not refuse and graciously accepted the treasures. As he prepared to leave, Feng Qingqing approached him, handing over a token she carried and advising, Should you require any assistance in the future, Present this token at the Feng family. Those who see it will understand everything and will certainly do their utmost to assist you. This will spare you much unnecessary trouble. Long Feng nodded in gratitude. Promising to cherish this bond. He then departed laden with his gains, his figure gradually fading into the distance. The members of the Feng family watched him leave, their hearts brimming with respect and gratitude. After Long Feng had turned away, Feng Qingqing could not contain her curiosity and inquired of Zhao Pengtai, Elder Zhao, why did you not insist that Brother Muhan accompany us back? Why let him go alone so easily? Zhao Pengtai took a moment before explaining, my dear miss, you may not fully understand the circumstances. I believe that young friend Muhan is concerned that traveling back with us might delay him, causing him to miss the opportunity to participate in the martial gathering. Furthermore, having assisted us in eliminating the Qin family, if he were to return with us to the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the Qin family, thereby inviting unnecessary complications for him. Upon hearing Zhao Pengtai's words, the others looked enlightened, finally grasping the reason behind Long Feng's decision to travel separately to the imperial capital. Zhao Pengtai observed the understanding nods from the group and added, I never anticipated that this young friend Muhan, so young, would possess such astute foresight. Given time, he is destined to achieve extraordinary feats. While Zhao Pengtai and the others engaged in conversation, Long Feng had already quietly departed. He traversed a path for a while before suddenly changing direction, racing like the wind towards the capital of the kingdom of Mou. This time, Long Feng was determined not to act recklessly as he had before. He frequently employed the qi-seeking technique, meticulously scanning his surroundings to ensure his safety. Outside the capital of Mou, a boy appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years old was racing forward with great speed. As he neared the city gate, he finally halted, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the majestic city gate. This boy was Long Feng, having endured numerous hardships to arrive here. He took a deep breath and murmured to himself, at last, I have made it. I wonder where my master is now. Surely they must be very worried about me. Thankfully, this journey has gone relatively smoothly. Had any mishaps occurred, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Feng stared for a moment before joining the throng of people waiting to enter the city. Before long, he successfully entered. As he stepped inside, a cacophony of sounds greeted him, with various vendors calling out and the enticing aromas of diverse foods wafting through the air, making Long Feng, who had been subsisting on rations and beast meat for an extended period, nearly drooled. He resolved to treat himself to a meal before inquiring about the whereabouts of his master. Without being picky, Long Feng headed towards the bustling tavern that appeared to be the most popular. As soon as he entered, a waiter approached him, exclaiming, Welcome, please come in. The waiter led Long Feng to an empty table and wiped down the chair with a cloth before inviting him to sit. What would you like to eat? Although our establishment may not be the finest in the capital, we certainly rank among the best, and we can accommodate almost any request you may have. Long Feng, already feeling ravenous, replied, Just bring me a selection of your best dishes, not too much, just enough to satisfy my hunger. The waiter responded enthusiastically, Certainly, please wait a moment, your meal will be ready shortly. Once the waiter departed, Long Feng began to attentively listen to the discussions around him. He had chosen this bustling tavern as his resting place solely to glean valuable information from the diverse clientele. Have you heard? Tomorrow is the grand day of the martial gathering among the 4 academies. The elite participants from various institutions are truly countless this time. Indeed, compared to past gatherings, every student participating this time is exceptional. Especially those leading figures who are genuinely prodigies. If we are to speak of the leaders among the 4 academies, none are more outstanding than Mou's Academy of Crimson Fire's Mo Tiancheng. It is said he has reached the initial stage of a warrior and possesses unparalleled alchemy skills. Such an impressive individual exists. However, the Feng Lan Ting from the Xianguan Academy is also no ordinary character. He is rumored to have reached the initial stage of a warrior and is quite proficient in the art of formations. Moreover, the Hao Zerwa from the Divine Weapon Academy is also formidable. Having attained the initial stage of a warrior, his mastery of forging techniques is said to be exceptional. Yet, I have not heard any word regarding the captain from Tianfeng Academy. There are unverified rumors that the team leader named Muhan has mysteriously disappeared in the soul-severing ridge. But the truth of this matter remains uncertain. Chapter 54. Long Feng's concerns. A look of astonishment crossed the faces of the crowd. To vanish in such a perilous place as the soul-severing ridge is to court death. With a supervising mentor present and during a safe passage period, how could such an incident occur? One person could not help but draw a sharp breath, filled with confusion. It is said that the disciple entered the soul-severing ridge alone on the night before the safe passage period. It was only the following morning that everyone realized he had vanished without a trace. The vice president of Tianfeng Academy, Lord Shaoshan, searched the ridge alone for over half a month after escorting the other students here. But he returned yesterday without having found any trace of that disciple. The speaker's tone was grave, and as the crowd absorbed this information, their mood grew increasingly sombered. It is said that the other students from Tianfeng Academy inadvertently revealed that on the night they arrived at the soul-severing ridge, that team leader Muhan seemed to have lost his soul. Who would have thought that he would mysteriously disappear the next day? Do you think he might have been taken by some mysterious entity within the soul-severing ridge? Enough, if you keep talking like this, I won't dare enter the soul-severing ridge to gather spirit herbs in the future. Long Feng had not anticipated that his master would risk his own safety to search for him in the soul-severing ridge. Overwhelmed with guilt, he felt unworthy of his master's dedication. At that moment, the waiter returned with the food, but noticing Long Feng's silence, he inquired curiously, "Sir, your meal has been served, do you require anything else?" "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Long Feng, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing the waiter's question. "Oh no, that will be all. You may go about your duties." Long Feng gazed at the sumptuous array of delectable dishes before him, silently pondering. "Alas, let me cast aside these burdensome thoughts for now. It is imperative to first satiate my hunger." Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside all worries and indulge in the gratifying pleasures of the feast. Like a tempest sweeping through autumn leaves, Long Feng swiftly devoured the abundant culinary offerings laid out before him. In the blink of an eye, the once bountiful table was left barren, his speed astonishing all who beheld it. Those around him watched in wide-eyed disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene. After satisfying his appetite, Long Feng summoned a waiter to inquire about the locations of various esteemed academies, then rose to embark towards the direction of Tianfeng Academy. Throughout his journey, he remained restless, his mind racing with thoughts on how to explain his recent absence to everyone. He was acutely aware that revealing the truth might incite the envy of those with ulterior motives, potentially leading to unwarranted scrutiny or even persecution. Conversely, concealing the reality would leave him feeling indebted to the concern shown by others. Sighing, he concluded that it would be wiser to withhold the full story, to spare everyone from unnecessary troubles. While he could extricate himself with relative ease, he feared that others might fall victim to the machinations of those with ill intent. As Long Feng traversed the path, burdened with his thoughts, he found himself at last before the gates of Tianfeng Academy. The residences of various academies were strategically located near the bustling streets of the imperial capital of Moyu Kingdom, yet maintained a respectful distance to avoid overcrowding. Each building was uniquely designed, reflecting the distinct styles and cultivation practices of their respective nations. Every academy boasted its own living quarters, catering to the daily needs of students while ensuring a serene environment conducive to focused training. The meticulous layout of the academy residences showcased the commendable efforts of the Moyu Kingdom in this regard. Moreover, the locations were judiciously chosen, allowing students to escape the clamor of the city while remaining within easy reach of its vibrant attractions, thus providing an ideal setting for both study and life. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianfeng Academy, a stern guard immediately approached to obstruct his passage. The guard stood rigid, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Long Feng with resolute authority. "This is currently the residence of Tianfeng Academy, and no one is permitted to enter or disturb it without proper authorization. Please leave immediately." Long Feng, undeterred by the guard's obstruction, calmly produced a radiant identification token from his pocket, presenting it to the guard as proof of his status as a student of Tianfeng Academy. After scrutinizing the token, the guard nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently led Long Feng toward the residence of Shaoshan. As they walked, Long Feng silently followed, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. At last, they arrived at Shaoshan's abode. The guard completed his duty and politely bid Long Feng farewell before turning to return to his post, ensuring the safety of the entire campus. Standing quietly at the threshold of Shaoshan's residence, Long Feng hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as if to release the turmoil and tension within him. Summoning his courage, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, master, I have returned. Are you inside?" Long Feng's voice trembled slightly, betraying his respect and longing for Shaoshan inside. Shaoshan sat at the table, his face etched with worry. Since Long Feng's disappearance, he had been consumed with anxiety, constantly fretting over Long Feng's safety. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door accompanied by someone calling him master. He initially dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, as he had often experienced such illusions during this period of excessive worry. Frowning slightly, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. He feared it was yet another mirage, for so much time had passed without any sign of Long Feng, and he had already searched the soul-severing ridge for over half a month without success. In the beginning, Xiaoshan had believed in Longfeng's cleverness and resourcefulness, assuming he had merely lost his way. However, as time slipped by, his optimism waned, especially amidst the murmurs of others. After all, Longfeng had ventured alone into the perilous soul-severing ridge for so long without returning, suggesting he might have encountered some form of misfortune. A self-deprecating smile crossed Xiaoshan's lips as he lamented, it seems I have cared too much for that rascal. I wonder if he is even still alive. If I see him again, I shall certainly give him a proper scolding." Meanwhile, Longfeng, noticing the silence from within, speculated that perhaps his initial knock had been too soft for Xiaoshan to hear. He then knocked more forcefully and called out again. "Bang, bang, bang, master, it is Muhan, I have returned. Could it be that this time it is not an illusion? This lad has truly returned," Xiaoshan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 55, The Concerns of Xiaoshan and Xiaoye rushing to the door. He opened it to find Longfeng standing there. His initial joy was quickly followed by a sharp reprimand as he playfully struck Longfeng on the forehead. "Ouch, master, what are you doing? I know I left without informing you. But you needn't hit me so hard." "Ouch, that hurts," Longfeng protested, rubbing his forehead as he pouted in exaggerated dismay. Xiaoshan feigned anger in response. "You scoundrel, you know to return now. Why didn't you perish in the soul-severing ridge instead? I should have let you fend for yourself there." Longfeng, fully aware of his misstep, understood that Xiaoshan's ire was merely for show, lacking any genuine malice. He grinned and replied, "Master, look, I have returned safely. Not only that, but I have also made quite a few unexpected discoveries. Come see what I have brought." As he spoke, he produced a portion of the spectral herbs and spirit flowers he had gathered in the soul-severing ridge. Xiaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the 3 to 4 dozen spectral herbs and spirit flowers cradled in Longfeng's hands. Such a bounty would be a challenge even for the most seasoned adventurers to collect over several years. Incredulous, Xiaoshan mused to himself, "How is this possible? Am I seeing things?" Yet, he maintained a facade of seriousness as he admonished Longfeng, "Do not think that merely returning alive and acquiring such a wealth of spiritual herbs is an extraordinary feat. Remember, life is singular and precious. If you continue to act recklessly and without regard for consequences, you may one day pay the ultimate price. At that point, it will be too late for regret." Noticing the less severe tone in Xiaoshan's reprimand, Longfeng quickly lowered his head in contrition, acknowledging, "Master, you are absolutely right. It is my fault for causing you worry. Please rest assured, I shall never repeat such a mistake. In the future, I will always inform you beforehand of my actions to spare you from concern." Seeing Longfeng's sincere remorse, Xiaoshan's expression softened somewhat, though he couldn't help but sigh. "You scoundrel, since you understand your mistake, you must amend it and ensure there is no next time. Now go see Xiaoye. Ever since your disappearance, she has been moping about, neglecting her meals, and has lost weight. I cannot fathom what charm you possess that could cause that girl to be so deeply concerned for you." Xiaoshan, observing Longfeng's recognition of his error and grasp of the situation's gravity, felt a pang of sorrow upon recalling how Xiaoye had withdrawn into herself, neglecting everything since Longfeng's departure. He felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Knowing that Longfeng's absence was not a deliberate act, Longfeng, upon hearing Xiaoshan's words about Xiaoye's deep concern for him, felt a flush of shyness creep onto his face. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Master, then I shall go see Xiaoye now." With that, he turned and made his way toward her residence. After Longfeng departed, Xiaoshan let out a sigh, muttering to himself, "These young people, they are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. How do they seem to know more than I, an old fellow? Yet, I must admit, aside from his humble origins, this lad possesses remarkable talent and character. I hope he does not take Xiaoye's affections for granted." At that moment, Longfeng had arrived at Xiaoye's residence. Standing before her door, he raised his right hand, prepared to knock, but hesitated, ultimately lowering it. He was uncertain how to face her. He feared witnessing her sorrowful expression and dreaded the possibility of succumbing to his emotions, leading to impulsive actions. Due to his impoverished background and unwavering dedication to martial arts training, coupled with the fact that he has yet to reach the tender age of 10, contemplating such matters seems rather premature. Longfeng stood before Xiaoye's door for quite some time, ultimately mustering the courage to raise his hand and knock. "Yaoer, are you in there? It's Muhan, I'm back," he called out. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding bang erupted as the door was forcefully swung open. And the next moment, a petite figure darted into Longfeng's embrace like a fledgling swan returning to its nest. Then came Xiaoye's heart-wrenching sobs. Whoa! Faced with this sudden turn of events, Longfeng was utterly flustered, standing there at a loss for how to react, waiting silently for Xiaoye to gradually calm down. After an indeterminate amount of time, her cries finally began to subside. However, before Longfeng could collect his thoughts, she unexpectedly grasped his arm tightly and bit down hard. "That hurts, Yaoer, what are you doing? Long Feng winced in pain, gasping for breath, yet Xiao Yaoer showed no intent of releasing him. Instead, she bit down even harder, her face alight with triumph as she exclaimed, "So you do know pain? Do you have any idea how worried we all were when you suddenly disappeared?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a testament to her earlier distress. Aware of his own culpability, Long Feng hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Yaoer. I don't even know what happened that night, after you all fell asleep." His voice trailed off, seemingly unsure of how to explain. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Yaoer released her hold, her eyes wide as she awaited his continuation. Taking a deep breath, Long Feng slowly recounted, "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt dizzy. By the time I came to my senses, I found myself in the soul-severing ridge. It was eerie and terrifying, and I searched for an exit, yet I could not find one. Eventually, I became lost and wandered for a long time before finally emerging. Fortunately, I stumbled upon some precious spiritual herbs along the way, so I suppose it was a blessing in disguise." As he spoke, he retrieved a few sprigs of herbs emitting a peculiar fragrance from his pocket to show Xiao Yaoer, indicating that these were his finds from the soul-severing ridge. Xiao Yaoer examined the herbs closely, but her mind was evidently elsewhere. "You must never do that again. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" she chided. Long Feng nodded repeatedly in agreement, reassuring her that such an incident would never happen again. Observing his sincere demeanor, Xiao Yaoer's expression gradually softened. After chatting for a while longer, she escorted Long Feng to the lodging that had been prepared for him, reminding him to rest well. As the time for the 4th Academy's martial arts competition was fast approaching, she then turned to head to her own quarters. Watching her retreating figure, Long Feng silently sighed with relief. He understood that this incident had indeed caused concern among everyone, and he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Simultaneously, he decided to bury this experience deep within his heart and never speak of it again. After all, some matters are better left unspoken. Chapter 56, The Secret Realm Competition. Upon returning to his quarters, Long Feng sat on his bed, lost in contemplation. He closed his eyes, replaying all the events since embarking on his path of cultivation in his mind. Initially, he was elated and filled with anticipation upon awakening his abyss dragon physique. However, fate cruelly played a trick on him, leading him to deception and persecution. Fortunately, adversity turned to fortune. Not only did he restore his cultivation, but he also acquired the memories of Long Lao during a subsequent adventure. He then meticulously devised a plan, ultimately succeeding in avenging his deep-seated grievances by slaying Qi Shaotian. The experiences in the soul-severing ridge were indelibly etched into his memory, and learning of Xiao Shen and Xiao Yaoer's concern for him filled him with profound gratitude. Long Feng recognized that it was only after achieving his vengeance that his true journey in martial arts had begun. Lying on his bed, he was immersed in memories of the fragments of these recent days lingered in his heart. As he pondered, drowsiness gradually overtook him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, a series of crisp knocks at the door roused him from his dreams. It turned out to be Xiao Yaoer seeking him out. Today was a significant day for the 4th Academy's martial arts competition. Xiao Yaoer had already gone to the venue but had yet to see Long Feng's figure. She understood immediately, knowing without a doubt that, as usual, Long Feng had overslept. Thus, she hurriedly rushed to find him. "Muhan Gich, why are you still in bed? Today is an important day for the competition. If you don't get up soon, you might miss the opportunity." Hearing Xiao Yaoer's call, Long Feng finally snapped awake. Hastily washing up before opening the door, upon doing so, he was met with Xiao Yaoer's puffed cheeks and wide, glaring eyes. Long Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he stuttered, "So it's you, Yaoer." Seeing Long Feng feign ignorance, Xiao Yaoer's anger flared even more. "Who else would know you were such a lazybones? Quickly come with me. If we are late, it will be too late to regret." Okay, let us go," Long Feng hastily agreed. The two then hurriedly made their way to the destination. Thankfully, they did not miss the opportunity. Just as they arrived, they heard the voice of the ruler of the Mou kingdom, and Tianqi, resounding. "First of all, I am immensely honored to be invited by the 4 great academies to witness the talents participating in this competition. This is not merely a splendid contest but also a remarkable opportunity to showcase your talents and strength." He continued passionately. "Secondly, I sincerely hope that every talented student can surpass themselves and reveal your true potential and power. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you give it your all, you will be the pride of our nation." However, as time passed second by second, the monarch's address extended for a full half-hour. Had it not been for the fact that everyone had just risen and was still somewhat alert, many might have succumbed to sleep. Finally, when Tianqi noticed the growing expressions of bewilderment on the faces of the crowd, he realized he had perhaps spoken excessively. Thus, he hastily concluded his speech. succinctly adding, "Alright, I wish every talented student can gain fruitful results in this competition." Next, it was the turn of Hua Daoling, the dean of the Qihua Academy, to take the stage. He was a figure of equal renown to Tianqi. Also a formidable master at the late stage of martial arts. Moreover, his alchemical skills had reached the pinnacle of the earth level, just a step away from becoming a heavenly alchemist. Such achievements garnered immense admiration from countless individuals. In this wondrous world, there exists a group of special professionals known as alchemists, artifact masters, and array masters. Although they operate in different fields, they share the same hierarchical classification. These ranks are mortal, profound, earth, heaven, master, monarch, king, emperor, and saint, with each level corresponding to the realm of martial artists, akin to a towering mountain. Only by ascending to the appropriate height can one appreciate the diverse vistas. To qualify as an alchemist, artifact master, or array master of a corresponding rank, one must attain a cultivation level that matches it. This is because only when a martial artist's cultivation reaches a certain level can their physical prowess be significantly enhanced, and their spiritual energy become sufficiently abundant. Only then can they master the complex and mysterious techniques of alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. However, there is another crucial factor: the strength of the martial artist's soul power. Some martial artists, despite their high cultivation, may possess weak soul power, rendering them incapable of withstanding the pressures and challenges encountered during the refining process. Even if their cultivation meets the requirements, they cannot become alchemists. Artifact masters, or array masters of the corresponding rank, each level is akin to a door leading to a new world, representing mastery over the respective skill. These different titles sparkle like stars in the night sky, each radiating its own light, showcasing the unique expertise of the martial artists. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true challenges lie deeper, awaiting exploration. Just as everyone eagerly anticipated the commencement of the 4 Academy's martial arts competition, an unexpected announcement emerged. The competition would not take place on the traditional martial arena but within a mysterious secret realm. This sudden change left everyone utterly astonished. What secrets and challenges lay hidden within this secret realm? Contestants speculated, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anxiety. In this unknown environment, they would face unprecedented trials. Only with exceptional strength and wisdom could they rise above the rest and emerge victorious. Longfeng learned from Hua Daoling's introduction that this so-called 4 Academy competition was far from the simplistic notion he had previously imagined. In truth, the competition would unfold within the secret realm, meaning that relying solely on brute strength would likely not yield favorable results. Longfeng pondered to himself, since this competition takes place within a secret realm, there are undoubtedly numerous factors to consider. Moreover, the rules of the contest do not explicitly prohibit team actions, which certainly provides us with a broader array of strategic options. After the elucidation by Dean Hua Daoling, Longfeng finally experienced an epiphany. It turns out that the so-called 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference requires the leading disciples of the 4 academies to guide their respective students into the secret realm together. Within this realm, they must search for and acquire tokens that have been strategically placed by the mentors of the 4 academies. The locations of these tokens are entirely random. They may be concealed within the lairs of formidable beasts, suspended high on the branches of inconspicuous trees, or hidden within enigmatic formations. In essence, to locate these tokens, the keen observational skills and adaptability of these talented youths will be put to the test. Furthermore, this secret realm is also stocked with various elixirs, weapons, and formations. Longfeng understood well that this would be a contest brimming with challenges and opportunities. Only by fully leveraging the collective wisdom and strength of the team could they hope to stand out among numerous competitors. He resolved to exert every effort to lead the students of his academy to outstanding achievements in this 4 Academy Martial Arts Conference. Chapter 57, A Misstep in Transmission with Dean Hua Daoling's Thunderous Final Call. Let the mentors of the various academies step forward to activate the secret realm. Numerous academy mentors strode forward, each radiating confidence and anticipation. They approached the entrance of the secret realm, simultaneously channeling the differently colored and shaped runes in their hands into the swirling vortex. The entrance began to whirl furiously, its speed increasing as if it were about to consume the entire space. At that moment, Dean Hua Daoling called out again, "Alright, now let the competing students from all academies enter." His voice resonated like a bell across the square, invigorating all who heard it. Upon hearing this, the participating students from various academies exhibited a mix of excitement and nervousness, gripping their identity tokens tightly. They fixed their determined gazes upon the entrance of the secret realm. Dean Hua Daoling continued, "This competition will last for a month, and I hope each of you can showcase your true abilities within this mysterious realm. Also, please safeguard your identity tokens. If you encounter insurmountable forces or find your life threatened, simply crush the token to be teleported out and ensure your safety. However, be aware that once you shatter the token, it signifies that you have forfeited your qualification to continue in the competition. Do you all understand these rules? We understand, the crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing through the air, following their leading disciples. They surged toward the entrance of the secret realm like a tide, plunging in without hesitation. In that instant, the atmosphere of the entire square was electric, with cheers and encouragement rising and falling like waves. Each participating student stepped into this unknown journey with dreams and aspirations, hoping to gain growth and glory within. Meanwhile, those watching from the sidelines were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the younger generation shine in this competition. As Long Feng and his companions stepped into the swirling vortex of the secret realm, they found themselves in a mysterious and ancient place. Towering ancient trees reached for the sky, their dense branches interwoven to form a verdant ocean. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, surpassing the external world by more than threefold. Long Feng mused to himself, if I could cultivate here for a month, I would undoubtedly break through to the late stage of the martial disciple realm. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice from behind inquired, Brother Muhan, where should we head now? Long Feng turned to see that the speaker was Wang Tao, who had ranked second in the recent competition of Tianfeng Academy. Wang Tao had been at the late stage of martial disciple during the competition, but after dedicating time to training following the rewards, he had now reached the pinnacle of martial disciple. Just a step away from the initial stage of martial artist, however, before Long Feng, he displayed no arrogance, well aware that Long Feng had effortlessly defeated Mo Yan, who was nearly at the peak of the late stage of martial disciple. With just the strength of someone newly entering that stage, moreover, he understood that Long Feng's reward for placing first was far more precious than his own. Surely, with those treasures, Long Feng must have successfully broken through to the initial stage of the martial artist realm. Wang Tao speculated inwardly. In truth, Long Feng had indeed leveraged the competition's rewards to advance, but he had not merely transitioned from the late stage of martial disciple to the initial stage of martial artist. He had progressed further, achieving a stay close to the mid-stage of martial artist. It turned out that during the competition Long Feng had already crossed the threshold into the mid-stage of martial artist. Since we are newcomers and know nothing about our surroundings, let us proceed forward a bit to explore. Once we ascertain our exact location, we can devise our plans accordingly. After all, I have heard that the expanse of this secret realm is exceedingly vast, and our competitive area is limited to the outskirts. If we inadvertently venture into the inner layers, we may attract considerable trouble. Long Feng calmly analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement and then cautiously advanced forward. To their surprise, among the top 10 participants in this Tianfeng Academy competition, there were 3 young women. One of them was Long Feng, while the remaining 6 were all male. During this journey, these 3 young women received special attention. Currently positioned at the center of the group, enjoying treatment akin to stars encircled by the moon. As they continued on, they faced considerable difficulty. Strangely, no matter how hard they tried, they could not ascertain their specific location within the secret realm. This caused rising concern among the other students, and the perceptive Long Feng noticed this unease. To stabilize everyone's emotions, Long Feng decided to share with them that he had already entered the martial artist realm. This disclosure would alleviate their excessive worry. However, out of caution, Long Feng refrained from revealing the specifics of his cultivation level. When the group learned that Long Feng had become a martial artist, their feelings of confusion and anxiety regarding their uncertain location were indeed somewhat alleviated, yet, Long Feng was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure, a brief reprieve from their tension. To truly resolve the issue, he needed to ascertain their location as soon as possible. Thus, under Long Feng's guidance, the group continuously altered their direction and proceeded for a considerable distance. At that moment, Long Feng finally confirmed one crucial fact. They were no longer in the outskirts. As for why the teleportation array had randomly transported them to the inner area, especially near the core, he was utterly confounded. This revelation sparked immense panic among the other students. The reason was simple. They all understood that in the outskirts, only beasts and savage creatures below the martial artist realm roamed. However, in the inner layers, they could encounter powerful beasts and savage creatures ranging from the initial stage to the peak of martial artist. The terrifying existence hidden within the core remained a mystery to all. Not a single mentor from the various academies had ever set foot in that enigmatic territory. Even the heads of the academies, their highest cultivation levels barely reaching the late stage of martial artist, were on the verge of peak but had never ventured into that realm. Faced with such an unknown and perilous situation, everyone felt a profound sense of unease. In reality, it was not only Long Feng and his companions who had been transported to the inner region. The 3 teams from other academies had also found themselves in the same predicament. However, the higher-ups outside the secret realm were oblivious to the upheaval occurring within. They were gathered together, laughing and chatting. While only Xiaoshan displayed a worried expression, Hua Daoling, sitting beside Xiaoshan, noticed his unease and jokingly remarked, "Vice Dean Xiao seems to be concerned about the safety of your academy's students? You need not worry. As long as they do not step into the inner layers, there will be no danger. Moreover, there has never been a casualty in our 4 academy martial arts conferences." "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation today," Xiaoshan replied. Upon hearing this, Hua Daoling's heart tightened. He knew that once a martial artist ascended to the martial master realm, they often developed a sense of crisis awareness. He was well aware of Xiaoshan's formidable strength, and for someone so powerful to feel anxious, it could not be an ordinary matter. Surely something was about to transpire. With this thought, Hua Daoling's own mood darkened. Chapter 58, The Thatched Cottage and the Cave. With Long Feng's patient reassurances, although the others still felt a sense of reluctance in their hearts, they could only helplessly accept this harsh reality. Subsequently, they closely followed Long Feng, cautiously navigating toward the outskirts of the secret realm. The reason for describing their movement as navigating was that within the inner region, they had to advance like phantoms, never daring to walk boldly and carelessly. No one could predict when or where those powerful martial master-level beasts and savage creatures might suddenly appear and deliver a fatal blow. Long Feng led the group, continually changing their direction, inching closer to the outer boundaries of the secret realm. At times, he would halt, allowing everyone to conceal themselves in the branches of a large tree, quietly waiting for a while. At other times, he would instruct them to dig a large pit to hide within. Initially, the group found Long Feng's actions puzzling, but they soon grasped the rationale behind them, once due to a momentary hesitation among the crowd. Their figures were detected by a low-level martial beast. The stout, barrel-like ice thorn serpent immediately launched a pursuit, plunging everyone into a perilous predicament. As they witnessed their companions hanging by a thread, Long Feng resolutely decided to step forward. He risked exposing his own weaknesses and strength to unleash the power of the netherworld, successfully seizing the soul of the ice thorn serpent and slaying it, thus averting the crisis. Although Dean Hua Daoling had previously stated that everyone possessed identity tokens that allowed for teleportation away from this place, it was crucial to note that this privilege was restricted to the outer regions. At that moment, they found themselves in the inner region, and should the teleportation function of the tokens malfunction, akin to the teleportation array upon entry, the consequences would be dire. Following this incident, the crowd witnessed Long Feng's extraordinary prowess once more. As he had managed to defeat the low-level ice thorn serpent, it must be noted that this serpent possessed an exceptionally resilient hide. Its title of Thorn stemmed from its impenetrable armor, which even low-level martial artists would find challenging to breach. Yet, Long Feng shattered the serpent's skull merely through his own strength, without breaking its armor. This fact alone attests to Long Feng's formidable power. From that moment on, everyone adhered absolutely to Long Feng's commands. In stark contrast, the fates of the other 3 academies were far less fortunate. They lacked the powerful secret technique of qi-seeking that Long Feng possessed, as well as his formidable spiritual strength and exceptional abilities. Consequently, within just a few days of entering the secret realm, they had already lost several companions. However, it is worth mentioning that Long Feng's prior suspicions proved remarkably accurate. In the inner region, the teleportation function of the identity tokens was obstructed by a mysterious force. As a result, when the participants from the other 3 academies found themselves in peril, they were unable to teleport out in time and ultimately fell victim to the merciless eradication by powerful beasts. Yet, the students from the 4 academies remained oblivious to a critical fact: their direction of advancement did not lead them to the outer regions, but rather deeper into the core area. On the 6th day within the secret realm, Long Feng and his companions encountered yet another daunting dilemma. Not again. It feels as though we've been circling this spot all along. We've been walking for half the day, and we're back here, someone complained. It seems we've fallen into some kind of maze, but fortunately, there is no immediate danger within this formation. Another remarked, "You mention no immediate danger, but if we can't find our way out, could we be trapped here for eternity?" Someone echoed. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. However, Long Feng and Wang Tao remained silent, stepping aside to carefully examine their surroundings. In truth, Long Feng had sensed something amiss shortly after entering the formation, yet curiously he had been unable to pinpoint the formation's eye. This array appeared to be a natural formation, seemingly melding perfectly with the surrounding elements. Only upon returning to the starting point did Long Feng finally notice a subtle clue. On an inconspicuous stone there was an exceedingly faint pattern, nearly imperceptible without close inspection. This discovery brought Long Feng a flicker of joy. As he felt closer to unraveling the array, with a swift motion Long Feng sent forth a rune towards the unremarkable stone. A low resonant hum filled the air, and the previously still surroundings began to shift uncontrollably as if driven by some enigmatic force. "What is happening? Why is everything around us moving?" someone exclaimed in terror. "Where did it go?" another female student cried, pointing at a nearby tree, her face etched with astonishment in the blink of an eye. The tree that had stood before them had vanished without a trace. Soon after, when everyone reopened their eyes, they were astonished to find a winding path paved entirely with stones had appeared before them. Though the route they had taken was now nowhere to be seen, Long Feng gazed at the stone path, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stepping forward. Seeing this, the others, though filled with doubt, cautiously followed in his footsteps. After traversing the path for about half an hour, the view ahead suddenly opened up into a bright expanse. A modest thatched cottage surrounded by a gentle stream appeared before them. And behind the cottage a dark, deep cave could be vaguely seen. At that moment, the cave's entrance shimmered with a kaleidoscope of strange lights, as if emanating some mysterious allure. "What is that? How could there be a cottage here? Is someone living here? And that cave, it radiates colorful light. Could there be some treasure? Let us hurry over and take a look," several students exclaimed, rushing towards it. At that moment, Wang Tao noticed the students heading towards the cave and quickly shouted, "Don Ti, go, be careful of the danger." However, before he could finish, the students had already dashed away. Upon seeing the layout here, Long Feng furrowed his brow, as if sensing something. He first approached the thatched cottage, then waved his hand, and a miraculous event occurred. The cottage and the stream vanished in the blink of an eye. The cave behind the cottage remained, but the students who had entered did not emerge. Wang Tao, witnessing this, thought to himself, "This is not good." He hurried towards the cave. The arrangement seemed to be protecting something, while the cave appeared to be luring them in. Truly peculiar. Long Feng, frowning, muttered to himself. Shortly after Wang Tao entered the cave, Long Feng heard his anxious voice, "What is wrong with you all? Wake up, wake up." As Long Feng turned to gaze into the cave, he heard Wang Tao's voice again. "What is this? Don Ti, come near, stay back." Upon hearing Wang Tao's voice, Long Feng swiftly made his way towards the cave. Chapter 59. The Mystery of the Cave. Upon entering the cave, Long Feng beheld the previously entered students, including Wang Tao, their faces as pale as paper, collapsed on the ground. Their bodies lay in disarray, as if struck down by an invisible force. Fear was etched on each face, their eyes tightly shut, as if they were still experiencing terrifying nightmares. Strangely, there were no signs of physical harm on them, as if they had not suffered any corporeal assault. The situation raised questions. What could have caused them such distress? Long Feng cautiously approached, examining each of the unconscious students. He gently touched their foreheads, assessing their temperatures while meticulously observing their breathing and heartbeats. After a thorough examination, Long Feng felt somewhat reassured. Thankfully, they had not sustained any tangible injuries, merely succumbing to some bizarre fright that rendered them unconscious. Once assured of their safety, Long Feng began to scrutinize the cave's surroundings. He scanned every corner with keen eyes but found nothing amiss. The cave appeared quite ordinary, indistinguishable from a typical cavern. The walls were smooth and even, and the ground bore no apparent traps or mechanisms. So, what could have induced such terror that led these students to faint? Long Feng's brows knitted together as he sank into deep thought. He gazed into the cave's depths, where darkness enveloped everything like an abyss, consuming all light. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. How odd, the cave seemed unremarkable, so what had they witnessed to become so fearfully unconscious? Long Feng murmured to himself. A myriad of potential scenarios flashed through his mind, yet he could not find a rational explanation. Could the source of their fear be hidden in the depths of the cave? Perhaps only by delving deeper could he unveil the mystery. Yet, the infinite darkness made Long Feng hesitate. No one knew what dangers lurked within, perhaps fierce beasts, treacherous traps, or even entities beyond human comprehension. Should he venture in? Long Feng pondered internally. On one hand, he was filled with curiosity about the unknown, eager to uncover the truth. On the other, the fear within him rendered him indecisive. After a fierce internal struggle, Long Feng ultimately resolved to take a courageous step forward. He took a deep breath to steady his mind and then slowly advanced into the depths of the cave. Each step felt particularly heavy, as if he were treading on cotton. As he ventured further into the darkness, Long Feng's heartbeat quickened, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Long Feng spoke to himself, "One cannot gain the tiger's cubs without entering the tiger's lair. Since that is the case, I shall see for myself. If danger truly lies ahead, I should be able to escape with my mastery of the carefree step." As Long Feng continued deeper into the cave, an invisible pressure began to engulf him, intensifying with each step he took further into the darkness. However, confronted with such a predicament, Long Feng did not choose to retreat. On the contrary, a flicker of excitement surged within him. After all, for someone like him, who thrives on adventure, the thrill was undeniably irresistible. Long Feng firmly believed that opportunities often arise in tandem with risks. Having previously survived harrowing circumstances, he was convinced that fortune would soon follow. Moreover, having faced death on more than one occasion, he held little weight to matters of life and death. As Long Feng ventured deeper into the cave, he suddenly halted. A fearsome roar echoed through the stillness of the cavern like distant thunder. His heart raced, and he quickly leaned in to listen. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the cave, elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, could it be that these individuals were rendered unconscious by some monstrous beast? But what kind of creature could instill such terror? With a heart full of questions, Long Feng took a deep breath to steady himself and proceeded cautiously onward, muttering to himself as if to bolster his courage and alleviate his growing fear and unease. At last, a glimmer of light appeared in the pitch-black depths of the cave, illuminating a corner within. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly manifested upon the stone wall at the bend. It resembled a small mountain. Imposing and formidable, radiating a chilling aura. Accompanying the emergence of this colossal shadow were the panicked roars of those nearby, reverberating with deafening intensity, as if to pierce through the darkness and strike at the very essence of one's soul. Long Feng's heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clutching his weapon tightly, he widened his eyes, fixated on the depths of the cave, fully prepared to confront any impending danger, despite having mentally prepared himself. The sudden appearance of the shadow and the ensuing roars still sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to flee without hesitation. He sprinted for several hundred meters before finally pausing to catch his breath. Glancing back in confusion, why had it not pursued him? Could it be unable to leave the depths of the cave, or was it perhaps injured and unable to move? Yet, if it truly could not emerge, then why had Wang Tao and the others fainted at the entrance? Standing still, Long Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He weighed the pros and cons, deliberating whether to wait further. Time passed slowly. Yet the mysterious entity remained silent, seemingly unwilling to reveal itself. As the minutes ticked by, Long Feng's tension gradually subsided. Steeling himself with a deep breath, he encouraged himself before quietly advancing deeper into the cave. With each careful step, he remained vigilant, wary of provoking any unnecessary trouble. As he neared the corner, the beastly roars erupted once more. This time, the sound was even more thunderous, commanding a formidable presence, as if issuing a final ultimatum to Long Feng: advance no further. Startled, he trembled, and once again turned to flee. This time, he ran over 100 meters before halting. Looking back, he discovered that the enormous creature had not pursued him, remaining in place while continuing to roar in fury. This experience prompted Long Feng to ponder the reasons behind it. Why had the creature not followed? Was it truly unable to leave that spot, or was there some restriction preventing it from moving freely? Wang Tao and the others were merely martial apprentices, while he himself had attained the mid-level of a martial artist. Could it be that his aura instilled fear in the creature? Long Feng stood there, deep in thought. The more he considered, the more plausible his hypothesis seemed, bolstering his confidence. Yet, he understood the importance of remaining cautious. After all, in the face of such a powerful and unknown entity, any oversight could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation further before making any plans. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided he must venture inside, otherwise, he would not find peace of mind. Chapter 60. The Little White Dog with Long Horns. As Long Feng once again stepped into the depths of the cave, the deafening roars of the beast resounded anew. This time, however, Long Feng was resolute in his determination not to retreat. Fearlessly, he approached further into the cavern, as the previously unsettling roars transformed into anxious cries. The frequency of the roars increased, and with each utterance, the oppressive force intensified. Despite the overwhelming pressure that would deter ordinary martial artists, Long Feng remained undaunted. He bore the bloodline of the abyssal dragon, and at this moment, his spiritual power rivaled that of a martial king. Consequently, this pressure was but a trivial matter to him. He pressed forward, steadfastly confronting the terrifying weight of the aura and the roars. Upon reaching a corner, he peered around to glimpse an astonishing sight: a little white dog with long horns and a pair of snow-white wings. What on earth was this creature? Long Feng found himself perplexed. The little white dog, upon hearing Long Feng's inquiry, became irate. What do you mean, what am I? Who do you think you are to question my existence? I possess a noble lineage and immense power, which you, a mere mortal, cannot belittle. Long Feng was taken aback. This creature could speak. You are the one who is a mere creature, and your entire family as well. The little white dog, now even more enraged, retorted to realizing he had spoken somewhat impolitely. Long Feng decided to adopt a more courteous approach. If I may ask, what exactly are you? I have never encountered such a peculiar being before. He mused to himself that it was astonishing to find a talking dog, and it appeared quite formidable. Could this be some mysterious magical beast, or perhaps an ancient divine creature? As Long Feng's curiosity grew, he sought to calm the little white dog's anger before gradually uncovering the nature of this extraordinary being. Upon hearing Long Feng's question, the little white dog fell silent, mumbling to itself in a way that Long Feng could not fully comprehend. Noticing the little white dog's muttering, Long Feng inquired, "You don't know what species you belong to, do you?" At that moment, the little white dog suddenly spoke. "Humph, I am indeed unsure of my exact lineage. Ever since I can remember, I have been trapped in this wretched place, unable to escape. Every day is unbearably dull. However, I can assure you that my clan is extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, my own bloodline strength is immensely formidable." Long Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, this is too amusing. You don't even know what species you belong to, yet you dare to boast about your clan's might. Are you trying to scare me? Who is trying to scare you? I have no time for jokes. You see me as I am, still in my juvenile stage. I am not even 10 years old yet." The little white dog defended itself, eager to clarify. "When I mature, I will possess the strength to rival that of the great worm." "Great worm? What great worm?" Long Feng asked, bewildered. The little white dog looked at him with a hint of disdain. "Oh dear, you don't even know about the great worm. How uncultured. The great worm is the legendary dragon. It is surprising you managed to withstand my aura and make it this far. What, you mean to say that once you mature, you can contend with a dragon? You're just boasting," Long Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, according to the memories I recently awakened, my clan fought alongside the great worm against mysterious forces. Although we ultimately triumphed, we suffered severe losses and retreated into hiding. It was during that time that I became sealed here. And only recently was I able to break my internal seal, yet I cannot shatter the external one." The little white dog explained. Long Feng seemed to connect the dots. "So it was you who caused those individuals outside to faint? How did you manage that? You experienced it yourself upon entering, didn't you?" The little white dog rolled its eyes. "It seems that with your presence and aura, it truly could frighten them into unconsciousness." Long Feng chuckled. "You claim you cannot leave because of the seal at the entrance. Do you wish to escape? I must tell you, the world outside is vast, filled with countless delights and wonders." Upon learning that the small white dog could potentially grow to rival a divine dragon, Long Feng's heart began to stir with excitement. He approached the small creature, showering it with alluring words. "What are you doing? What is that expression on your face? Why does it make my heart race? Stay away from me." The small white dog felt a shiver run down its spine at Long Feng's mischievous grin. Sensing that he might have gone too far, Long Feng prepared to offer an explanation. At that moment, the small white dog sighed as it gazed towards the cave entrance, murmuring to itself, "I wish I could go outside. But over the years I've tried countless times, yet I have never been able to break through that array at the entrance. Sigh, I wonder how much longer I will be trapped here." Hearing the small white dog speak, Long Feng interjected, "Little one, I can help you. I am capable of dismantling that array so you can join us outside." "What? You can break that array? You're not deceiving me, are you? You are merely at the mid-stage of martial arts. And yet you can dismantle the array." The small white dog was taken aback by Long Feng's claim. Indeed, breaking that array would be a piece of cake. Long Feng proudly crossed his arms, declaring, "It's a trivial matter." The small white dog hastily urged, "Come on, hurry and help me break that thing. I can no longer bear to stay here with that." It bit onto Long Feng's robe and pulled him forward. "Wait, don't rush," Long Feng exclaimed, quickly following the small creature deeper into the cave. Under the small white dog's puzzled gaze, Long Feng began to look around, bending down to pick up various items from the ground. The small white dog asked in confusion, "What are you doing collecting these flowers and plants, and those stones? They are inedible. Almost all the delicious things here have been consumed by me." Long Feng had actually discovered various spiritual herbs and ores when he first entered. Feeling quite exhilarated, yet he had refrained from collecting them outright due to the circumstances. However, seeing how eagerly the small white dog was trying to leave, he understood that these items were likely deemed worthless by it. Thus, he decided to gather them, for such treasures were exceedingly rare in the outside world. When the small white dog inquired, Long Feng replied, "These items have their uses. It would be wasteful not to take them with you upon your departure. After a considerable amount of time under the small white dog's disdainful gaze, Longphone had thoroughly scoured the area, leaving no stone unturned. As he put it, good things should not be wasted, wasting is a disgrace. Now can we go? The small white dog asked impatiently as Longphone finished gathering. At this moment, Longphone crossed his arms and rested his chin on one hand, looking at the small white dog and saying, "Little one, while I can help you break the array, you must agree to one condition. I am not called Little White. My name is Lindian. State your condition." The small white dog replied hastily. Chapter 61, Lindian. Lindian, Longphone silently pondered the name, deep in thought. "You must promise me that once we are outside, you will obey me, and you cannot let anyone know that you can speak," Longphone said with a serious expression. "Why can't others know that I can speak?" Lindian blinked its big eyes, perplexed. At that moment Lindian was like a blank slate, completely unaware of the rules of the cultivation world. Its experience in cultivation was still shallow. Akin to a fledgling youth, generally, only beast spirits above the martial spirit realm could articulate speech. For one like you, merely at the beginner stage of martial arts, to be able to speak is exceedingly rare. If others were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. They might capture you, turning you into a battle tool or a guardian beast. Worse still, they might force you into a master-servant contract, stripping you of your freedom, Longphone patiently explained to Lindian. After hearing this, Lindian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation but still bore a hint of confusion in its gaze. Sensing this, Longphone continued to earnestly persuade Lindian, "The outside world is fraught with danger and challenges. If you inadvertently expose your unique abilities, it could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, for your safety, you must abide by my instructions." After much contemplation, Lindian finally nodded, indicating its willingness to follow Longphone's directives and promising not to speak carelessly when outside. Observing Lindian's obedient demeanor, Longphone felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that their journey ahead would be long and fraught with difficulties, but as long as they worked together, he believed they could overcome any obstacle. First, please rein in the powerful aura you are emanating. Additionally, see if you can retract the horns on your head and the wings on your back, Longphone instructed. He was acutely aware that Lindian's appearance was peculiarly striking. If they ventured out like this, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to significant trouble. Although Lindian felt a surge of confusion, it complied and slowly concealed its horns and wings, asking, "Is this how I should do it?" Upon witnessing Lindian's successful transformation, Longphone couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Perfect! Just like that. Now let us go wake Wang Tao and the others, and then we can leave this place together." Before long, one man and one dog reached the cave entrance. At that moment, the others remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. In exasperation, Longphone had no choice but to channel his formidable spiritual power, flooding towards the group and thoroughly dispelling the oppressive aura Lindian had earlier placed upon their souls. Shortly thereafter, everyone began to awaken slowly. Brother Muhan, run! There is an incredibly fearsome demon lurking here, one of the students, upon regaining consciousness and seeing Longphone, shouted in terror. However, Lindian could no longer contain itself. Bursting into laughter, Longphone shot a sharp glare. Realizing it had inadvertently revealed something, Lindian quickly stifled its laughter. Once Lindian settled down, Longphone turned to the student who had just issued the warning and softly said, "Fear not, that great demon has already been dealt with." As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted towards Lindian. He continued, "Please check on the condition of the other students. I need to dismantle this array first." 7 or 8 days have passed, and we still haven't exited this inner region. I wonder if the others from different academies have managed to gather enough tokens. If we cannot assemble what we need in the end, we will be in serious trouble. Hearing Longphone's plan, the student nodded and immediately moved towards the other recently awakened peers. During this interval, Longphone successfully dismantled the array at the cave entrance. Once all the students had returned to normal, Longphone led them out of the cave. The sunlight outside bathed them in warmth, yet they had no time to linger, as numerous tasks awaited them. They needed to find enough tokens swiftly to escape this perilous place. Longphone looked at his students, resolutely vowing to protect them and ensure their safe return to the academy. Taking a deep breath, he led them onward, embarking on a new journey. Upon finally emerging from the cave, the group was astonished to find Longphone cradling an adorable small white dog in his arms. The dog's fur was as white as snow, its eyes sparkling like jewels, and its appearance was utterly endearing. Seeing such a charming creature, everyone's heart swelled with affection. While the male students found the puppy delightful, they managed to maintain their composure. However, the 3 female students could not resist its allure. Swarming around Lintian like bees eager to hold it. Observing Lintian's lack of resistance and its expression of enjoyment, Longfeng chose not to intervene and allowed them to embrace it. Just then, Wang Tao stepped forward, curiously asking Brother Muhan, "What did that beast in the cave look like? When I first entered, I sensed an incredibly terrifying pressure, followed by glimpsing an enormous shadow. After that, I completely lost consciousness," one student recounted. "Yes, that dreadful pressure nearly suffocated me. It was truly terrifying," another echoed. "I too. I fainted the moment I stepped into the cave, overwhelmed by that immense force," chimed in yet another. At this juncture, Longfeng interjected, "Actually, I didn't get a clear look at what it was either. I only saw a massive shadow rush out of the cave. Then I went in to check on the situation and found you all unconscious. Afterward, I ventured deeper into the cave and only found the small white dog." Noticing that everyone seemed still puzzled and eager for further details, Longfeng hastily added, "All right, enough speculation, we should leave this place quickly. We have no idea how the others from the different academies are faring. Perhaps they too have been transported to this inner region like us." Upon hearing Longfeng's words, everyone snapped back to reality, shifting their focus from past events to the upcoming Secret Realm competition. A group of travelers persevered onward, traversing the rugged terrain for half a day, until they finally arrived at the entrance of a canyon. At this moment, the night had fallen, and considering the potential dangers of traveling after dark, they decided to pause and recuperate at this location upon Longfeng's suggestion. To everyone's astonishment, Longfeng skillfully performed some arcane techniques, effortlessly setting up a rudimentary yet remarkably effective concealment array around them, enveloping the group within its protective embrace. Under the auspices of this mysterious and potent array, a collective sigh of relief escaped from the party, and their admiration for Longfeng deepened. "I can't believe Brother Muhan is adept at arranging formations," one exclaimed in awe. "Indeed, Brother Muhan is truly exceptional. Not only does he possess incredible combat prowess, but he is also well versed in the art of array formation. Mastering such skills undoubtedly requires an extraordinary investment of time and energy," another remarked with a tone of admiration. The group buzzed with excitement, praising Longfeng's abilities. They were both impressed by his strength and astonished that he could simultaneously cultivate both combat techniques and formation skills. Just then, Longfeng completed the array and stepped towards the depths of the canyon. It turned out that while setting up the array, he had inadvertently sensed unusual fluctuations emanating from within the canyon due to the operation of his soul power. To ensure everyone's safety, he resolved to investigate further. Chapter 62. Feng Lanting at the Xuanguan Academy. Feng Lanting was leading the other students into a realm of enigmatic arrays. Initially, an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from a nearby canyon, luring everyone to follow the fragrance deeper into the wilderness. However, to their surprise, upon reaching their destination, they discovered some rare and precious spiritual herbs, yet before they could harvest them, they found themselves ensnared within a formidable and bizarre array. Despite their relentless attempts to decipher this enigmatic formation, they found themselves utterly unsuccessful. Just as Feng Lanting and the others were consumed by anxiety, Feng Lanting keenly detected a faint fluctuation of soul power emanating from the canyon's entrance. Without hesitation, he concentrated all his energy and directed a powerful stream of soul power toward that direction, commanding everyone to launch an attack against the array. At first, the students from Xuanguan Academy were filled with confidence. Believing their understanding of formations to be profound and comprehensive, their self-assuredness bordered on arrogance. Yet now, they found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Should word of their plight spread, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, Feng Lanting's perspective diverged significantly from that of his peers. He recognized that there were varying levels of formations, and at this juncture, preserving their dignity was of little consequence. Thus, Feng Lanting decisively dismissed the dissenting opinions and took command of their actions. Thanks to his bold decisions and precise guidance, they finally captured Longfeng's attention. Following the direction of the power fluctuations, Longfeng advanced approximately 1,000 meters, only to be astonished to discover a naturally formed array concealed within. Even more perplexing was the fact that, for reasons unknown, this array had been activated, exuding a bizarre and mystical aura. Longfeng circled the array, observing it for a considerable time, and after meticulous scrutiny, he was astonished to realize that this formation had surfaced in the memories of Elder Long, albeit in a somewhat more rudimentary form. The reason Longfeng refrained from immediately dismantling the array was his concern over whether those trapped within were fellow academy members or some formidable beast. If it were merely other students, that would be manageable. However, should it be a powerful beast, breaking the formation might allow it to escape, endangering not only the other students but also himself. After careful consideration, Longfeng decided to return and consult with his companions. Meanwhile, trapped within the array, Feng Lanting was in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot stove, unable to sit still. It had been quite some time since he sensed the disappearance of the soul fluctuation from the canyon's entrance, yet no one had arrived. What could be the reason? Feng Lanting murmured, filled with anxiety and unease. Could it be that they haven't noticed our predicament? Why not, Brother Feng, release another wave of soul power towards the canyon's entrance? Perhaps that will attract their attention. One disciple suggested. Yes, Brother Feng, please try. It would be a disaster if they wander too far. The others clamored in agreement, supporting the proposal. The group eagerly expressed their thoughts, and Feng Lanting, finding merit in their reasoning, resolved to give it a try. Alright, let's attempt it once more. I hope that person hasn't gone too far and can still sense my soul fluctuations. Feng Lanting took a deep breath, silently praying. With that, he concentrated all his formidable soul power and began releasing it continuously outward. The surge of soul energy crashed forth like tumultuous ocean waves, flowing relentlessly into the distance. Just then, Longfeng was preparing to turn away when he suddenly sensed that familiar soul fluctuation once more. He halted immediately, his gaze fixated on the array, revealing a hint of surprise and curiosity in his expression. Initially believing it to be a powerful beast poised to emerge, he waited for some time, but no anomalies materialized. Longfeng resolved to cautiously enter the array for inspection, as long as he did not dismantle it. He trusted that those ensnared, be they humans or beasts, would remain trapped. This way, he could ensure the safety of his companions while avoiding peril for himself. With this thought, Longfeng advanced towards the array. Examining it closely, as he delved deeper, he discerned numerous auras emanating from within. He quickened his pace toward the sense direction. Before long, he spotted a group of individuals clustered together not far ahead. Peering closer, he was astonished to discover that the trapped individuals were participants from Xuanyuan Academy. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. The students appeared pale and haggard, clearly having been ensnared within the array for an extended period. Upon seeing this, Longfeng's previously taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat. After all, if it had been a beast trapped within, the situation could have been far more dangerous and complex. Now, it seemed that as long as he could devise a means to rescue these students, the issue could be resolved. Yet, a wry smile crept across his face, hinting at an inscrutable depth of meaning and irony. It was indeed incredulous that those renowned for their expertise in formations at Xuanyuan Academy would find themselves ensnared in an array for such an extended duration. However, as a member of Tianfeng Academy specializing in spells, he could effortlessly dismantle the formation and rescue them, an almost comical scenario that provoked a sense of bemusement. After a significant pause, Longfeng reined in his mirthful thoughts and approached Feng Lanting and the others. Why do you find yourselves ensnared within? Did something go awry with the teleportation array, Omuhan? How could it be you? Oh no, this is disastrous. We've completely lost our chance to escape, and now we've unwittingly gained an additional burden. Indeed, if it were the students from the Divine Weapon Academy, perhaps they could leverage their powerful weapons to find a glimmer of hope. But now, alas, Longfeng felt a twinge of annoyance as he listened to Feng Lanting's lamentations. He had come to rescue them, yet they seemed so distrustful. Could you all please remain calm? Longfeng took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. I would like to inquire, why are there only 8 of you? Where are the other 2? Upon hearing this, Feng Lanting and the others lowered their heads, a sorrowful expression crossing their faces. Finally, it was Feng Lanting who broke the silence, speaking slowly. When we were teleported to this inner area, we were unaware that it was the core of this formation. Consequently, we dispersed, attempting to ascertain our exact locations. However, the 2 of them had the worst luck, encountering a fearsome beast of formidable strength at the martial master level. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. With our limited strength, we could not contend with that ferocious beast, and we could only watch helplessly as they were devoured by that vile creature. As he spoke, Feng Lanting's voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with sorrow and helplessness. Chapter 63. Breaking the array to rescue Xuanyuan. At this moment, Longfeng was filled with confusion and furrowed his brow, asking, did you not all possess identity tokens? Did you not even have the opportunity to shatter them? Feng Lanting replied with a bitter smile, their tokens were shattered, yet for some unknown reason, they had no effect whatsoever. Longfeng, upon hearing Feng Lanting's words, felt an intensifying confusion in his heart, leading him to fall into deep contemplation. Could it be that this time the teleportation had encountered an issue, and that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy? Noticing Longfeng's silence, Feng Lanting pressed on with his inquiries. Did Brother Mu arrive alone in the inner realm, or were you all transported here just like us? After pondering for a moment, Long Feng replied. We too were inexplicably transported to the inner realm. Moreover, this place is fraught with peril, inhabited by formidable beasts. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal encounter. Feng Lanting further questioned. Then why are you the only one who has come here? What about the others? Long Feng explained. They are still recuperating outside the canyon. I sensed an unusual fluctuation of soul energy in this area, so I ventured here alone to investigate, only to discover you and your companions. He continued, I shall first dismantle the formation and then reunite with them. I have a strong feeling that the teleportation array's malfunction is quite unusual. Upon hearing Long Feng's intention to dismantle the formation, Feng Lanting's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say that you can break this formation? Another student from the Xianguan Academy, standing nearby, looked at Long Feng with astonishment, as if he had just heard an absurd tale. Exclaiming, even our senior Feng cannot breach this array. Are you truly claiming you can? Indeed, you from Tianfeng Academy specialize in spells, whereas we from Xianguan Academy are adept at formations. That if we cannot break it, how can you? Other students echoed, their faces contorted with anger and disdain, feeling that Long Feng's assertion was a grave insult to their academy. Faced with their skepticism and mockery, Long Feng showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he stood tall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the formation ahead, a faint smile of confidence gracing his lips. That he was acutely aware of his own prowess and felt entirely capable of unraveling this formation. However, these individuals were oblivious to his true capabilities, leading to their gross misjudgment of him. Taking a deep breath, Long Feng calmly declared, I am not speaking recklessly. I am confident in my ability to dismantle this formation. Of course, if you do not believe me, you are welcome to wait and see. With that, he ignored the doubters and focused intently on examining the formation before him. In truth, Long Feng had known how to break the formation as soon as he entered this place. Including the precise location of the formation's core. However, he could not afford to appear overly relaxed, lest he further demoralize the members of Xianguan Academy, which could complicate matters. After a long while, Long Feng slowly raised his right hand, bringing his fingers and middle finger together to channel his spiritual and soul energy between them, striking suddenly at a small blade of grass to the left front. A deep humming sound resonated through the air. The members of Xianguan Academy were taken aback. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag us down with you. Despite their panicked protests and scolding, Long Feng remained unmoved. However, Feng Lanting, witnessing this scene, suddenly understood that Long Feng's earlier claims were not unfounded. He was indeed attempting to break the formation, and it appeared he had a significant chance of succeeding. Angered by the insults directed at Long Feng from his own academy members, Feng Lanting shouted, Silence. Normally, your arrogance can be overlooked, but now Brother Muhan is genuinely trying to dismantle the formation to save us. And you continue to bicker. You're nothing but a bunch of self-important fools. The previously boastful individuals fell silent, stunned by Feng Lanting's rebuke. Is what you say true, Senior Feng? Is Muhan really trying to break the formation? One of them stammered, Yes, Senior Feng. If you cannot break this formation, how could he possibly succeed? Feng Lanting, exasperated by their continued disbelief, retorted, Whether he can or cannot, you will see for yourselves. The results will speak for themselves. While they refrained from further verbal protests deep within, they remained skeptical of Long Feng's ability to dismantle the formation. I don't believe it. He's merely a practitioner of spells. How could he possibly breach a formation that even Senior Feng cannot? One thought to himself. Another echoed similar doubts internally. I will see if this brat can truly break the formation. That if he fails, I will make him pay. Unbeknownst to Long Feng, their thoughts held no weight in his mind. Even if he were to overhear them, he would pay them no mind. At this moment, his entire focus was devoted to the task of unraveling the formation before him. It should be noted that this was no ordinary formation, but rather a simplified version of the Cloud Mist Maze. The true Cloud Mist Maze possesses such formidable power that it can ensnare even the most extraordinary masters at the Martial King level. And even the simplified version could easily trap experts of the martial spirit level. Remarkably, Long Feng was able to dismantle such a powerful formation with his mid-level martial prowess. His talent and strength were truly extraordinary. After a brief moment, Long Feng shouted decisively, Break! In an instant, the formation, previously shrouded in mist and mystery, became clear and visible. The students who had harbored doubts about Long Feng were now left gaping in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Feng Lanting, too, stood frozen in disbelief, his mind racing with shock. In his view, while Long Feng might possess the ability to solve the formation, it would surely require a considerable expenditure of time and energy. Yet the reality exceeded all expectations. Long Feng had effortlessly unraveled the formation that had perplexed them for days, leaving them utterly helpless. this was simply beyond comprehension, as far as Phong Lanting knew. Even his teacher Ji Fengyun would struggle to dismantle such a formation with the same ease as Long Feng. It was important to note that Ji Fengyun was not only the head of Xianguan Academy but also a powerful late-stage martial master. Holding the esteemed title of a peak-level Earth-grade formation master, Phong Lanting pondered, who on Earth is Long Feng? How can he exhibit such astonishing power? Could he truly be more formidable than my own teacher? A multitude of questions surged in his mind, deepening his curiosity about Long Feng. Simultaneously, he realized that this enigmatic Muhan was far from ordinary, and perhaps even more astonishing events awaited his discovery. Chapter 64, 9 Curved Purple Ginseng. Let us go and regroup with the others, Long Feng said with a smile, dismantling the formation and then resolutely heading towards the canyon's exit. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he seemed to remember something important. He paused and turned to inquire of Phong Lanting. At that moment, a loud crash resonated. It turned out that Phong Lanting, still in a state of shock, instinctively followed Long Feng upon hearing him mention joining the others. However, he had not anticipated that Long Feng would suddenly stop and turn around, resulting in their unguarded collision. Ouch! Phong Lanting exclaimed in pain, clutching his forehead as he fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, a large red bump had formed on his forehead, glaringly apparent. Are you alright, Brother Feng? Why were you so close behind me? Long Feng asked with a hint of concern. Phong Lanting shot Long Feng a glare filled with resentment. Muttering to himself, why did you stop without a word? That hurt. Who knew you would suddenly halt and turn around? Ouch, I wonder what you're made of. You're so hard. Long Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Phong Lanting's remarks. In truth, what he truly wished to ask was why they had ventured into this canyon and become ensnared in this formation. Phong Lanting hesitated briefly before responding. We caught a whiff of a peculiar and rich medicinal fragrance outside the canyon and followed it here. However, to our surprise, just as we were about to harvest the spiritual herb, the hidden formation was triggered, and we found ourselves trapped here for days until we sensed the fluctuations of soul energy from outside the canyon, prompting us to guide you here. Spiritual herb? What kind of spiritual herb could emit such a far-reaching fragrance? Long Feng inquired, his interest piqued. Did you manage to acquire that precious herb in the end? Upon hearing this, Long Feng's enthusiasm surged. Phong Lanting, sensing Long Feng's growing curiosity regarding the spiritual herb, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The reason was simple: they had not succeeded in obtaining the coveted spiritual herb. Well, just as we were about to pick it, the formation activated. By the time we regained our senses, that miraculous herb had vanished without a trace. A hint of helplessness and regret seeped into Phong Lanting's tone. Could it be that the herb had some mystical sentience? Quickly, tell me what the herb looked like. Long Feng pressed on, his face etched with urgency. At that moment, a student from the Xianguan Academy stepped forward and declared, I know, I was closest at the time, so I remember it vividly. The herb radiated a mysterious and profound purple hue, as translucent as amethyst. It bore 6 leaves, each vein shimmering with a faint purple light, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality and enigmatic power. Furthermore, from its somewhat indistinct root and stem, it bore a resemblance to ginseng. Upon hearing this detailed description, Long Feng immediately began to rummage through the treasure trove of memories in his mind. Before long, he successfully identified several herbs with striking similarities and quickly sketched them onto the ground. Subsequently, he pointed at the images he had drawn, urging the student to scrutinize them closely. This one resembles it. But there seems to be a slight difference. The student hesitated, pointing at one of the drawn herbs on the ground. Long Feng, noticing his uncertainty, asked eagerly, What's different? Look, the one you drew has 9 leaves, while the one we saw had 6. Moreover, its root and stem were much sturdier, and the patterns on the leaves appeared more intricate and convoluted, making them difficult to decipher. The student replied, examining the images carefully. Long Feng's excitement surged. That's it. I can't believe such a rare treasure exists here. Observing Long Feng's exhilaration, Phong Lanting couldn't help but inquire, Brother Mu, what exactly is this precious herb that brings you such joy? With a smirk of pride on his face, Long Feng pulled Phong Lanting closer and whispered, This is no ordinary item. It is called the 9 Jukuzishan, an exceedingly rare and precious medicinal material. Its miraculous efficacy is truly astounding. It is said that the 9 possesses the ability to revive the deceased and restore the flesh and bones. As long as there is a breath remaining, it can be used to save a life. Furthermore, when combined with the ghost flower to concoct a pill, it greatly benefits those nearing the end of their lifespan, allowing them to extend their life. However, the specific extent of the lifespan increase depends on the martial artist's own realm. Generally, the higher the realm, the lesser the lifespan gained. Conversely, those of lower realms will receive more substantial benefits. As he spoke, Excitement sparkled in Long Feng's eyes. Feng Lanting, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. He had never imagined such a miraculous treasure truly existed in the world. After a moment, Long Feng seemed to recall something and quickly said, "Let us hurry and reunite with the others, and tomorrow we shall return to search meticulously while preparing ourselves. If we can acquire the 9, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable once it matures." Thus, the group hastened toward the camp outside the canyon, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Since the people from Tianfeng Academy were within the formation set by Long Feng, the students from Xianguan Academy were unable to see. The previous few students who had doubted Long Feng's ability to break the formation now remarked, "Alright, Muhan, that's clearly just a grove of trees ahead. How can you claim their camp lies there?" "Indeed, Muhan, while you did break the formation to save us earlier, you can't just play tricks on us like this." At that moment, Feng Lanting asked, "Brother Muhan, are you certain they are indeed in that grove?" Realizing he had forgotten about the formation he had set up, Long Feng fell silent and started walking toward the grove on his own. How can he collide with the trees? We merely teased him a little. Surely he wouldn't take it so hard. Indeed, his mental fortitude is rather lacking. One little disagreement, and he contemplates ending it all. The few students began to mock Long Feng once again. However, the next scene left them speechless. Long Feng vanished into the large tree. Seeing this, Feng Lanting promptly followed suit, and soon he too disappeared within the tree. Witnessing this spectacle, the others hurriedly followed, and before long they all disappeared into the tree as well. The remaining 3, who harbored grievances against Long Feng, hesitated for quite some time before finally mustering the resolve to follow. However, to their astonishment, they collided directly with the large tree. Ouch, my head, damn it, that brat must have done this on purpose to toy with us. You said it, I never expected that he would be so petty. As they rubbed their foreheads, they continued to grumble. Meanwhile, inside the formation, everyone observed the 3 as they clutched their heads in agony, prompting even the students from Xianguan Academy to burst into laughter. As the leading disciple of Xianguan Academy, Feng Lanting found the situation amusing but suppressed his laughter, cupping his hands toward Long Feng and saying, "Brother Muhan, I hope you can overlook this, as they do not harbor ill intentions. They are merely a bit arrogant and tend to gossip behind others' backs. Please, I ask you to allow me to go out and bring them in." Long Feng, upon hearing Feng Lanting's words, felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier behavior. Realizing he had indeed been somewhat excessive, he scratched his head, displaying an awkward smile, then turned and waved his hand gently, dispelling the formation's restrictions, allowing Feng Lanting to exit smoothly. At that moment, the 3 individuals left outside were still grumbling incessantly, rubbing their sore backsides while accusing Long Feng of being too cunning for using such a method to prank them. Yet, amid their incessant complaints, Feng Lanting suddenly emerged from the large tree. His gaze bore a hint of sternness, and he swiftly raised his hand, delivering a sharp rap on each of their heads, producing a series of crisp sounds. This unexpected strike sent waves of pain coursing through them, and tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces, their expressions etched with distress. One of them, unable to contain his anguish, lamented, "Ouch, that hurts, you struck too hard." Feng Lanting regarded them with a frown, sternly stating, "I have repeatedly warned you to diligently practice the art of formations, yet you have ignored my counsel, and now, encountering a true expert, you realize your deficiencies. Do you not comprehend the saying, there is always a greater force beyond? Only through relentless effort can one enhance their abilities and avoid being easily defeated by others." The 3 individuals wore expressions of regret, responding in unison, "Understood, Brother Feng, from this day forth, we shall double our efforts in studying the art of formations." Observing their sincerity, Feng Lanting refrained from further admonition and led them toward the formation. Interestingly, at this moment, the 3 of them instinctively raised their hands, cautiously reaching toward the formation's location, evidently still intimidated by the previous encounter. Once they stepped into the formation with Feng Lanting, they finally stood before Long Feng. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they bowed deeply to Long Feng. "Previously, we may have been somewhat offensive. Please do not take it to heart, Brother Muhan." Long Feng was taken aback by their gesture, pondering to himself, "I never expected the people here to be quite decent, capable of acknowledging their mistakes. It seems they mean no harm." Nearly a bit loose-lipped with this thought, he smiled in reply to the 3. "Since we are now companions, I shall not dwell on trivial matters." The group, seeing this, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Subsequently, they all settled down, resting and adjusting their states. However, Feng Lanting continued to grasp Long Feng tightly, incessantly inquiring about various topics, all undoubtedly related to formations. Initially, the people from Tianfeng Academy and Xianguan Academy believed Long Feng was merely spouting nonsense, yet, as they listened, the students from Tianfeng Academy remained oblivious to any discrepancies. But when they noticed the astonished expressions on the faces of the Xianguan Academy students, a flicker of doubt arose in their hearts. Could it be that what Long Feng spoke was not mere fabrication? As Long Feng expounded upon the subject with clarity, the students from Xianguan Academy gazed at him with profound respect. They realized that their prior understanding of formation knowledge had been exceedingly shallow and one-dimensional. As time gradually passed and night descended, just as Feng Lanting remained engrossed in the discussion, Long Feng quietly moved aside, sitting down to meditate and recuperate. After Long Feng's comprehensive explanation, Feng Lanting felt as if he had uncovered a whole new realm of formation knowledge. He understood the importance of not overly disturbing Long Feng, lest he provoke his displeasure and miss the opportunity to continue learning from such profound insights. Each individual, harboring their own thoughts, sought out a place to rest. Long Feng, after a brief period of recuperation, rose to his feet and exited the formation, making his way toward the outside. As he walked, he meticulously employed the qi-seeking technique, carefully surveying his surroundings. Thus, he continued until dawn broke, at which point Long Feng finally returned to the encampment. This night had left him utterly exhausted. He had traversed most of the areas outside the canyon and, after much effort, had successfully located what he sought. Upon entering the formation, the others gradually rose and approached him. Observing this, Long Feng spoke directly. Since everyone has had their rest, let us set off promptly. At that moment, the members of Tianfeng Academy gazed at Long Feng with puzzled expressions and inquired, "Senior brother Muhan, where are we headed next?" It was then that Long Feng realized he had forgotten to specify their destination. And he hurriedly explained, "We are to enter the canyon in search of the rare 9 curves purple ginseng. It is indeed a treasure of immense value. At this juncture, Feng Lanting and the others expressed their concerns, saying, "How are we to find it? So much time has passed. Whether it is still within is uncertain. Fear not, for I have made ample preparations in advance. Once we enter the canyon, you need only follow my instructions." Long Feng reassured them calmly, "Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately." With a composed demeanor, he led the way into the canyon. Before long, the group arrived at the location where the disciples of Xuanguan Academy had been ensnared the previous day. To their astonishment, the formation had re-emerged. It appeared that this formation was not man-made, but rather a naturally occurring marvel. Witnessing this, Long Feng felt a surge of elation within. "Excellent, as long as this formation is not artificially arranged. I am 90% certain that the 9 curves purple ginseng remains in this vicinity." With this thought, Long Feng produced the dew collected from the ziwei grass he had gathered the night before and handed it to Feng Lanting and the others, instructing, "You shall sprinkle some of this dew from the jade vial around here, and then retreat a mile to conceal yourselves. I will set up a formation here." Without waiting for a response, he commenced arranging the formation. As he casually tossed triangular formation flags into the earth, they vanished upon contact. Once the others had completed sprinkling the ziwei grass dew, Long Feng finalized the layout of his formation. Subsequently, they observed him placing several small purple-red plants within the formation, adjacent to a small puddle containing an unknown liquid he had collected beforehand. Once everything was in place, Long Feng concealed himself within the formation. The others followed suit, each suppressing their own presence and quietly awaiting the appearance of the 9 curves purple ginseng. As Long Feng had mentioned, as time passed, impatience began to set in. Just then, a figure emerged before them. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a 2-foot-tall purple plant walking delicately toward the small purple-red plants Long Feng had arranged. It was the first time they had witnessed a plant with legs walking, prompting exclamations of wonder. How extraordinary! This unexpected arrival was the 9 curves purple ginseng they had encountered previously. At that moment, it exhibited a 6-leaf form, indicative of its growth stage. Over time, it would mature and produce more leaves. Long Feng's heart raced with excitement upon seeing the 9 curves purple ginseng, for he knew that his plan had succeeded halfway. He had heard that once the 9 curves purple ginseng gained sentience, it would develop a particular fondness for the dew of the ziwei grass, which accelerated its growth. Moreover, wherever the 9 curves purple ginseng appeared, the presence of ziwei grass would invariably accompany it. Thus, Long Feng had tirelessly traversed much of the canyon's perimeter the night prior, overcoming numerous challenges to gather a substantial amount of ziwei grass dew. However, due to Long Feng's removal of the precious dew, the 9 curves purple ginseng had lost a crucial source of sustenance. It, with its keen sense of smell, followed the scent of the ziwei grass dew, leading it here without any awareness of impending danger. Blissfully approaching the core area of the formation Long Feng had meticulously arranged. As Long Feng observed the 9 curves purple ginseng moving toward the puddle, his tension dissipated, and he exhaled in relief. He mused, Long Lao truly is an exceptional figure. Whether in alchemy, artifact crafting, or the art of formations, he has reached the pinnacle of mastery. I never anticipated that the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng would genuinely be enamored with the dew of the Ziwei grass. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng, each heart racing as it stepped closer to the carefully arranged core of Longfeng's formation. Finally, as their hearts raced and nerves heightened, the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng successfully reached the small purple-red plants. They watched in anticipation as it extended its roots toward the puddle. However, perplexingly, despite the critical moment, the formation Longfeng had crafted remained utterly still. Leaving everyone present in a state of confusion and anxiety, only Longfeng remained calm and collected, observing the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng as it absorbed the liquid from the puddle. He patiently awaited the moment when the creature was on the verge of consuming the entirety of the liquid before softly murmuring in his heart, "Activate." With Longfeng's silent command, the formation finally sprang to life. Strangely, the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng displayed no inclination to escape, seemingly oblivious to its entrapment within the formation. The formation Longfeng had established was known as the Binding Spirit Formation. As the name suggests, this formation served to bind those newly awakened spirits, rendering them temporarily incapable of movement. Naturally, if facing more intelligent entities, a reinforced version of the Binding Spirit Formation would be required for effective results. The liquid, a concoction painstakingly developed by Long Lao, was highly beneficial to spirits. Additionally, Long Lao had ingeniously infused it with anesthetic properties, enhancing the numbing effect the more the spirits consumed. The potion Longfeng had managed to create from his nocturnal endeavors could only yield a small dose of this anesthetic liquid. Thus, he had refrained from acting prematurely, waiting patiently until the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng was on the brink of consuming the liquid before decisively activating the formation. It was crucial for Longfeng to ensure that the formation could indeed ensnare the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng. For this reason, he had to exercise utmost caution, daring to act only when the moment was ripe. Longfeng approached the immobile 9 Curves Purple Ginseng with deliberate steps, each imbued with unwavering resolve. Upon reaching it, he extended his hand to touch the plant, which remained unresponsive, standing still as if bound by an unseen force. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Longfeng's preparations had evidently been thorough and flawless. Successfully subduing the precious 9 Curves Purple Ginseng, gazing at it in his hand, a gleam of joy and satisfaction sparkled in his eyes. After a moment, he carefully placed the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng inside the devouring sky pearl. This extraordinary pearl emitted a faint glow, as if imbued with life, capable of containing all things. It also endowed them with unique powers. Once inside the devouring sky pearl, the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng would not only continue to grow but would also accelerate its growth due to the pearl's distinctive aura. Seeing Longfeng successfully capture the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng, the members of Tianfeng Academy erupted in exuberance, cheering and expressing their joy. "Senior brother Muhan is truly remarkable," someone exclaimed. Another echoed, "Indeed, I never imagined we could capture the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng so effortlessly." The disciples of Xuanyuan Academy could not help but marvel. "We were trapped in that formation for several days due to the 9 Curves Purple Ginseng. We thought capturing it would be fraught with difficulties. Yet senior brother Muhan accomplished it with such ease." Another added, "Undoubtedly senior brother Muhan is a prodigy in both martial arts and formations." They expressed heartfelt admiration for Longfeng's prowess and skill. Amidst the praises, Longfeng smiled at everyone, fully aware that this success was not mere chance, but rather a testament to Long Lao's memories within him. Although he had acquired this knowledge, it was akin to an extension of his own abilities. Nevertheless, he did not become complacent. Instead, he was further resolved to pursue higher realms of mastery. At that moment, Longfeng recalled the need to inquire about the individuals from other academies. "Brother Feng, have you encountered anyone from the Divine Armament Academy or the Crimson Fire Academy?" Feng Lanting and the others replied, "We have not seen them. We are unaware if your academy has encountered them." Longfeng responded, "We have not seen them either. It seems we may have been transported to the inner region, and our limited range of movement may have caused us to miss them. It is also possible that they have not been transported to the inner region like us. I hope they have not been transported to the inner realm like us. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly perilous." Even the individuals from the Divine Soldier Academy possess some means of self-preservation. However, those from the Crimson Fire Academy, who revere the art of alchemy, are not particularly formidable in martial prowess. Although Mo Tiancheng has acquired an unusual flame due to reaching the initial stage of a martial artist, it is insufficient to contend with the formidable beasts and savage creatures of the martial master realm. Chapter 67, The Peril of Crimson Fire. Unusual flame. Are you suggesting that Mo Tiancheng possesses an extraordinary flame? Upon hearing the term unusual flame, Long Feng's eyes gleamed with bright light, and a profound interest adorned his countenance. Do you know what kind of unusual flame it is? What level does it belong to? Seeing Long Feng so intrigued, Feng Lanting did not hesitate to elaborate in detail. As they journeyed forth, although Long Feng and Feng Lanting engaged in conversation, it did not hinder his ability to utilize the qi-seeking technique to survey the surrounding environment. However, the unknowing individuals from the Xianguan Academy found it quite peculiar. Previously, while they were in the inner realm, they had to remain constantly vigilant, as this area was rife with powerful beasts. A moment's inattention could result in a surprise attack from these creatures. Moreover, they encountered several such ambushes daily, yet today was entirely different. After traversing most of the day, they had not faced a single attack from the beasts. This occurrence was exceedingly strange. What was even more curious was that the members of Tianfeng Academy seemed to have anticipated this situation. The bewilderment of the Xianguan Academy members stemmed entirely from Long Feng's continuous use of the qi-seeking technique, skillfully avoiding those formidable presences. In the preceding days, under Long Feng's guidance, the individuals from Tianfeng Academy had successfully evaded numerous perils, hence they were not particularly surprised by the current circumstances. It was merely ordinary. Throughout their journey, Long Feng learned through conversation with Feng Lanting that not only did Mo Tiancheng possess an unusual flame, but both Feng Lanting and Hao Zhaohua also harbored extraordinary flames. This was intrinsically linked to their cultivation methods, which required the aid of unusual flames to refine corresponding items. At that moment, Long Feng suddenly recalled having obtained 2 flickering flames from the skeletal remains of Ming Xingchen and Duanhuan Ridge. According to Long Lao, these flames were likely the netherworld ghost fire. This type of flame also falls under the category of unusual flames and is exceedingly rare. Since it was birthed from the bones, and the skeletal remains of Ming Xingchen were overwhelmingly large, it inevitably absorbed some netherworld energy. Consequently, this netherworld ghost fire inherently contained a certain amount of netherworld energy, thus exerting a suppression effect on spiritual power. Moreover, Long Feng himself had already mastered the netherworld energy. Should he choose to enhance the netherworld ghost fire with it in the future, these 2 flickers of netherworld ghost fire would undoubtedly grow more formidable, enabling him to unleash unexpected effects in combat against enemies. As they pressed onward without pause, 2 days swiftly passed. Thanks to Long Feng's qi-seeking technique, they successfully avoided danger time and again. Not only that, but they also gathered numerous rare spiritual herbs and ores from the outside world, bringing great joy to everyone. Boom! What is that sound? At that moment, a student walking at the front suddenly inquired. Long Feng slightly probed in the direction of the sound and anxiously exclaimed, "Not good, hurry and follow me. I will go ahead to assist." Before he finished speaking, he vanished like a gust of wind toward the source of the sound. The others, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure and executed their movements to follow closely behind. Upon their arrival at the scene, they were met with a sight that left them gasping in shock. 6 disciples from the Crimson Fire Academy were fiercely battling a colossal and fearsome iceblade tiger. The first to arrive, Long Feng, was engaged in a life-and-death duel with 2 other iceblade tigers. Not far away on the ground lay an iceblade tiger, its breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, the group immediately divided into 2 factions. One portion rushed toward the disciples of the Crimson Fire Academy, joining them in combat against the ferocious iceblade tiger, while the others swiftly redirected their efforts to support Long Feng, assisting him in distracting one of the iceblade tigers to alleviate his pressure and grant him a moment to breathe. These iceblade tigers had all reached the initial stage of the martial master realm. The disciples of the Crimson Fire Academy, primarily composed of alchemists, were heavily armed with numerous weapons and treasures. Had it not been for this, they would likely have been ruthlessly torn apart and devoured by these iceblade tigers long ago, and would not have had the opportunity to await the arrival of Long Feng and the others. Now that Long Feng finally had the chance to confront one of the iceblade tigers alone, he felt significantly more at ease. Thousand sword slash. With a low thunderous roar from Long Feng, an array of swords suddenly materialized in the skies above, dense and overwhelming. Like a surging tide, they surged toward the iceblade tiger before him. The iceblade tiger, witnessing the ferocity of Long Feng's attack, felt a tightening in its chest. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of icy air toward the sword cloud without hesitation. A chilling aura erupted from its mouth, rapidly transforming into countless sharp ice swords that rained down upon the sword cloud. Upon collision, the sword cloud and the ice swords produced a cacophony of cracking sounds. After a brief pause, the ice swords shattered, while the sword cloud, unhindered, surged forward toward the ice-blade tiger, seeing its ice swords destroyed. The ice-blade tiger hastily raised its forepaw, conjuring a massive paw that roared toward Longfang's sword cloud. In response, Longfang harnessed his spiritual power, channeling netherworld energy to form a colossal netherworld scythe, which he swung towards the giant tiger. Netherworld scythe, slash. As Longfang shouted, the scythe radiated an endless dark luminescence, exuding a fierce aura of slaughter, resembling a black crescent moon as it descended upon the ice-blade tiger. The ice-blade tiger, realizing that Longfang was merely waving his hands in the air, felt a jolt of trepidation. It silently cursed its fate, but there was no time for further reaction, as it had just unleashed an attack that drained a significant portion of its strength and was now left powerless. With the netherworld scythe drawing nearer, the ice-blade tiger found itself unable to evade. Ultimately, the scythe pierced through its body, extracting its soul from its corporeal form. The ice-blade tiger's body stood still, as if frozen in time, motionless. A tiger-shaped soul materialized in mid-air, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. It roared and struggled, attempting to return to its body, but all efforts proved futile. Longfang, witnessing this scene, felt a stirring in his heart, as if struck by inspiration. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a ghostly green flame flickered into existence, emitting an eerie glow akin to ghost fire. Undulating unpredictably, Longfang thrust his right hand forward, and the flame shot forth like a meteor towards the ice-blade tiger's soul. Chapter 68, Rescuing Crimson Fire. Upon seeing Longfang's ghostly green flame, the ice-blade tiger trembled, an inexplicable fear surging within. It struggled desperately, trying to escape this nightmare, yet the power of the netherworld scythe was too potent, binding it firmly. As the flame drew nearer, its struggles intensified, but no effort could alter the trajectory of its fate. The flame ultimately made contact with its soul, instantly consuming it. A chilling scream echoed throughout the space, sending shivers down their spines. As the flame burned, the ice-blade tiger's soul gradually dissipated, transforming into twinkling starlight that vanished into the horizon. In an instant, the flame shifted forms, leaping and swirling as if engaged in a joyous dance. Evidently exhilarated by the infusion of soul power, with the flame's continued consumption, the ice-blade tiger's soul gradually faded away until it was entirely gone. Indeed, the netherworld ghost fire exerted a formidable restraining effect on souls, effortlessly devouring spiritual power to enhance its own strength. Longfang marveled, "This is truly remarkable. From now on, I possess an additional trump card for survival." Longfang could not contain his excitement and joy. However, just as he reveled in his exhilaration, a deafening roar of a tiger suddenly reverberated, instantly snapping him back to reality. He turned sharply to see that the other two battlefields had plunged into extreme peril. The situation on Tianfeng Academy's side was relatively better. Despite being in a disadvantageous position, they managed to hold on, leveraging their flexible tactics and superb skills to avoid an early defeat. In stark contrast, the members of Xianguan Academy and Crimson Fire Academy faced a far graver situation. As their primary disciplines did not directly pertain to confrontational techniques, they found themselves struggling significantly in this fierce battle. At this moment, they were ensnared in layers of peril. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Longfang immediately rushed toward them with a swift motion of his right hand. A fiery red longsword materialized in his grasp. This sword was none other than the treasured blade previously wielded by Shen Xiu. Having attained the level of a novice spiritual weapon, Longfang was exceedingly fond of it upon acquiring it. He darted forward with the agility of an arrow, delivering a powerful thrust aimed at the nape of the colossal ice sword tiger. Crack, roar. One must admit, the icy armor encasing the ice sword tiger was remarkably resilient. Despite the full force behind Longfang's strike, he merely managed to inflict a slightly larger wound, failing to penetrate deeply into the flesh. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to provoke excruciating pain and fury within the beast. Ignoring the assaults from others, the ice sword tiger pivoted and lunged at Longfang with all its might. Although the onlookers felt an involuntary sigh of relief, they quickly called out in warning, "Be cautious, this formidable creature possesses the strength of a novice martial master, and one must be wary of its chilling aura." Having previously engaged the ice sword tiger with all their might, they were astonished to see that Longfang had dispatched the beast in mere moments. "What just happened? Did the ice sword tiger fall so easily?" one exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, when did this creature become so vulnerable?" Another echoed, "Could it be that the ice sword tiger has weakened?" Yet another questioned. However, Feng Lanting and Imotiancheng were not taken aback like the others. They exchanged a glance, then spoke in unison. It is not that the Ice Sword Tiger is too weak, but rather that Muhan is exceedingly powerful. Both were seasoned martial artists, capable of discerning the immense might contained within Long Feng's recent strike. What appeared as a simple thrust was, in reality, imbued with boundless might and strength far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist. Such prowess could only be exhibited by an exceptionally formidable master. At this moment, Long Feng stood quietly aside, his gaze radiating determination and confidence. "Let us aid the remaining members of Tianfeng Academy in combating the last Ice Sword Tiger," he declared, observing their struggle. Initially taken aback by Long Feng's intent to refrain from further attacks, the group quickly comprehended his rationale. The reason for his restraint lay in the necessity for them to enhance their own abilities through this battle. Only by truly experiencing life and death confrontations could they awaken their potential and identify their shortcomings. Understanding this, everyone surged toward the remaining Ice Sword Tiger. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the last Ice Sword Tiger felt a pang of trepidation. Yet, the group would not grant it the luxury of escape. They charged relentlessly at the creature. Ultimately realizing its fate was sealed, the beast made a desperate stand, but it was ultimately slain by the collective efforts of the group. Though all bore some injuries, they laughed heartily, for each had gleaned insights into their own inadequacies and reaped varying degrees of rewards. This knowledge would prove invaluable in their future cultivation. After a brief respite, the group bowed respectfully to Long Feng, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Muhan, for your assistance." Chapter 69. The Demon Suppression Tower. Subsequently, the members of the three academies resolved to unite their efforts and act in concert to avert the recurrence of similar perilous incidents. After all, the prevailing situation had transcended the confines of mere competition. As the 12th day within the secret realm unfolded, Long Feng and his companions astonishingly arrived at the core of this mysterious domain. This unexpected turn of events sent an inexplicable chill coursing through every heart present. They had always believed their trajectory led outward from the secret realm, yet they now found themselves at the very center. Even more astonishing was the presence of the Divine Armament Academy, which had arrived ahead of them, albeit with only 6 members remaining. The fate of the others was all too clear. They would forever rest within this enigmatic realm. Before them loomed a towering 9-story edifice, exuding an ancient and solemn aura, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The words Demon Suppression Tower were inscribed upon its facade. Many had attempted to approach this ancient tower, yet had failed due to the oppressive force emanating from it. Long Feng had previously endeavored to resist the pressure in advance, but his progress was agonizingly slow and laborious. "Shall we hasten our departure from this place? I cannot shake the feeling that a strange atmosphere envelopes us." "I share your sentiment. It feels as though unseen eyes are upon us, as if we are prey being targeted." Another agreed. "We should indeed leave swiftly. The competition lasts only a month, and we have already spent over 10 days here. If we head back now, we might still reach the outskirts before the secret realm closes. At that point, we can utilize our identity tokens to exit. Should we linger too long, we may find ourselves trapped within," several remarked, voicing their concerns. Thus, Long Feng and the leading disciples from the other 3 academies deliberated briefly, ultimately concluding that they might have already become ensnared in this place. After all, if they had been consistently moving toward the periphery of the secret realm, how could they now find themselves in the core area? Despite many being too frightened to make a move, a few audacious souls, emboldened by disbelief, ventured outward. Yet, before long, they reappeared in the very heart of the realm. After several such attempts, the group gradually began to accept Long Feng's hypothesis. With no other recourse, they resigned themselves to waiting in silence. Indeed, as Long Feng had previously stated, if there existed an individual or some unfathomable force guiding them here, that entity would surely reveal itself or provide some form of guidance. Time passed swiftly, and on the following day, the once formidable and unparalleled pressure emanating from the 9-story tower began to wane. The group pondered silently. It seemed the tower was on the verge of revealing its true nature, and they were left with no choice but to act in accordance with the situation. As they waited until midday, when the oppressive force ceased its gradual decline, they suddenly realized that this was the opportune moment to approach the tower. Without hesitation, they resolutely stepped forward, advancing directly toward the tower. Gagagagaga, they have arrived. At last, we can indulge in a sumptuous feast. In a dimly lit expanse, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from a gathering of shadowy figures. These shadows emanated a dense, dark energy, akin to demons emerging from the abyss. Had Long Feng been present, he would have recognized these figures as indistinguishable from the demon race he had encountered in his memories of blood and chaos. Save for the absence of corporeal forms, Long Feng and his companions approached the towering 9-story edifice. Soon, they reached the entrance, where one bold disciple steeled himself to push open the tightly shut door. However, just as he was about to lay a hand upon the door, it swung open of its own accord, startling him into retreat. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Long Feng remained composed. As if he had anticipated this occurrence, he stepped forward, entering the tower with deliberate calm. The others followed suit, stepping into the tower behind him, yet, as they crossed the threshold, an invisible pressure descended upon them. Akin to a mountain crashing down upon their shoulders, many disciples were caught off guard, directly forced to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. Unable to move, some disciples reacted slightly faster but could only bend over in a desperate attempt to resist. Their faces contorted in expressions of agony. Under this terrifying weight of pressure, the disparity in strength among the crowd was starkly evident. Only Long Feng stood firm, his gaze resolute, emanating an indomitable spirit. At that moment, the only ones still standing upright were the leading disciples from the 4 academies, resembling an unassailable fortress. The reason was simple: they had all entered the realm of martial artists. Their own soul power already elevated and transformed, thus, the soul pressure of this first level posed little threat to them. After a brief moment of sensing, Long Feng spoke. Those below the realm of martial artists may continue their cultivation here for a time. The soul power in this place is quite formidable. If one can move freely at this level, it would be wise to consider exploring the next level. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the pervasive soul power within the tower, secretly speculating that perhaps this place could help them break through their long-standing bottlenecks. With this in mind, they gradually settled into a meditative posture. Beginning to focus on their understanding and cultivation, Long Feng pondered for a moment before reiterating, "The environment here remains unclear. Do not immerse yourselves too deeply in cultivation, lest you encounter unexpected dangers and sustain injuries." The crowd, upon hearing this, opened their eyes and cast grateful glances at Long Feng and the others before closing their eyes again, wholeheartedly dedicating themselves to comprehending this mysterious power. Meanwhile, Long Feng and the 4 leading disciples advanced steadily toward the second level. Following closely behind Long Feng were 5 or 6 selected disciples, all outstanding representatives from their respective academies. Observing these disciples trailing behind him, Long Feng mused, "These individuals possess formidable soul power. Surpassing many ordinary disciples, ascending to the second level should pose no issue for them." As Long Feng stepped onto the staircase leading to the second level, a wave of soul pressure even more intense than that of the first level surged forth like a tidal wave. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and moved forward a few steps. Subsequently, Long Feng turned back, his gaze sweeping over the group behind him, noticing that they, despite their evident struggle, remained steadfast and were not repelled by this pressure. Long Feng nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. He then turned back and continued his determined ascent. In a short while, the group finally reached the second level. Upon entering, the 5 or 6 disciples who followed immediately felt the pressure double, their bodies involuntarily bending at the waist. Clearly, at this level, they found it somewhat challenging, barely able to withstand the powerful soul pressure. However, these individuals did not easily concede. They quickly sat cross-legged, adjusted their breathing, and began to fully concentrate on perceiving the surrounding soul energy. As Long Feng and his companions ascended to higher levels, the first level was still filled with disciples deeply engrossed in their understanding and cultivation. Yet, none noticed the shadowy figures gradually emerging on the walls of the tower. At that moment, Wang Tao happened to be positioned closest to the wall, and when he caught sight of these shadows closing in on him, his heart tightened. Suddenly, Wang Tao opened his eyes wide, without hesitation raised his hand, and hurled the object he held directly at the shadows. He then swiftly turned and dashed toward the center of the space. "Everyone be careful, they've revealed themselves. I thought we would have to wait longer." He hadn't anticipated that these creatures were so impatient to assist. It seems there is indeed something peculiar about this place. Fortunately, senior brother Muhan had foreseen this and was prepared. At this moment, Wang Tao fixed his gaze intently on the object he had thrown, his expression grave as he remarked, "Although senior brother Muhan has made preparations, we must still proceed with caution. We cannot afford to be complacent." In truth, even Wang Tao himself was unaware of what treasure Long Feng had entrusted him with, and nevertheless, the moment Long Feng stepped into this area, he had sharply sensed something amiss. Utilizing his extensive experience and keen insight, he immediately surmised that they might face a certain danger or predicament. Thus, Long Feng discreetly sealed a strand of the netherfire he had cultivated within himself and handed it to Wang Tao specifically to address the current unexpected situation. When the shadows made contact with the mysterious item Wang Tao had thrown, they emitted a chilling wail of agony. The shadows screamed in terror, as if they were experiencing immense pain and fear. "Bastard, it truly is netherfire," one of the shadows spat through gritted teeth, despair and rage filling its eyes. Damn it, How could you possibly possess netherfire? Another shadow roared in defiance. I refuse to accept this. I have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, thinking I could finally escape, only to find, as the voices of despair echoed, the shadows that had emerged from the walls were gradually consumed by the roaring flames of the netherfire. Once the netherfire had devoured all the shadows, it transformed into a sphere radiating an eerie glow, slowly floating before Wang Tao. At this moment, the faces of the crowd were alight with triumphant smiles. Evidently pleased with the outcome, however, Wang Tao did not share in the excitement of the others. He gazed at the spherical object before him, filled with doubt and wariness, although those shadows had referred to it as netherfire. He remained uncertain about its true nature, particularly the terrifying power of absorption instilled fear in him, making him hesitant to reach out and grasp the sphere. Meanwhile, Long Feng and his group of 4 had successfully arrived at the 3rd level of the mysterious tower. The moment the seal on the netherfire was lifted at the 1st level, Long Feng experienced a subtle sensation within him. Mo Tiancheng noticed Long Feng suddenly halt and curiously inquired, Brother Mu, have you sensed something unusual? Long Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he softly replied, It's nothing, I merely recalled that Wang Tao and the others may have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Hao Zerwa paused momentarily before agreeing, That's excellent, I can rest easy now. Let us proceed and see what secrets this tower conceals. With a response in hand, Long Feng and the others resolutely moved toward the 4th floor. At the same time, Wang Tao cautiously extended his right hand toward the sphere that had transformed from the netherfire, slowly reaching for it, when his fingers made contact with the sphere and confirmed there was no anomaly. He breathed a sigh of relief and safely tucked it into his embrace. He then turned to face the others and inquired, I wonder if everyone is now prepared to proceed to the 2nd level? Rest assured, we were a bit careless upon entering earlier, but after a brief period of adjustment, we are now fit to continue our journey to the 2nd level. One individual replied, Indeed, I wonder how far Senior Brother Muhan and the others have reached by now? Thankfully, with the treasures left to us by Senior Brother Muhan, we should be safe for the next few levels. Wang Tao nodded slightly, expressing his agreement, and then remarked, Even so, we must remain vigilant. After all, we cannot predict whether we will encounter those creatures again. If the strength of the subsequent monsters increases, we may not be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, Ji Quanshun, ranked 3rd in the Qihua Academy, stepped forward to remind everyone, indeed, Senior Brother Wang Tao could have easily accompanied those 5 or 6 individuals to follow Senior Brother Muhan to the next level, had it not been for his desire to protect those of us with weaker abilities. He would not have chosen to stay behind and face the dangers with us, therefore, we must be all the more alert. Hong Yazi, a top-tier expert from the Xianguan Academy, concurred, Absolutely, while we may be at the late or peak stage of martial apprentices, we still fall short compared to the other senior brothers and sisters. We must hasten to the next level, perhaps there we can uncover the key opportunity for a breakthrough, enabling us to assist Senior Brother Muhan and the others. The group closely followed Wang Tao as they made their way to the 2nd level. Before long, they encountered the 6 individuals who had ascended earlier. At that moment, upon seeing Wang Tao and his group arrive, the 6 sighed in relief. Have everything been resolved? Is everyone safe? The one who spoke was Duan Zihan, ranked 2nd in the Divine Armament Academy, with waist-length hair and a figure that was both graceful and alluring. She wore a form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. It was indeed amusing that a woman could defeat numerous disciples from the Divine Armament Academy to claim the 2nd seat. Furthermore, her expertise in the art of weapon crafting was extraordinarily rare. Hong Yasi rushed forward, tightly grasping Duan Zihan's hand, and urgently said, Sister Zihan, please do not worry, we are all safe and sound. And it is truly thanks to the wondrous artifact of Brother Muhan. Her tone was imbued with profound gratitude. Duan Zihan, upon hearing these words, nodded slightly in agreement, her eyes betraying a hint of contentment. Given this circumstance, let us proceed to the next level. The monsters on this floor have been entirely vanquished. You may take this opportunity to cultivate diligently here, striving for a significant breakthrough, Duan Zihan calmly analyzed. A total of 10 individuals ventured towards the 3rd level, 8 of whom were the top elite students from the 4 major academies. The remaining 2 were formidable experts ranked 4th in the Divine Weapon Academy and the Crimson Flame Academy. Respectively, together, these 10 formed a powerful team, ready to explore this enigmatic realm. Meanwhile, the remaining 16 continued to endure the forging of their soul under the oppressive pressure here. Chapter 71, Encountering the Blood Demon in the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Feng Lanting and the others found themselves unable to advance to the 7th level, for the soul pressure on this floor had reached the limits of what the 3 of them could withstand. Consequently, they were compelled to halt their progress and refine their soul power in this space. The demonic soul shadows that had previously lingered in the earlier levels were completely obliterated, consumed by Longfeng's ghostly flames. At this moment, the ghostly flames had evolved into the formidable fire of the martial spirit realm, a transformation that left Longfeng ecstatic with joy.